Chapter 301 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Faced with this terrifying attack, the Ash-Deer King calmly raised his other hand and opened his palm wide towards the void. Countless ash energies instantly gathered, transforming into an indestructible defense that tightly protected it. You think this is all the tricks I have? The Ash-Deer King's lips curled into a disdainful smile, his eyes filled with provocation. Aoli and Ao Guang completely ignored its words and attacked each other fiercely once again in perfect unison. Ao Guang and Aoli were as fast as lightning. Their teamwork was seamless, a qualitative improvement over their previous encounter with the Black Fox Wolf Commander, but the Ash-Deer King before them was far stronger than they had imagined, and dealing with him seemed to be much more difficult than they had anticipated. The Ash-Deer King took a step back, its strong and powerful deer legs firmly planted on the ground. It gripped its longsword tightly in one hand, slowly raised its head, and looked at the brothers Ao Guang and Aoli with piercing eyes. Immediately afterwards, thick layers of ash energy continuously emerged from its body. The ash aura spread rampantly, and wherever it went, even the solid ground beneath their feet cracked and shattered, turning into fine silver dust. However, the Ash-Deer King seemed unaffected, standing firmly on the pervasive ash aura. This is the aura of ash, an inherent ability of my race. The Ash-Deer King spoke solemnly and loudly. The aura of ash was so powerful it was terrifying, and those who faced it were utterly powerless to resist. You two demons want to kill me? That's just wishful thinking, as difficult as climbing to heaven. The Ash-Deer King spoke with a disdainful expression and a cold tone. Humph, how will you know if you don't try? Aoli glared angrily, snorted coldly, and then unleashed a powerful golden dragon claw attack with earth-shattering force, but the Ash-Deer King neither dodged nor flinched, but stood tall and took the powerful blow head-on. Boom! The blow landed squarely on the Ash-Deer King, instantly turning into silver dust and dissipating into the air. Upon seeing this, Aoli and Ao Guang's pupils both contracted sharply, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be? Their all-out attack had absolutely no effect. Ao Guang was filled with resentment and refused to believe it. He opened his mouth wide and frantically swallowed and exhaled countless streams of air. Then, a terrifying bolt of lightning burst forth from his dragon mouth. Boom! The lightning bolt, like a dazzling pillar of light, unleashed boundless destructive power, hurtling towards the Ash-Deer King with overwhelming force, but the Ash-Deer King remained unfazed, taking the blow head-on without flinching. Boom! The purple lightning was incredibly terrifying, but when it reached the Ash-Deer King, it vanished without a trace, like snowflakes encountering a raging fire, unable to get even a fraction closer. How is that possible? This filled Ao Guang and Aoli with doubt and shock, and they even began to doubt their own strength. How could such terrifying power exist in this world? Moreover, the Ash-Deer King in front of us is only level 54 with 13 stars of this power, so strong and almost invincible, is unprecedented and utterly unbelievable. Seeing the shock and doubt on Ao Guang and Aoli's faces, the Ash-Deer King smiled coldly and said sarcastically, "What, starting to doubt, huh? To tell you the truth, my ash energy will indeed run out eventually. But since I dare to tell you this, I am certainly not afraid of you trying to wear me down. Because you simply don't have that opportunity anymore." After saying that, the Ash-Deer King flashed and charged directly at Ao Guang and Aoli. The two brothers dared not confront their opponent head-on. After all, this is a terrifying and incredibly powerful ash aura. Ao Guang had also considered that the ash energy on the other party would eventually be exhausted, but to my utter surprise, the other party actually brought it up on their own initiative. Ao Guang and Aoli exchanged a glance, and in that instant, they understood each other perfectly and devised a solution. Boom! The Ash-Deer King charged in, its immense power instantly piercing through the soles of the two demons' feet. Ao Guang and Aoli reacted quickly, leaping into the air. Seeing this, the Ash-Deer King suddenly realized that these two guys had the ability to fly. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have said that. The Ash-Deer King was filled with remorse, cursing himself inwardly for exposing his weakness to them. It even completely forgot the crucial fact that the two brothers could fly. Fool! Ao Guang and Aoli gave a cold laugh, their eyes full of mockery. The Ash-Deer King's brain is really not very sharp. If it were a little smarter, Ao Guang and Aoli might not have chosen to get entangled with each other here. At this moment, more than half of the spirit crystals in the brothers' bodies had not yet been fully digested. Enraged, the Ash-Deer King swung his sword repeatedly, unleashing a torrent of ash energy that rained down like a dense barrage of arrows upon the two demons. However, Ao Guang and Aoli, with their agile skills, successfully dodged time and time again. After advancing to level 50, both of them no longer need to expend much energy to fly, even during long flights. I don't feel any stressed out. On the contrary, the Ash Deer King was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The two brothers continued to consume the Ash Deer King until all the ash energy around it dissipated. It's gone. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying killing intent appeared in the eyes of Ao Guang and Ao Lai, like two sharp swords drawn from their sheaths. In the next instant, the two brothers appeared before the Ash Deer King like lightning. Boom! The terrifying killing power erupted instantly, like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable. The Ash Deer King hurriedly dodged in panic. Without the protection of the Ash Aura, it was like a lamb to the slaughter, and the roles of prey and hunter were instantly and dramatically reversed. Seeing the two men charging towards him menacingly, the Ash Deer King was terrified and fled for his life. It thought to itself that as long as its ash energy could be restored, it could turn the tide and kill the two. But how could Ao Guang and Ao Lai give it that chance? Lightning and golden light rained down in a continuous, intertwined pattern, like a net that left the Ash Deer King with nowhere to escape and forced him to flee in a sorry state. Boom! A bolt of lightning shot out from Ao Guang's mouth and struck its body with perfect accuracy. In an instant, the Ash Deer King crashed heavily to the ground in the distance like a kite with a broken string, but its sturdy armor absorbed most of the force. It raised its head and looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai again, its deer eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. Fortunes change every 30 years. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang was enraged and unleashed an even more powerful bolt of lightning, roaring, "I'll make you change your fortunes 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river." Boom! The lightning was terrifying. Its immense power erupted instantly, turning the surrounding vegetation into a vast sea of fire. Chapter 302. The second leader of the Black Fox Wolf clan. The Ash Deer King suddenly raised his longsword and slashed with all his might. The sword strike was so fierce that it instantly shattered the menacing bolt of lightning into pieces. However, due to the powerful inertia of the strike, its entire body was pulled away by an invisible force and was thrown back several meters. The Ash Deer King's body rolled uncontrollably on the ground, kicking up dust as it rolled a considerable distance before finally coming to a stop in a very disheveled state. At that moment, Ao Lai gave it no chance to catch its breath, and once again swung its dragon claw, bringing it crashing down. The might of the true dragon surged and crashed down on the Ash Deer King like Mount Tai pressing down. Despite this, the vast difference in their cultivation levels allowed the Ash Deer King to break free from this suppressed state in an extremely brief moment. Thanks to its formidable strength, it looked alarmed and hurriedly dodged to the side. The ground beneath its feet was shattered by the impact of this immense force, sending rocks flying in dust billowing everywhere. Seeing Ao Lai display such terrifying and astonishing power, the Ash Deer King was shocked as if by a raging storm. These two men neither used any special divine weapons nor wore any sturdy armor, but the fighting power they displayed was so astonishing and terrifying. Just who are they? The Ash Deer King stared intently at the two of them, his eyes wide with suspicion and wariness. At that moment, Ao Guang's fierce attacks came one after another like a storm. The Ash Deer King looked flustered and frantically tried to dodge, just as Ao Guang and Ao Lai were relentlessly pursuing it like a whirlwind. A sharp steel blade suddenly shot out from the shadow of the Ash Deer King without warning. Ao Lai's pupils suddenly contracted, and at the critical moment, he quickly dodged to the side with extremely agile movements. Whoosh! The steel blade whistled past with a sharp whistling sound, but missed Ao Lai. Ao Lai stood firmly on the ground, his eyes fixed on the other's unpredictable shadow, his face full of solemnity and vigilance. At this moment, Ao Guang also keenly noticed that the other party's shadow had undergone a chilling change. This is the second leader of the Black Fox Wolf clan. Upon seeing this eerie shadow, the Ash Deer King's face immediately lit up with a relieved and joyful smile. Upon hearing the name of the second leader of the Black Fox Wolves, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's expressions changed slightly, their eyes showing a hint of vigilance and seriousness. Then, from the mysterious shadows, a fox, its entire body as black as ink, slowly emerged. The fox's eyes held a chilling sense of deep danger, and the shadow in its hand burst forth like a ghost, instantly transforming into a terrifying weapon. It was a long spear, formed from an illusory and eerie shadow, not a real, physical weapon. Seeing this unbelievable scene, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were shaken as if struck by a heavy hammer. The opponent's cultivation level had actually reached the awe-inspiring level of level 55, 13 stars. It is obvious that the Ash Deer King and his opponent have joined forces again, forming a fighting force that is evenly matched with the two of them. It was you two who killed the third commander. The Black Fox stared menacingly at Ao Guang and Ao Lai. As soon as it finished speaking, it continued in an icy tone, "As expected, you were able to kill it. Your bloodlines are stronger than we imagined. Neither the bloodline of the main city's Dragon King nor the bloodline of the Devouring Python clan. I have encountered both of these head-on, but the bloodlines in both of you are even stronger than theirs. Upon hearing this, the Ash Deer King's expression changed slightly in an instant, and his heart was filled with shock. The bloodlines of these two are even more terrifying than those of the Flood Dragon King and the Devouring Python. No wonder I felt an overwhelming fear when facing the bloodline of these two guys. The fear seemed to penetrate to my very bones. I won't kill you, but you must return all the spirit crystals intact, Black Fox said firmly. It witnessed firsthand how terrifying the bloodline between the two was, and knew its power all too well. It is important to understand that on this vast and boundless continent, the quality or inferiority of bloodlines largely determines everything. Their bloodline is so powerful that it must mean there is an even more unfathomable and terrifying existence behind them. Black Fox did not want the Black Fox Wolf clan to easily offend such a mysterious and powerful being. Therefore, after careful consideration, it decided to let the other party off the hook. However, the prerequisite is that the other party must hand over all the spirit crystals. Forget about it. Ao Guang shook his head without hesitation, his expression firm. The spirit crystals are already inside us, there's no way we can get them back. If you want war, then come on. Ao Guang's dragon eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit, showing no fear whatsoever. As the words fell resolutely, neither Id nor Aolai held back any further reservations or concealments of the true form of a dragon suddenly descended. As an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended, the powerful force of bloodline suppression caused the expressions of Black Fox and Ash Deer King to change drastically in an instant, as if they had encountered the end of the world immediately afterwards. Powerful and suffocating energy fluctuations rose from Ao Guang and Ao Lai's bodies, like a volcanic eruption. Ao Guang's body was covered in a dazzling purple light, all of which was filled with flickering and leaping lightning. These lightning bolts intertwined and formed a light curtain that was impossible to look at directly, completely obscuring the two demons' vision, making it impossible for them to see its changes. Ao Lai's body was surrounded by a dazzling gold, with magnificent golden light spreading out like a tide. Even under the intense sunlight, the golden light around him was even more dazzling, like a golden sun. Commander, what are they? The Ash Deer King looked at the Black Fox, his face full of panic, and asked in a trembling voice. Stop them! Black Fox instantly realized the urgency of the situation and shouted at the top of his lungs. As soon as it finished speaking, the Black Fox once again condensed an extremely sharp spear in its hand at an incredibly fast speed. Then, it hurled it with all its might, and the spear instantly transformed into a terrifying force, hurtling towards its opponent like lightning. But the next second, the lightning around Ao Guang burst out like fireworks. The menacing spear was deflected by an invisible, powerful force, and as the lightning slowly dissipated, Ao Guang reappeared majestically before the two demons. Ao Guang's transformation into a true dragon was perfectly completed, even without using his chilling aura. The two demons could still feel an extremely terrifying pressure that penetrated deep into their souls. Chapter 303. You want me to hold them both off by myself? At this moment, Ao Guang truly appeared to possess the supreme majesty of a true dragon, with its long, flowing whiskers, sharp claws, and powerful tail. Its image is becoming increasingly similar to that of a noble and majestic dragon. Seeing Ao Guang's imposing appearance, Black Fox's heart trembled uncontrollably, and fear filled his heart. Is this a dragon? Ao Guang now truly resembles an awe-inspiring dragon, but the feeling it gave was several times more terrifying than a dragon, making one's hair stand on end. No, this news must be communicated to the clan immediately. This matter has far exceeded the Black Fox Wolf clan's ability to control and handle. In a state of extreme shock and fear, Black Fox realized this crucial point and immediately tried to turn around and run away without hesitation, but Ao Guang would never give it the chance to escape. The fact that the two brothers are now so powerful and mysterious is unknown to any monster on this continent. Perhaps only a dragon that possesses a trace of the bloodline of a true dragon could understand this. But none of that matters anymore. Since Ao Guang has chosen to reveal his true form, he will absolutely not give his opponent any chance to catch his breath. We will not allow the other party to have a chance to survive. On the other side, Aolai also successfully completed his transformation, its scale shone with a brilliant golden light, as if cast from gold. The arrival of a true dragon and its powerful aura made the Ash Deer King's face turn ashen. Ao Guang and Aolai made their moves almost simultaneously. The terrifying pressure brought by this move was as powerful as an apocalyptic storm. Boom! The lightning crashed down like a waterfall. The Black Fox gritted its teeth and tried to block it, but was instantly and mercilessly torn apart by the lightning. Then, the terrifying lightning struck its chest. Black Fox's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground some distance away, raising a cloud of dust. Its sturdy scales slowly became visible. There wasn't a single mark of damage on its scales, but the black fox felt as if 1,000 arrows were piercing its chest. Although the lightning did not shatter its scales, it reflected a powerful force back at it, causing it immense pain. On the other side, the Ash Deer King's expression was also extremely grim. It was no match for Aeolai at all, especially after losing the Ash aura. Aeolai's manifested true form made it extremely difficult for him to fight, making every step a struggle. The It was constantly repelled by Aeolai's attacks, but fortunately, it was wearing sturdy armor, so it did not show too many injuries. But if things continue like this, its defeat is only a matter of time, and it will inevitably suffer a complete defeat. Second Commander, what are we going to do? The Ash Deer King was extremely anxious and asked in a hoarse voice. The black fox looked at it and said coldly, "You do everything you can to stop them. I'm going to get reinforcements. These two guys must die." As soon as he finished speaking, Black Fox fled desperately into the distance without hesitation. Left behind, only the Ash Deer King remained, filled with despair and helplessness, heartbroken and dejected. You want me to hold off those two guys who've unleashed their ultimate attacks? What a joke! This is utter nonsense. How could it possibly contend with the power of Ao Guang and Aeolai? These two possess unfathomable strength. How could it possibly be able to stop them? If these two were to go berserk, their power would be unimaginable. The Ash Deer King would likely perish instantly, dying a gruesome death. Moreover, Ao Guang and Aeolai would never allow the Black Fox to leave this place so easily. It should be noted that the Black Fox already knows of their existence. If the Black Fox were to inform higher-level demon beasts, Ao Guang and Aeolai would undoubtedly become prey for other demon beasts instantly, falling into an extremely dangerous situation. The two of them are now renowned and famous in this area. However, those powerful and revered demon beasts had no idea what these two demons actually looked like. Therefore, considering all aspects, Ao Guang and Aeolai would absolutely not be merciful and let the Black Fox leave, just as the Black Fox attempted. To escape into the darkness, Ao Guang and Aeolai suddenly leaped into the air, their agile figures shooting straight into the sky like arrows released from a bow. Soaring freely into the sky, the Black Fox, who had transformed into a shadow and was trying to escape underground, witnessed this scene, and its entire demonic heart trembled violently, uncontrollably, a mixture of fear and shock. What on earth is going on? These two guys actually have the ability to fly. When the Ash Deer King saw that the two brothers had taken pity on it and let it go, its tense nerves finally relaxed a little, and the whole deer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But in the next second, a dazzling purple lightning bolt crashed down like lightning, striking its body precisely. The Ash Deer King's body trembled violently, and its once indestructible armor, which protected it, shattered instantly under the powerful attack. Immediately afterwards, Ao Guang opened his huge, blood-red maw without hesitation and pounced on the Ash Deer King with overwhelming force, tearing at it frantically. The Ashen Deer King's pupils suddenly contracted, and before it could react, it was quickly swallowed by Ao Guang. That terrifying devouring power erupted instantly, completely refining the Ash Deer King in the blink of an eye. Ao Guang's cultivation level also suddenly increased by 1 level and 1 star in that instant, directly reaching the level of level 53 and 17 stars. Boom, a deafening roar resounded, and a terrifying aura erupted from Ao Guang's body like a surging tide. He transformed once again into a dazzling rainbow, charging towards the Black Fox at lightning speed. Although Black Fox's speed was quite fast, it was still far inferior to that of the two brothers, but it possesses a higher level of understanding, and even if there is a possibility of escape, it must first do everything possible to save its own life, because if you can't survive, all your thoughts and plans are just meaningless empty talk. Just then, a terrifying purple lightning bolt, chilling to the bone, suddenly struck the Black Fox without warning. Boom. With a deafening roar, lightning exploded instantly, forcing the Black Fox to hastily emerge from the ground under the powerful attack. As soon as it appeared, Ao Guang and Aeolai grabbed at it with lightning speed. The enormous dragon hand, carrying overwhelming power, roared straight toward the Black Fox. The Black Fox quickly unleashed its unique ability, and two sharp weapons formed from mysterious black energy instantly appeared in its hands. Then, it hurriedly and desperately swung its weapon, trying to force the other side back. Chapter 304 Distribution of Power in the Gobi Desert. However, Ao Guang and Aeolai's strength was too terrifying, and they easily crushed the weapon in its hand. Immediately afterwards, the golden light within Aeolai's body erupted instantly, and the powerful force slammed into the Black Fox's body like a cannonball. The Black Fox's body was violently thrown back by the powerful impact, crashing heavily onto the gravel ground in the distance like a kite with a broken string. Roar, a deafening dragon roar suddenly rang out, and the black fox felt as if its eardrums were about to burst. Its whole body trembled uncontrollably, and fear gripped its heart. It had barely managed to stand up when a bolt of purple lightning shot out from the dragon's mouth in the distance. Boom! The terrifying power spread unchecked, turning everything in its path into nothingness and dust. Directly annihilated by the powerful lightning, Black Fox gritted his teeth and used all his strength to quickly activate his black energy, which rapidly transformed into a sturdy shield in front of him. But in the next instant, the seemingly sturdy shield shattered under the force of the impact, and the Black Fox's body was once again sent flying by the powerful force. Cough, cough. Black Fox raised his head again, only to find everything going black before his eyes, making him dizzy and unable to stop coughing up large amounts of blood. Just then, two terrifying, suffocating pressures descended upon it like Mount Tai crashing down on it. The Black Fox raised its head and saw Ao Guang and Ao Lai staring coldly at it from high above. "Tell me, where is your Black Fox Wolf clan?" Ao Guang asked in a dignified tone. Clearly, it doesn't want to kill the other party right now. After all, the two brothers knew nothing about this mysterious and unfamiliar Gobi Desert continent, and they had barely survived by constantly fighting and killing along the way. If it weren't for what the Ash Deer King said earlier, the two brothers would still be naively believing that the strongest beings on the Gobi Desert continent were only level 50. Judging from the level of this Black Fox alone, it has already reached level 55. Not to mention, there are other, even more powerful demonic beasts present. I won't tell you. Black Fox wasn't a simple-minded fool. It firmly shook its head and refused. Alright then, tell us, what level is the strongest monster in this Gobi Desert? Ao Guang wasn't annoyed by the Black Fox's refusal and asked again. The strongest monster in this Gobi Desert is level 65. Black Fox knew that this question was not a secret. Even if he didn't say it, he could easily find out by asking any monster. Anything else? Ao Guang seemed unsatisfied and continued to ask. It's nothing more than a matter of how many main cities there are on this Gobi continent, including the location of the central altar, and how many other demon races there are besides the Black Fox Wolf clan. These were not secrets that the Black Fox needed to keep strictly confidential, so it told Ao Guang everything without hesitation. There are only 2 main cities on this Gobi Desert continent, and under each main city are 5 smaller cities. The strength of the lord of each city progresses step by step according to a certain pattern. For example, when Ao Guang and Ao Lai first arrived here, the werewolf city lord they killed was the weakest among all the city lords. Next is the city lord of the White Fox clan, then the heavily demon Tiger King, and then the Ash Deer King, who was just defeated. Finally, there is the strongest city in the main city, whose city lord is level 60. Moreover, the city lord also possesses the largest number of spirit crystals. As for the main city, apart from the 2 commanders who are at level 60, the city lord and the old city lord are both at the advanced level of level 65. The patriarch of the Black Fox Wolf clan is also roughly at level 60. On this Gobi Desert continent, there are 5 demon clans: the Black Fox Wolf clan, the Earthrock Turtle clan, the Sky Demon Fox clan, the Ash Deer clan, and the Poisonous Scorpion clan. These 5 demon clans are all at roughly the same level, except that they are under the jurisdiction of the city lords of 2 different cities. Both of these city lords came from the demon race, which had a more noble and powerful bloodline. They are from the Flood Dragon lineage and the Eagle lineage, respectively. These 2 city lords not only possess a cultivation level of 65, but their bloodline levels are also at the 20-star level. They possess absolute authority and govern the entire vast Gobi Desert. The central altar of this Gobi continent is located in the extremely harsh desert between the 2 main cities. The environment of the extreme desert is extremely harsh, with frequent and terrifying sandstorms. Even powerful level 50 monsters dare not venture into it lightly. Only at the crucial moment when the central altar is about to open will the evil desert gradually calm down, allowing monsters to enter and explore. These days, the terrifying sandstorms in the treacherous desert have gradually subsided, a clear sign that the central altar is about to open. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang nodded thoughtfully. Anything else? What else? I've told you everything I know without reservation, Black Fox said anxiously. No. Ao Guang shook his head gently. What else is there? Tell me, Black Fox asked impatiently, staring intently at Ao Guang. Then I will speak, Ao Guang said solemnly. All right. The Black Fox nodded, wanting to see what other important questions the other party had to say. What rank is the commander in the other city? Ao Guang asked sharply. Level 55, Black Fox answered without hesitation. Good. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang nodded. indicating his satisfaction. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ao Guam opened his mouth wide and swallowed half of the other's body in one gulp. As for the remaining half of the body, Ao Lai ate it without any hesitation. As the black fox's corpse was completely devoured, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's levels were raised once again. Unfortunately, the two brothers did not improve their bloodline level this time. Level 55. Big brother, we've actually reached level 55. Ao Lai looked at Ao Guang with great eagerness and said loudly. There's still half of the spirit crystals left to devour, Ao Guang said calmly. Once we've devoured all of these remaining spirit crystals, my brother and I should be able to reach around level 57. But with our current strength, we still aren't confident we can successfully capture another city, Ao Lai said with a furrowed brow and deep concern. Keep in mind that the opposing city lords are all level 60, not to mention that the two commanders are both level 55. Chapter 305 The Dragon King. Don't rush. Ao Guang slowly shook his head. Now, he and his brother were hiding in the shadows, and no monster knew their origins. Ultimately, the only way to level up is through spirit crystals. The patriarch of the Black Fox Wolf clan is only level 60, Ao Guang said unhurriedly. Go find some demons nearby, devour them, and raise your level to 60 first. Then, go find the city lord, devour the city lord and his commander, and then eat the spirit crystal. As for how to open the central altar, that's not something we brothers need to worry about. The most powerful monster in this Gobi Desert continent is already at level 65, and its bloodline level is around 20 stars. This is undoubtedly a daunting number. After all, looking at the entire Thunder continent, the most powerful beings are none above level 30. With just one glance, one can clearly see just how enormous the gap is between these two continents. And let's not even mention the other two continents. On that last continent, there must be powerful individuals everywhere. The two brothers carefully considered and determined their strategy. They decided to first successfully break through to level 65, then defeat the enemies one by one, gradually increasing their strength, and finally bravely face the city lord. Having devised a plan, Ao Guang and Ao Lai left their original location without hesitation and began their relentless journey towards the Gobi Desert. To level up, they must devour the lords of other cities. The city lord of this dragon lineage has been completely devoured by them. Time flies like an arrow. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. This time, within the Black Fox Wolf clan, the Black Fox Wolf King never received any news from the Black Fox. Could Black Fox have met with some misfortune and been killed? The Black Fox Wolf King frowned deeply, his heart filled with anxiety. 7 days had passed, and the Black Fox still hadn't sent any news back. Keep in mind that Black Fox's cultivation level is at level 55, 13 stars. With its formidable strength, it should be able to escape successfully unless it encounters a monster of level 60 or higher. However, now, so much time has passed, and Black Fox still hasn't returned. This matter is clearly extremely abnormal. Could it be that Black Fox also died tragically? The Black Fox Wolf King's face turned extremely ugly. If the Black Fox is truly dead, what kind of powerful being did they offend? Could it be its mortal enemy, the Ash Deer clan? But then again, the Black Fox Wolf King sensed that something was amiss. If it was truly the work of the Ash Deer clan, then the spirit crystals would not have disappeared without a trace. Moreover, if the Ash Deer clan made a move, it's impossible that the main city wouldn't have received any news. Now, there is only one possibility. That's because the Black Fox Wolf clan accidentally provoked a terrifying being they shouldn't have provoked at all. As long as the spirit crystals aren't lost, that's all that matters. The Black Fox Wolf King's eyes showed a clear hint of tension. It wasn't that he didn't care about his subordinates at all, it's just that the spirit crystals were given to them by the city lord, with the purpose of activating the central altar. However, now that a problem has arisen here, the other demon clan leaders should naturally also bear corresponding responsibility. For example, the Ash Deer King and his Ash Deer clan. Almost every one of these major cities is guarded by a powerful member of the demon race. That if they make a mistake and accidentally lose the spirit crystal, then this matter will be closely related to the demon race to which they belong. Now, the White Fox clan, under the jurisdiction of the Black Fox Wolf clan, and the heavily demon Tiger King, have likely already lost their chance. Its only hope now rests on the Black Fox, desperately hoping that the spirit crystal can be found successfully and that it was not lost at all. The day the central altar opens is fast approaching. If the Black Fox Wolf clan lacks spirit crystals on that day, then everything will be completely over. The Black Fox Wolf King knew very well his city lord's volatile temper, and thinking of this, he couldn't help but tremble all over. No, this clan leader must go there in person. The Black Fox Wolf King could no longer sit still. If the Black Fox is truly dead, then it is highly likely that it is facing a powerful being of equal strength, but if you don't go, you'll also be facing certain death. With that thought in mind, the Black Fox Wolf King no longer hesitated and left the clan. And meanwhile, in the main city on the other side, a stag clad in sturdy armor walked steadily into the hall and respectfully paid homage to the figure seated at the head of the table. The figure was a dragon, containing a trace of the precious bloodline of a true dragon. Its entire body is covered with hard scales. Unlike Ao Guang and Ao Lai when they transformed into true dragons, it has 4 claws. A true dragon, however, has 5 claws, but on this continent, even though it is not a true dragon, the Jelone lineage is still extremely rampant and domineering. Lord City Lord, our scouts have reported that 2 unidentified monsters have been wreaking havoc on countless cities. Now, Shufeng City, White Fox City, Heavenly Demon City, and Ash City have all been successfully breached, and without exception, all the city lords have died tragically. Upon hearing this, the dragon sitting at the head of the table slowly asked, "What about the spirit crystals?" "The spirit crystals have all disappeared." The little demon didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he just knelt down obediently and waited quietly for the city lord's judgment. It seems that other demon races have their eyes on this place as well. The Dragon King immediately understood, otherwise, why would they be interested in this spirit crystal? Spirit crystals are extremely precious cultivation treasures. Compared to devouring one's own kind, cultivating with the help of spirit crystals is much faster. Otherwise, it really couldn't think of any other way to get other demon races to covet this spirit crystal. Disrupting the ceremony that opened the central altar, the Dragon King didn't really take this to heart. "It seems that the eagle, or rather, one of the demons who has submitted to me, has finally made its move." The Dragon King couldn't help but laugh. He looked down at the Ash Deer clan demons and casually waved his hand, dismissing them. "You don't need to pay attention to this matter anymore. Just focus on how to open the central altar." Upon hearing this, the Ash Deer clan's demon beasts nodded respectfully and then retreated. Chapter 306 Scheme. After the other party left, the Dragon King wore a meaningful smile on his dragon face. It originally distributed the spirit crystals to see if any other demons would be tempted to take them for themselves, and now it seems, yes, there really are demonic beasts coveting the spirit crystals. This was exactly what the Dragon King wanted. Its original intention was to use the spirit crystal to eliminate its future troubles, or to wait for that guy from the Eagle clan to make a move so that it could find a suitable excuse, and now, everything is progressing smoothly as expected. Reporting, Lord City Lord, just now, the patriarch of the Black Fox Wolf clan left the city. Just then, a little demon underling rushed in and loudly reported. "Black Fox Wolf King?" The Flood Dragon King's gaze changed slightly, and he thought to himself, this guy, could it be that he's trying to run away now that things have been exposed? Thinking of this, the Dragon King did not hesitate at all and immediately dispatched his capable generals. On the other side, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were heading towards the Black Fox Wolf clan. Their initial intention was very clear, to first search for and devour demonic beasts near the Black Fox Wolf clan, and then, once they had successfully broken through to level 60, to take direct action against the Black Fox Wolf clan without hesitation. It's important to know that the Black Fox Wolf clan possesses a vast number of spirit crystals, which undoubtedly greatly contribute to their strength enhancement. It's fair to say that the two brothers had a very clever plan. Before long, the two brothers arrived safely at the territory of the Black Fox Wolf clan. This territory is extremely vast, its area being almost the size of a small town. Although the distance between this place and the main city is not particularly far, it would still take at least a whole day to rush here from the main city. Ao Guang and Ao Lai stared with great curiosity at the territory belonging to the Black Fox Wolf clan. "I really don't know where this Black Fox Wolf clan grew and thrived," Ao Lai said in a low voice. "If you take a closer look, you'll figure it out," Ao Guang replied calmly. The two of them were not familiar with this place, but on this vast Gobi Desert continent, if a monster wanted to grow and become stronger, it would be impossible for it to just devour the monsters in the same city. Just then, a powerful and majestic aura suddenly surged forth from within the Black Fox Wolf clan. Ao Guang and Ao Lai quickly looked up and saw the Black Fox Wolf King slowly and unhurriedly walking out. Its body was shrouded in a thick black aura, making the entire wolf shadow appear extremely heavy and oppressive. In particular, the aura it exuded was so powerful that it was astonishing, far surpassing that of the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Without a doubt, this is the Black Fox Wolf King. Looking at the majestic Black Fox Wolf King in front of them, Ao Guang and Ao Lai recognized each other's identities almost instantly. After all, both brothers are currently at level 55, and the only being stronger than them is the renowned Black Fox Wolf King. Seeing the Black Fox Wolf King turn and leave, Ao Guang and Ao Lai did not hesitate at all and hurriedly chased after him. The Black Fox Wolf King steadily moved out of its territory without stopping, heading towards a vibrant oasis. Seeing the Black Fox Wolf King's unusual behavior, Ao Lai couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, "Brother, I have a strong feeling that the Black Fox Wolf King has already discovered us?" Upon hearing this, Ao Guang's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, his heart filled with surprise. In a way, just then, the Black Fox Wolf King stopped without warning. Ao Guang and Ao Lai reacted quickly and hurriedly found a place to hide. The Black Fox Wolf King's gaze first slowly swept around the surroundings, and then focused precisely on the hiding place of Ao Guang and Ao Lai. "Since you have the courage to follow me, you must possess a certain level of strength." The Black Fox Wolf King spoke slowly, his voice so cold it seemed to freeze the surrounding air. "How exactly did you find us?" Both Ao Guang and Ao Lai showed surprise. Now that they had been discovered, they no longer tried to hide anything and walked out openly. "Your bodies are stained with the blood of my Black Fox Wolf clan." The Black Fox Wolf King's eyes were instantly filled with an intense killing intent that seemed about to burst forth. With its keen senses, it detected the scent emanating from these two individuals, which contained the blood of the Black Fox and the Black Fox Wolf leader. In this way, the truth of everything that had happened became clear. There was no doubt that the two leaders of the Black Fox Wolf clan had been brutally murdered by these two arrogant and ignorant individuals. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were slightly surprised. It turned out that the bloodstains on their bodies had given them away. No wonder the Black Fox Wolf King had gone to such lengths to lure them here. "What, are you planning to avenge your people?" Ao Guang looked at the Black Fox Wolf King with a firm gaze, showing no fear on his face. "Of course." The Black Fox Wolf King nodded without hesitation. "Otherwise, what do you think I went to such lengths to lure you here for?" Before making a move, the Black Fox Wolf King slowly said, "I dare to guess that you have already greedily devoured all those spirit crystals." "No." Ao Guang shook his head vigorously and said sincerely, "I followed your instructions exactly and carefully collected the spirit crystals for you." Upon hearing this, the Black Fox Wolf King's expression changed drastically, becoming extremely ugly. "What does this mean exactly? What exactly happened?" "Sir, we have handled the matter you entrusted to us properly. Furthermore, regarding the matter of your family's leaders, you were worried that exposure would have negative consequences, so we decisively killed them to prevent future troubles. But now, sir, you are still determined to kill the two of us." Ao Guang spoke again, his face still showing a look of fear and apprehension. Seeing Ao Guang's pitiful behavior, the Black Fox Wolf King was completely dumbfounded, his mind a complete mess. What exactly is going on here? Wait, didn't those two bastards kill two leaders of his Black Fox Wolf clan, a city lord, and steal the spirit crystals from the three major cities? The way this guy is talking makes it sound like I ordered them to do all of this. Chapter 307 Internal Strife. Just as the Black Fox Wolf King was filled with confusion and couldn't figure it out, a cold and piercing voice suddenly came from behind them. "You scoundrel, the city lord did indeed suspect you." As the angry voice faded, a fiery tiger, its entire body engulfed in raging flames, strode out menacingly from behind Ao Guang and Ao Lai. The fire nether tiger was surrounded by blazing flames, and even its fur seemed to be made of burning flames. It gripped a sharp longsword tightly in its hand, its expression icy as it looked at the Black Fox Wolf King, its eyes filled with murderous intent like a surging wave. "So it was you who hired someone to kill the demon and orchestrated this despicable drama." Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the fire tiger, the Black Fox Wolf King's face showed an expression of extreme shock. "Fire Tiger King, what are you doing here?" "How did I get here?" The Fire Tiger King gave a cold laugh, and then slowly and deliberately told the Black Fox Wolf King the whole story in detail. It turns out that the spirit crystals distributed by the city lord were part of a huge conspiracy from the very beginning. Its true purpose was to test which of the demons behind it was treacherous and harbored ill intentions, openly coveting those precious spirit crystals. Now, after some investigation, the city lord has confirmed that the problem lies with the Black Fox Wolf clan. Originally, the Fire Tiger King had no doubts about the Black Fox Wolf King. However, after hearing what Ao Guang said and seeing the Black Fox Wolf King preparing to attack them, it changed its mind. Therefore, it ultimately chose to believe that the Black Fox Wolf King harbored ill intentions. Listen to me, that's not the case at all. The Black Fox Wolf King finally realized why Aoguang had suddenly said those words. It turns out that he already knew the Fire Tiger King was nearby, and he had carefully planned and staged this charade to mislead everyone. What are you trying to say? The Fire Tiger King continued to look coldly at the Black Fox Wolf King, then suddenly smiled mockingly. I think what you're trying to say is that all of this has nothing to do with you, and that you didn't hire anyone to kill the demon. In fact, you know in your heart that it was those two who committed the crime. You came here only to avenge your family leader, right? Upon hearing this, the Black Fox Wolf King was speechless and unable to utter a single word. Okay, now it's even harder for it to explain the misunderstanding. Once I kill both of you, the truth will naturally come out. The Black Fox Wolf King's gaze was as cold as ice, and his killing intent burst forth as if it were a tangible force. Without hesitation, he launched a swift attack on Aoguang and Aolai. However, the Fire Tiger King was faster, and like lightning, it directly blocked the Black Fox Wolf King's attack. Those two still need to come back with me to report to the city lord, the Fire Tiger King said calmly. I'll kill you first. In an instant, the two powerful demons, both at level 60, clashed fiercely. The two are evenly matched, and as this fierce battle continues until the very end, one of the demons will inevitably become exhausted and in poor condition. Aoguang and Aolai were simply left aside and ignored. Brother, you're really brilliant. Aolai looked at Aoguang with admiration, his eyes filled with praise. How could its perception possibly compare to yours or mine? A faint smile appeared on Aoguang's face. He had long since sensed that the Fire Tiger King was nearby, which is why he cleverly designed and staged such a wonderful scene. Judging from the current situation, after this fierce battle ends, the final victors will undoubtedly be him and Aolai. These are powerful level 60 monsters. I wonder if we'll both be able to advance to level 60 if we devour them. The Black Fox Wolf King and the Fire Nether Tiger King engaged in a fierce battle. Their strengths were evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand in a short time. The Fire Tiger King possessed extraordinary strength. With a sudden, powerful swing of its long sword, countless crimson flames surged forth from the blade like a raging torrent. The endless waves of fire swept across the vast expanse of land with overwhelming force, as if to burn everything to ashes. Seeing this, the Black Fox Wolf King pressed down hard with its wolf paw, and countless black wisps spread out like billowing smoke, instantly suppressing the opponent's fierce attack. However, the Fire Tiger King would not give it such an opportunity and attacked again without hesitation. It took a bold step forward, its incredibly powerful tiger body instantly appearing beside its opponent like lightning. Without hesitation, the Black Fox Wolf King swung its steel blade, clashing fiercely with the opponent's attack. The ground beneath their feet couldn't withstand the immense impact, suddenly sinking and shattering into countless shocking cracks that spread outwards like a spider web. The Black Fox Wolf King also decisively created distance between itself and the Fire Nether Tiger King. Fire Tiger King, please let me explain, this is all a misunderstanding. The Black Fox Wolf King spoke urgently. Misunderstanding? The Fire Tiger King wouldn't listen to the other party's explanation and attacked again with lightning speed. I've had my eye on you for a long time. Enough with the talk. Even if you didn't do this, you're going to die today, the Fire Tiger King roared, unleashing a fierce sword strike. Powerful sword energy spread wildly, crisscrossing and intersecting, while countless crimson flames rushed towards the opponent, transforming into layers of surging waves that frantically devoured it. The Black Fox Wolf King was no ordinary creature either. It pressed down hard with its large hand, and the endless black energy instantly turned into a thick black mist, directly blocking the fierce crimson flames. But soon, unexpectedly, this originally indestructible black mist began to be gradually devoured by the extremely hot crimson flames. Upon seeing this, the Black Fox Wolf King's eyes changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Then, it raised its long sword and swung it with all its might. Countless slashes erupted instantly, their momentum overwhelming, and the Fire Tiger King nimbly dodged them. Boom, as the slash landed, the ground beneath the Fire Tiger King's feet immediately shattered, creating a huge crater. It hurriedly fled into the distance at top speed. Seeing the intense battle between the two, both Aoguang and Aolai were shocked. Is this what a battle between level 60s looks like? The two were roughly equal in strength, but the power they unleashed was far too overwhelming, leaving people in awe. The Fire Tiger King kept dodging, while its longsword showed no sign of stopping, unleashing a surge of sword energy. Crimson flames ripped through the sky, carrying a terrifyingly high temperature, and charged relentlessly towards their target, but the Black Fox Wolf King was no pushover either. It unleashed a fierce slash, clashing violently with the opponent's attack. Chapter 308 Burning Bloodline. Their skill levels are almost identical, making it virtually impossible to determine a winner in a short period of time. Brother, who do you think will win between those two? Aolai asked Ao Guang, looking at him nervously. I don't know. Ao Guang shook his head, his expression solemn. But judging from the current situation, these two guys are about the same strength. I'm afraid that after the battle is decided, one of them will be severely injured and unable to fight back. These two evenly matched individuals were exactly what Ao Guang wanted. Once a victor is determined between the two sides, the remaining demon beast will certainly be no match for the two demons. Moreover, although these two guys are powerful, if Ao Guang and Ao Lai were to use their full strength, they could kill one of them. But when the Fire Tiger King arrived, Ao Guang seized the opportunity to turn the tables on him. You've really angered me. At this moment, the Fire Tiger King was completely enraged. Its body suddenly grew larger, instantly reaching a size of over 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, towering into the sky and standing upright. It stared coldly at the Fire Tiger King, its tiger eyes filled with boundless rage, as if it wanted to devour it alive. As its body grew to a height of over 10 zhang, its aura also became incredibly powerful, inspiring awe in all who beheld it. Upon seeing this, the Black Fox Wolf King did not hesitate at all. It also directly utilized its own powerful abilities. Its entire body was enveloped in dense black energy, and suddenly, the demon grew to a size of over 10 zhang, becoming majestic and awe-inspiring. Seeing that the two demons were using their full strength, Ao Guang and Ao Lai quickly and carefully hid. Since I can't reason with you, I'll kill you first. The Black Fox Wolf King stared intently at the Fire Nether Tiger King, his eyes filled with determination. It was truly enraged. It hadn't expected that the Fire Tiger King would attack it so mercilessly based on just a few words from those two. This makes it difficult for it to tolerate the other party. Since that's the case, let's fight them to the death first, and then talk about everything else. As the Black Fox Wolf King finished speaking, black energy began to gather around it, as if it were nurturing a powerful force. The next instant, a black figure slowly emerged from it, holding a sharp spear in his hand. This Black Fox Wolf, with an aura almost identical to its own, was actually level 59. Seeing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were shocked. No wonder the Black Fox commander said that if he broke through level 60, he would definitely be a match for Ao Guang and Ao Lai. It turns out that their race, upon reaching level 60, actually possesses this unexpected ability. Seeing this, the Fire Tiger King couldn't help but sneer. You think you can defeat me with this? Since I dared to come and kill you alone, it means I have a way to restrain you. Having said that, the Fire Tiger King unleashed all 60 skills in an instant. Its entire body was engulfed in blazing crimson flames, exactly the same as the Ash Deer King's power. The flames were extremely hot, and even the air crackled and popped violently. The next second, the Black Fox Wolf King made his move. It took a bold step forward, and the shadow in front of it followed suit, striking out fiercely. The two attacked the Fire Tiger King with overwhelming force, one after the other. The Fire Tiger King was not afraid at all. With a single sword strike, the crimson flames instantly forced the opponent's shadow back, but the Black Fox Wolf King arrived right in front of it. With a single slash, black mist rose up, forcing the Fire Tiger King back. However, this cut did not have any substantial impact on it. Instead, crimson flames rapidly engulfed the blade itself. Seeing this, the Black Fox Wolf King quickly swept away the flames on the blade with his large hand. Then, the Black Fox Wolf King decisively made another move. The Fire Tiger King sneered, "So this is how you remove the flames from my blade? You're nothing special." Upon hearing this, the Black Fox Wolf King flew into a rage. "You're asking for it." The Black Fox Wolf King and his own shadow attacked once again. Their attacks were relentless, and their combined strength was immense as they charged madly towards the Fire Nether Tiger King. The Fire Tiger King suddenly plunged his hand, which was gripping the longsword, into the ground. Boom, in an instant, crimson flames erupted from the ground around its feet like a volcanic eruption, blazing and violent. The Black Fox Wolf King and its shadow were forced back by this powerful force. The shadow was still covered in blazing red flames, making it impossible to remove. Seeing this, the Fire Tiger King made another move. With a single slash, the Black Fox Wolf King could only awkwardly catch it. Bang! The immense power forced the Black Fox Wolf King back. The Black Fox Wolf King retreated repeatedly, his eyes filled with deep shock. How can your crimson flames be so terrifying? The original Fire Tiger King's flames weren't this terrifying. I have to thank the city lord for his gift, otherwise I would not have such terrifying flames. Upon hearing this, the Black Fox Wolf King's expression changed drastically, as if the wind and clouds had suddenly shifted. The other party must have received a great favor from the city lord, otherwise the flames would never have been so terrifying, otherwise, it and its own shadow would certainly be no match for each other. The Black Fox Wolf King gritted its teeth. Since the situation had developed to this point, only one of it and the Fire Nether Tiger King could survive, and with that in mind, it didn't hesitate to make another move. Black mist blazed around it, and its aura was much stronger as it attacked again. This scene clearly demonstrates the bloodline ability of the Black Fox Wolf King. It recklessly unleashed its bloodline abilities, burning away its last vestiges of life. It really is ready to fight to the death. Seeing this, the Fire Tiger King frowned deeply, no longer daring to have the slightest intention of playing tricks on the other party. And now that the Black Fox Wolf King has completely revealed its trump card, if it is even slightly careless, it will be the one to be defeated. On the other side, Ao Guang and Ao Lai felt the powerful energy emanating from the Black Fox Wolf King, and their brows furrowed slightly. This Black Fox Wolf King is actually burning its own bloodline power. Ao Guang and Ao Lai were both extremely shocked when they saw this scene. It should be understood that burning the power of one's bloodline is a completely irreversible act. Even if the Black Fox Wolf King ultimately wins this battle, its bloodline level will drop significantly, falling far below that of other monsters of the same level, but in order to survive, it had no other choice but to do so. This is hardly the Black Fox Wolf King's fault. The Fire Nether Tiger King's strength has been significantly enhanced, so naturally there are ways to restrain it. Otherwise, the Black Fox Wolf King would never have been forced into such a desperate situation. Chapter 309. The mantis stalks the cicada. Unaware of the aureole behind the Black Fox Wolf King swiftly reached its opponent, causing the Fire Nether Tiger King's pupils to contract sharply. Clearly, it hadn't expected the Black Fox Wolf King to be so fast, so incredibly fast. Amidst the pervasive black aura, even the shadowy Black Fox Wolf beside him had reached level 60. Burning the power of one's bloodline brings unparalleled strength. However, after this battle, the Black Fox Wolf King will suffer the consequence of a drop in bloodline level, and may even lose his life. This was a choice made at a great cost, and no monster would dare to do it lightly. But for the Black Fox Wolf King to survive, fighting for its life is now its only way out. It unleashed a powerful slash at the Fire Tiger King, sending the latter flying backward like a cannonball. This is the first time in all their long battles that the two demons have truly been decided in terms of victory or defeat. The Black Fox Wolf King won, with a single strike. It sent the Fire Tiger King flying, its body crashing heavily into a nearby stream. The water in the stream evaporated instantly, and the Fire Tiger King's body slowly emerged from it. Before its body, an enormous bone armor emitted a dim luster, blocking the opponent's fatal blow. This is bone armor? The Black Fox Wolf King was deeply shaken by what he saw. The city lord actually gave this item to the other party. Not bad. The Fire Tiger King sneered, his expression full of smugness. This is bone armor, a precious treasure transformed from the armor of a level 65 demon beast after its death, meticulously inscribed with patterns by the beast. Even ordinary level 60 demonic beasts would find it difficult to break through this incredibly sturdy bone armor. While the Black Fox Wolf King before them was indeed burning its bloodline power, its bone armor was still able to withstand several of its attacks. I'd like to see how many blows your bone armor can withstand. The Black Fox Wolf King gave a cold snort and attacked again. The Fire Tiger King was naturally unafraid of it and quickly attacked. The two clashed fiercely once again, and the Fire Tiger King's body was once again blasted backward. This scene allowed Ao Guang and Ao Lai to clearly see each other's strength, especially his strength after burning his bloodline power is absolutely terrifying. The Fire Tiger King before it was no match for it at all. Without this bone armor, the Fire Tiger King would have already been slashed twice and would probably be dead by now. Seeing how terrifying the Black Fox Wolf King's strength was, the Fire Tiger King dared not be careless in the slightest. It knew that if it did not burn its bloodline power, it would be no match for its opponent. Since you also burn your own bloodline, then so will I. With a furious roar, the Fire Tiger King unleashed an immense power. Its bloodline power was being burned, transforming into endless power that was frantically pouring into every part of its body. Just then, the Fire Tiger King made a sudden attack to end their first direct confrontation. The Black Fox Wolf King was sent flying. On the thigh of the Black Fox Wolf King, there was a deep and frightening sword wound. Blood continued to drip, and the Black Fox Wolf King's face was extremely ugly, dark and Gloomy, after being struck by the blade, the Black Fox Wolf King's aura immediately dropped significantly, and it appeared somewhat listless, not far away. The Fire Tiger King saw this scene and his eyes were full of cold laughter. Ha ha ha, you're dead. Just then, the shadowy Black Fox Wolf swiftly arrived in front of the Fire Nether Tiger King. The shot burst forth with the force of a thunderbolt, and even though the Fire Tiger King had some prior knowledge of it, it was too late. Although it managed to dodge the attack, its thigh was pierced through. Puff, blood splattered out, and the Fire Tiger King soon suffered the same fate as the Black Fox Wolf King, being injured. Seeing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were extremely excited. Both are currently burning their bloodlines, so this battle will probably be resolved on its own without the two demons even needing to lift a finger. Both the Black Fox Wolf King and the Fire Nether Tiger King burned their bloodlines. At this moment, the two have reached the same level of strength. However, both of them have suffered injuries of varying degrees at this moment. But the two demons knew that now was the most crucial and important moment. Whoever is even slightly weaker will inevitably be the one to die. Thinking of this, the Fire Tiger King and the Black Fox Wolf King stood up almost simultaneously, enduring the excruciating pain, and attacked again fiercely. Bang! The blade and sword clashed fiercely, and the two demons were instantly sent flying. This time, the Black Fox Wolf King came out on top. Its shadow, the Black Fox Wolf, acted decisively, thrusting its spear towards the Fire Nether Tiger King's arm. The Fire Tiger King had already sensed this and quickly dodged, but he was still stabbed. Puff, blood flowed again, and the Fire Tiger King was injured once more, but at that moment, it endured the excruciating pain and unleashed a powerful sword strike. A terrifying sword aura erupted instantly, and crimson flames immediately engulfed the shadowy Black Fox Wolf in front of them. No! The shadowy Black Fox Wolf was mercilessly devoured in an instant by the terrifying flames. Seeing this, the Black Fox Wolf King was heartbroken and in extreme pain. It reignited its bloodline, and its aura surged wildly to an extremely terrifying level. The next instant, it charged straight at the Fire Nether Tiger King in a frenzied attack. Seeing the Black Fox Wolf King's strength increase once again, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were both deeply shocked, a feeling they had never experienced before. This guy probably really doesn't want to live anymore. I think so too. Ao Lai nodded vigorously upon witnessing the Black Fox Wolf King's rampage. The Fire Nether Tiger King once again ignited its bloodline. The two level 60 demons clashed once again, disregarding everything. Boom! The power it generated was earth-shattering, causing the entire world to tremble violently. Boom! After the devastating power dissipated, both great demons lay exhausted on the ground. Upon seeing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's eyes lit up instantly, like brilliant stars in the night sky. Brother, it's time to close the net. Ao Lai said excitedly, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. Indeed, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ao Guang nodded, his expression revealing an air of unwavering confidence. Then, the two demons swaggered out from behind the rock where they had been hiding. At this moment, both the Black Fox Wolf King and the Fire Nether Tiger King lay on the ground, barely alive. The two demons' auras were extremely weak. Because of the burning of their bloodlines, they no longer had any strength left. They were unable to get up at all. It was as if all their strength had been completely stripped away. If a weak little demon were to appear at this moment and devour their bodies, they could probably break through many levels in an instant. Chapter 310. The next plan. Cough cough. The Black Fox Wolf King coughed softly. Its wolf face was as pale as paper, devoid of any color. Its arms hung limply to the ground, the bones of which had been shattered. Blood continued to gush from his thigh. It was so badly injured that it had no chance of fighting at all. On the other side, the Fire Tiger King's situation was equally dire. It was almost identical to the Black Fox Wolf King, also unable to get up. Black Fox Wolf King, are you so eager to live? The Fire Nether Tiger King stared intently at the Black Fox Wolf King, trying its best to get up, but it had no strength at all and couldn't even lift its arm. Save your life? Upon hearing this, the Black Fox Wolf King sneered, his laughter filled with sorrow and helplessness. Heh, you attack me without saying a word. My Black Fox Wolf clan is loyal and has never had the thought of betraying the City Lord. The City Lord, however, was only suspicious without any basis, while you, due to the provocation of two monsters of unknown origin, believed it to be true. Then they started fighting with me. How could I tolerate that? Upon hearing this, the Fire Tiger King's expression changed slightly. What, is this fake? What do you think? The Black Fox Wolf King looked at the Fire Nether Tiger King, his eyes filled with grief and indignation. It has been more than 10 days since this incident occurred. If it is truly because my Black Fox Wolf clan has taken over the spirit crystals, why don't I go and devour them? Upon hearing this, the Fire Tiger King suddenly realized what was going on. It was exploited, and it was those two bastard monsters of unknown origin. It felt a pang of regret, wondering why it hadn't properly questioned the Black Fox Wolf King before impulsively attacking him. Now, isn't that? As if he had thought of some extremely terrible consequences, the Fire Tiger King suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with deep fear. Black Fox Wolf King, if what you say is true, then wouldn't that mean? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Weren't those two demonic beasts just waiting for them to both be severely injured? Upon realizing this, the Black Fox Wolf King was utterly despondent and lay flat on the ground. Both of them are now powerless to fight and can only await their deaths. Not bad, not bad. Ao Guang and Ao Lai walked over slowly with smug looks on their faces, looking at the two demonic beasts. The Fire Nether Tiger King's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. You two bastards! The spirit crystals that those cities are lacking, you were the ones who did it, weren't you? Fire Tiger King asked angrily. Not bad. Ao Guang nodded without hesitation. Since we entered the Gobi continent, the lack of spirit crystals in these cities is all the work of us two demons. Ao Guang made no attempt to hide anything and told the whole truth. Upon hearing this, the Fire Tiger King glared at it, its eyes burning with rage that seemed to consume Ao Guang completely, wishing it could rise up right now and tear Ao Guang to pieces. I've said it before, those two demons carry the aura of my Black Fox Wolf clan, the Black Fox Wolf King said calmly, his voice full of helplessness. You actually thought that I hired someone to kill the demons. Hearing this, what good is it for the Fire Tiger King to regret it now? It simply wouldn't listen to anything anymore. Upon learning the truth, it felt even more remorseful. Why didn't it listen to the Black Fox Wolf King's explanation? Otherwise, why would it be lying here in despair, waiting to die? It's a pity that you two have burned your bloodlines, and the energy contained in your bloodline power is already very limited. Ao Guang shook his head, a regretful expression on his face. Otherwise, my two brothers' bloodline level would probably increase by another star. Upon hearing this, both the Black Fox Wolf King and the Fire Nether Tiger King wore expressions of despair and death. The Black Fox Wolf King was truly tragic. It never expected that the powerful demon beside the city lord would listen to the slander of two unknown demons and kill it. Of course, this is not the Fire Tiger King's fault. After all, it still has old grudges with the Fire Tiger King. Since the other party has such a reputation, they will inevitably take action against me. It's just unexpected that these two, who were once so arrogant, would end up with such a tragic ending. Don't worry, even after you die, we'll take good care of the Black Fox Wolf clan. Ao Guang said calmly, his tone filled with gloom and coldness. The Black Fox Wolf clan chased after the two of them time and time again. How could they easily let the Black Fox Wolf King go? Upon hearing this, the Black Fox Wolf King fainted on the spot from anger. It knew, of course, that after its death, the Black Fox Wolf clan would also be doomed. After all, it understands the principle that the victor is king and the loser is villain. Seeing this, the Fire Tiger King was also extremely angry. How hateful, but what's the use? The next instant, Ao Guang and Ao Lai devoured the two demons' bodies without hesitation. Both the Black Fox Wolf King and the Fire Nether Tiger King are top-tier demons, powerful beings at level 60. The realm boost provided by the two demons was simply terrifying. A powerful glow continuously emanated from Ao Guang and Ao Lai, and their cultivation levels were rapidly increasing. Level 56. Level 57. Level 58. Level 59. By level 59, both Ao Guang and Ao Lai had reached level 59. The two demons' star rating also increased by 1 star. At this moment, he has reached the level of 59, 19 stars. Such formidable combat power surpasses that of the deceased Black Fox Wolf King and Fire Nether Tiger King. After all, the two demons were only at level 60 and had a star rating of only 16. Bro, that feels great. Ao Lai looked at Ao Guang with a face full of excitement. And then there's the Black Fox Wolf clan, Ao Guang said calmly. After the Black Fox Wolf clan is completely wiped out, there are still schemes waiting for this city lord. Oh? Ao Lai immediately became interested. Soon, Ao Guang told the other party in detail about his carefully planned scheme. This plan is just to continue framing and shifting blame. Since the city lord intends to use spirit crystals to test whether the major demon clans here have betrayed us, then let's slaughter the entire Black Fox Wolf clan and create the illusion that they fled to escape punishment. Then, we'll go to the main city and tell the city lord about this. Let's see what their attitude is. If they want to send demons to capture them, then the two of us will lead that group of people there. Then, devour them, and finally consume the spirit crystals of that city. Upon hearing his brother's plan, Aoli nodded repeatedly, good, good, good. Brother, you're really smart. Absolutely. The two brothers acted immediately, heading straight to the territory of the Black Fox Wolf clan without hesitation. At this time, within the territory of the Black Fox Wolf clan, the Black Fox Wolves were unaware that what was about to happen would be a catastrophe for the entire clan. Just then, an extremely terrifying pressure emanated from above the Black Fox Wolf clan. It's Aoli and Aogwang. Chapter 3:11 The arrival of the Black Fox Wolf clan. Aogwang and Aoli, like two dazzling shooting stars, suddenly descended upon the vast territory of the Black Fox Wolf clan. In an instant, the entire territory seemed to have been hit by a bomb, and the Black Fox Wolf clan was immediately plunged into extreme panic and agitation. This overwhelming and powerful aura, like a mountain pressing down, hung heavily over the heads of the Black Fox Wolves, filling their hearts with fear as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. Who is it that has graced our Black Fox Wolf clan with your presence? We beg you to show yourself. In this tense atmosphere, a slightly weathered and trembling voice rang out. At this moment, within the territory of the Black Fox Wolf, an elderly Black Fox Wolf with a slightly hunched body and dull fur slowly moved out. Its once proud head was now bowed in extreme awe, its eyes filled with fear. When its gaze fell upon the tall and imposing figures of Aogwang and Aoli, it was as if struck by lightning, and it quickly lowered its head. The aura emanating from Aogwang and Aoli was like a surging tsunami, so powerful that it was suffocating, so powerful that it didn't dare to even raise its head to look at the other. Moreover, these two mysterious and powerful demonic beasts were completely unfamiliar to the aged Black Fox Wolf. It secretly speculated that they must be peerless experts from the high and mighty city lord's mansion. Now, the precious spirit crystals of several cities have been inexplicably stolen by a mysterious force. Even the highly respected patriarch of the Black Fox Wolf clan has personally embarked on a difficult journey to find the unknown demon beast that stole the spirit crystals. This matter cannot be concealed no matter what, and it will inevitably spread to the main city like a whirlwind sooner or later. Upon seeing Aogwang and Aoli arrive, it almost instantly concluded that the two must be from the main city. Aogwang and Aoli, with indifferent expressions, like gods looking down on all living beings, glanced at each other and then said in a cold and unquestionable tone, "Summon all members of your Black Fox Wolf clan here immediately." Upon hearing these authoritative words, the elderly Black Fox Wolf paused slightly, but did not act immediately. Instead, he spoke with trepidation, "Seniors, may I ask where you come from? I dare to ask for your guidance. My family patriarch is not here." So, however, before it could finish speaking, a loud boom was heard, and a terrifying pressure, as fierce as a raging hurricane, suddenly descended upon it. What? The city lord's words no longer carry any weight with you? Ogwang's voice seemed to come from the deepest abyss, icy and chilling, his indifferent eyes revealing a terrifying majesty. No, the elderly Black Fox Wolf hurriedly shook its head frantically, its voice filled with fear and panic. In that instant, it also instantly discerned the origins of the two demons. As expected, they came from the main city. How can it be so certain? If these two demons intended to rob their clan while its leader was away, they certainly wouldn't have so openly demanded the gathering of the entire Black Fox Wolf clan. On the contrary, as soon as they arrived, they directly ordered it to summon the entire tribe. Coupled with such a volatile and aggressive attitude, he must be a demon sent by the city lord. Thinking of this, the old Black Fox Wolf was filled with despair. It never expected that the demons of the main city would arrive so aggressively just after the clan leader left. The elderly Black Fox Wolf quickly replied, "All right, please rest assured, gentlemen." Its voice trembled, like a candle flame about to go out in the wind. Having said that, it dared not delay for a moment, and like a frightened rabbit, hurriedly went to call its people. Time passed slowly in the tense atmosphere. Before long, all the demons of the Black Fox Wolf clan, regardless of age or size, gathered here with tense expressions. Aogwang nodded slightly, his face still expressionless, and said coldly, "Well done. Do you know why the city lord sent us here?" Aogwang's deep voice echoed in the silent space. "No, I don't know." "May I ask, sir, what is the matter?" the elderly Black Fox Wolf hurriedly asked, trembling with fear. "Have no idea?" Ogwang gave it a cold look, his icy gaze seemingly capable of freezing one's soul. That single glance was enough to make the old Black Fox Wolf tremble uncontrollably. as if it had been pierced by 1,000 arrows. It quickly knelt down, its forehead pressed tightly to the ground, no longer daring to look directly at Ao Guang, and said in a trembling voice, "May I ask, sir, what is the reason?" "Go and move all the spirit crystals from your black fox wolf, as well as the collected monster corpses, here without leaving anything behind." Ao Guang's voice remained cold and devoid of any emotion. "Yes." The old black fox dared not disobey in the slightest and quickly turned and ran away. Not long after, the old black fox returned in a hurry. "Sir, there are far too many things to carry by myself. I need help." Old black fox wolf hurriedly said, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. "Go send a few." Ao Guang said in an icy tone, as if saying an extra word was a favor. Soon, several young and strong black fox wolves quickly emerged from the crowded demon horde and nervously followed the old black fox wolf away from the area. Not long after, the old black fox and wolf and other demons returned. Panting heavily, they brought mountains of spirit crystals, as well as numerous monster corpses exuding a bloody aura. Upon seeing the shimmering spirit crystals, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's eyes lit up. Instantly, filled with greed and desire, this black fox wolf clan is indeed very wealthy. There were over 80,000 spirit crystals, each one crystal clear and radiating powerful spiritual energy. Even the mountain of monster corpses exuded a chilling aura. This is clearly the profound heritage accumulated by the entire black fox wolf clan over countless years. I wonder if my brother and I can break through to level 63 after consuming these. Ao Guang narrowed his eyes slightly, staring intently at the treasure before him, and said to Ao Lai with anticipation, "It should be fine, brother." Ao Lai's eyes also gleamed with excitement as he nodded repeatedly, his eager expression suggesting he could already envision his strength soaring. This astonishing amount of spirit crystals is far too much, even exceeding the total number of spirit crystals possessed by an entire city. Not to mention, this is the Black Fox Wolf clan with a profound heritage. The treasures they possess contain immense power, which will undoubtedly greatly enhance the two brothers' strength. Chapter 312, Devouring the Black Fox Wolf Clan. My lords, you are both here. Is there anything else you need? The old black fox wolf asked hastily, suppressing his unease. There is none left. Ao Guang shook his head slightly, his expression still indifferent. Hearing this, the old black fox wolf finally breathed a sigh of relief. How about I tell you a secret? Just then, Ao Guang suddenly looked at the old black fox wolf, his eyes revealing a hint of mystery. Sir, what secret? The old black fox wolf was slightly taken aback, raised its head, and looked at Ao Guang with a puzzled expression. This secret is closely related to your black fox wolf clan. Ao Guang's tone remained calm, yet it possessed an irresistible allure. May I ask, sir, what is the matter? The old black fox wolf lowered its head, its curiosity growing stronger, yet it still dared not look directly at the other. This matter, naturally, is that the patriarch of your black fox wolf clan has already perished. Ao Guang spoke slowly, his voice soft yet booming like thunder in the old black fox wolf's ears. Upon hearing this, the old black fox wolf's body trembled violently as if it had been struck by lightning. Not only it, but all the black fox wolves present trembled violently and uncontrollably at that moment, as if they had encountered an invisible earthquake. Their patriarch, who had always been their pillar of strength, was dead? May I ask, sir, how did you find out? The old black fox wolf's voice trembled so badly it was almost unrecognizable, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and deep fear. Your black fox wolf clan's patriarch unfortunately offended the incomparably ferocious Fire Nether Tiger King. Subsequently, the two engaged in a life-or-death battle. Your clan patriarch was outmatched and ultimately lost the fight, dying tragically at the hands of his opponent. Ao Guang replied indifferently, as if recounting a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, the old black fox wolf's face instantly turned ashen, and his entire body swayed precariously. It could never believe that the incredibly powerful patriarch of the black fox wolf clan had died just like that. With the death of the black fox wolf clan's patriarch, the entire clan seemed to have lost its leader, plunging into chaos and confusion. No way, the clan leader actually, that damned Fire Nether Tiger King, that wretched bastard. Yes, that damned Fire Nether Tiger King. The black fox wolves present were filled with rage, their furious roars echoing through the sky. Each of them had bloodshot eyes, wishing they could tear the Fire Nether Tiger King to pieces immediately. My lords, is the city lord already aware of this matter? In the midst of this angry atmosphere, The old black fox wolf tried to calm himself down and asked, "Of course I don't know." Oh Guang shook his head slightly, his face expressionless. "However, there is one more secret I have to tell you." The old black fox wolf was taken aback again, its doubts deepening. "There was another secret?" "The death of your black fox wolf clan chief was truly unjust. The reason for this is that the city lord distributed precious spirit crystals to various cities. Their real purpose was to secretly find out which demon clan harbored ill intentions and plotted rebellion," Guang said calmly, his voice utterly undisturbed. "The Fire Tiger King already harbored a deep and irreconcilable hatred for your clan leader, so he took the opportunity to frame your Black Fox Wolf clan for this matter." Upon hearing this, the old Black Fox Wolf's body trembled violently once again, its entire demonic form shaking uncontrollably from extreme anger and shock. "How could this be? My Black Fox Wolf clan is loyal to the city lord and has never had the slightest intention to rebel. Yet this Fire Nether Tiger King has caused such a disaster because of his own selfish desires." The old Black Fox Wolf's voice was filled with grief, indignation, and helplessness. "My lords, I want to report this matter to the city lord and clear the name of my Black Fox Wolf clan." A determined light gleamed in the old Black Fox Wolf's eyes. Seeing the old Black Fox Wolf's resolute expression, Guang slowly shook his head. "Do you know why I said it's a secret? Actually, there's another layer of relationship?" "There's another layer of relationship?" The old Black Fox Wolf's eyes were filled with deep doubt. "That's right, this is another layer of relationship." Guang spoke slowly, each word seemingly weighing 1,000 pounds. "It was my brother and I who deliberately provoked the Fire Tiger King, and then framed your Black Fox Wolf clan. That's why your Black Fox Wolf clan's patriarch died." As soon as he finished speaking, the old Black Fox Wolf instantly understood everything, his eyes filled with endless anger and despair. "You two bastards." But in the next instant, Guang's incomparably powerful pressure struck like Mount Tai crashing down, mercilessly crushing his opponent to death. As soon as Guang's vast and powerful aura was released, all the demons of the Black Fox Wolf clan present felt as if they had been struck by a thunderbolt. Their bodies trembled violently, like withered leaves swaying in the wind, ready to fall at any moment. Their level of understanding was worlds apart from that of Guang and Lai, not to mention the enormous difference in bloodlines, which is as insurmountable as a chasm at this moment. The mere pressure emanating from the depths of Guang's bloodline was like an invisible giant net, tightly binding the minds of all the Black Fox Wolves present, filling their hearts with fear and despair, and completely robbing them of their will and courage to fight. Guang's icy gaze, like sharp arrows, mercilessly fell upon the surviving Black Fox Wolves. "Do you know why it's called a secret?" His voice seemed to come from the deepest abyss, carrying endless chill. "Because you are all about to step into the abyss of death. Only the dead can keep this secret tightly. Little brother, let's get started." As Guang's words, which sounded like a death knell, fell into silence, he and Lai instantly transformed into two swift gusts of wind, launching a bloody massacre without hesitation. Guang and Lai opened their gaping maws, which were like bottomless abysses, and attacked the Black Fox Wolf clan demons with overwhelming force. Their attacks were like thunderbolts. Wherever they went, not a single Black Fox Wolf could escape their deadly fangs and was instantly swallowed whole. All of these Black Fox Wolves tragically became food for the two brothers, being mercilessly swallowed and then quickly digested. It's a pity that the power of these Black Fox Wolves is too weak to help us break through that crucial realm. After devouring all the Black Fox Wolves here, Guang's face showed a hint of regret and dissatisfaction, and he slowly shook his head. Although they have made some breakthroughs in their cultivation levels, they are still quite far from reaching the crucial moment of breaking through to the next level they have been dreaming of. Chapter 313 Dragon City. Fortunately, we have these precious spirit crystals. Then, the two brothers' greedy eyes, like burning flames, were fixed on the mountain of spirit crystals that shimmered with mysterious light and the monster corpses that exuded a strong bloody aura. "Half demon, half monster," Guang said decisively, his tone leaving no room for hesitation or negotiation. After Guang and Lai quickly finished distributing the food, they began to devour it like ravenous tigers. The numerous and dazzling array of spirit crystals and monster corpses here, like a flood bursting its banks, all quickly fell into the bellies of the two demons. The moment countless spirit crystals and the corpses of demonic beasts entered their bodies, they transformed into a continuous and surging surge of powerful energy, nourishing every inch of the two demons' meridians in every cell like a warm spring breeze. Boom, with the terrifying power that erupted from Ao Guang and Ao Lai, as if the end of the world had come, their cultivation levels instantly soared like a rocket. Level 60, 19 stars. However, this is far from the end. The two demons' levels are still rising rapidly, like a burning fire. The sheer number of spirit crystals and monster corpses here is beyond imagination. Its contained energy is so powerful that it is enough to support Ao Guang and Ao Lai to achieve another major breakthrough in their realms. However, after they broke through to level 60, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both clearly felt that the speed of their realm improvement became extremely slow, like a snail crawling. To achieve further improvement using only these spirit crystals, at least 40,000 more spirit crystals are needed to successfully advance to the next level. However, the two brothers did not show the slightest worry or fear. They continued to devour spirit crystals and monster corpses relentlessly, attempting to forcibly increase their level. Time passed slowly amidst this tense and brutal devouring. After a very long time, the spirit crystals and monster corpses here were finally completely devoured by them, leaving not a trace behind. Belch, Ao Guang and Ao Lai simultaneously let out a loud and long burp, the sound echoing in the empty space. Their cultivation level ultimately reached level 61, and their bloodline level also increased by 1 star. Level 60 ability? Ao Guang opened his enormous mouth, and countless wisps of air around him were rapidly drawn into his belly like a rushing river. Then, he instantly unleashed a terrifying energy that could destroy the world. The purple lightning, like a surging tsunami, swept across the land, causing deep cracks to appear even in the hardest ground. The terrifying power spread unchecked, as if it would devour the entire world. This is the powerful boost brought by level 60, although it did not grant the two demons any new or unique abilities. However, their strength has increased exponentially on the original basis. If they were to face the powerful Black Fox Wolf King at the same level, either of the two brothers would be absolutely confident of easily killing him. Even when the Black Fox Wolf King burned its own bloodline power in a last-ditch effort, it was all in vain and could not change the outcome of being crushed. Brother, how should we handle the aftermath here? Ao Lai turned his gaze to Ao Guang and asked with a face full of doubt. Watch me. Ao Guang walked calmly to the camps that once belonged to the Black Fox Wolf clan and skillfully began to create the illusion and scene of the Black Fox Wolf clan's defection. The shocking bloodstains scattered on the ground were completely wiped away by Ao Guang's powerful claw, leaving no trace. After doing all this, Ao Guang, with a satisfied smile, came to Ao Lai's side. Brother, you're so clever. Now, it's time for the two of us to head to the main city. Ao Guang said with a firm gaze. The reason he didn't choose another city as his target was because it was too close to the main city. Moreover, the city lord is only a level 60 being, so successfully devouring him is by no means an easy task. After all, they were too close to the main city. If the dragon became aware of them, they would have no choice but to flee without hesitation. Ao Guang and Ao Lai stood up, transformed into two streaks of light, and immediately flew towards the mysterious and dangerous main city. At this moment, in that magnificent main city, only a day had passed, but the city lord, Jelong, sensed something unusual with his keen intuition. The Fire Tiger King went to find the Black Fox Wolf King. Could it be that the Black Fox Wolf King is the one who truly intends to rebel? Originally, he had focused his suspicions on the Black Fox Wolf clan from the very beginning. After all, the Black Fox Wolf clan occupied an important city. In addition, the Black Fox Wolf clan has been inactive in the past and has never devoted itself to serving the main city. Therefore, the city lord, Jelong, had long ago focused his vigilance on the Black Fox Wolf clan, and now, the sudden and mysterious departure of the Black Fox Wolf clan's patriarch has made city lord Jelong even more determined to include the Black Fox Wolf clan in his list of rebels. Once the evidence is conclusive and the matter is settled, he will not hesitate to use swift and decisive measures to completely annihilate the Black Fox Wolf clan without showing any mercy. As time quietly passed like flowing water, on the third day, a demon came to report. The city lord, Jelong, slowly opened his majestic and profound eyes and turned his gaze to the outside of the palace. Reporting to the city lord, there are two demonic beasts outside whose species are unknown, and they request an audience with you. The little demon knelt on the ground, his voice trembling, and spoke with utmost respect. They want to see me? The dragon's gaze shifted slightly, a hint of doubt flashing across its face. What did they say? They said they came about the Black Fox Wolf clan. Upon hearing this, the dragon's gaze instantly turned icy cold, filled with boundless majesty, before it decisively said, "Let them in." After saying this, The little demon respectfully withdrew and went outside the hall to invite Ao Guang and Ao Lai inside. Outside the palace, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were still immersed in admiring the bustling main city. The main city was indeed incredibly prosperous, vast in scale, and magnificent in its grandeur. Within the city alone, there were several clear streams, rushing rivers, and tranquil lakes. This was worlds apart from the other relatively small towns, far more prosperous and bustling. "Brother, can't we both release our own aura?" With a mixture of doubt and anticipation, Ao Lai asked. "Cannot." Ao Guang shook his head without hesitation, his expression serious and cautious. Chapter 314. Meeting the Dragon King. At this moment, the two of them were shrunken and looked disheveled, like two insignificant loaches, without any trace of the majesty and domineering aura of a dragon. Even their auras were carefully and completely concealed, for fear that the keen-eyed dragon would detect even the slightest hint of them. That's a dragon, after all. It contains a trace of precious true dragon bloodline, and its perception ability is extremely powerful once detected. Ao Guang and Ao Lai knew they would find it difficult to escape the heavily guarded main city. Just then, the little demon who had gone to report from inside the hall quickly came out. "The city lord wants you two to go in." The little demon glanced at Ao Guang and Ao Lai with a cold and disdainful look, her tone full of arrogance. "Okay, thank you." Ao Guang hurriedly nodded and bowed, his face full of ingratiating smiles, and quickly entered the palace. The little demon glanced at the two demons who entered the hall and couldn't help but sneer. "Humph, they're just two worthless mudskippers, not even like snakes." Inside the main hall, the city lord, Jelong, raised his head high above, his gaze sharp as he looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Seeing the two demons' humble, muddy-like appearance, the city lord, Jelong, did not show much concern or attention. What he cared about most at that moment was the information about the Black Fox Wolf clan that the two demons brought. "Greetings, Lord City Lord." Ao Guang and Ao Lai dared not be negligent in the slightest and hurriedly bowed respectfully to the dragon. The dragon sitting at the very top indeed exuded a faint aura of true dragon bloodline. His scales, covering his entire body, gleamed with a cold light, and he wore a crown on his head that resembled the majesty of a dragon. But a Jelong is ultimately just a Jiao, not a true dragon. Compared to a true dragon, there is still a huge gap and an insurmountable chasm. Withdrawing their curious gazes, Ao Guang and Ao Lai stood there with utmost respect, not daring to utter a sound. "Speak, what important matters concerning the Black Fox Wolf clan do you wish to report to the city lord in detail?" When the city lord, Jelong, asked the question, Ao Guang and Ao Lai did not hesitate or delay in the slightest. Ao Guang quickly stepped forward and approached the dragon with utmost respect. He then began to speak, reporting to the city lord. "Just a few days ago, the Black Fox Wolf clan suddenly mobilized its entire force and hastily fled in the southwest direction without any warning. It is truly perplexing. I wonder what could have caused the Black Fox Wolf clan to do such an astonishing thing. You should know that, in principle, the Black Fox Wolf clan has always been under your jurisdiction and control, City Lord. However, the direction the Black Fox Wolf clan headed was directly towards another main city. It is truly difficult to fathom whether their actions are instigated by you, City Lord. Otherwise, how could the Black Fox Wolf clan dare to act so recklessly? Not only that, when the Black Fox Wolf clan encountered us, they even tried to harm us. Fortunately, my brother and I reacted quickly and escaped in time. That's why we've come here, and we've actually mustered up the courage to ask you for a clear explanation." As Ao Guang finished speaking, the city lord Flood Dragon's pupils contracted sharply in an instant. Is such an unbelievable thing really possible? The city lord, Jelong, looked sharply at the two demons, and the aura emanating from his body became noticeably disordered and fluctuating. Ao Guang quickly lowered his head and hurriedly replied, "Yes, Lord City Lord. I have absolutely no courage or need to deceive you about such a thing, and I would not go through all the trouble of traveling a long distance just to tell you this unfounded matter. I am truly worried that the Black Fox Wolf clan harbors rebellious intentions, which is why I rushed here to report to you, the City Lord, in a great hurry. We humbly request that you, City Lord, provide a clear explanation." Ao Guang's body trembled, and his realistic appearance was so convincing that it was almost unbelievable. Ao Lai, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but roll his eyes at him several times. He thought to himself that his brother's acting skills were truly second to none. Listening to Ao Guang's vivid words and witnessing his lifelike appearance, the anger in the city lord's eyes burned like a raging fire, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. In the past few days, the Fire Tiger King has not come looking for it, presumably searching for the Black Fox Wolf King's whereabouts in the vast world. At this critical moment, the Black Fox Wolf clan surprisingly chose to flee. What does this really mean? Doesn't this clearly demonstrate that the Black Fox Wolf clan is indeed plotting a rebellion, and perhaps they are hastily fleeing now because they sensed their treacherous intentions? The southwest direction is precisely the territory of that dead bird. In a flash, the city lord, Jelon, realized the key point. To the southwest, there is only one main city, which is the habitat of the dead bird that it loathes so much, and also one of only two main cities on the Gobi Desert. On this vast and boundless Gobi Desert, there are two large main cities. First, there is the majestic city belonging to the dragon, and second, there is the main city occupied by the dead bird that it hates to the bone now that the Black Fox Wolf clan has rebelled. The one they are trying to join is undoubtedly their mortal enemy, that wretched dead bird. Thinking of this, the city lord, Jelon, felt restless and could no longer sit still. "Come here, demon!" The city lord, Jelon, roared in fury. Upon hearing this roar, the little demon outside was so frightened that it ran in as fast as it could, wetting itself in the process. "What's wrong, Lord City Lord?" As soon as the little demon entered, it immediately knelt on the ground with a thud, its head hanging low, not daring to raise it at all, for fear of accidentally offending the incomparably majestic city lord before it. "Immediately notify the Scorpion clan and order them to send troops to capture the Black Fox Wolf clan." The city lord, Jelon, said with a grim expression and icy tone, "Whether we bring back a corpse or a living creature, as long as I can see the Black Fox Wolf King's body with my own eyes, the mission will be accomplished." Upon hearing these words, the little demon's body trembled violently, knowing in his heart that a momentous event was about to unfold. It dared not hesitate for a moment at this critical juncture, and quickly got up to prepare to go down and deliver the message. Etc. Just then, another thought flashed through the mind of the city lord, Jelon, and he called out to it again. "Lord City Lord." Upon hearing this, the little demon quickly knelt down in front of it again, still not daring to raise its head. "You will accompany the two of them to the territory of the Black Fox Wolf clan to carefully examine whether this matter is true." The city lord, Jelon, suddenly gave this order. After all, what it heard was only the one-sided story of these two unfamiliar little demons. It itself had never witnessed the Black Fox Wolf clan fleeing. If this matter is indeed true, it is not too late to send troops to pursue them. After all, the Scorpion clan of demons is known for its incredible speed, able to move freely and swiftly through desolate deserts. Chapter 315 The Dragon King's Inner Calculations. Yes. The little demon quickly nodded in agreement. Then the city lord, Jelon, explained the whole story to the other party in detail. "Yes, Lord City Lord, I will definitely ensure the mission is completed perfectly." The little demon dared not slack off in the slightest and quickly accepted the order. "Go." The city lord, Jelon, casually waved his hand. "Yes, Lord City Lord." Aoguang and Aolai dared not delay for a moment, nodded in agreement, and then, without stopping, led the little demon in front of them and rushed towards the territory of the Black Fox Wolf clan. The journey wasn't far, and the city lord, Jelon, thoughtfully provided them with fine horses. After all, Aoguang and Aolai were weak, and if they relied on their own strength to travel, it would take them a very long time to reach the territory of the Black Fox Wolf clan. The three demons rode their steeds at breakneck speed and soon arrived at the territory of the Black Fox Wolf clan. Upon arriving here, the little demon nimbly dismounted and arrogantly adopted the haughty posture of its master. It swaggered into the Black Fox Wolf's territory, where it saw a messy scene and numerous monster corpses that had been hastily left behind. "The Black Fox Wolf clan has indeed betrayed us." Upon witnessing this shocking scene, the little demon instantly realized the gravity of the current situation. "What you two said is absolutely true. I will go back and report to the city lord right away." The little demon knew this was no small matter and dared not linger there for even a moment, for fear of missing a precious opportunity. "Well." Aoguang nodded hurriedly, his face showing the anxiety of an ant on a hot pan, but in reality, he was already overjoyed, secretly pleased that his plan had indeed been a great success. Soon, the three demons returned to Jelong City without stopping. Inside the palace, the dragon was anxiously awaiting the news they would bring back. Upon seeing the three demons return, the city lord, Jelong, couldn't wait to ask them any questions. "What exactly is the situation, and is it true?" Reporting to the city lord, the Black Fox Wolf clan has indeed defected. The clan is now empty and desolate, and some of the monster corpses have not even been taken away. The little demon dared not hide anything and quickly answered truthfully, "They left in a very hurry." Upon hearing this, the city lord, Jelong, was instantly enraged, exclaiming in fury, "Just as I thought. The Black Fox Wolf clan truly deserves to die 1,000 deaths and is unforgivable. Immediately notify the Poison Scorpion clan and order their leader to personally go and capture the Black Fox Wolf King." Upon hearing this, the little demon didn't dare to delay for a moment and quickly turned around and ran downstairs. "You two have done a great service this time." At this moment, the city lord, Jelong, turned his gaze to Ao Guang and Ao Lai. No, Lord City Lord, this is simply our duty," Ao Guang hurriedly replied, his face full of sincere loyalty. "In that case, you should all go with them, since you know where they fled to." The dragon said calmly, "After we successfully bring back the corpse of the Black Fox Wolf King, we will give you half." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were shocked, but Ao Guang pretended to be somewhat unwilling. "Lord City Lord, this might hinder the Poison Scorpion clan from carrying out their mission. After all, the two of us demons are so weak, we're afraid we'll just become a burden. No, I, the city lord, will personally greet it." The city lord, Jelong, shook his head dismissively. "Don't worry. If even my words don't work, then the Poison Scorpion clan has no reason to continue existing on this Gobi continent." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai exchanged a glance. The thoughts of this city lord, Jelong, are truly chilling. If even one demon dares to disobey, it will ruthlessly eradicate that demon. They completely disregarded the demon race here. No wonder Ao Guang could fabricate a lie so easily that the other party believed it without a second thought. It turns out that its usual behavior was too cruel and tyrannical. However, this was exactly what Ao Guang wanted, as he was eager to go along with them. Then, he would take the opportunity to devour the Scorpion clan, thereby raising his own level and making ample preparations for dealing with this arrogant city lord later. Ao Guang and Ao Lai closely followed the Poison Scorpion clan's group, embarking on their journey to pursue the Black Fox Wolf clan. However, in reality, the so-called defection of the Black Fox Wolf clan was nothing more than a colossal lie meticulously crafted by the two brothers. "Brother, in your opinion, if we devour the patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan, would we then possess the strength to rival that ferocious dragon?" A sly glint in anticipation flashed in Ao Lai's eyes as he asked Ao Guang in a low voice. "I can't be sure about this either," Ao Guang said, shaking his head slightly with a serious expression. The dragon was born with a trace of extremely precious true dragon bloodline, and its cultivation level had already reached the level of 60-5. As for its bloodline level, Ao Guang is not yet certain. However, one thing is certain: the strength of this dragon should not be underestimated. Furthermore, let's talk about the background and origins of this dragon through his interactions with other demons. Ao Guang learned that behind this dragon, there were powerful figures from other strong demon clans providing support. Moreover, this dragon is no ordinary monster. Its existence is complex and mysterious. To successfully kill it and take possession of all the monsters in the city, Ao Guang and Ao Lai must plan carefully and strategize meticulously to ensure that nothing goes wrong. To avoid being recognized, the two demons did not reveal their original forms and followed the other demons discreetly. Looking out over the vast desert, the demons of the Poison Scorpion clan hurried across the scorching sand. The patriarch of the Scorpion clan had a body covered with incredibly hard scales, and a huge, gleaming poisonous stinger stood straight up behind him. His icy gaze, like a sharp blade, fell directly on Ao Guang and Ao Lai, and he asked with a hint of suspicion, "You two, tell me the truth. Did the Black Fox Wolf clan really flee in this direction?" "Absolutely true, without the slightest falsehood." Ao Guang and Ao Lai dared not hesitate for a moment and nodded repeatedly. Immediately afterwards, Ao Guang and Ao Lai quickly added, "Sir, it's absolutely true, they fled in panic from this place. Sir, even if we had the greatest courage in the world, we would never dare to deceive you." Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded repeatedly with fawning expressions and trembling fear. "That's good." The patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan nodded slightly. Looking at their fearful and apprehensive appearance, he temporarily believed what they said and felt that they did not seem to be lying to him. So Ao Guang and Ao Lai followed behind him, continuing their journey forward without stopping. Chapter 316. The Scorpion Clan. The Scorpion Clan is incredibly fast at traveling, mainly because the scorpions leading the way can nimbly burrow into the scorching ground, moving with the speed and agility of swimming in clear water. Their speed was astonishing. The Black Fox Wolf clan had been on the run for at least 6 days. However, given the current speed at which the Scorpion clan is moving, they are still confident and capable of catching up with the Black Fox Wolf clan. This situation greatly surprised Ao Guang and Ao Lai. After all, the Black Fox Wolf clan was indeed traveling at a fast pace, having already been traveling non-stop for 6 days. It was only at this moment that the two of them began their pursuit from behind. From this perspective alone, the Scorpion clan is undoubtedly the fastest pursuit team dispatched by the City Lord, Jelone. Otherwise, the City Lord Jelone would certainly not have entrusted the Poison Scorpion clan with the important task of pursuing the Black Fox Wolf clan. Therefore, the Scorpion clan is doomed and will surely perish. They had long been clearly on Ao Guang and Ao Lai's kill list. If we cannot cruelly kill all these scorpion demons today, and if any of them have the chance to return and inform the City Lord, Jelone, then what awaits Ao Guang and Ao Lai is certain annihilation. Therefore, the only thing Ao Guang and Ao Lai can do right now is to try to lure them to a more distant place. Or perhaps, as they approached the second great city, the two brothers cleverly employed their old method once again, greedily devouring all the precious spirit crystals of that second city. Then, seizing the right opportunity, they decisively launched a counterattack. Ao Guang and Ao Lai came here with the fundamental purpose of obtaining powerful bloodline power. The two of them were determined to become true dragons and complete the transformation and sublimation of their bloodline, which is why they traveled thousands of miles to this place. In their eyes, there is no emotional attachment whatsoever to any demon beast. Therefore, they have absolutely no feelings for the monsters here, and so, Ao Guang and Ao Lai continued to follow behind the Poison Scorpion clan. They traveled for hundreds of miles without realizing it. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it has reached the 10th day. At this moment, the patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan had a face so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. And it was extremely ugly. During this period, waves of demons came to deliver intelligence, but they did not reveal any trace of the Black Fox Wolf clan, not even a single hair of a Black Fox Wolf. This situation caused the patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan to begin to have deep doubts about what Ao Guang and Ao Lai had said. After all, even now, they haven't been able to find the most basic traces of the Black Fox Wolf clan. Not even a single footprint was left on this vast desert. I say, you two wouldn't have dared to deceive the City Lord, would you? The patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan said in a cold, indifferent tone with a gloomy expression. Insolence! Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's faces immediately darkened. They snorted coldly and shouted angrily, "How dare you doubt and question the City Lord without cause?" Upon hearing their angry shouts, the patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan trembled in fear and immediately shut his mouth, daring not to utter another word. Clearly, his fear of the City Lord, the dragon, had penetrated to the bone and reached its extreme. This situation was exactly what Ao Guang and Ao Lai wanted. It was precisely because they were well aware of the City Lord Jello's brutal methods and ruthless style that these two demons dared to speak to him so confidently. Their attitude was arrogant and domineering, showing absolutely no respect for the Scorpion clan chief. This City Lord, Jelone, is truly extremely cruel and ruthless. Even the powerful demon clan leaders under his command are so frightened that they dare not utter a sound when they hear that he gave the order. Ao Lai said indifferently, arms crossed, that's for sure. Ao Guang nodded, expressing his deep agreement. The two brothers, Ao Guang and Ao Lai, did not show much concern about what was happening before their eyes. After all, back in the main city, the various words and actions of the City Lord, Jelone, had already made it clear how irritable and easily angered he was, and how ruthless and decisive his methods were. Through his eccentric and violent temper, it seems that, as the rumors suggest, it is indeed a case of those who obey me prosper, those who oppose me perish. This is why, on the surface, the 5 major demon clans all appear to be loyal to the City Lord, Jelone. In reality, however, Jelone is a man of deep thoughts and a very shrewd mind, making him difficult for his subordinates to fathom. If it weren't for this, the Black Fox Wolf clan would never have been forced into such a desperate situation. As they were talking, the group continued their journey deeper into the desert. At the very front of the procession, a city that wasn't very large appeared indistinctly. At their current pace, they should be able to reach the city ahead in about 2 more days. Chieftain, if we continue forward, we will enter the territory of the Eagle clan. Just then, a little demon responsible for gathering intelligence rushed over to report to the patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan. Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan frowned deeply, muttering to himself with suspicion, could it be that the Black Fox Wolf clan is fleeing so fast that they have already arrived there? I don't know either, clan leader. The little demon who came to report shook his head, looking bewildered, indicating that he didn't know the reason either. Just then, Ao Guang and Ao Lai leisurely approached the patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan. What's wrong? Do you two have something you want to say? The patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan raised his head, a hint of doubt in his eyes, and looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Your Excellency, we humbly request that you urgently summon all members of your clan who have come here, Ao Guang and Ao Lai said, neither humble nor arrogant, oh? The patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan looked surprised upon hearing their words, clearly not understanding their intentions in making such a request. We have some extremely precious items that we would like to present to you for your perusal, Ao Guang and Ao Lai said in unison. What is it? The patriarch of the Scorpion clan pressed this. Ao Guang suddenly slowly opened his palmed eye, and the next instant, his body underwent an astonishing transformation, turning into a majestic dragon. A massive dragon claw, carrying overwhelming power, crashed down, and an extremely terrifying force unleashed itself without warning. Chapter 317. A safety net. Before the Scorpion clan chief could react, he was slammed deep into the ground by the heavy dragon claw. The terrifying power exploded like a volcanic eruption the moment it touched the body of the Scorpion clan leader. Boom, a deafening and terrifying explosion suddenly rang out, instantly echoing across the desert. In that instant, all the Scorpion clan members present felt an unprecedented fear and panic. What happened with this sudden turn of events? Could it be that a powerful demon has suddenly descended upon us? When they looked up in terror, they saw Ao Guang and Ao Lai. These are the two inconspicuous little demons who always follow the clan leader. Why did they suddenly attack without warning? This shocked them greatly, and at the same time filled them with confusion. Had they betrayed them? You two brats, what are your true intentions behind this action? Although the Scorpion clan chief survived by sheer luck, he was seriously injured in the sudden attack. He struggled to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury, and stared intently at Ao Guang, angrily questioning him. What do I mean? Ao Guang and Ao Lai stared intently at the patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan, their eyes revealing a hint of something unfathomable. Can't you understand what I mean? Ao Guang's expression was stern, and his voice was icy as he spoke, his words carrying a chilling undertone. All of this is the result of careful planning and ingenious arrangement by my brother and me. What about the Black Fox Wolf clan fleeing for their crimes? What about the Black Fox Wolf clan brazenly embezzling spirit crystals? These events, one by one, were all carefully orchestrated by my brother and me. Even you, the esteemed city lord Jialong, were cleverly kept in the dark by us brothers and deceived by us, which is why we led you all the way here. Ao Guang calmly recounted everything, his tone tinged with smugness. As his words slowly faded, the patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan stood frozen in place. After a moment, he seemed to awaken from a dream and finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. It turns out that everything from beginning to end was just a treacherous trap meticulously designed by the other party. Everything was a complete fabrication, a hoax, with not a single element of truth in it. All of this was nothing more than a colossal lie concocted by the two brothers in front of us. At this moment, the patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan stared intently at Ao Guang with burning fury in his eyes. After learning about all the conspiracies and schemes, the anger in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt, burning fiercely and growing more intense. However, his years of experience and combat skills prevented him from being blinded by anger and losing his rationality. He knew perfectly well that the purpose of the other party's painstaking plan was nothing more than to lure him and the Scorpion clan behind him to this place, and then find an opportunity to cruelly devour them. However, the patriarch of the Scorpion clan was by no means a fool. Walk! He roared, his voice filled with determination and resolve. Upon hearing the command, the scorpions around him sprang into action, desperately burrowing into the ground, preparing to flee in panic towards the main city. Seeing this scene, Ao Guang turned to look at Ao Lie. Ao Lai's gaze suddenly sharpened, and the next moment, his true form was revealed without reservation. His dragon head was majestic and powerful, and his dragon body was strong and agile. His terrifying power surged down like a flood bursting its banks. Boom, with a deafening roar, the entire earth began to tremble violently as Ao Lai made his move. The terrifying dragon's might descended like Mount Tai crashing down. All the demonic beasts present felt an extremely powerful pressure bearing down on them, and their bodies trembled involuntarily, rendering them unable to move for a moment. Do you think that our brother's skillful guidance of you here was a pointless waste of effort? Ao Guang looked at him coldly, his eyes full of disdain, and said coldly, "You are far too naive and childish. Under the powerful pressure of the two of us brothers, how could you weak demon beasts move an inch?" As Ao Guang's voice faded, Ao Lai attacked again without hesitation. He opened his enormous dragon mouth, and in an instant, terrifying golden light rapidly gathered within it, so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. The golden light that had gathered together erupted from his mouth like a wild horse, its terrifying power raging wildly across the world, leaving devastation in its wake. In an instant, countless deserts were shattered by the impact of this powerful force, and all the scorpions hidden in the deserts died instantly under this astonishingly powerful attack. Upon witnessing this horrific scene, the patriarch of the poison scorpion clan's eyes widened, his pupils contracting sharply as if about to burst. "I'll fight you to the death." The scorpion clan chief was furious. His body swelled and grew rapidly at a visible speed, becoming a behemoth tens of feet in size in the blink of an eye. His entire body was covered with extremely hard scales that gleamed with a chilling light. He carried a deadly poison, and with a sudden sweep of his tail, his extremely sharp venomous barbs shot towards Aoguang with a whistling sound, like lightning. Facing this fierce attack, Aoguang showed no fear whatsoever, and gracefully swung his dragon tail to retaliate. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as terrifying lightning burst forth from his dragon tail, unleashing an immense power that sent the Scorpion clan chief flying like a cannonball. Aoguang stared coldly at his opponent, who had been knocked away, expressionless. Then he opened his blood-red maw, and countless wisps of air gathered inside. He then suddenly spat them out with great force. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning, carrying an aura of annihilation, spewed from his mouth, mercilessly obliterating everything around him. The powerful force surged towards the patriarch of the poison scorpion clan like a tidal wave. The patriarch of the scorpion clan trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected that Aoguang's strength was so terrifying. Even someone as powerful as the city lord, Jelong, could only be subjected to such terrifying pressure from an existence of such extraordinary strength. Chapter 318 The City of Bonds. At this moment, the patriarch of the poison scorpion clan finally realized that Aoguang and Aolai's strength was so unfathomable and terrifying. This is truly terrifying, so powerful that even he cannot contend with it. What was originally an operation to pursue the Black Fox Wolf clan has been turned into this chaotic situation by the two demons' meticulous planning and clever scheme. All of this was a deadly trap they had meticulously designed. I hate it. The patriarch of the poison scorpion clan turned ashen-faced instantly. He never expected such a turn of events. If he had known it was a trap, he would never have ended up in such a miserable state. Hatred filled his heart with endless resentment. He resented the city lord, Jelong, for being too foolish and slow-witted. If he had been more cautious and conducted a thorough investigation before taking action, this tragic situation would never have occurred, and his scorpion clan, like the Black Fox Wolf clan, will be completely wiped out in this conspiracy and ruthlessly buried here. It seems there is no other ending but death. Aoguang stared coldly at the patriarch of the poison scorpion clan, his face expressionless. The terrifying lightning relentlessly struck the patriarch, the powerful force causing his scales to peel off layer by layer, like withered leaves. A powerful force surged through his body, and the patriarch of the scorpion clan was on the verge of death under this attack. However, Aoguang, for certain reasons, spared his life. In fact, Aoguang himself did not expect that his strength would improve and leap so much after he advanced to level 60. Although this advancement did not bring any new skills or abilities, the enhancement of his existing abilities alone is enough to prove his current strength. Without breaking through to level 65, I can still slay that city lord dragon and defeat him easily. The remaining obstacle is the powerful commanders in the main city. Aoguang and Aolai spoke calmly. The commanders in the main city are all extremely powerful beings, at least level 60 strong monsters. The city lord, Jelong, is an even stronger level 65 expert. The scorpion clan chief stared intently at the two demons before him, his eyes filled with deep fear and despair. Eat him, brother. Aolai licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed, and said, okay? Aoguang nodded slightly, a hint of longing also appearing in his eyes. The two brothers opened their dragon mouths simultaneously and swallowed each other without hesitation. The remaining lesser demons of the poison scorpion clan who were still barely clinging to life were also doomed, becoming their prey and ending up in the mouths of Aoguang and Aolai. After devouring all these demonic beasts, Aoguang and Aolai's cultivation levels both improved significantly. Level 61, 21 stars, their levels and bloodlines were greatly enhanced at this moment. Cool. The brothers Aoguang and Aolai were filled with excitement and joy, unable to contain their excitement. I'm thinking we should return to the main city as soon as possible, and then take the opportunity to go to the territories of the other two major demon clans. At this moment, Aoguang had a new idea in his mind. With our strength, the lord of the last city will definitely not be able to hold out until the main city sends troops to reinforce it. As long as we devour the city's spirit crystals and the city lord, we can also devour the patriarchs of the two major families. We brothers will definitely be able to successfully kill that hateful dragon." Upon hearing this, Aolai nodded without hesitation. "I will follow your arrangements, elder brother." "Okay, let's go." As soon as they finished speaking, Aoguang and Aolai transformed into two dazzling rainbow lights, flying rapidly towards the main city like lightning. Meanwhile, inside the main city, the Lord of Jelong City sat solemnly at the head of the table, his face grim, anxiously awaiting news from them. 10 days have passed, and there's still no news about them chasing the Black Fox Wolf clan. Haven't they caught up with them yet? City Lord Jelong frowned slightly, a faint sense of unease creeping into his heart. Logically speaking, given the Scorpion clan's speed and tracking ability, it would have been absolutely impossible for them not to catch up with the Black Fox Wolf clan. The only reasonable explanation is that the Scorpion clan is currently engaged in a fierce and intense battle with the Black Fox Wolf clan. Otherwise, there is no reasonable explanation for why they have not returned yet. Like two bolts of lightning, the brothers Aoguang and Aolai arrived at the front of the last city outside the main city with lightning speed. This magnificent and large city has a special name, Jidyen. The city is teeming with experts and powerful figures. Before even officially stepping through the city gates, the demonic beasts standing guard at the city gates were all around level 30. This scene was truly shocking. You must know that when Aoguang and Aolai first set foot on this land of the neighboring continent, the Black Fox Wolf, who was the city lord, was not even at level 30 at his strongest. However, at this moment, the last city located outside the main city is filled with ordinary guarding monsters with a strength of around level 30, which is truly astonishing. Aoguang and Aolai exchanged a glance, their eyes conveying complex emotions. "Brother, what should we do next?" Aolai asked in a low voice. "Let's go into the city first," Aoguang said simply and firmly. So the two brothers entered the city without hesitation. Not long afterward, they successfully located the city lord's mansion. The city's lord is a gigantic and imposing tortoise, belonging to the Earth Rock Tortoise clan, one of the 5 great demon clans. The Earth Rock Turtle King sat leisurely in the head seat. When he saw Aoguang and Aolai, two unfamiliar faces, suddenly barge in without warning, a hint of hostility and vigilance flashed in his originally half-closed turtle eyes. "Who gave you two arrogant bastards the audacity to barge into this place? Get out of here right now." The voice of the Earth Rock Turtle King was filled with majesty and anger. "Don't you two know where you are? This is the prestigious city lord's mansion. How could you two little monsters just barge in here?" Chapter 319 Earth Rock Turtle King. Hearing the rebuking and authoritative words of the Earth Rock Turtle King, Aoguang and Aolai dared not be negligent and quickly lowered their heads, showing a respectful appearance. "Your Excellency, please calm your anger. My brother and I have come here because we have important matters to report to you." Upon hearing their words, the Earth Rock Turtle King raised its head slightly and cast a scrutinizing gaze at them. "Speak, what exactly do you need to report to me? If you can't give me a clear answer, neither of you will leave here alive today." The Earth Rock Turtle King was extremely arrogant. Of course, this is also due to his own great strength and high status. After all, he possesses the formidable strength of a level 60, 19-star being. Such an extraordinary level is comparable to that of the highly respected patriarchs of the 5 major demon clans. "It's like this: the city lord sent my brother and me to collect the spirit crystals, and instructed us to convey your orders to you, requiring you to immediately proceed to the central altar and wait there for it to open." Aoguang and Aolai dared not conceal anything and hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, the Earth Rock Turtle King frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he slowly spoke and asked, "Is this true? But why haven't I received any official notification or related information from the city lord yet? I have serious doubts about what you two are saying, whether it's true or false." The Earth Rock Turtle King stared intently at Aoguang and Aolai, his tone full of doubt. Upon hearing this, Aoguang and Aolai exchanged a glance, a resolute look flashing in their eyes. "Get lost, you're really giving me too much credit, still putting on airs here." Before the words were even finished, in an instant, an extremely terrifying and suffocatingly powerful force descended upon the Earth Rock Turtle King's body like a tidal wave. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire world had been violently impacted and began to tremble violently. When Aoguang and Aolai made their move, they went all out without holding back in the slightest. Their powerful dragon bodies were instantly revealed, shimmering with light. At the same time, golden light and purple lightning intertwined, like a dazzling yet deadly torrent, instantly and fiercely bombarding the Earth Rock Turtle King. the Earth Rock Turtle King was stunned. He never expected that these two seemingly ordinary guys would be so decisive and ruthless, attacking without any warning or hesitation. So much so that he didn't have time to react or defend himself at all. We brothers were able to get here without any obstacles. Didn't you ever spend even a little time and effort to think about why? Ao Guang and Ao Lai looked at the Earth Rock Turtle King with icy eyes and spoke in a cold tone. To tell you the truth, it was only because we mercilessly killed all the guards in your city lord's mansion that we were able to get here smoothly. Ao Guang and Ao Lai spoke coldly, their faces grim. Upon hearing this, the Earth Rock Turtle King's eyes widened instantly, staring intently at the two brothers in front of him. So, you two audacious bastards are the culprits who devoured the spirit crystals of other cities. Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded without hesitation, without hiding anything. That's right. The two of us are the culprits you've been searching for. Seeing that the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai no longer bothered with any pretense or disguise, the Earth Rock Turtle King was filled with even more fear and dread. How could this be? These two vicious bastards just swaggered into his territory like this. You must understand, this place is within the city lord's jurisdiction and sphere of influence. These two lawless bastards dare to act so recklessly. Don't they have any fear of the city lord's authority and punishment? Aren't you afraid of the city lord at all? The Earth Rock Turtle King stared intently at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, his voice trembling slightly with fear. City lord? Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai gave a disdainful sneer. Stop talking so much meaningless nonsense here. Think about it carefully. With the formidable strength that my brother and I have demonstrated, do you really think your so-called city lord can arrive in time to save your life? Having said that, Ao Guang and Ao Lai gave the Earth Rock Turtle King no chance to catch its breath or react, and immediately attacked again. A terrifying force was unleashed like a surging tide, and in an instant, the entire city lord's mansion collapsed under the impact of this powerful force. Boom, countless fragments and stones shot out of the city lord's mansion like fireworks, and the Earth Rock Turtle King's body was violently blasted away like a cannonball under the impact of this powerful force. Although the Earth Rock Turtle King is indeed a super strong level 60 expert, the patriarch of the Poison Scorpion clan was unable to win against Ao Guang alone and was at a disadvantage, let alone now that the two brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai are attacking together. The terrifying power descended mercilessly once again, and the Earth Rock Turtle King's body was once again knocked away in midair. His body crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, Ao Guang and Ao Lai had no intention of letting him go, and the two brothers took a step forward without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, the purple lightning and golden light echoed each other, falling rapidly like meteors and striking him precisely once again. Boom, the entire city of Jieji trembled violently from the impact of this powerful force. All the demons in the city were shocked and at a loss by this sudden change, completely unaware of what had happened. The commotion is coming from the city lord's mansion. Such powerful energy fluctuations. What kind of monsters are fighting so fiercely? Who dares to attack the city lord? Hiss, who exactly is this guy? Could he be the one who attacked the first few cities? All the demons looked towards the city lord's mansion in unison, where they saw two enormous and majestic dragons circling and flying in the sky. One of them continuously emitted golden light, while the other constantly released purple lightning. That's a dragon? Upon seeing Ao Guang and Ao Lai's true appearance and formidable strength, one of the demons couldn't help but gasp in shock, immediately letting out a terrified cry, its body trembling uncontrollably from extreme fear. No way, it's actually a dragon? Could there be a powerful being at the level of a city lord hiding here? No wonder they dared to be so arrogant and domineering. It turns out they are powerful beings from the same race as the city lord. It's actually a dragon. My god, that's a powerful being with a supreme bloodline. Chapter 320 Huge improvement. Countless demonic beasts were deeply shocked by the scene before them, their mouths agape in astonishment. Even the mighty Earth Rock Turtle King, the lord of a city, was trembling uncontrollably with extreme fear. He looked up and saw Ao Guang and Ao Lai. The terrifying pressure emanating from the two of them was several times stronger than that emanating from the city lord. What on earth is going on? They are clearly not demonic beasts of the city lord's clan. The Earth Rock Turtle King was full of doubts, but he couldn't figure out the reason. Die! Ao Lai's eyes widened in fury, and he roared. A golden light shot through the body of the Earth Rock Turtle King like an arrow. Although the Earth Rock Turtle King was naturally thick-skinned and had amazing defensive capabilities, it was completely powerless to fight back or defend itself against the powerful combined attack of the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai. He died instantly on the spot, losing all signs of life. Ao Guang and Ao Lai opened their gaping maws and swallowed the other's body whole without hesitation. Then, the two brothers immediately began cleaning up the battlefield. The city lord's mansion was extremely large and covered a vast area. Ao Guang and Ao Lai searched for most of the day and exerted a great deal of effort before finally finding the spirit crystals that had been carefully hidden. The number of spirit crystals was enormous, piled up like a mountain, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Seeing such a large number of spirit crystals, as well as the corpses of some level 60 demon beasts, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were so excited that their eyes shone, their hearts raced, and their blood began to boil. This Earth Rock Turtle King is too rich and powerful, he's rolling in money. Ao Lai's eyes gleamed with greed as he excitedly said, the corpses of these demonic beasts alone are enough to raise my cultivation level by one small realm. Yes, Ao Guang nodded repeatedly, his face beaming with excitement. Such a large number of spirit crystals and demon beast corpses will surely allow us to achieve a major breakthrough in our strength. Let's eat. Knowing that time was of the essence and the task was arduous, the two brothers immediately began to wolf down their food. They continuously digested the spirit crystals and the corpses of the demonic beasts, with endless powerful energy flowing into their bodies. Nourished and propelled by this powerful energy, their auras were visibly increasing. It can only be said that Ao Guang and Ao Lai are two extremes to I in this world. All other kinds of demonic beasts, whether they devour spirit crystals or consume the corpses of demonic beasts, will inevitably need to spend a considerable amount of time to slowly digest and absorb the energy and essence contained therein. However, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's situation was completely different. After devouring, the two brothers digested their food at an astonishing speed, reaching an extraordinary level of speed. In fact, the root cause of this striking difference lies in the unique bloodline flowing through their veins. They were beings with the bloodline of true dragons, and when they devoured those demonic beasts, the speed at which they digested and absorbed the heavenly Tao essence and power contained within them was extremely fast. During this process, Ao Guang and Ao Lai discovered a rather crucial issue, that is, the spirit crystal only contains energy that can nourish themselves, but it does not contain the heavenly Tao origin that they desperately need. This means that if they want to advance their star level, they can only do so by devouring monsters. Take the Earth Rock Turtle King for example. After it was devoured, it only increased the strength of the two brothers by 1 star. However, even so, such an improvement is better than nothing. Currently, Ao Guang and Ao Lai have become terrifying powerhouses at level 63 and 21 stars. After reaching this level, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's strength was significantly enhanced. The 100,000 spirit crystals and the mountain of demon beast corpses allowed the two brothers to successfully break through to the next level, advancing to level 64 and 21 stars. With such formidable strength, they can already be regarded as a group of exceptionally powerful individuals on the vast and boundless Gobi Desert. Even compared to the renowned city lord, Jelong, it is in no way inferior, and they are evenly matched. After all, on this continent, only when a level is increased by 10 will the owner be granted a new ability. As for the city lord, Jelong, his power was not invincible. At least for now. If Ao Guang and Ao Lai join forces, they are absolutely capable of killing him. This is due to their profound knowledge and strong abilities. Brother, do you think the city lord, Jelong, will notice anything unusual? Ao Lai turned to his brother Ao Guang and asked with a puzzled look, probably not. Ao Guang shook his head slightly and said calmly, given their cruel and ruthless nature, they will most likely think that the Poison Scorpion clan has also defected to other cities. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai nodded, a hint of disdain on his face. How could someone as stupid as him manage to become the city lord? TSK. That's not necessarily true. After all, he comes from the Jelong clan, and his own strength is quite terrifying. Ao Guang shook his head again and said slowly, during his time living in the city, Ao Guang gained a relatively clear understanding of many things. The Jelong comes from the renowned Jelong clan, whose bloodline is exceptionally powerful and terrifying, and whose strength is also extraordinary. As one of the most powerful races in the world, the Jelong clan naturally possesses outstanding strength. This doesn't mean the dragon race isn't powerful. After all, they are one of the most powerful races in the world. Even possessing only a trace of true dragon blood is enough to achieve remarkable accomplishments. As genuine dragons, Ao Guang and Ao Lai naturally possess terrifying strength. Now, even if they were to directly face the patriarchs of these 5 demon clans, Ao Guang and Ao Lai could easily tear them to shreds. This is the formidable foundation that Ao Guang and Ao Lai now possess. Their strength is terrifying, and their growth rate is astonishing. I just don't know when that mysterious central ruin will open. Chapter 321 The Lord of Jialong City discovers clues. At this moment, Ao Guang had focused all his attention on the captivating central ruins. After all, at this stage, the central ruins are the most crucial and important. What dragons, what main cities, none of them can compete with Ao Guang and Ao Lai at present, unless all the powerful beings on this Gobi Desert continent join forces. No monster can become a match for the two brothers. Brother, don't forget that when the central ruins open, a notification needs to be sent to the city lords of the 5 cities, Ao Lai said at this moment. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang blinked rapidly a few times. Yes, indeed. Given this situation, they may need to leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise, if the enemy discovers their presence, Ao Guang and Ao Lai will have no choice but to launch a forced attack on the main city. Ao Guang was confident that he could kill the dragon with his own strength, but when facing the 2 leaders of the dragon and the few demon clan chiefs who were still alive, he couldn't help but feel some apprehension and fear. After all, although Ao Guang and Ao Lai are invincible in single combat, they would still be somewhat powerless when faced with a group attack. Most importantly, the dragon can soar freely in the sky and fly through the air. Since that's the case, let's leave here and head towards the vicinity of the central ruins, Ao Guang said to Ao Lai. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai nodded without hesitation. Okay, let's go now, brother. Ao Guang nodded slightly in agreement. So the 2 brothers left without hesitation. Meanwhile, inside the main city, the dragon was still eagerly awaiting news from Ao Guang and Ao Lai. However, time flies, and more than half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. The Lord of Jialong City could no longer suppress his anxiety and could no longer wait. How is this possible? So much time has passed. Even if the Black Fox Wolf clan has successfully entered the designated location, the Poison Scorpion clan couldn't possibly still not have returned by now. The Lord of Jialong City frowned deeply, knowing full well that there was definitely a huge problem with this matter. It is highly likely that a serious error occurred at some critical stage of the process. The city lord, Jialong, had eyes filled with the flames of anger, but also with deep contemplation. He racked his brains trying to figure out what was causing all these strange occurrences. No, the key to the problem lies with those 2 mysterious little demons. The city lord, Jialong, quickly and astutely grasped the core of the problem. He concluded that all the trouble and problems were definitely caused by Ao Guang and Ao Lai, and not by the Black Fox Wolf clan. So much time has passed, and even the Blazing Tiger King hasn't returned yet. This definitely isn't a problem with the Black Fox Wolf clan. Thinking of this, the city lord Jialong's face grew increasingly gloomy and ugly, as if it could drip water. Therefore, the Black Fox Wolf clan was actually wronged in this matter. They did not defect from the main city at all. Instead, for some mysterious and unpredictable reason, the entire Black Fox Wolf clan was wiped out, and then some treacherous monsters carefully fabricated the false appearance of their escape. Another key point of suspicion is that the Blazing Tiger King is the prime suspect. He hasn't come back yet, so he must have encountered some unexpected situation outside. It is highly likely that the Blazing Tiger King and his subordinates quietly left this place, while the Poison Scorpion clan has most likely already defected to the enemy. Thinking of this, the city lord, Jialong, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. No, that's not right. Just what kind of characters are those 2 mysterious little demons? The city lord, Jialong, frowned deeply, his heart filled with doubt and vigilance. Just then, a series of chaotic and hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the palace. Lord City Lord, something terrible has happened. What's the panic? Such a flustered reaction is utterly disrespectful. The city lord, Jialong, roared angrily. The demon beast that came to deliver the message was so frightened that it immediately knelt on the ground and said to him in fear and trepidation, "Your Majesty, the city lord of Jiedi City has been cruelly killed. The monsters of Jiedi City say that the city lord was killed by 2 monsters that looked like loaches." Upon hearing this, the city lord Jialong's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes filled with shock and anger. What? The mud-like monster, weren't those 2 utterly despicable bastards, hateful? The city lord, Jialong, understood everything in an instant. Sure enough, just as expected. He was outmaneuvered by those 2. Everything that happened was meticulously planned and executed by those 2 demonic beasts. They cleverly concealed their true presence and arrived here. After gaining the trust of others through sweet talk, they tricked the Scorpion clan out of the city, annihilated them all, and then devoured them once more. At this moment, the city lord, Jelong, finally understood the truth of everything. The previously believed defection of the Black Fox Wolf clan was false, and the fact that the Blazing Tiger King did not return was also false. Now, all of his most capable lieutenants have been ruthlessly wiped out. It must be the damned blood demon Eagle King. The Lord of Jelong City angrily blamed all the crimes on the Lord of another city. In his view, the other party was the one who created this series of troubles and disasters. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Ao Guang and Ao Lai had successfully arrived in the vicinity of the central ruins of the Gobi continent. In the heart of this vast desert, an endless golden world suddenly unfolded before Ao Guang and Ao Lai's eyes. This place is as if nature's magical palette has been carelessly sprinkled with countless gold dust. The dazzling sunlight pours down from the high and vast sky, as if draping this boundless sea of sand in a shimmering golden robe, rendering it into a radiant golden ocean. It is now noon. The desert sky is a mesmerizing azure, so pure and clear that it is without a trace of impurity. The bright and dazzling sunlight shines unreservedly on the rolling sand dunes, instantly creating dazzling and extremely brilliant rays of light. It is now noon. The desert sky is a mesmerizing azure, so pure and clear that it is without a trace of impurity. The bright and dazzling sunlight shines unreservedly on the rolling sand dunes, instantly creating dazzling and extremely brilliant rays of light. Chapter 322. The central ruins are about to open. The shapes of sand dunes are bizarre and ever-changing. Some resemble towering, majestic pyramids, solemn and dignified. Some resemble giant, winding, and agile dragons, exuding a majestic aura. Others resemble surging, ceaseless waves, full of power and dynamism. These sand dunes, each with its unique shape, shimmered brilliantly under the bright sunlight, resembling magnificent, resplendent palaces. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept across the desert. This wind was no ordinary natural wind. It seemed to carry a mysterious, unpredictable, and indescribable powerful force, sweeping up the fine sand grains with an unstoppable momentum, causing them to tumble wildly in the air. The wind carried dense, billowing sand and dust, which, from a distance, resembled enormous yellow dragons, swirling and dancing freely in the vast sky under the scorching sun. The swirling sand and dust shimmered with dazzling golden light, resembling countless radiant diamonds, creating a breathtakingly beautiful and awe-inspiring scene. A howling wind swept across the area, scattering the sand grains on the dunes and instantly creating hazy, misty sand fog under the bright sunlight. These sand fogs present a dreamlike and fantastical color, sometimes displaying a golden and dazzling light, as if cast from gold. At times, it transforms into a hazy, pale purple hue, full of mysterious charm. At other times, it transforms into a deep, azure color, like the endless deep sea. This strange and unique sight inevitably evokes images of legendary fairylands, making one feel as if they are in a mysterious, dreamlike, and fantastical realm. Various creatures in the desert also began to truly feel the enormous impact of this gale. The sand foxes huddled in the shadowy corners of the dunes, their eyes filled with vigilance as they cautiously observed every rustle of wind and movement around them. The plants that grow in the desert sway gracefully in the strong winds, as if showing their tenacious vitality in a unique way. All of this was exactly as the city lords had described. The area near the central altar was indeed extremely dangerous. A fierce wind rose up, and the storm was extremely violent. Countless hurricanes carried sand and dust all over the sky, which seemed to contain endless and immeasurable power. No wonder the Black Fox Wolf leader once said that he simply did not have enough ability to get to this place. So that's the reason. The storms here are so fierce that even level 50 monsters are not allowed to approach them. Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded repeatedly. This was the first time they had so readily agreed with what the other had said. No monster near the central ruins dared to approach easily. Looking around, the ground was covered with the dried remains of demonic beasts. To be fair, the area near the central ruins is indeed very suitable for monsters to live in. The scenery here is beautiful and pleasant, but apart from that, it doesn't seem to have any other particularly outstanding advantages. When Ao Guang and Ao Lai arrived here, their cultivation level had already reached level 63, so they had no need to fear the raging storm here. Judging from the current situation, it will probably take several more days for the storm to completely dissipate. Although the storm before us was terrifying, it was beginning to show faint signs of gradually dissipating. The Black Fox Wolf leader was indeed not lying, but this time the storm would take much longer to completely dissipate than usual. I wonder if there are any demonic beasts possessing the essence of the heavenly Tao inside this central ruin, and if there are even more of them. Ao Guang and Ao Lai lowered their voices and murmured to themselves. Back when they were on the Thunder Continent, they had been looking forward to this situation. Now that I've arrived in the Gobi Desert, my expectations remain unchanged. Brother, let's find a place to rest for a while, Aolai said. Okay. Ao Guang nodded in agreement, and then the two brothers found a relatively suitable place and rested quietly there. I wonder if the monsters on other continents beyond this Gobi Desert are as powerful as those here, Ao Guang murmured softly, as if pondering a profound and unknown question. That should be the case, Aolai replied. After all, this is just the Gobi Desert, and the highest level of the monsters here is only level 65. I wonder if the dragon race exists on other continents. O Guang shook his head slightly, a look of doubt on his face. This dragon clan has overreached itself, even trying to interfere in and control the neighboring continent. This clearly demonstrates just how terrifying and powerful the dragon race is in this vast and boundless world of magical beasts. Perhaps the Thunder continent wasn't valuable enough to them to warrant their attention, which is why no dragons appeared there. It is this Gobi continent that they sent their people to this place. Because it has certain value. As time slowly passed like flowing water, Ao Guang and Aolai patiently waited here for 7 whole days before the raging storm finally gradually dissipated. In the heart of that storm, an enormous altar lies silently buried beneath a thick layer of earth. As the storm gradually subsided, the true appearance of the central altar was finally revealed clearly under the wind. It was an ancient altar with a long history and a mysterious atmosphere, covered with all kinds of mysterious and ancient inscriptions. However, these inscriptions appeared dull and lifeless at the moment, clearly indicating that specific offerings were needed to activate and open this mysterious central altar. Ao Guang and Aolai waited quietly, without the slightest impatience or unease. At this moment, the two cities on the Gobi Desert continent had already dispatched troops swiftly, advancing non-stop towards the central altar. Inside Jelong City, the city lord Jelong appears in a strange form with a dragon's head and a human body, riding majestically on a steed that seems to burn with flames, followed closely by the two remaining demon clans. They are the patriarchs of the Ash Deer clan and the Celestial Fox clan, respectively. In addition, the two commanders of Jelong City followed closely behind. One of these two rulers is a powerful lion whose body is engulfed in raging brown flames, known as the Despair Lion King. The other monster was a long, slender snake with mysterious purple scales all over its body, and its eyes occasionally emitted a chilling flash of lightning. Both of these demonic beasts were at around level 61, slightly stronger than the two demon clan leaders. A massive army was marching steadily toward the central altar with orderly and powerful steps. Chapter 323. Gathering at the central ruins just before the city lord, Jelong, set off, an important message was accurately conveyed to all the demon leaders. That is, if you encounter two monsters that look like loaches, you must kill them on the spot without hesitation. Upon hearing this news, all the demon beasts of Jelong City instantly realized some crucial information. Those two mysterious figures are very likely the culprits who destroyed 5 cities. Upon realizing this, many demonic beasts were filled with fear and hesitation, and dared not easily attack them. Such a terrifying and powerful being is something they would avoid at all costs. Meanwhile, in the main city where the Blood Demon Eagle King resided, the procession of demonic horses included the 5 major demon clans and their 2 leaders. The vast procession marched in perfect unison, its momentum unstoppable, rapidly advancing towards the central altar. The central ruins have appeared, and this is the most exciting moment for the demons. The monsters that appear inside the central altar carry enormous energy, and if you successfully devour them, you will gain great benefits. Therefore, the two cities had an agreement that as soon as the central altar appeared, they would immediately cease hostilities, and neither side would be allowed to arbitrarily start a conflict. After all, the city lords of both cities were from an extremely powerful and terrifying demon race. Faced with such significant interests, neither of them would easily go against this decision. Meanwhile, Ao Guang and Aolai had been patiently waiting here for quite some time. Over the past 7 days, the central ruins have undergone tremendous changes. Countless plants seem to have sprung up from the ground overnight, covering the entire area in an overwhelming manner. The vegetation grew exceptionally lush, towering into the clouds, completely blocking out the originally scorching sunlight. Fortunately, a narrow but clear path remains, winding its way to the deepest central ruins. TSK, is this some kind of meticulous preparation for the official opening of the central ruins? Upon seeing this scene, Ao Guang and Aolai clicked their tongues repeatedly, their faces showing a mixture of surprise and confusion. 2 days later, the armies from the 2 main cities arrived here. To date, this place not only has a large army of demons from the 2 main cities, but also a diverse array of other demonic beasts from the Gobi Desert. Various strange and wonderful beasts, such as snakes, scorpions, and desert wolves, have all gathered here. The brothers Ao Guang and Aolai cleverly hid among the group of monsters, escaping the notice of the city lord, Jiaolong.at. This moment, outside the central ruins, numerous demonic beasts from the two main cities were facing each other with swords drawn. Long time no see, Earth Dragon King. In front of the army of the other main city, a monstrous beast with an eagle's head and a human body sat majestically on the back of a huge crocodile, raising its head to look at the Dragon City Lord opposite. "Humph, Blood Demon Eagle King, you and I are old acquaintances, why bother with all this rambling?" The Earth Dragon King snorted coldly, his face unfriendly, his eyes filled with disdain, and he had no intention of wasting any more words with the other party. "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Can't we even have a chance to catch up?" the Blood Demon Eagle King said unhurriedly. "Forget it, unless you give me a portion of the precious demon corpses you've collected, I might reluctantly chat with you for a while." The Earth Dragon King spoke in a calm and indifferent tone, showing no mercy whatsoever to the other party. "You're dreaming," the Blood Demon Eagle King shook his head and said with a mocking expression. "You might as well just tear off your arm and give it to me, that would be much more interesting." Upon hearing this, the Earth Dragon King was instantly enraged and could no longer remain calm. "You ignorant fool, how dare you spout such nonsense here? Or are you courting death?" The Earth Dragon King roared angrily, his voice deafening. Seeing the Earth Dragon King's furious reaction, the Blood Demon Eagle King laughed heartily without restraint. "Look at you, with your fiery temper, you're getting angry again. We've only exchanged a few words, and you've already lost control of your emotions again," the Blood Demon Eagle King said with a mocking expression. "If you weren't born into the Dragon Clan and possessed that powerful bloodline protection, you would probably have died at my hands long ago." The Blood Demon Eagle King's eyes were filled with an arrogant and unruly look, showing no regard for the Earth Dragon King. "Who dares to kill me? And who has the right to kill me?" The Earth Dragon King glared at the Blood Demon Eagle King, his eyes filled with majesty and fury. The moment the two met, the air was thick with an intense smell of gunpowder. After all, the two have long been mortal enemies, and on this vast Gobi Desert continent, they have constantly fought and clashed over the competition for many precious resources. "What's wrong, Earth Dragon King? It seems you haven't brought enough men this time." At this moment, the Blood Demon Eagle King keenly noticed that the Demon Clan leaders who should have been accompanying the Earth Dragon King were nowhere to be seen. "A bunch of useless trash. I didn't let them come along." The Earth Dragon King casually fabricated a lie in an attempt to deceive the authorities. "Yeah?" The Blood Demon Eagle King narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with suspicion, clearly not believing the other party's words at all. "All right." Seeing that the Earth Dragon King refused to tell the truth, the Blood Demon Eagle King stopped pressing him for details, but in his heart, he had already secretly devised a meticulous plan. "How about this? Since none of the Demon Clan leaders from your main city have come, the clan leaders on my side will also refrain from going in to join the fun." The Blood Demon Eagle King made the suggestion in a calm tone, seemingly casual, but in fact, it contained a hidden meaning. "There's absolutely no need for that." Without a second thought, the Earth Dragon King decisively shook his head and refused. "I don't want you to have any leverage over me later and gossip about me. After we finish exploring this ruin, I will lead a large army to your city, and then you can kneel down and beg for mercy." Upon hearing this, the Blood Demon Eagle King smiled coldly, fully aware of how arrogant and conceited the Earth Dragon King before him was. If it weren't for the powerful bloodline of the Dragon Clan, they would probably have become his defeated foe and lost their lives long ago. After all, with his impulsive and reckless personality, he was simply not suited to be the lord of a city. It's a mystery how the Jiaolong clan thought and made decisions, that they would let such a simple-minded and reckless guy be the city lord here. "Very well, as you say, I await the arrival of your army. However, for now, let's open the ruins first." The Blood Demon Eagle King didn't want to continue arguing with the Earth Dragon. Opening the central ruins was the priority. "Let's begin," the Earth Dragon King said in a cold tone, though he was also eager to open the central ruins. Chapter 320. For the ruins opened subsequently, the two led their respective teams into the central ruins, preparing to open this mysterious and dangerous place. The vegetation here is lush and unique. Once the central ruins are successfully opened, countless powerful monsters will emerge from the hidden places. These demonic beasts all contain extremely rich heavenly Tao essence within their bodies. Once they are successfully devoured by other demonic beasts, their own strength will be greatly enhanced and breakthroughs will be achieved. Back then, the Earth Dragon King's cultivation level was only level 60. It was within these central ruins that, by devouring numerous powerful demonic beasts and relying on the powerful devouring ability of its own dragon bloodline, it was able to rise to its current awe-inspiring status. Now that the central altar is open to the public once again, both of them are overjoyed. For every demon beast that yearns for power, this is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, the monsters here are extremely powerful. Monsters below level 50 who dare to enter this place will likely find it difficult to save their lives. It's about to begin, bro. Aolai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at Ao Guang beside him. Let's go. Without hesitation, Ao Guang led Aolai and quickly entered the central altar. At this moment, a large number of demonic beasts had already rushed into this mysterious ancient forest. Ao Guang and Aolai naturally did not want to be left behind, so they followed the crowd and entered the group. However, they did not venture deeper rashly, but instead kept a close eye on the powerful demonic beasts surrounding the Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King. The two of them are bound to have a fierce conflict later, Ao Guang said in a low voice to Aolai. Once they've both been severely weakened, we brothers will charge out with lightning speed and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Good. Aolai nodded heavily, his eyes filled with anticipation. By the way, brother, why are their forms so different from ours? Aolai, full of doubts, couldn't help but ask. Ao Guang shook his head, looking equally bewildered. I'm not quite sure either. In this place, most of the monsters are in beastman form, and only reveal their true form when they activate special abilities. However, Ao Guang and Aolai are different. They have always maintained the form of true dragons, without arms and legs like other demonic beasts. This left Ao Guang and Aolai quite puzzled. What exactly caused this difference? Could it be because their bloodline is too powerful and mysterious, and has not yet developed to the point where they can possess that kind of form transformation? Stop worrying about these things. Our top priority right now is to advance to become true dragons as soon as possible and devour the heavenly Tao of this world. That's the most important thing, Ao Guang said with a firm gaze. That's true. Aolai nodded. Currently, they only have 21 stars, and there is still a long way to go before reaching their ultimate goal. As for level, it is still a full 37 levels away from reaching the peak of the maximum level. The Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King arrived at the central altar together. Without hesitation, they took out the precious monster corpses and scattered them on the altar. Opening the central ruins does not require common resources like spirit crystals, instead, it requires the corpses of extremely powerful demonic beasts. The monster corpses they both possessed were powerful beings that had reached level 65. This demonstrates just how much energy is needed to successfully activate the central altar. As they completed this series of actions, the mysterious and intricate patterns on the central altar began to slowly gleam. One by one, runes containing immense power gradually emerged, emanating a chilling aura. When all the runes lit up, the entire ancient forest began to tremble and shake violently. Before long, streaks of brilliant green light burst forth from the central altar. In every corner of the ancient forest, one after another, powerful and unique monsters slowly appeared. The central altar was sunk deep into the ground, opening up a secluded and mysterious corridor. In the long corridor, ancient and powerful beasts slowly emerged with steady steps, fierce tigers, cunning wolves, and agile snakes. Each of these ancient monsters held an extremely ancient and mysterious weapon in its hand and wore sturdy armor that shone with golden light. Each of these ancient monsters possesses an astonishing level of around 55. Even at the very back of the group, an ancient monster with a strength of level 65 appeared. The moment the monsters within the ruins appeared, all the monsters present were deeply shocked, their hearts filled with extreme astonishment and fear. It should be noted that these monsters have never been seen before, and now, they have appeared in this central ruin without any warning. Such an astonishing sight undoubtedly plunged all the monsters into extreme shock and confusion. This central ruin is truly full of endless mystery and unknowns. The Blood Demon Eagle King gazed at this unbelievable scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, recalling the last time they ventured into this place. Where among these demonic beasts could they find a powerful being exceeding level 65? Back then, the strongest one had only reached level 60. It seems that the monsters summoned by the central ruins must be determined based on the overall level of the monsters in this area. After careful consideration, the Earth Dragon King also keenly discovered the secret hidden beneath the surface. Brother, there are actually level 65 monsters. Upon seeing this scene, Ao Guang and Aolai couldn't help but speak up, their words filled with surprise. TSK, this is going to be quite a show. In Ao Guang's dragon eyes, a sharp light flashed like lightning, revealing endless anticipation and excitement. Earth Dragon King, I hope we will not meet inside. At this moment, the Blood Demon Eagle King turned his sharp gaze to the Earth Dragon King in front of him and said in a calm but meaningful tone, "Humph, you'd better not hope to meet me, otherwise the city lord will tear your wings off without mercy." The Earth Dragon King gritted his teeth and responded fiercely, his eyes filled with provocation and hostility. Upon hearing this, the Blood Demon Eagle King threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Then I'll be waiting for you." After saying that, he turned around without hesitation and left the spot, walking with firm steps towards the deep and mysterious ancient forest around him. Their respective subordinates followed closely behind, venturing into the surrounding ancient forest, thus beginning a thrilling hunt. Chapter 325. A beast even more arrogant than the two brothers. Brother, let's get started right away. Ao Lai looked at Ao Guang with anticipation, his eyes burning with intense excitement. Ao Guang nodded slightly, his expression resolute. Ao Guang and Ao Lai were far away from the Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King. Because of this, they were not worried at all that when they exerted their full strength, the other party would notice and affect their subsequent plans and actions. "Brother, those two guys have already gone deep into the ruins, what should we do?" Ao Lai then turned his questioning gaze to Ao Guang and asked urgently. "Don't rush in, it will take them at least some time before they meet." Ao Guang calmly shook his head and said with a firm gaze, "This period of time is enough for us to accumulate strength and achieve growth and breakthroughs." Upon hearing this, Ao Lai nodded thoughtfully. Immediately afterwards, the two brothers ventured into the mysterious ancient forest without hesitation. However, before they had gone very far, Ao Guang and Ao Lai encountered a powerful monster from within the central ruins. The monster's figure was extremely conspicuous, its skin a vibrant green, and at a glance, one could easily tell that it came from a remote and desolate desert region. This monstrous beast not only wore incredibly sturdy bone armor, but also tightly gripped a weapon that exuded a mysterious aura. Beside it stood two other equally majestic beasts, a majestic lion and a fearsome scorpion. Both of them have reached a stable level of 13 stars. The moment these two powerful demonic beasts saw Ao Guang and Ao Lai, they immediately roared at the two brothers without any mercy. Roll. "This place has been completely taken over by us. If you two ignorant and arrogant good-for-nothings don't want to die here, you'd better get as far away from me as possible." The lion, its fur a vibrant crimson, had a cold and arrogant expression, and it loudly insulted Ao Guang and Ao Lai with disdain for everyone else. At the same time, the scorpion's extremely sharp tail slowly rose high, threateningly facing Ao Guang and Ao Lai, its eyes filled with malicious intent. Seeing the two demons' arrogant and domineering manner, Ao Guang and Ao Lai felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, they were amused by their ignorant arrogance and burst into laughter. To be so brazenly arrogant while venturing out into the world, could it be that you're hiding your true strength? Ao Guang smiled, but a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he looked at the two arrogant demonic beasts and spoke slowly. "Humph, your grandpa is the mighty red-haired Lion King, a level 43 being. You ignorant waste, if you dare to spout nonsense here again, I will be the first to kill you on the spot without hesitation." The red-haired Lion King was extremely irritable. His large, bell-like eyes glared angrily at Ao Guang, and surging waves of energy emanated from his body like a raging storm. The scorpion remained silent, merely watching the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai with a cold smile, its eyes filled with disdain and contempt. In the eyes of these two arrogant demonic beasts, Ao Guang and Ao Lai had no strength whatsoever. They were utterly useless and not worth mentioning. Seeing the arrogant and conceited red-haired Lion King and Scorpion, Ao Guang finally couldn't contain his anger. "You two damn talkative bastards are courting death." As soon as Ao Guang finished speaking, a terrifying force, like a tidal wave, surged forth from his body. In an instant, with overwhelming force, it slammed the red-haired Lion King and the Scorpion to the ground. Even the slightest wisp of aura emanated from them, making it incredibly difficult for the red-haired Lion King and the Scorpion to even lift their heads. In that fleeting instant, the red-haired Lion King and the Scorpion's faces turned ashen, filled with fear and despair. They never expected that Ao Guang, who seemed so ordinary, would have such unfathomable strength, so terrifying that it was chilling. Such a powerful and suffocating pressure could probably only be possessed by the city lords of those two cities. Ao Guang's mere display of power was enough to make the two arrogant demonic beasts tremble with fear and feel as if they were trapped in an endless nightmare. Two seniors, please have mercy and spare us." The red-haired Lion King's arrogant and domineering aura vanished instantly, and he began to beg for mercy in a humble voice, disregarding his dignity. He was no longer the arrogant and domineering man he had been moments before. Now, he kept kowtowing and begging for mercy, fearing that Ao Guang and Ao Lai would really kill them without any mercy. Yes, seniors, we were blind and ignorant. Please be merciful and spare us. At this critical moment of life and death, the scorpion hurriedly begged for mercy, its previous arrogance and conceit gone, replaced by endless fear and pleading. But in Ao Guang and Ao Lai's eyes, their so-called pleas for mercy seemed so hypocritical and clumsy that they could not move them in the slightest. What, are you only now realizing your mistake and starting to beg for forgiveness? Ao Lai's dragon eyes, like burning flames, stared intently at the two demonic beasts that had lost their prestige. The powerful pressure was like Mount Tai pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe, as if they would suffocate and die at any moment. The red-haired Lion King and the Scorpion were so frightened that they lowered their heads and dared not utter a complete sentence. If my brother and I didn't have such great strength now, would you have shown us mercy and let us go? Ao Lai's eyes were piercing, and he asked in a stern tone. The red-haired Lion King and the Scorpion dared not answer. They were completely consumed by fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Answer me, Ao Lai roared furiously, and terrifying pressure once again swept over the two of them like a storm. The red-haired Lion King and the Scorpion trembled like leaves in the wind, not daring to utter a single word. Yes, they won't let Ao Guang and Ao Lai off easily just because they begged for mercy. On the contrary, Ao Guang and Ao Lai would never show mercy and let the two monsters go just because they begged for mercy. Thinking of this, both the red-haired Lion King and the Scorpion Demon turned ashen-faced, as if they could already see their tragic end. Chapter 326. The Bull King who voluntarily stepped forward. You are not begging for mercy out of fear, but because you know perfectly well that you are about to face death. Ao Guang looked coldly at the two blind and arrogant demonic beasts, his tone full of disdain and mockery. Next time, keep your eyes open. Not everyone is someone you can afford to offend. Ao Guang said coldly, without the slightest pity in his eyes. Yes, senior is right. The red-haired Lion King and the Scorpion nodded hurriedly, fully expecting Ao Guang to spare them because they had begged for mercy. But in the next second, a terrifying killing force, chilling to the bone, swept in like a hurricane, instantly and mercilessly descending upon them. No! The red-haired Lion King and the Scorpion let out desperate screams, but it was all too late. They died on the spot, becoming yet another pitiful soul on this land. Ao Guang and Ao Lai easily grabbed the corpses of the two demonic beasts with their incredibly sharp claws and swallowed them whole without hesitation. These two incredibly stupid guys really think we'll let them off so easily. This guy in front of me is still the best. Ao Guang's dragon eyes gleamed with greed as he stared intently at the monster in the central ruins ahead. Without hesitation, Ao Guang swung his claw, unleashing a devastating attack. The beast, only level 45, had no time to react and was instantly blasted to pieces, dying a gruesome death on the spot. The two demons devoured each other. As the demonic beast within the central ruins was swallowed, the two brothers instantly felt an incomparably pure source of the heavenly Tao flowing into their bellies like a torrent. Comfortable. Ao Guang and Ao Lai's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if they could see a bright future where their strength would advance by leaps and bounds. With so many powerful demonic beasts here, if they could devour them all, the two brothers were confident that their cultivation level would soar to level 70 like a rocket. Hey bro, let's eat. Ao Guang looked intently at Ao Lai and spoke loudly, his tone filled with determination and excitement. Ah, bro, just what I wanted. Ao Lai's face instantly broke into a wild smile, and then he unleashed his full power without reservation, like a tiger released from its cage, launching a fierce attack on the monsters from all directions. Just how terrifying is the strength of these two brothers, that was in no way inferior to the two renowned city lords. Wherever they set foot, the demonic beasts, upon witnessing their presence, were gripped by deep fear, their hearts pounding with terror, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. For no other reason than the brutality and ferocity displayed by these two monsters in battle, the terrifying power spread like a surging tide, and without exception, all the monsters within the central ruins were devoured by the two brothers without mercy. Those demonic beasts that dared to try to stop them were all killed on the spot, without even a chance to survive. The two brothers were like two tireless sweeping machines. None of the monsters in this area could escape their control. Just as the two brothers were making unstoppable progress, devouring the monsters in the area, a cold and majestic voice, accompanied by a powerful and suffocating aura, suddenly blocked their path like an invisible barrier. How dare you, a mere demon, act so recklessly and arrogantly? It was a burly bull demon with a unique bull's head and human body, topped with two sharp and thick bull horns that looked like two sharp blades piercing the sky. It wore a set of heavy brown armor, each plate gleaming with a cold light, as if telling the story of its glorious past. His body was covered in well-developed muscles that bulged high and were clearly defined, exuding explosive power. In his hand, he gripped an enormous battle axe tightly. The battle axe emitted a chilling light that made one's heart tremble, as if it could cleave anything in its path in two. This bull demon actually possesses astonishing strength, around level 60. With heavy, powerful strides, carrying that terrifying giant axe, it walked steadily toward Ao Guang and Ao Lai. With each step, the solid earth trembled involuntarily, as if in awe and submission to its immense power. The countless demons present witnessed this breathtaking scene, and their hearts were filled with shock and disbelief. Is this that infamous demon under the blood demon Eagle King? It's truly terrifying. It is called the Bull King. Its strength is earth-shattering and extremely powerful. Even the ferocious demon bear under the blood demon Eagle King is no match for it. Is it that terrifying? Even the demonic bear is no match for it. The monsters present all stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock, especially after hearing about the other party's chilling background. Their faces were filled with disbelief and incredulity. The scene was truly terrifying. Who would have thought that such a terrifying being as the Bull King would be encountered in this remote place? Many demonic beasts trembled with fear, for they had long heard that the Bull King was not only incredibly powerful, but also extremely cruel as a demon. Almost every monster that falls into its clutches dies a bad end. Ao Guang and Ao Lai also stopped their forward momentum, their majestic dragon eyes looking at the approaching opponent. And where did you come from, you bastard, to dare to block our path so boldly? Ao Lai frowned, his tone filled with undisguised anger and disdain, and shouted angrily in an extremely impolite manner. Me? Upon hearing these provocative words, the Bull King's two nostrils instantly spewed out scorching hot air, like two burning flames. I am your father. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai's anger erupted like a volcano, completely igniting his fury. Fuck you, roar. The might of the true dragon descended suddenly like rolling thunder, its terrifying power spreading unrestrained. In an instant, all the demonic beasts present felt an unprecedented heavy pressure, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on their hearts. The Ao Lai before them seemed to transform into a terrifying ancient beast that descended upon the world in an instant, causing them to lose all courage and ability to even look up at him. Chapter 327 Asking for trouble. The Bull King's expression changed drastically in that instant. His original confidence and arrogance were instantly replaced by astonishment and fear. It never expected that Ao Lai's bloodline level would be so terrifying that even a powerful being like itself felt unable to resist it. What? The next moment, something even more shocking happened, almost making the Bull King's soul leave his body. Without hesitation, Ao Lai attacked. The unparalleled golden light instantly condensed into a huge and sharp dragon claw, which slammed down with overwhelming force. The terrifying power it emitted made the Bull King instantly lose all thought and courage to fight, but the Bull King was, after all, a seasoned warrior, and it roared, roar. It exerted all its unique abilities. The Bull King raised its thick, powerful bull hoof and stomped it down on the ground with tremendous force, the immense power instantly penetrating the earth accompanied by an intense, almost suffocating pressure. It miraculously broke free from Ao Lai's suppression and charged towards its opponent like a cannonball. It raised its heavy giant axe high and smashed it down with the force of splitting the heavens and earth towards the dazzling golden light. Boom, the Bull King's eyes were filled with a cold, icy killing intent. Deep in its heart, it firmly believed that its all-out axe strike would be impossible for the opponent to withstand, but the next second, harsh reality completely thwarted its plan. Its supposedly invincible giant axe struck the golden light emitted by Ao Lai, but not only did it fail to stop the golden light's relentless attack, its entire massive body was directly slammed into its chest by the overwhelming force of the golden light. Boom, the enormous Bull King was sent flying backwards like a kite with a broken string, tracing a tragic arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground some distance away. The immense impact caused its body to crash into several ancient and sturdy trees, finally coming to a stop after breaking several of them. Humph, what kind of lowly bastard dares to be so arrogant with me? Ao Lai snorted coldly, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain, completely disregarding the other party. This Bull King is only level 60 in strength, and is far inferior to it in terms of bloodline and other aspects. What right does the Bull King have to speak to it so arrogantly? They're just asking for trouble, they're such reckless trash. The Bull King struggled slowly and laboriously to its feet. At that moment, shocking cracks slowly appeared on the once incredibly sturdy bone armor on its chest, and it gradually crumbled. Its eyes, which were originally full of arrogance and confidence, were now filled with unprecedented panic and fear. How is this possible? How do you possess such immense power? The Bull King stared intently at Aeoli, who resembled a god of war, his voice trembling, filled with disbelief and incomprehension. You didn't expect that, did you? Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Aeoli's face, a smile full of mockery and disdain. With your lowly bloodline, you are no match for us. No sooner had he finished speaking than Aeoli attacked again without hesitation. The golden light instantly became even more dazzling and invincible, transforming into a fierce attack like a magnificent ribbon, striking the already wounded body once again with lightning speed. The Bull King had nowhere to hide or avoid, and was once again struck hard in the chest by this terrifying attack. The Bull King's breastplate could no longer withstand the successive powerful attacks and shattered. Completely seeing this shocking scene, the monsters present were stunned and deeply shocked. Good heavens! The mighty Bull King couldn't even last 3 moves against this terrifying monster. Moreover, the demonic beast beside the opponent has not made a move at all from beginning to end. Are you, demonic beasts? The Bull King stared intently at Aogwang and Aeoli, his eyes filled with doubt and confusion. In its perception, such a powerful expert was neither a subordinate of the Blood Demon Eagle King nor a subordinate of the Earth Dragon King. In its mind, how could the Earth Dragon King possibly have such a strange and incredibly powerful monster under his command? Us. Upon hearing this, Aogwang and Aeoli exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with tacit understanding and confidence. Then they turned to look at the bewildered Bull King. I am the true dragon. As these 2 words were uttered like thunder from their mouths, the Bull King's face was instantly filled with confusion and doubt. A true dragon? What kind of monster is that? As soon as it finished speaking, a terrifying force, as if the end of the world had arrived, descended upon its massive body like Mount Tai pressing down on Iti. In the next instant, Aogwang's body flew over like a bolt of lightning, purple lightning surging wildly in his palm, flashing with a chilling light. Then, this terrifyingly powerful lightning bolt struck the Bull King's body with overwhelming force. Boom! With a deafening roar of thunder, the Bull King's body shattered before this irresistible force, and he died instantly. Seeing this scene, all the demons present were terrified and fell silent, not daring to utter a sound. The way they looked at Aogwang and Aeoli was filled with unprecedented horror and fear, as if they were looking at 2 demon gods from hell. It seems that even a true dragon doesn't know what the monsters here are. Aogwang looked calmly at Aeoli, shook his head slightly, and spoke with disdain for these ignorant monsters. It doesn't matter, brother. Whether they know it or not, these demonic beasts are not worthy of knowing our origins, Aeoli said nonchalantly. Then, without hesitation, the 2 brothers charged straight toward the monsters in the central ruins ahead. The 2 brothers originally planned to devour the level 60 monster in the central ruins, but they didn't expect the Bull King to come here so recklessly and ask for trouble. Not only did he not gain any benefits, but he also suffered a lot of losses and even lost his life. Afterwards, Aogwang and Aeoli did not hesitate and directly devoured the monsters in the central ruins. Chapter 328 Schemes. As the 2 brothers mercilessly devoured the level 60 demon beast, the powerful and boundless heavenly Tao origin, like a surging tide, instantly spread unchecked throughout their bodies. Originally, Aogwang and Aeoli had already reached level 64 and 22 stars through their frenzied devouring along the way, and now, after successfully devouring the level 60 central ruins monster, their cultivation level has skyrocketed to level 65, 23 stars. This is undoubtedly a huge breakthrough. But what does this breakthrough mean? This means that Aogwang and Aeoli have undoubtedly become the strongest beings in the central ruins, and no one can compare with them. Even if the infamous Blood Demon Eagle King and Earth Dragon King joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for these 2 brothers. In terms of bloodline abilities, Aogwang and Aeoli are like 2 towering mountains, firmly suppressing them beneath their feet. In terms of true strength, they paled in comparison, far inferior to the 2 powerful figures, Aogwang and Aeoli. After all, the power of bloodline is the fundamental source of all power. Brother, let's go and devour that level 65 monster too. Aeoli turned his eager gaze to Aogwang and spoke with great interest and anticipation. Good. Aogwang nodded without hesitation and replied, we're not just going to devour that level 65 demon beast, we're going to take every single one of these demon beasts into our bellies, leaving none behind. Let's seize this excellent opportunity and advance directly to level 70 in one fell swoop. Good. Aoli nodded firmly in agreement, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Without hesitation, the two brothers strode forward with firm and powerful steps into the depths of the central ruins. At this moment, deep within the central ruins, the Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King were locked in a fierce stalemate, vying for the powerful level 65 central ruins monster before them. This demonic beast is extremely powerful, reaching a terrifying level of 65 and 20 stars. So much so that if the two demons were to face it alone, their chances of winning would be extremely slim, almost negligible. What, Blood Demon Eagle King, you can't hold on anymore? The Earth Dragon King looked at the Blood Demon Eagle King with a contemptuous smile, his sneer filled with mockery and disdain. The Blood Demon Eagle King was struck by a powerful blow and was instantly blasted away. Its broad wings flapped rapidly, and it took a lot of effort to barely avoid falling to the ground in a sorry state. Hearing the Earth Dragon King's mocking words, the Blood Demon Eagle King's face remained expressionless, as calm as a stagnant pool. If you're so capable, then why don't you go and do it? Upon hearing this, the Earth Dragon King gave a cold laugh, a laugh filled with determination and confidence. Let's go then. Having said that, the Earth Dragon King took a firm step without hesitation and launched a fierce attack on the level 65 monster in front of him with overwhelming force. However, the moment they met, the Earth Dragon King's expression changed drastically. He keenly realized that his all-out attack had no effect whatsoever on his opponent, as if it had sunk into the sea. Its indestructible bony armor is the best proof of this cruel fact. There's something wrong with this bone armor. The Earth Dragon King stared intently at the mysterious bone armor on the other's body, and spoke solemnly. You're only realizing it now? The Blood Demon Eagle King nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. This is my first time making a move, so naturally I'm only just now seeing through the clues. The Earth Dragon King glared fiercely at the Blood Demon Eagle King, his eyes filled with rage. These guys are far stronger than you and I can handle easily right now, and you're adamant about not cooperating with me. Why don't we hunt down the weaker level 60 monsters first, and then make further plans after we've accumulated enough power? The Blood Demon Eagle King said expressionlessly and in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, the Earth Dragon King, though unwilling, knew that what the other party said made sense, so he turned around and left without hesitation. What the other party said was indeed true. Deep down, it was determined not to cooperate with them. However, with their current strength alone, they are indeed unable to successfully defeat these powerful individuals. Therefore, leaving this place now to find a way to quickly improve one's level before returning to make further plans is perhaps the wisest choice. Just as the Earth Dragon King turned to leave, the Blood Demon Eagle King suddenly stopped. You dog, do you really think I'll let you go so easily? The Blood Demon Eagle King stared intently at the Earth Dragon King's receding figure, letting out a cold snort filled with boundless killing intent and scheming. When you came here, your Jialong city already had few strong people. How dare you still come in here, so reckless as to risk your life? Do you really think I'm the kind of soft-hearted gentleman who wouldn't be ruthless towards you? The Blood Demon Eagle King's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cruel sneer. It and its opponent were mortal enemies, and it would not easily let go of any opportunity to kill its opponent. Immediately, the Blood Demon Eagle King swiftly summoned his subordinates. Unexpectedly, of the original 6 patriarchs of the demon clans, only 4 remain. What about the other 4? The Blood Demon Eagle King frowned, staring intently at the 6 level 60 demonic beasts before him, and asked in an icy tone. Reporting to the City Lord, both the Bull King and the Desert Crocodile King have disappeared without a trace. One of the monsters answered tremblingly, its voice filled with fear and unease. Gone? How is that possible? The Blood Demon Eagle King's brows furrowed even more, his face filled with disbelief. I have reminded them repeatedly not to leave without permission or run around. These 2 fools are reckless. Well, at least we have another demon beast to help us now. Once we successfully kill the Earth Dragon King, all 4 of you demons will be richly rewarded. As for those 2 reckless fools, as long as they don't delay the battle, they're fine. But if anything goes wrong because of their unauthorized actions, they'll be skinned alive. Having said that, the Blood Demon Eagle King no longer hesitated and immediately chased after the Earth Dragon King in the direction he had gone. At this moment, how could the Earth Dragon King not have imagined that the Blood Demon Eagle King was plotting to deal with him? Although it is cruel and ruthless in its daily life, it is by no means stupid or mindless. Chapter 329. Another one jumps out to die. They are mortal enemies, and even on another distant continent, the two forces never interact. If they were to meet, it would inevitably be a life or death struggle, not to mention that in this perilous central ruin, although the two are dominant to a certain extent, they are far from being able to shake hands and make peace. Moreover, the hatred between them is so deep-rooted that it is impossible to reconcile them, and there is absolutely no room for negotiation. That damned blood demon Eagle King is definitely racking his brains to find a way to kill me. While cursing inwardly, the Earth Dragon King quickened his pace and ran hurriedly, eager to find his subordinates. Once the team has successfully reunited, we must fight this blood demon Eagle King to the death. Also, don't let me run into those two bastards. The two scoundrels that the Earth Dragon King was referring to were none other than the brothers Ao Guang and Aolie. This moment, Ao Guang and Aolie were rushing over when they unexpectedly encountered the Desert Crocodile King, a subordinate of the Blood Demon Eagle King. The Desert Crocodile King is an incredibly large crocodile with a mouthful of sharp, knife-like fangs that gleam with a chilling light. It gripped a sharp longsword tightly in one hand and a sturdy shield firmly in the other, its murderous crocodile eyes fixed fiercely on Ao Guang and Aolie before it. How come you two have the aura of the savage bull king on you? The Desert Crocodile King opened its blood-red maw and said viciously. Then what? Aolie glanced at him coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Are you going to avenge him? Aolie's meaning was very clear. He was telling the Desert Crocodile that the Bull King had already been eaten by the two brothers. His death was due to his own incompetence, but you two ignorant bastards dared to kill the demon beside my blood demon Eagle King City Lord. You are undoubtedly courting death. The Desert Crocodile King said coldly, his tone filled with killing intent. Then you should go and keep him company, Aolie said without hesitation, his tone devoid of any doubt or fear. The two of you think you can kill me? That's just wishful thinking. The Desert Crocodile King was extremely confident in his strength, his confident expression suggesting he had already foreseen his victory. Stupid. Aolie rolled his eyes at the other person, secretly mocking him. Did this guy really not understand the dangerous situation at hand? If they were able to successfully kill the Bull King, how could they not kill this arrogant Desert Crocodile King in front of them? What? Could it be much stronger than the Bull King? The next instant, the Desert Crocodile King no longer hesitated and decisively made its move. It wielded a long sword and charged forward with overwhelming force, accompanied by countless swirling dust particles. Seeing this menacing scene, Ao Guang remained unfazed. He opened his enormous mouth and inhaled deeply. Then, an extremely violent bolt of lightning shot out from his mouth like an angry dragon. Boom! The terrifying lightning exploded instantly, crashing down heavily on the massive body of the Desert Crocodile King with overwhelming force. With just this one strike, the Desert Crocodile King's once incredibly sturdy armor instantly became tattered, and the surrounding sand and dust also vanished without a trace in an instant. Boom! The Desert Crocodile King's heavy body crashed into the ancient tree trunk like a boulder that had been thrown into the air. Blood gushed from its mouth, and its face instantly turned ashen, devoid of any color. With such insignificant strength, you dare to arrogantly challenge my brother and me? Ao Guang and Aolie glanced at each other coldly, their tone full of disdain and mockery. I was just acting temporarily. The Desert Crocodile King stared intently at the two brothers before him, trying to find excuses for his defeat. However, before it could finish speaking, a terrifying and suffocating force descended from the sky like a meteor, mercilessly striking its already battered body. The Desert Crocodile King died instantly, and the power displayed by Ao Guang and Aolie was extremely formidable and terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. The numerous demonic beasts present were all dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. Without exception, they could clearly see the undisguised fear in each other's terrified eyes. This is ridiculously powerful. My God, this is absolutely terrifying. The strength of these two guys is beyond imagination. They're not even in the same league. The Desert Crocodile King's death was entirely deserved. The demons present shouted incessantly, driven by instinct, and hurriedly fled away from Ao Guang and Aolie. These two demonic beasts were terrifying to an indescribable degree. Their immense power instilled an uncontrollable fear in people from the depths of their hearts. After successfully killing the Desert Crocodile King, Ao Guang and Aolie devoured its body without hesitation. However, at this level of 60, the heavenly Tao origin brought by the Desert Crocodile King could not satisfy the two brothers. Brother, the heavenly Tao origin brought by this desert crocodile king is far too little. Aoli's face was full of displeasure, and his tone was full of dissatisfaction. It seems that the mouths of us two brothers have become increasingly discerning thanks to the monsters in the central ruins here, Aogwang said calmly and unhurriedly. Indeed, the brothers' palates had become increasingly discerning due to their long-term consumption of the monsters found in the central ruins. Brother, let's hurry up and eat all the monsters in the central ruins. Aoli said impatiently. Okay. Aogwang nodded slightly and readily agreed. Immediately afterwards, the two brothers pounced on their prey like hungry tigers, devouring the monsters in the central ruins one by one. With their current strength, no monster in the entire central ruins can stop their advance. This is the absolute power bestowed upon them by their formidable strength. At this moment, the two brothers are about to break through to level 66, a breakthrough speed that can only be described as astonishing. It's important to know that before the two brothers stepped into this place, they were far from reaching such a remarkable level. The speed of this progress is simply unbelievable and incredibly impressive. Meanwhile, deep within the central ruins, the Blood Demon Eagle King was relentlessly pursuing the Earth Dragon King. The Blood Demon Eagle King's subordinates are all powerful level 60 monsters, numbering as many as 6. Turning back to look at the Earth Dragon King's side, he was only followed by 4 level 60 demonic beasts. Such a huge difference in combat power is equivalent to the difference between 2 level 60 monsters. Under these circumstances, the fighting ability of the Earth Dragon King's side was greatly weakened. Chapter 330 Strength increases again. Fight and retreat at the same time. The Earth Dragon King shouted sternly. He was no fool, he had anticipated this situation before even stepping into this place. After all, the two races are mortal enemies, and there is absolutely no possibility of reconciliation between them. The Blood Demon Eagle King, seizing the opportunity presented by their limited manpower, will undoubtedly strike without hesitation. Even so, given the Earth Dragon King's unwavering and indomitable character, there was no way he would easily let the Blood Demon Eagle King go. It should be noted that he was born with the bloodline of a dragon, and his body also contained a trace of precious true dragon blood. For this reason alone, the Earth Dragon King would never reconcile with the Blood Demon Eagle King, because this is the backbone and dignity he upholds. The Blood Demon Eagle King flew with lightning speed, its broad wings spread wide, powerfully flapping as it soared high in the sky. His sharp, eagle-like eyes were filled with an unprecedented arrogance and disdain for others. Earth Dragon King, you can run as fast as you can. I want to see where you can escape to. You dare to come to this central ruin with only 4 subordinates? You truly do not take me seriously. I think your dragon clan is also arrogant and ignorant. Do you really think that only your Jiaolong clan possesses that precious true dragon bloodline? No, you are sorely mistaken. My Blood Eagle clan has been able to fight and struggle with your Jiaolong clan to this day because of the powerful bloodline of my clan. The Blood Demon Eagle King said with a cold and stern face that he didn't take the Earth Dragon King seriously at all. In fact, deep down, he saw the Earth Dragon King as a turtle in a jar or a fish on a chopping board, completely at his mercy. The Earth Dragon King's face was as gloomy as a dense dark cloud, extremely ugly. Blood Demon Eagle King's words completely enraged him. The Earth Dragon King abruptly stopped, turned his head, and stared intently at the Blood Demon Eagle King. Boom! An extremely terrifying power rapidly spread across the Earth Dragon King's body. Immediately afterward, he attacked without hesitation, unleashing the immense power of the true dragon bloodline hidden within his body. In an instant, the ancient mountains and forests around them began to tremble violently. Seeing that the Earth Dragon King was about to make a move, the Blood Demon Eagle King's face was full of disdainful sneers. I knew you couldn't control your temper. You are incredibly stupid. You can't even tell the current situation. You're a complete waste. The Blood Demon Eagle King's eyes were filled with unprecedented mockery and contempt. In his eyes, the fact that the Earth Dragon King now wanted to wage war against him was undoubtedly the most pathetic and ridiculous thing to do, because the difference in combat power between the two is too great. No matter how hard the Earth Dragon King tries, he can never be a match for the Blood Demon Eagle King. Fellow Demon Clan leaders, hurry up and make your move. Unleash your power to the fullest. In an instant, the Blood Demon Eagle King's henchmen unleashed their signature skills and launched a fierce attack. This scene made the Blood Demon Eagle King keep sneering. In his view, the Earth Dragon King and his subordinates were absolutely no match for him. How laughable. You think you can fight me with just these few monsters? The Blood Demon Eagle King continued to mock. It's quite a small miracle that you, Earth Dragon King, have been able to lead your troops in this city to hold out until now. You damned thing, stop talking nonsense and just attack, the Earth Dragon King roared at the Blood Demon Eagle King. Upon hearing this, the Blood Demon Eagle King gave a cold laugh. Do you think you're worthy? Since that's the case, then let me once again see just how strong your dragon clan really is. I hope you don't die here, otherwise, the reputation of your dragon clan will be completely ruined. Upon hearing this, the Earth Dragon King also gave a cold laugh, returning the Blood Demon Eagle King's words to him. I, the City Lord, also advise you not to lose your life here. Our dragon clan will never be weaker than any other demon beast race in our lifetime. In that case, let's do it. Without further hesitation, the Blood Demon Eagle King made his move decisively. An extremely terrifying shockwave swept wildly across the sky, and blood-red clouds swirled and transformed into layers of sharp, blade-like rays. In the next instant, the Blood Demon Eagle King launched a fierce attack on the Earth Dragon King. Boom, countless feathers and sharp blades, carrying a terrifying and chilling aura, rushed towards the Earth Dragon King like a raging storm. The Earth Dragon King calmly waved his hand, and huge rocks suddenly rose from the ground, instantly blocking the fierce attacks. The two sides are evenly matched, making it extremely difficult to determine a winner in a short period of time. After all, both originated from the top-tier demon race. Even if their talents are not much different, if they were truly exceptionally talented geniuses, they would never have come to this Gobi continent. For both of them, on this Gobi Desert continent, they could perhaps be called true kings. However, once they truly returned to their own continent, the gap between them was simply too vast. Otherwise, how could the two of them have come to this harsh Gobi Desert at the same time? The subordinates of both sides also clashed mercilessly. This earth shattering battle erupted instantly, like a surging tide, stirring up one breathtaking wave after another. The nearby monsters, witnessing this terrifying scene, scattered in all directions, not daring to approach even a fraction of a step. After all, this was a life-or-death duel between the city lords of the main city, and the powerful aura it exuded was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ao Guang and Ao Lai continued to tirelessly devour the monsters in the central ruins. The two brothers were practically stuffed to the point of bursting. The number of demonic beasts here is as numerous as the stars, and with their current level of cultivation, no matter what kind of demonic beast they face, it cannot pose the slightest obstacle to them. This is absolutely terrifying. Now, before a day has even passed, the two brothers have already broken through to level 67. Such a level of power allows the two brothers to roam freely within this central ruin. This is formidable strength, and the brothers' bloodline level has reached 25 stars. This is already a terrifying bloodline level. After all, the City Lord's dragon bloodline level was only around 22 stars. Chapter 331 Personality Changes brought about by increased strength. Brother, when exactly are we supposed to go find them? Ao Lai asked anxiously. Don't rush. O Guang slowly shook his head. He knew perfectly well what Ao Lai meant by them. Although you and I, brothers, already possess sufficient power, it would be better to let them continue fighting each other like this. In this way, we can easily reap the benefits. I think this plan is feasible, brother. So Ao Guang and Ao Lai waited patiently and quietly there. Today, the fame these two brothers possess is even more terrifying than that of the city lords of these two major cities. After all, the city lords of those two major cities were still somewhat restrained in their actions and would not indiscriminately kill. But the two brothers were completely the opposite. The places they passed through were barren, and any monsters that dared to block their path met a miserable end. But this cannot actually be blamed on Ao Guang and Ao Lai, who told them to be true dragons? They themselves were unaware that true dragons are often the most brutal and ferocious. The dragon has 9 sons, each with a distinct personality. As true dragons, they will experience different personalities throughout the process of bloodline advancement. At that very moment, Ao Guang and Ao Lai descended upon the central ruins with extremely brutal and ruthless personalities. But after all, this is a cruel world that follows the law of the jungle, where the strong are revered as supreme. Here, there is no such thing as brutality, only true and absolute strength is the supreme principle. The brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai gradually approached the deepest part of the central ruins. They could also clearly see the two city lords engaged in a fierce battle, as well as their subordinates following them. This time, Ao Guang and Ao Lai did not try to dodge or avoid the situation. They appeared before them openly and without any concealment. Two more monstrous beasts, oblivious to their own mortality, have come running in. One of the Blood Demon Eagle King's subordinates looked coldly at Ao Guang and Ao Lai with a chilling gaze. Get out of here right now, or I'll take your lives. The Demon King roared at the top of his lungs, but Ao Guang and Ao Lai looked at him coldly. Do you really think you are invincible and no one can defeat you? What an ignorant and reckless person who was courting death. The brothers spoke without any restraint or fear, as if they didn't take the monsters here seriously at all. It is important to understand that all the monsters here are elite forces from the two major cities. Looking at the entire Gobi Desert, they can be considered top-tier powerhouses. This is because they are level 60 demon beasts from two major cities. At this moment, the Blood Demon Eagle King and the Earth Dragon King finally noticed the two brothers. When the Earth Dragon King first saw the two brothers, the entire beast instantly lost control of its emotions and went berserk. You two despicable bastards! The Earth Dragon King stared intently at Ao Guang and Ao Lai with his eyes wide open. What, is it only now that you finally realize that all of this was done by the two of us brothers? Ao Guang and Ao Lai looked at each other, their eyes full of mockery and ridicule. You bastards, after I, the city lord, successfully deal with the Blood Demon Eagle King, the next ones I'll deal with are you two. The Earth Dragon King said coldly, his face grim. Alright, then we'll wait for you here quietly. Ao Guang said with a smile, but you mustn't die at the hands of the Blood Demon Eagle King. Otherwise, your body will be given to other demonic beasts for nothing. Upon hearing these words, the Earth Dragon King ignored him and focused all his attention on fighting the Blood Demon Eagle King before him. The other subordinates from the two cities also chose to ignore Ao Guang and Ao Lai. After all, in their view, the two brothers were not the most important thing at the moment. The most important thing was to successfully kill the monster in front of them. The brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai didn't care about their attitude either, because in the eyes of these two brothers, all the monsters here will eventually die. How severe have their irritability become now? Just now, when the Blood Demon Eagle King's subordinates mocked the two brothers, they could no longer suppress the urge to attack, but since their personalities haven't completely changed yet, they ultimately chose to endure it. Brother, I really can't hold back anymore. Ao Lai's majestic dragon eyes were filled with deep killing intent and dazzling golden light. Be patient a little longer. Wait until they're both exhausted and weakened before we make our move, Ao Guang said calmly. If he couldn't hold back at this point either, their hearts were filled with endless bloodlust and brutal thoughts. They wished they could crush all the monsters in front of them mercilessly right now. These guys need to understand clearly that the power of the true dragon is absolutely unstoppable. When a true dragon gets angry, there will surely be a tragic scene of corpses stretching for miles and rivers of blood flowing. However, Blood Demon Eagle King and his companions have not yet fully grasped the gravity of the situation. They only knew that the two brothers were watching the spectacle from the sidelines, so they paid no attention to it, but they had no idea that the most powerful beings in this place were the two brothers standing right in front of them. On the other side, a fierce battle between the two sides had already broken out completely. Both the Blood Demon Eagle King and the Earth Dragon King are extremely powerful. Both of them had reached the advanced level of 65, and each possessed a trace of precious bloodline. In the battle among their subordinates, the Blood Demon Eagle King's men clearly had the upper hand. After all, they had a significant advantage in numbers, having more than two more subordinates than the Earth Dragon King. The Earth Dragon King was not fully aware that he was very likely to fail today. All of this was firmly in the hands of the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai. They watched the chaotic scene unfold silently, their faces displaying only cold, indifferent smiles. Go ahead and fight, you bunch of useless trash. I'd like to see how long it takes you to figure out who's stronger, Ao Lai said without any politeness. Chapter 332. A ruthless move. Ao Lai's words undoubtedly enraged the many demonic beasts present. You bastards! How dare you two ignorant and arrogant good-for-nothings say such things? You two are truly audacious in courting death. The guards of the major city lords shouted loudly at the two brothers. Saying such things? Then we will no longer tolerate you. Ao Guang and Ao Lai could no longer hold back, and the two brothers attacked without hesitation. Boom, an extremely terrifying force spread wildly in all directions, and its immense power instantly swept across the entire area. In an instant, all the demonic beasts' expressions changed drastically, filled with shock and fear. Even the Blood Demon Eagle King and the Earth Dragon King's expressions turned extremely ugly, filled with solemnity and unease. What's going on? Both of them quickly stopped their attacks and looked in the direction where Ao Guang and Ao Lai were. Both of their expressions changed drastically in an instant. What exactly is this sudden and terrifying power? In particular, the terrifying aura emanating from the two brothers caused them to tremble involuntarily. What on earth is going on? What is the background of these two brothers? At this moment, the Earth Dragon King's face turned extremely ugly, as if water could drip from it. He vaguely sensed that the two brothers' strength seemed to be above his own. Now that things have progressed this far, the brothers no longer bother to conceal or hide their cultivation levels and auras. Terrifying golden light and terrifying lightning intertwined and surrounded the two brothers. "Let me show you what true power really is," Aeoli said coldly, his dragon eyes suddenly sweeping over all the demon beasts present. "Humph, where did this arrogant brat come from?" After a brief moment of shock, the Blood Demon Eagle King forced himself to calm down and regain his senses. He stared coldly at the two brothers, his eyes filled with arrogance. "Dead Eagle, you will be the first to die." Aeoli glared fiercely at the other party. "If you have the ability, then bring it on." Boom! Aeoli attacked without hesitation. He was enveloped in a vast, majestic, and boundless golden light as he swiftly charged toward his opponent. Wherever he passed, an extremely terrifying pressure descended like Mount Tai crashing down, as if to completely suppress the entire world. He wanted to loudly proclaim to the other side, "The might of the true dragon is indestructible and unstoppable. The true dragon is sacred and inviolable, and must never be dishonored." Boom! The chilling aura pressed down relentlessly, layer upon layer, and the Blood Demon Eagle King's face instantly turned extremely ugly, like a dark cloud gathering. His gaze was fixed on Aeoli. The opponent's earth-shattering move made him deeply feel an unprecedented and powerful force that was enough to make one's soul tremble. In the next instant, the Blood Demon Eagle King's body left its original position like lightning and soared into the sky. "You think you're the only one who can fly?" Upon seeing this, Aeoli's lips curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. The next instant, to everyone's amazement, Aeoli also appeared in the sky as if by teleportation. Upon seeing this scene, the Blood Demon Eagle King's originally arrogant eyes were now filled with disbelief, mixed with deep fear, as if he had seen the most terrifying being in the world. How is this possible? Even the Earth Dragon King was stunned by this scene, his whole body trembling involuntarily. He never expected that Aeoli would possess such an ability to soar through the sky. "You bunch of useless trash, let's get to work." Just then, a deafening dragon roar suddenly rang out, a sound that seemed to come from ancient times. Instantly, the bodies of the Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King trembled violently, as if their souls were about to be shaken out of their bodies. How so? Their faces turned ashen, completely devoid of color. They never expected that the bloodline level of these two demonic beasts would reach such a terrifying level. It should be noted that they all possess a trace of true dragon blood, making them the most powerful demonic beasts in this world. But now, a mysterious being has appeared here, capable of suppressing their bloodline with overwhelming power. Want to know why? Aeoli's gaze was like torches as he looked at the Blood Demon Eagle King before him. His expression was calm yet filled with boundless majesty as he said, "Because we brothers are true dragons. You are nothing but lowly trash who merely possess a trace of our bloodline, so naturally you are no match for us. You talk too much nonsense." Upon hearing Aeoli's words, the Blood Demon Eagle King became enraged and launched a frenzied attack on Aeoli. His heart was filled with anger, and naturally he did not believe Aeoli's words. But in the next instant, a dazzling yet terrifying golden light gradually magnified before his eyes, so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it. Then, the Blood Demon Eagle King was like a leaf in a storm, powerless to resist, and was blasted away by this violent force. Despite the devastating blow, the Blood Demon Eagle King believed deep down that it was merely a momentary lapse in judgment, and that he had not unleashed his full power. Otherwise, how could such a seemingly ordinary attack have caused such serious damage to oneself? Below, Aoguang finally made his move. He opened his mouth, which was as deep as an abyss, and inhaled and exhaled the surrounding air. Then, a terrifying burst of lightning and light, like a volcanic eruption, spewed out of his mouth. Dragon's breath. Boom! This lightning was absolutely terrifying. Wherever it struck, everything instantly turned to ashes and vanished without a trace. Those subordinates belonging to the two city lords had absolutely no chance of stopping this earth-shattering power. Boom! Even if a powerful demon beast bravely tried to stop it, its indestructible armor shattered instantly, and half of its body was torn to pieces by the violent force. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Earth Dragon King hurriedly used his unique ability and shouted loudly, "Life Stone!" As soon as he finished speaking, several enormous rocks suddenly bulged up from the ground in front of him, attempting to shield him from the surging attack. But the next second, the seemingly indestructible defense in front of him was ruthlessly shattered, and the terrifying lightning struck his body without the slightest pause. Chapter 333 Absolute Strength. Boom! the Earth Dragon King's body was blasted away like a cannonball, unable to withstand the terrifying, world-destroying power. Seeing this, all the monsters were so shocked that their minds went blank, and they stood there dumbfounded. At this moment, the astonishing levels of Ao Lai and Ao Guang were completely revealed without reservation. Level 67. He was 2 ranks higher than the 2 city lords. No, this is absolutely impossible. How could you possibly have such power to suppress us when you are only 2 levels higher? The Blood Demon Eagle King was completely stunned, his mind in complete chaos. That's absolutely impossible. Being suppressed by the 2 brothers in terms of bloodline was unacceptable to the Blood Demon Eagle King. Their bloodline is right here, something they've always been proud of, but now, in front of the 2 brothers, they were so overwhelmed that they couldn't even get up. This also shows that the brothers' bloodline level is more terrifying than theirs, otherwise, the 2 brothers could never have achieved such an overwhelming and decisive victory. The Earth Dragon King was powerless against this absolute power. Its body flew out like a meteor and crashed into the deep and mysterious ancient forest in the distance. At that moment, Ao Lai, without pausing, launched another fierce attack. Boom, a golden light carrying earth-shattering energy suddenly slammed in, and the Blood Demon Eagle King hurriedly raised his hand to defend himself with all his might. Countless crimson energies surged wildly in front of him, forming layers of seemingly indestructible protection. But the next second, these layers of protection burst open like fragile paper. The magnificent golden light instantly transformed into a gigantic dragon claw, crashing down upon his body with overwhelming force. 3 deep, gruesome claw marks, revealing bone, were left on the Blood Demon Eagle King's body, with blood gushing out. Bang! The Blood Demon Eagle King crashed heavily to the ground, its demonic aura instantly dropping by more than half, making it appear extremely weak. Ao Guang and Ao Lai simultaneously soared into the air, their agile figures reaching the sky. Their dragon eyes gleamed with boundless majesty as they stared intently at all the demonic beasts present. A bunch of useless trash. Ao Lai's disdainful dragon eyes slowly swept over the demon beasts present, his gaze full of contempt. I told you, I am the true dragon. You 2 defective products will never be a match for us, no matter what methods you use. Ao Guang spoke in an icy tone. The usually composed man had become unusually brutal and ruthless when facing these opponents. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Blood Demon Eagle King and the Earth Dragon King turned extremely grim, as if the end of the world had arrived. In this world of Warcraft, the only 2 powerful demon races are the Blood Demon Eagle race and the Flood Dragon race. Both races are powerful beings with a trace of true dragon blood, but now, these 2 terrifying beings, like outcasts, have suddenly appeared. They are very likely beings who came from the ancient continent, beings who possess a much stronger true dragon bloodline than you and me. The Blood Demon Eagle King seemed to have noticed something, and said with a solemn expression, "How hateful! I never expected to encounter such a powerful and despair-inducing expert on this Gobi Desert continent." The Earth Dragon King's face was also extremely gloomy and ugly. He never expected to encounter such a nightmarish presence at this crucial moment. Die! Without uttering any further words, Ao Guang and Ao Lai launched a deadly attack directly at them. Oomph, let's fight them. The Blood Demon Eagle King's eyes turned bloodshot, and he shouted hysterically. Earth Dragon King, forget about any deep-seated hatred between us. The most urgent and important thing now is to deal with those 2 together. Upon hearing this, the Earth Dragon King nodded solemnly. Let's attack them with all our might. The powerful figures from the 2 cities, setting aside their past grievances, joined forces and launched a frenzied attack on Ao Guang and Ao Lai. As they surged towards them like a tidal wave, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both wore disdainful smiles. Ignorance is bliss, but aren't you just courting death by doing this? Ao Guang and Ao Lai shook their heads helplessly, their eyes filled with pity. Then, a terrifying bolt of lightning that sent shivers down one's spine and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from in front of the 2 brothers, illuminating the entire sky. The might of the true dragon descended like a divine punishment, and Ao Guang and Ao Lai's bodies instantly transformed into the majestic and powerful form of the true dragon. Boom! The brothers' attack fell mercilessly like a doomsday judgment, causing a dramatic change in the expressions of the Blood Demon Eagle King and the Earth Dragon King. As fear instantly filled their eyes, their attack resulted in the immediate and gruesome deaths of the Heavenly Demon Tiger King and the Ash Deer Clan Chief, who were left without any chance to retaliate. In the eyes of the 2 brothers, level 60 monsters were already the weakest existences. This is the enormous boost brought about by bloodline. The difference in strength is like an Insurmountable chasm. The other demonic beasts were also mercilessly blasted to death by the brothers' earth-shattering attacks. In just the first fierce clash, almost all the powerful figures from the two cities were destined to meet a tragic end, dying without a trace. Looking at the faces of the Blood Demon Eagle King and the Earth Dragon King, they were already filled with immense fear, as if they had witnessed the arrival of death. The Ao Guang and Ao Lai before them were simply not beings they could contend with. It was at this moment that Ao Guang and Ao Lai slowly raised their heads again, looking at them with cold eyes. In that instant, the bodies of the Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King trembled violently, as if they were being stared at by some extremely terrifying and indescribable being. The strength displayed by Ao Guang and Ao Lai, who stood in front, was astonishing and terrifying. With a level of 67, the extremely high level of the opponent only made a slight move, yet they were utterly defeated and left without any chance to fight back. What kind of unimaginably powerful force is this? It's terrifying to the very core of one's soul. These two guys are definitely from the ancient extreme continent, we just don't know it. The Earth Dragon King's gaze was like a nail, fixed intently on Ao Guang and Ao Lai. They never expected that these two brothers would have such a powerful background. The ancient extreme continent is a mysterious continent relatively close to the Gobi Desert. On that continent, every demon beast that lives there possesses extraordinary strength. Every demon race has a long and ancient heritage. Moreover, the monster races on the ancient continent are completely different from those here. Unlike here, there are not many cities standing everywhere there. In short, every monster on the ancient extreme continent is among the strongest of the strong. Chapter 334. Eat them all. The Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King both came from that mysterious ancient continent. However, on the ancient extreme continent, they were only slightly stronger than ordinary demonic beasts, far from being considered true top-tier powerhouses. At this moment, Ao Guang and Ao Lai before me are the ones who truly inspire despair and fear. Each attack from these two brothers seemed to be imbued with terrifying, world-destroying power and a force capable of crushing everything. Their astonishing combat prowess in battle left everyone speechless. Each attack carries an immense pressure that seems capable of crushing everything. The soaring dragon roar echoes throughout the vast heaven and earth, possessing a terrifying power that seems to tear the entire sky apart. Die! A resolute glint flashed in Ao Guang and Ao Lai's eyes as they attacked again without a trace of pity or hesitation. With a thunderous roar, terrifying lightning and dazzling golden light instantly pierced through the heavens and earth. The suffocatingly terrifying power surged wildly, and the incomparably powerful dragon might press down on the bodies of the Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King like Mount Tai. Their strength had reached an unimaginable level, even though the Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King possessed indestructible and powerful bodies. But when faced with such a terrifying attack, all resistance is futile and hopeless. With just one intense collision, a terrifying, apocalyptic power erupted violently from the two demons. The Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King coughed up blood instantly, their bodies unable to withstand the enormous impact, and they fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, the commanders of the two major cities and the patriarchs of the various demon clans were all in a state of extreme panic and confusion. The terrifying strength displayed by Ao Guang and Ao Lai was such that even the city lord was no match for them. So how could these people possibly be a match for these two powerful figures? Boom! A bolt of lightning, like divine punishment, crashed down from the heavens, carrying an immense power capable of destroying everything. Its terrifying force struck the heads of the demonic beasts with pinpoint accuracy in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the lightning vanished without a trace, and all the powerful level 60 monsters perished on the spot. One by one, they died tragically on the spot, a scene too gruesome to bear. Seeing this shocking scene, Ao Guang and Ao Lai took a step forward without hesitation, opened their mouths wide, and devoured their bodies completely. Damn it, damn it! The loud noise finally woke the Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King from their coma. When they saw Ao Guang and Ao Lai recklessly devouring their subordinates, the two demons' eyes were instantly filled with boundless rage. They stared intently at the two brothers, their anger burning to its peak, wishing they could rush up and tear them to pieces immediately. The harsh reality is that they simply don't have the ability to do so. They are completely unable to defeat Ao Guang and Ao Lai, who are stronger than them. These two guys are incredibly powerful. Just then, the pupils of the Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King suddenly contracted, as if they were seeing the most terrifying sight in the world. What exactly did they see? The speed at which these two guys are improving their cultivation levels is ridiculously fast. They had only just devoured the corpses of several leaders and clan chiefs when they sensed the aura emanating from the two brothers increasing wildly once again. Clearly, this is the change brought about by successfully devouring the opponent. The power of their bloodline, the Blood Demon Eagle King was completely stunned and stood there dumbfounded. The fact that they could devour so quickly and efficiently undoubtedly indicates that their bloodline level has reached a height that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve, otherwise, they simply couldn't have done it. Just then, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's imposing dragon eyes turned coldly toward them. In an instant, the faces of the Blood Demon Eagle King and the Earth Dragon King turned ashen, devoid of any life. They had clearly realized that they had nowhere to escape and could only helplessly face the tragic fate of being cruelly devoured by their opponent. I am a demon of the Mountain Rock Dragon Clan. If you dare to kill me, the Mountain Rock Dragon Clan will absolutely, positively retaliate against you. In this desperate situation, the Earth Dragon King had no choice but to resort to his family in an attempt to intimidate Ao Guang and Ao Lai. After all, his clan, the Mountain Rock Dragon Clan, still held considerable prestige on the ancient extreme continent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to take up the position of city lord. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai merely grinned dismissively. Is that so? Just because you've brought up your backing, you naively think we won't dare to mess with you? As soon as he finished speaking, Ao Lai opened his dragon mouth, which was large enough to swallow the sky and the earth, without hesitation. A true dragon phantom instantly appeared, carrying an unparalleled aura, and directly swallowed the body of the Earth Dragon King in horror. Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, the Blood Demon Eagle King was once again so frightened that he fainted on the spot. Ao Guang unleashed a violent bolt of lightning without hesitation, instantly killing the Blood Demon Eagle King. Then, without hesitation, he opened his enormous dragon mouth and swallowed the Blood Demon Eagle King whole. These two powerful level 65, 21-star demons were swallowed. Ao Guang and Ao Lai's cultivation levels soared to level 68 like a rocket. Even his bloodline level has reached 26 stars. That's awesome, bro. Ao Lai's face was full of excitement and agitation. Go and devour those ancient level 65 monsters. Ao Guang's tone remained calm and even, but it contained an undeniable firmness that if they can successfully devour them, then the two brothers will surely be able to reach level 70 this time. Moreover, Ao Guang had a strong premonition that once they successfully reached level 70, they would face unpredictable and enormous changes. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai nodded vigorously and hurriedly followed. The two brothers arrived at the deepest part of the central ruins with great momentum. There, several ancient demonic beasts of level 65 stood quietly without the slightest hesitation or delay. The two brothers launched a fierce attack to suppress them, charging towards them like tigers descending a mountain. Seeing that someone was attacking them, the ancient demonic beasts did not hesitate to brandish their incredibly powerful weapons and charge madly towards Ao Guang and Ao Lai. But at this moment, the two brothers' strength has become terrifying to the extreme. This ancient demon beast, which is level 65 and has a star rating of 22, is no match for them at all. In just one encounter, all of these powerful demonic beasts were killed on the spot. Chapter 335. Heading to the ancient continent without the slightest hesitation, Ao Guang and Ao Lai devoured all their corpses. The boundless source of the heavenly Tao flowed into the brothers' bodies like a torrent, and the continuous and powerful energy nourished them wildly, causing their cultivation levels to rise rapidly like a rocket. The monsters in these central ruins are undoubtedly a great tonic. A single level 65 monster was enough to allow the two brothers to successfully break through to level 69. From this, one can imagine how rich and vast the heavenly Tao origin contained within these demonic beasts is. Ao Guang and Ao Lai were filled with joy. This time, the two brothers were sure to successfully break through to level 70. No one can stop us. Roar! A deafening dragon roar suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Ao Guang and Ao Lai exuded a terrifying aura that made people's breath catch in their breath, just like real dragons descending to earth, with their majestic dragon whiskers, sharp dragon claws, thick dragon tails, and solid dragon scales. At this moment, the two brothers had fully acquired the appearance of any true dragon, majestic and powerful, their innate nobility and strength far surpassing that of mixed-blooded demonic beasts like the flood dragon. At this moment, Ao Guang and Ao Lai seemed to be the absolute kings of this world. The terrifying power of the true dragon was like an invisible net, enveloping every corner of the place, forcing all the demonic beasts to prostrate themselves in fear, without even the courage to raise their heads. We are the kings of this world. Roar! The true dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The entire central ruins were trembling violently, as if deeply shocked by the astonishing strength of Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Ao Guang and Ao Lai have successfully reached the level of 70. They now possess the powerful ability to transform into true dragons. At this very moment, the unparalleled pressure emanating from them is enough to make countless demonic beasts submit and tremble. Not to Mention those demonic beasts of higher levels. Even among beings of the same level, there is not a single demonic beast that can contend with them. After successfully breaking through to level 70, Ao Guang and Ao Lai miraculously gained the ability to transform. At this time, Ao Guang and Ao Lai had already transformed into dragon heads and human bodies. Like other monsters, they now possess flexible hands, allowing them to freely transform into beastmen, no longer needing to maintain their original monster appearance. Normally, for demonic beasts, their strength is weakest in their beastman form, while they are strongest when they transform into their true form. But it was only at this level that my brother and I were able to transform into beastman form. Ao Guang's expression was calm and composed, and a hint of gratified smile involuntarily appeared on his majestic dragon face. "Brother, have you noticed that we seem to be in a much calmer mood?" Ao Lai suddenly said. Ao Guang then seemed to wake from a dream and realized that his mood had indeed become unusually pleasant and wonderful. The rage and madness of the past were gone. At this moment, he felt no desire or impulse to kill at all. "It seems that after we successfully reached level 70, our personalities have changed significantly once again," Ao Guang said in a calm tone. "Let's head to the next continent and ask some monsters where it is good." Ao Lai nodded without hesitation. The two brothers did not transform into majestic dragons, but instead rode on auspicious clouds and flew away into the distance. Under these personality traits, Ao Guang and Ao Lai have become extremely pleasing. One could even say that their personalities have switched to unparalleled peace and tranquility. They will absolutely not take action unless there is an extremely serious conflict or contradiction. "Brother, if possible, I'd like to learn swordsmanship," Ao Lai suddenly said. Now that they have transformed into orcs, they no longer need to rely solely on their claws as weapons in battle. While in his orc form, Ao Lai also longed to use other weapons as powerful offensive means. "Of course, that's possible." Ao Guang nodded without hesitation. "That's a good idea. I'd like to practice my spear skills." Ao Guang and Ao Lai flew on like this, and now they have successfully reached level 70, flying at a speed as fast as lightning. Before long, they arrived at the city where the Blood Demon Eagle King was located. They randomly selected a monster of around level 50 and inquired about it in detail. Upon hearing this, it turns out that on one side of the Gobi Desert, there exists a place called the Ancient Extreme Continent. The Ancient Pole Continent is a vast continent whose size far exceeds that of the Gobi Continent and the Thunder Continent. As its name suggests, the ancient continent of Guji is an ancient continent that has existed for an extremely long time. It has everything from towering mountains to boundless plains and even frigid ice fields. Moreover, the ancient continent is home to countless powerful demonic beasts, and its various restrictions and rules are completely different from those of the Gobi continent. Most of the demonic beasts on the ancient extreme continent are cultivated through sex to reduce the time spent devouring other demonic beasts, and their cultivation is based on their own advancement in cultivation level. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both nodded in agreement. These kinds of monsters that advance through their own efforts rather than devouring other monsters are undoubtedly the most powerful. However, to achieve this, one must determine just how terrifying and powerful one's bloodline level is. How could ordinary, low-blooded demon beasts have the courage and ability to do such a thing? Upon hearing this news, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both politely nodded to the monster to express their gratitude. Wherever the two brothers go, they are extremely humble and polite. After finding out the exact location of the ancient extreme continent, the two brothers set off without hesitation. Before leaving, they also took some spirit crystals in case they encountered an emergency on the way. The edge of the Gobi Desert lies a considerable distance from the ancient continent of Pole. The two brothers flew continuously for a whole month before finally setting foot on the ancient continent. After flying out of that desolate desert, a magnificent scene instantly came into their view. It was a vast, boundless plain, where the vegetation was lush and abundant, with even a single ordinary blade of grass growing to over a meter tall. Chapter 336 Tianyu Gate. The ancient continent truly lives up to its name, a continent brimming with an ancient aura. The sky here is completely different from the sky over the Gobi Desert. The sky and earth were gloomy, forming a stark contrast with the bright sky over the Gobi Desert. The two brothers set foot on the plains of the ancient continent. Upon arriving here, even the atmosphere here gave the two brothers a completely different and unique feeling, ancient, somber, and mysterious. This is the most direct and profound feeling that the ancient continent brought to them. In the far distance, towering and majestic mountain peaks stand imposingly, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden. Ao Guang and Ao Lai entered the ancient extreme continent, but for a moment they did not know where to go, so they could only wander around aimlessly. They didn't know how long they had walked, But the two brothers happened to see a small village on a plain. Upon seeing the figure of a demonic beast, the two brothers immediately landed without hesitation, then they walked slowly into the village. At this moment, a considerable number of young demonic beasts were densely gathered in the center of the village. In front of them stood a middle-aged looking demon beast, looking at them with a cold and serious expression. If you want to enter the heavenly fish gate, we need to see if you have the corresponding qualifications. Bloodline, while not representing everything, is certainly indispensable. Come on, each of you take turns coming forward so I can take a good look at your bloodline abilities. Upon seeing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai immediately became very interested and hurriedly went over to them. The middle-aged demon beast ignored them and instead directed a group of younger demon beasts to begin bloodline testing. Mandala, bloodline 15 stars, barely passing. Indra, with a bloodline of 14 stars, barely passes the mark. Kochi, 16-star bloodline, passing grade. As the middle-aged demon beast clearly pronounced their bloodline levels, Ao Guang and Ao Lai, who were standing to the side, were both extremely shocked. These monsters, which are only around level 30, actually possess bloodline star ratings of 15 or 14, and they are so young. They look about the same age as the two brothers. It should be noted that the monsters they encountered along the way from the Gobi Desert were all older and more experienced, having reached this level only through years of hard work and accumulation. These young demonic beasts before us are undoubtedly full of vibrant, fresh blood. Alright, you demonic beasts, come back to the sect with me. The middle-aged demon beast glanced at the few juniors who had performed well, then spoke, before turning his gaze to the two demons, Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Are you two here to participate in the test as well? We don't. Ao Lai wanted to refuse, but Ao Guang nodded first. Yes, we're here to test too. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged demon beast nodded. Then I'll give you a test as well. Thank you. Ao Guang nodded politely. The bloodline test officially began. The middle-aged demon beast closed his eyes slightly, while the other young demon beast stared intently at the two demons. One of the tiger demons stared intently at the two demons, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain. These two guys look so ordinary, how high could their bloodline level be? Just then, the middle-aged demon beast suddenly opened its eyes, which had been tightly closed, and looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai with an expression of disbelief and extreme shock. How could this be? The middle-aged demon couldn't help but exclaim loudly, his words filled with barely suppressed shock. He could hardly believe his eyes and senses. The bloodline levels of the two demonic beasts, Ao Guang and Ao Lai, had reached an unbelievably terrifying level. What's wrong, mentor? What exactly are their bloodline levels? Yes, please tell us exactly how much it is. It seems to be a fairly high level. Many demonic beasts curiously crowded around, their gazes fixed eagerly and intensely on Ao Guang and Ao Lai. 27 stars. As the middle-aged demon beast uttered the number in a trembling voice, the expressions of all the demon beasts present changed drastically. 27 stars, what an astonishing bloodline level. Perhaps only the renowned Flood Dragon Clan and Eagle Demon Clan possess such terrifying bloodlines. The tiger demon, who had previously looked down on and disdained Ao Guang and Ao Lai, was now completely filled with shock in an instant, and not a trace of his previous arrogance could be found in his eyes. A bloodline level of 27 stars is something that ordinary people like them simply cannot reach or compare to. Despite the shock of the crowd, Ao Guang and Ao Lai remained calm and composed. Well, mentor, Ao Guang asked calmly, are we qualified to join the sect? Yes, the middle-aged demon beast nodded hurriedly, his eagerness as if he feared losing something precious if he was slow to answer. Absolutely. I wonder if you two truly wish to join my Tianyu sect. The middle-aged demon beast stared intently at the two demons, his heart filled with both anticipation and a touch of trepidation. Although his Tianyu sect was somewhat famous on this continent, it was not a top-tier sect. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for them to easily accommodate these two demonic beasts with such terrifying bloodlines. Therefore, he was really worried that the two monsters were just having a whim and were just playing around. Really. Ao Guang's expression was calm and firm. As long as your clan can take us brothers in, that's fine. When he and Ao Lai first arrived in this unfamiliar place, they were unfamiliar with the people and the land, and everything was still unknown and confusing. They had to figure out the situation first and find a temporary place to stay. Furthermore, the middle-aged demon beast in front of them is only level 50 with 19 stars, which is considered quite powerful. Moreover, this is definitely not one of the top experts of the Heavenly Fish sect. Judging from this, the Heavenly Fish sect is not a small sect. We should go and take a look. Well. The middle-aged demon beast's face was full of joy, and he nodded repeatedly, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness. These two brothers are the hope of the sect. The demons did not linger or dawdle here. The middle-aged demon beast led them away from this place without hesitation. They set off for the Heavenly Fish sect. Chapter 337. Choosing a martial art. The brothers' personalities are quite different now, and they are better able to hide themselves. Brother, you learn the spear, and I'll learn the long sword. Aolai said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. No problem. Aogwang nodded without hesitation, his eyes filled with determination. He had long admired and yearned for the Black Fox Wolf leader's heroic figure as he wielded his spear. Unfortunately, they couldn't transform into beastmen at that time, and their dragon claws couldn't flexibly lift the spears. Now that I've reached level 70 and can transform into human form, I naturally want to develop my hobbies, otherwise, I'd be letting myself down. May I ask you two young friends, where do you come from? Just as the two brothers were discussing, the middle-aged demon beast asked with some curiosity, wanting to know where his brother came from and how he could have such a high bloodline level. The Gobi Desert Continent, Aogwang answered directly without any concealment. Gobi Desert Continent? The middle-aged demon beast blinked slightly, revealing a look of surprise. He clearly hadn't expected the two brothers to come from the Gobi Desert. That Gobi Desert is truly amazing. It's incredible that it could give birth to such a brilliant and talented individual. It's simply unbelievable. He couldn't tell the difference in cultivation level between the two brothers at all, and Aogwang and Aolai were also deliberately concealing their aura and cultivation level. I'm afraid even if all the demonic beasts in the entire Heavenly Fish sect came, they would have a hard time discerning their true current cultivation level. The purpose of Aogwang and Aolai coming to Tianyu Gate was actually very simple, that is to gain a deeper understanding of the Tianyu sect, using it as a starting point to gradually become familiar with this mysterious and unpredictable ancient continent. Another important goal is to learn weapon techniques and improve one's own strength. After a long and arduous journey of about 5 days, the demons finally arrived at the location of the Heavenly Fish Gate. The Heavenly Fish Gate is built atop a towering mountain, surrounded by rolling hills that resemble stars around the moon. Along the way, the middle-aged demon beast took the initiative to introduce himself to them. His name was Lei Ming Tunlang. His cultivation level was 50 in 19 stars. He was a steward elder of the Tianyu sect and had a high status and prestige in the sect. Upon hearing that this demon possessed a level of 50 in 19 stars, all the young demon beasts present widened their eyes in astonishment. I never expected Instructor Lei Ming to be of such a high level. So powerful, it's incredibly strong. As one of the top sects in the Eastern Wilderness, the Tianyu sect naturally has such extraordinary experts. The demons discussed excitedly, and Aogwang and Aolai keenly gleaned some key information from their conversation. Eastern Wilderness. Aogwang's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help but wonder if the ancient extreme continent was divided into several different regions. The demon beast that had just spoken saw Aogwang and Aolai's confused and puzzled expressions and quickly and enthusiastically began to explain in detail to them. You come from the Gobi Desert, so naturally you don't know much about our ancient continent. The ancient continent is divided into 5 regions: the Eastern Wilderness, the Southern Wilderness, the Northern Wilderness, the Western Wilderness, and the Central Continent, which is located in the center. The monsters in these 5 regions each have their own unique characteristics, and their strengths are roughly the same. Moreover, each region has 1 or 2 top-tier forces with exceptional strength and a renowned reputation. Upon hearing this, Aogwang and Aolai both nodded thoughtfully and said sincerely, "Thank you. It's nothing, no big deal." The young demonic beast waved its hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Thunderous Wolf, standing ahead, couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. Of these 5 regions, only the Eastern Wilderness is relatively weak in overall strength. However, these young demon beasts, due to their low cultivation level, have no access to higher levels of the world and information, so they are not very clear about these situations. Arrive. At this moment, Lei Ming Tunlang slowly opened his eyes and looked firmly ahead. The magnificent plaque of Tianyu Gate suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. You will follow me into the sect and receive your respective waste tokens. Disciples within the sect may spar with each other, but you must not harm anyone. In addition, you can choose the appropriate cultivation method for all your practice here. Upon hearing these words, Aogwang and Aolai were both slightly taken aback. their faces showing surprise. There are also cultivation techniques. Don't they have any innate symbiotic abilities, just like Ao Guang and Ao Lai? They knew clearly what kind of cultivation method each of them practiced from the very beginning. What Ao Guang possesses is the infinitely powerful heaven and earth thunder. Once he becomes a true dragon, he will be able to control the thunderous power between heaven and earth. Ao Lai, on the other hand, wields a golden light that is extremely powerful and sharp. Where can I learn how to use weapons, Instructor Lei Ming? Ao Guang quickly approached Lei Ming Tunlang and humbly asked. You two don't need to rush. Go and choose the cultivation method that you like first, Lei Ming said with a smile. Don't worry, I will grant you all the permissions you need. After all, you are exceptionally talented geniuses, unlike other ordinary disciples. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang gave a helpless wry smile and said, Then thank you very much, Instructor Lei Ming. After saying that, Ao Guang and Ao Lai went together to choose a cultivation technique. The interior of the training room is exquisitely and rationally arranged. The variety of martial arts techniques is dazzling and overwhelming. However, neither Ao Guang nor Ao Lai focused on the cultivation technique itself, believing that the accompanying cultivation technique was sufficient to deal with the current situation. Next, they focused their attention on martial arts techniques, martial arts skills. Refer to the techniques and methods by which they skillfully use weapons when practicing. Overbearing sword technique. Just looking at the name makes it sound impressive. Ao Lai excitedly picked up the martial arts manual and became completely absorbed in reading it, immediately deciding to choose this technique. Meanwhile, Ao Guang saw a martial arts manual called Pajun Spear Technique. This marksmanship suits me very well. Ao Guang nodded in satisfaction, preparing to choose this martial arts technique. With their martial arts skills determined, the only thing the two brothers needed now was a suitable weapon. As for the techniques, they could easily come up with a plausible excuse to get away with it. After leaving this place, Lei Ming Tunlang headed straight for the sect leader's location without stopping. He wanted to tell the sect leader everything about Ao Guang and Ao Lai without reservation. This is a peerless prodigy with a bloodline of 27 stars. Such an important matter absolutely cannot be delayed in the slightest. Meanwhile, the other prodigies and demonic beasts had also chosen their preferred cultivation techniques. At this moment, the tiger demon came to Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Chapter 338 Humility and Receptiveness to Teaching. I wonder which cultivation method you two wish to choose? The tiger demon asked the two brothers with piercing eyes and a solemn expression. My name is Pei Chinhu. May I ask your honorable names, brothers? The tiger demon was extremely polite, his young face full of sincerity, and he clasped his hands together and respectfully bowed to the two brothers, Ao Guang. Ao Lai. The two demons were also quite polite, bowing to each other and speaking slowly. Our techniques are still passable. Ao Guang spoke in a calm tone, his expression is still as water, but he did not reveal the key fact that the two of them possessed their own cultivation techniques. Upon hearing this, Pei Chinhu had some doubts, but he didn't delve too deeply into it. He only thought that if he had the opportunity to fight in the future, he would be able to clearly see what their techniques were like. Brothers, one of you practices spearmanship and the other swordsmanship? Pei Chinhu asked curiously, his gaze sweeping over the weapons in Ao Guang and Ao Lai's hands. Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded without hesitation, their movements perfectly synchronized. I practice swordsmanship. If Brother Ao Lai has any questions about swordsmanship, feel free to ask me, Pei Chinhu said with a warm smile and friendly tone. He knew that the two demons had extraordinary bloodlines and terrifying talents, so he was eager to befriend them. All right. Ao Lai nodded solemnly. If there is anything I don't understand, I hope Brother Pei Chinhu will not hesitate to teach me. That's natural. Pei Chinhu laughed heartily, the sound echoing in the air. May I ask, Brother Pei Chinhu, why are the monsters of this ancient extreme continent so significantly different from those of the Gobi continent? Ao Guang asked, his brows furrowed and his eyes full of doubt. The two demons were new to this unfamiliar continent and were unaware that the demons here needed to cultivate techniques, and that there were also unique martial arts techniques. Therefore, the reason for this is quite ancient. Pei Chinhu's expression turned serious, and he slowly said, I've heard that it was passed down from a powerful ancestor in ancient times. This unique cultivation method allows them to improve their strength at an extremely fast pace, and the strength they possess is also quite formidable. Therefore, this special method has been passed down from generation to generation in the ancient continent. Upon hearing this, both Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is, some of the mystery in my heart has finally been solved. This is also one of the important reasons why the ancient extreme continent is more powerful than the other major continents, Pei Qinhu continued, his tone tinged with pride. The ancient continent has existed for an extremely long time. The monsters on it do not need to rely on devouring other monsters to gain power, but rather rely on their own cultivation and efforts. It is precisely because of this that a delicate balance has been achieved among the monsters on the ancient continent. After hearing this explanation, Ao Guang and Ao Lai finally understood the underlying reasons for the power of the monsters on the ancient extreme continent. The two monsters decided to stay in the Tianyu sect to continue their cultivation. Not long after, Lei Ming Tunlang found the two brothers. He told the two brothers about the matter in detail, and it turned out that the sect leader had personally expressed his intention to teach the two demons. Coincidentally, there was a demonic beast beside the sect leader who was skilled in spear fighting. The sect leader himself is an expert in swordsmanship. Upon hearing this news, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were overjoyed, feeling that it was a rare opportunity. Soon, the two demons followed Thunderous Wolf Devouring to the place where the sect leader was. The sect leader was a snake demon with a snake's head and a human body, a distinctive feature shared by all demonic beasts on the ancient continent. The sect leader's level is as high as level 65 with 20 stars. Even though on the surface the sect leader's strength may not seem as great as that of the Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King, with his profound skills and divine weapons, he could easily kill one of them. This is the awe-inspiring strength of the Heavenly Fish Sect Master, and also a microcosm of the powerful strength of the entire ancient extreme continent. After bidding farewell to the sect leader, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were taken away. The sect leader decided to keep Ao Lai by his side and personally train him. As for Ao Guang, he was given to another powerful demon beast. The demonic beast was a fox, with a bloodline level of 18 stars and a level of 63. Both of them are powerful figures within the Tianyu sect, so they are responsible for teaching Ao Guang and Ao Lai respectively. The most important aspects of sword cultivation are the unique way of holding the sword and the exquisite techniques of exerting force. The sect leader, named Tianyu, looked at Ao Lai with a serious expression and explained in a calm tone. The key skills of using a knife are nothing more than the two main actions of horizontal slashing and chopping. All of this seems simple, but the key is how you apply your strength skillfully. The sword technique you have chosen is extremely domineering, emphasizing force and ferocity. This sword technique is not difficult to master. With your exceptional talent and noble bloodline, I believe you will be able to master it quickly. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai nodded firmly and replied, "Okay." Meanwhile, on the other side, the fox was patiently and meticulously teaching Ao Guang how to use the spear. The main techniques for using a gun are thrusting, sweeping, and parrying. The fox held the spear steadily in one hand, his movements fluid and natural, earnestly demonstrating to Ao Guang the correct way to use the spear. The significant advantage of a long spear lies in its length. The fox spoke calmly and steadily, continuing, to fully unleash the power of a weapon, one must rely on its inherent advantages. When fighting the enemy, a spear can save you a lot of unnecessary trouble. As he spoke, the fox thrust out his spear like lightning, its speed as fast as a shooting star streaking across the sky, and instantly slammed it into the wooden stake in front of him. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the sturdy wooden stake in front of us shattered, turning into countless tiny wood chips that flew everywhere. This incredibly powerful shot sent a chill down Ao Guang's spine. The opponent's thrust was merely an ordinary one, without employing any special abilities. If this shot were imbued with powerful abilities, it would undoubtedly possess terrifying strength no less than that of a level 65 demon. Is this the immense power contained within the weapon? Ao Guang nodded repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with intense interest, and began to wholeheartedly learn how to use the spear. He practiced with the spear in his hand without stopping, strictly following the method taught to him by the fox. He practiced with complete focus a series of movements that showcased the advantages of the spear, such as thrusting, parrying, and flicking. While the spear is indeed extremely powerful, as the master of all weapons, it naturally possesses unique and significant advantages, but precisely because of this, the path of mastering the spear is extremely difficult. However, for Ao Guang, his high-level bloodline was already established, and his proficiency with the spear was increasing rapidly. Like sesame seeds blooming, his marksmanship is steadily improving, and his overall strength is constantly increasing. The situation was the same for Ao Lai on the other side. They have now completely abandoned their former brutal nature, becoming humble and gentle, and making rapid progress in their studies, reaching new heights. Chapter 339 Sect competition time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. Ao Guang and Ao Lai are about to have their first competition in the sect. There are actually such competitions within sects? Ao Guang looked at the fox in front of him with a face full of surprised eye. In the 2 months that followed, he had become extremely familiar with the fox before him. The opponent came from the renowned nine-tailed fox clan and was a powerful six-tailed spirit fox named Kong Qian. Kong Qian nodded slightly and patiently explained, "Every newly initiated disciple will participate in such an important competition 2 months later. This competition is mainly a comprehensive assessment of your own abilities. Once you win the competition, you will receive a generous reward prepared by the sect, as well as a valuable opportunity for advancement within the sect." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang nodded thoughtfully and said, "I see." With his own powerful level, not only would he easily win this match, but he would probably have no problem even defeating the sect master. They stayed here simply to maintain a humble attitude and learn with an open mind. "That's not a problem at all," Ao Guang said with a relaxed expression. "Ao Guang, what level are you at now?" Kong Qian couldn't help but ask. For the past 2 months, Ao Guang has never revealed his true cultivation level, which made Kong Qian curious, so he couldn't help but ask. Fortunately, dealing with this sect competition shouldn't be a problem. Ao Guang did not directly answer this crucial question. Seeing this, Kong Qian wisely refrained from asking any further questions. In his understanding, just how high could Ao Guang's realm be? Based on his estimation of his bloodline level, his current level is probably only around level 30. Could it be that Ao Guang's rank is actually higher than his own and the sect leaders? If it weren't for Ao Guang's bloodline level, Kong Qian wouldn't be so unpretentious. Seeing that Kong Qian didn't ask any more questions, Ao Guang also didn't say anything more. The sect competition is in the next 2 days, so you must be fully prepared. Kong Qian said solemnly, "I heard that Pei Qinhu was also considered an outstanding prodigy among the outer sect disciples. Having only joined the sect for 2 months, he has already defeated many disciples of the same period, and his cultivation level has reached level 32. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang nodded slightly. Pei Qinhu is so young, yet he has reached such a level. His talent is truly remarkable. However, even so, Pei Qinhu's current level is still no match for Ao Guang and Ao Lai. After all, both brothers were at the level of level 70. Meanwhile, Ao Lai also received a notification from the sect leader. Tian Yu looked at Ao Lai with gentle eyes and a faint smile on his face, and said, "Ao Lai, you were personally and carefully taught by this sect master. You must not disgrace this sect master." "Don't worry, sect master, it certainly won't happen," Ao Lai replied firmly. Upon hearing this, Tian Yu nodded in satisfaction that he had witnessed all the significant changes that had taken place in Ao Lai over the past 2 months. It must be said that Ao Lai's talent is truly terrifying. This domineering sword technique is divided into 5 forms. In just 2 months, Ao Lai had already mastered 3 of the techniques. The rapid pace of progress shocked Tian Yu. This astonishing speed is simply terrifying. The sect competition is only 2 days away. There are a total of 50 newly recruited disciples in the sect. All 50 disciples were making thorough preparations for the upcoming competition. "Brother, it seems that there are very few cases of people cultivating by devouring demonic beasts on this continent," Ao Lai said, frowning slightly. "That's right. The level they achieved in this way is quite impressive among those in the same realm," Ao Guang said calmly and in a light tone. "That's true. The Heavenly Fish Sect Master's strength completely surpasses that of the Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King," Ao Lai said with emotion. Compared to the Heavenly Fish Sect Master, the Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon Eagle King were worlds apart, with no possibility of comparison whatsoever. "Let's not talk about these things anymore. Remember not to take the competition too seriously." Ao Guang shook his head slightly, changed the subject, and continued, "Yes." Ao Lai nodded and replied, "That's natural. With the strength of the 2 of us brothers, we could sweep through the entire Tianyu sect without any problem. As for this competition, we certainly won't take it too seriously." Before we knew it, the day of the competition arrived as scheduled. All the elders of the Tianyu sect appeared at this moment. It wasn't just a competition between newly recruited disciples, but because there were 2 powerful figures here with bloodline levels of 23. Such a high-level bloodline beast is truly terrifying and far beyond the ordinary. The 2 top experts of the Tianyu sect, Sect Master Tian Yu and Kong Qian, both came to the scene in person. "Greetings, Sect Master." "Greetings, Elder Kong Qian." Upon seeing their arrival, the demon beast elders present all bowed respectfully to them. Sect Master Tian Yu casually waved his hand, indicating that they did not need to be so polite. Let me tell you about the rules of the competition. He spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful. Then, a demon beast elder stepped forward and said in a loud voice, "Disciples, the sect competition is about to begin. Here, I will explain the rules of the sect competition in detail. The rules of the sect competition are actually very simple. It is a one-on-one duel, and whoever wins will continue to the next round. During the competition, no one may cause harm to the other's life. Once one side voluntarily concedes defeat, the other side must immediately cease its attack. In this competition, all winners will receive corresponding rewards, and there will also be rankings. The winner can continue to challenge the winner, and whoever wins the most times will be ranked higher. Those who rank in the top 3 will receive generous rewards and will be eligible to be promoted to inner disciples." Listening to the elder's detailed explanation, the countless newly recruited disciples and demon beasts present were filled with excitement. Pei Chinhu turned his gaze to Ao Guang and Ao Lai. "My 2 brothers, my strength has greatly improved in the past 2 months." Pei Chinhu smiled slightly at the 2 of them. Chapter 340. Keep it up. In the past 2 months, Pei Chinhu has repeatedly defeated various talented disciples, which has given him great confidence. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai smiled gently at him and replied, "Then good luck." "Yes, I certainly won't hold back, and I hope you can show your true strength." Pei Chinhu nodded solemnly and said, "Okay, definitely." Ao Lai nodded slightly, his expression calmed out. On the other side, Ao Guang remained silent. This competition posed no challenge whatsoever for the 2 brothers. Soon after the elder finished explaining, the competition officially began. This competition held no appeal for Ao Guang and Ao Lai. It was merely a spectacle of the disciples' martial arts techniques and skill duels. Gradually, it was Pei Chinhu's turn to take the stage. Pei Chinhu, against the Heavenly Serpent. As the elder's voice clearly faded, Pei Chinhu slowly and steadily walked out from the demon horde, his upright posture reaching the stage. Upon seeing Pei Chinhu's appearance, all the demon beasts present were filled with surprise. Pei Chinhu is entering the arena. I wonder how many consecutive wins Pei Chinhu can achieve this time. I think making it into the top 3 is absolutely no problem. Why can't it be winning first place? TSK, don't forget, there are also 2 demonic beasts with bloodlines of 23 stars. Oh, that's true. Some of the demon beasts nodded thoughtfully. For a moment, they had forgotten about Ao Guang and Ao Lai, 2 powerful individuals whose bloodlines were at the 23-star level. On the stage, the heavenly serpent opposite him saw that his opponent was Pei Chinhu, and his entire body began to tremble involuntarily. He had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Pei Chinhu back then. Now, a month has passed, and he is facing Pei Chinhu again. I've heard that the heavenly serpent's talent is quite high, so it shouldn't lose too badly, right? That should be the case. Let's see how many moves the celestial serpent can withstand from Pei Chinhu. Many of the demonic beasts stared intently at the 2 on the stage, their gazes not daring to waver even slightly. Soon, the 2 demons on the stage began to attack without hesitation. Pei Chinhu gripped his longsword tightly with both hands, his strong thighs slamming into the ground, propelling him forward like a cannonball at an astonishing speed towards the heavenly serpent. Seeing this, the heavenly serpent hurriedly raised its longsword, attempting to block the opponent's fierce attack, but Pei Chinhu's speed was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye he had arrived in front of the heavenly serpent. The next instant, the long sword in his hand fell down with an unstoppable momentum, and a layer of silvery white light instantly enveloped the blade. An immense force surged down like a torrent, and before the sharp blade could fully fall, the heavenly serpent cried out in terror, "I surrender." Upon hearing this, Pei Chinhu's longsword stopped abruptly just before it touched his head, remaining firmly in place without actually falling. Whoosh! The silvery white blade light vanished instantly, and the heavenly serpent gasped for breath, clearly terrified. "Thank you very much. Pei Chinhu wins this match." As the elder's voice fell powerfully, all the demon beasts present were startled. This is impossible." The moment the elder announced Pei Chinhu's victory, incredulous exclamations rose and fell, echoing throughout the entire arena. The celestial serpent was defeated in the blink of an eye? The numerous demonic beasts stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief, as if they had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. My God, Pei Chinhu is actually this powerful? The exclamations were filled with deep shock, Every monster present was speechless with astonishment at the scene before them. All the demon beasts present, including those who had been practicing for half a year, were utterly shocked and their expressions changed drastically. It should be noted that the heavenly serpent has always been quite talented, yet it was still so easily and decisively killed by Pei Qinhu in an instant. Pei Qinhu sheathed his sword, his face expressionless, and then walked off the stage with a cold gaze. Before he left, his deep eyes glanced, intentionally or unintentionally, in the direction of Ao Guang and Ao Lai. His swordsmanship seems to be exactly the same as yours, Ao Guang said slowly, turning his head slightly to look at Ao Lai. Both are domineering sword techniques. Ao Lai nodded, his expression calm. However, his sword technique is far less powerful and forceful than mine. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang smiled faintly. His talent is far inferior to yours, so it's natural that he can't reach the level we have. There's no need to take them seriously, after all, we're not on the same level as them, Ao Guang said calmly and casually. What he said is indeed true. Both he and Ao Lai possessed extremely high levels of 70, and their bloodline levels were an impressive 23 stars. Within this sect, apart from powerful figures like the sect leader who are worth fighting, the other demonic beasts are not worth their time and effort. This is the huge gap in strength. They stayed here only to learn some unique martial arts and, incidentally, to gain a deeper understanding of this continent. That's all. Soon, it was Ao Lai's turn to step onto the competition stage. Ao Lai, who had been diligently cultivating alongside the sect leader, had never displayed his skills in the past 2 months, and had even devoted himself to silent cultivation with the sect leader. However, the many demonic beasts within the sect could no longer suppress their curiosity and were eager to know just how powerful Ao Lai's strength had become. After all, his bloodline level was an astonishing 23 stars, and he had never made a move in front of others. At this moment, the gazes of countless demonic beasts, like focus lights, all fell upon Ao Lai. They were all filled with anticipation, eager to see for themselves just how powerful Ao Lai truly was. Ao Lai, your opponent is the Shen Ming Wolf. The elder's voice came through steadily and clearly. As he finished speaking, a wolf demon with blue fur walked steadily onto the stage. Upon seeing Shen Ming Wolf take the stage, Ao Lai remained calm and nodded slightly to him as a polite greeting. Let me see for myself how powerful you are, this so-called genius who's been rumored to be so amazing. Shen Ming Wolf stared intently at Ao Lai, his tone full of challenge. Chapter 341 Instant kill. The Shen Ming Wolf's cultivation level is at level 31, and its bloodline level is at 17 stars. Among this batch of new disciples, he and Pei Qinhu were both outstanding. They are all chosen ones, and they constantly challenge other powerful geniuses. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai remained expressionless and nodded slightly, as you wish. As soon as Ao Lai finished speaking, he calmly and slowly drew the long sword from his waist. The next instant, he sprang up like a wild horse. His speed was as fast as lightning. Almost in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the Shen Ming Wolf like a ghost. Shen Ming Wolf's pupils suddenly contracted, his face filled with astonishment. He never expected that Ao Lai's speed would be so astonishing. Not only him, but even the other demon beasts below the stage were stunned by Ao Lai's lightning-fast speed. Pei Qinhu, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was completely stunned by what he saw. How could Ao Lai possess such speed? Pei Qinhu's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This speed is simply beyond imagination. Whoosh! Ao Lai instantly appeared in front of Shen Ming Wolf, and the long sword in his hand crashed down with an indomitable momentum. Before Shen Ming Wolf could react, it felt a cold wind blowing against its throat. Then he heard a cold yet crystal-clear voice, "You lost." Shen Ming Wolf subconsciously looked ahead and saw a sharp longsword held steadily across its neck. Standing in front of him was Ao Lai, who looked completely at ease. Upon hearing this, Shen Ming Wolf nodded blankly. I lost. In a normal sparring match, he wouldn't even have had time to see how Ao Lai made his move. With Shen Ming Wolf's ignominious departure from the stage, the demon beasts present completely overturned their perception of Ao Lai's strength. With such strength, even Pei Qinhu would probably find it difficult to contend with him. This is absolutely terrifying. Upon seeing this scene, Tianyu's expression became so excited that he almost lost control. Ha! This is the outstanding disciple I have carefully taught. His laughter was hearty and full of pride. Seeing this, Kong Qian couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. Ao Lai's exhilarating victory in the competition made the demons present truly feel the suffocating and terrifying pressure for the first time. This strength is so powerful it's terrifying. Next up, Ao Guang. Just then, the elder's loud voice rang out again. Ao Guang strode confidently onto the stage. Ao Guang is a demon beast of the same lineage as Ao Lai, a demon beast whispered, its eyes fixed on Ao Guang. That's right, his strength is probably no weaker than Ao Lai's. The demonic beast beside him echoed, its tone full of speculation. Who knows? The other monster shook its head, its eyes full of anticipation. Ao Guang calmly carried his spear and walked steadily onto the stage. His opponent was not particularly strong. As soon as Ao Guang made his move, his terrifying spear intent swept across the entire area like a whirlwind. The next instant, the monster facing Ao Guang was so frightened that its legs went weak and it even wet its pants. In the blink of an eye, Ao Guang easily won the competition. Seeing this scene, the demons present were deeply shocked to the core. As expected, the strength of these two brothers is unfathomable and terrifying. Ao Guang's clean and decisive move put Pei Qinhu under immense pressure once again, whether it was Ao Lai, whose speed was terrifyingly fast just now, or Ao Guang, whose attacks were incredibly fierce now. All of this was enough to make him feel unprecedented pressure. I am very likely no match for them at all. On the other side, Kong Qian looked at Ao Guang's outstanding performance with a satisfied expression on his face. No wonder he personally taught his disciple. With Ao Guang and Ao Lai making their moves one after the other, the competition undoubtedly entered its most exciting and climax. All the demon beasts were filled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to know which of the two brothers was stronger. Even Pei Qinhu, who was originally considered a dark horse, was completely forgotten by them. Tianyu, in your opinion, is Ao Guang more powerful, or Ao Lai? Kong Qian turned his gaze to Tianyu and asked in a questioning tone. I think they are evenly matched, a 50-50 chance. After a moment's thought, Tianyu offered his opinion. Given the astonishing performance these two brothers have shown so far, they are very likely to be evenly matched in terms of strength. I don't think so. Kong Qian shook his head slightly. You should know that the spear is the king of all weapons. You, a swordsman, may not be able to defeat it. What, are you looking down on us sword cultivators? Upon hearing this, Tianyu immediately perked up, and his expression instantly turned serious. No, that's not it. Kong Qian quickly waved his hand, denying it. So what exactly do you mean? Tianyu stared intently at Kong Qian, demanding a clear explanation. Nothing else, was it? Kong Qian waved his hand again, saying nothing more. At this moment, all the demons' attention was completely focused on Ao Guang and Ao Lai, and they had completely forgotten about Pei Qinhu. After all, in their eyes, the biggest dark horse was none other than the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai. The strength they displayed was so formidable that it inspired fear. This single move alone caused the demons present to feel an unprecedented level of pressure, even if it wasn't him facing those two brothers right now. However, there will be sect competitions in the future, and all outer disciples will have to participate. When that time comes, how will they face Ao Guang and Ao Lai, whose strength is so terrifying? Aren't we two being a little too conspicuous and powerful? Ao Lai turned to his brother Ao Guang and asked. I think so. Ao Guang's expression remained calm as he slowly said, however, I have deliberately restrained 90% of my power. Me too. Ao Lai nodded in response. In that case, it seems that the behavior wasn't too excessive. Yes, taxi driver, we didn't stand out too much. The two brothers comforted each other in this way. After all, they didn't really use their full strength, they only used about 10% of their power. The competition is still ongoing. However, if this competition continues as it is, it seems to have lost most of its appeal and meaning. After all, the biggest dark horse in this competition was undoubtedly the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai. The two brothers possessed extraordinary strength and astonishing talent. They swept through the competition with overwhelming force, conquering all obstacles along the way. Chapter 342 Invincible Power. In contrast, Pei Qinhu's competition was not as captivating or exciting for the demons. After all, Ao Guang and Ao Lai have always faced all opponents with an absolutely crushing and invincible attitude. Any opponent who encountered these two brothers would be defeated in no time, unable to withstand even a single move. Pei Qinhu's situation was different. Some of the monsters were able to barely withstand one or two moves from him, preventing them from being instantly defeated. This competition still needs a most exciting climax. After all, the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai have not yet had a competition with each other. The demons were all very curious about the duel between the two brothers, wondering who was stronger and who was weaker, who was more skilled, or are the two brothers evenly matched and evenly matched? The demons were filled with eager anticipation for the upcoming competition. At this moment, Pei Qinhu was already feeling timid and afraid to face the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai directly. After all, the immense strength displayed by the two brothers was so great that it inspired extreme fear and awe. Their power was terrifying. So much so that Pei Qinhu had no courage to face them in battle. He could clearly sense that he probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from these two brothers. He couldn't even see when Ao Guang and Ao Lai made their moves before the attacks were already upon him. The two brothers' strength was simply beyond imagination. It seems I really can only be in third place. Pei Qinhu looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai sitting in front of him with a somewhat dim gaze, and couldn't help but lower his voice and mutter to himself. Of the two brothers, one will inevitably be able to win first or second place. Or perhaps I'll be lucky enough to determine the final rankings after the brothers' competition. As the competition progressed, fewer and fewer monsters were winning. In the end, only 10 monsters that have maintained a winning streak have yet to compete. Among them were Ao Guang, Ao Lai, and Pei Qinhu. Just then, the elders began to call out names to decide the contestants for the next match. Next up is Ao Guang, facing off against Pei Qinhu. As soon as the elder spoke, the faces of the demon beasts present instantly became extremely excited and thrilled. Isn't this supposed to be the ultimate showdown between the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai? They actually separated them for the competition at this time. But it doesn't matter, they will eventually have a fierce competition to determine the winner anyway. The demons chattered amongst themselves, each offering their own opinion. Upon hearing the elder call his name, Pei Qinhu's face instantly turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. It seems that I might not even be able to rank third now. Because he knew in his heart that once he encountered Ao Guang, he would inevitably suffer a crushing defeat and have no chance of winning. Is the next opponent Pei Qinhu? Ao Guang remained calm, slowly raised his head, and looked at Pei Qinhu sitting not far away. Then, he slowly rose to his feet, carrying the long spear that exuded a sharp aura on his back. He walked steadily down from his seat and stood tall on the stage. "Brother, keep it up!" Ao Lai shouted energetically, pumping his fist at Ao Guang. Ao Guang nodded slightly in response. He even felt a little like scolding Ao Lai. Is it really necessary to push yourself harder when facing Pei Qinhu, who is only level 32? Could it be that I am no match for the other party? Ao Guang couldn't help but roll his eyes at Ao Lai. Pei Qinhu took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner tension and fear. He stood up from his seat and walked heavily onto the stage. He gripped the long sword tightly in his hand, and his gaze toward Ao Guang was filled with undisguised fear. "Brother Ao Guang," Pei Qinhu said, forcing himself to remain calm. "No need for further words, just make your move," Ao Guang said calmly, without a trace of emotion. Upon hearing this, Pei Qinhu felt an overwhelming surge of anger. They didn't even give him a chance to say a few more words. Do you really look down on him that much? A flash of anger crossed Pei Qinhu's tiger-like eyes. He then gripped the hilt of his longsword tightly with both hands, took a powerful step forward, and appeared beside his opponent in an instant, as fast as lightning. Then, Pei Qinhu gripped the hilt of the longsword with both hands, unleashed all his strength, and suddenly unleashed a devastating blow. A terrifying blade aura spread out like ripples on water, and a dazzling white light pierced through the blade, carrying a fierce momentum as it slashed fiercely towards Ao Guang's head. Ao Guang neither turned his head to dodge nor made any movement to avoid it. He stood there straight as a towering mountain, letting the opponent's fierce attacks come at him. The next second, Ao Guang made his move, the spear in his hand, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, thrust out with incredible speed that was impossible to detect. The next instant, Pei Qinhu's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He truly felt an intense, chilling, murderous intent. Pei Qinhu has lost this match. Just then, the elder spoke up. Upon hearing this, all the monsters present were instantly stunned. The outcome is still undecided, so how could Pei Qinhu have already lost? But the next moment, when everyone looked up and looked closely, they suddenly realized what was going on. Pei Qinhu's blade was 5 inches away from Ao Guang's head when it could no longer advance an inch and stopped in mid-air. Ao Guang's spear, meanwhile, was held firmly in front of his opponent's neck. The spear flashed, only an inch away from Pei Qinhu's neck. If Ao Guang had taken just one more small step forward, Pei Qinhu's head would have been mercilessly pierced in an instant. Upon hearing the elder's words, Ao Guang immediately sheathed his gun without hesitation, turned around, and strode away from the place with firm steps. Pei Qinhu stood rooted to the spot, completely dumbfounded, as if he had lost his soul. He had just truly felt that chilling killing intent. If this weren't a competition, Pei Qinhu firmly believed that he wouldn't even be qualified to draw his sword against Ao Guang. Furthermore, he could sense that Ao Guang was not using his true strength, clearly deliberately hiding it. Thinking of this, Pei Qinhu felt a numbness and powerlessness he had never felt before. He felt that there was a huge gap between himself and Ao Guang, as if it were an abyss that was difficult to cross. Is this the terrifying power of a bloodline level of 23 stars? Pei Qinhu muttered to himself as he watched Ao Guang's departing figure. Chapter 343. Who was stronger and who was weaker? At the same time, all the demons were stunned by the methods displayed by Ao Guang. Ao Guang's strength is simply terrifying and chilling. The demons originally thought that Pei Qinhu could at least barely win a move or two against him, but now it seems that even Pei Qinhu, who was hailed as a dark horse, was unable to successfully block a single blow from Ao Guang. Tianyu watched Ao Guang walk off the stage, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. This is something you carefully taught me? Tianyu looked at Kong Qian beside her with a face full of astonishment and asked incredulously. Otherwise what? Kong Qian rolled his eyes at him with disdain. Who else in the entire sect could be so skilled in spear techniques and capable of teaching such a disciple? Amazing, truly amazing. Tianyu couldn't help but give Kong Qian a thumbs up, sincerely praising him. Cut. Kong Qian rolled her eyes at Tianyu again, her face full of pride. I think it's because Ao Guang and Ao Lai's bloodline levels are too strong, and also because of our teachings to them, that's why they are so strong, Tianyu Ruo said. That's right, that's exactly it. Kong Qian nodded in agreement. The bloodline levels of Ao Guang and Ao Lai are truly terrifying. This alone is enough to greatly widen the gap in strength between them and other monsters. The rest were all achieved through the cultivation of the two demons' own talents. I'm getting more and more excited to see who's stronger between the two demons. Tianyu stared intently at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, smacking her lips as she spoke with anticipation. I'm also incredibly excited. Kong Qian nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Soon, Ao Lai's match came to a swift end. Ao Lai also defeated his opponent with lightning speed and decisiveness. So far, no demonic beast has been able to force Ao Guang and Ao Lai to use a second move. Even the dark horse Pei Qinhu couldn't withstand Ao Guang's second move with just one move. Pei Qinhu, who had stood out among the new disciples in the past 2 months, ended his winning streak in such a somewhat disheveled manner. The true prodigies and geniuses are undoubtedly Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Next, the highly anticipated match between the two brothers is about to begin. The duel between the two brothers was undoubtedly the most anticipated showdown among all the monsters present so far. Between the two brothers, who is the better one? Is the older brother more capable, or the younger brother more skilled? All of this uncertainty filled the demons with curiosity and anticipation. As the competition progressed, it was soon time for Ao Guang and Ao Lai to take the stage. At this moment, the competition has entered its final stage because among the last remaining new disciples, only Ao Guang and Ao Lai remained. Among them, one of the demonic beasts must emerge victorious and claim the crown of first place. For the final match, please welcome Ao Guang and Ao Lai to the stage, the elder announced in a booming voice. The gazes of all the demonic beasts present were focused on them like spotlights. Ao Guang and Ao Lai walked onto the stage together with firm steps. The two brothers stood side by side, their figures upright, marking their first direct confrontation since arriving in this world of Warcraft. Brother, how should we fight? Ao Lai turned his head slightly and asked Ao Guang. Since it was a competition, they naturally couldn't use their full strength without reservation, otherwise, their true level would be exposed, and they would obviously find it difficult to stay in the Heavenly Fish sect any longer. Use your own martial arts techniques, Ao Guang said slowly after frowning slightly and thinking for a while. Okay. Ao Lai nodded without hesitation. The two brothers reached a consensus and decided to determine the winner of the competition using their respective martial arts skills. If they were to unleash their true abilities without restraint, it would indeed be extremely difficult to determine who was stronger between the two. After all, they are all true dragons, and although their techniques may differ slightly, the gap between them is not significant. As they spoke, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both took out their weapons with focused expressions, ready for battle. It's about to begin. It's about to begin. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder who's better between the two of them. In my opinion, Ao Guang is stronger. After all, the spear is the king of all weapons, with infinite power. You can't be so absolute. Although Ao Guang is strong, I think Ao Lai is in no way inferior. Let's see who comes out on top first. The demons whispered among themselves, discussing the matter. Brother, I'm here. Ao Lai's gaze was firm, his hand gripping the long sword tightly as he looked at Ao Guang ahead. Then, without hesitation, he took a step forward, and his body instantly left the spot like a phantom. Whoosh! The next instant, he appeared before Ao Guang like a ghost. Then, the long sword in his hand fell straight down with a fierce momentum. The white blade light came whistling like a gale, and the long sword slashed down with the force of thunder. Ao Guang reacted quickly, dodging the attack with a flash. The opponent's seemingly inevitable strike missed its mark and failed to harm Ao Guang in the slightest. Seeing this, Ao Guang seized the opportunity and instantly drew his spear. The spear in his hand was like a nimble dragon, its sharp edge flashing with a chilling light, and he thrust it straight at Aolie. Ao Lai's gaze sharpened, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He immediately swung his sword to meet the spear. Boom, the two powerful attacks collided with each other, producing a deafening sound. Aolie and Ao Guang felt their hands, which were gripping their weapons, go numb from the powerful recoil. Then, both of them involuntarily took a few steps back to dissipate the powerful impact. Without pausing, the two brothers struck again. Boom, bang, the brothers launched a barrage of attacks, neither backing down, and engaged in a fierce battle without prior agreement. Sparks from the collision flew everywhere. This thrilling battle left the monsters present feeling excited, thrilled, and extremely happy. Is this a contest between two exceptionally talented geniuses? It truly fills one with anticipation, immersing the viewer in the story and making it hard to tear oneself away. Ao Guang and Ao Lai are evenly matched, making it difficult to determine who was better. Every time the brothers made a move, they would create a strong gust of wind that would whistle past. It can be seen that the difference between Ao Guang and Ao Lai is not significant. Even though Ao Guang wielded the spear known as the King of Weapons, he could hardly gain much of an advantage against Ao Lai. See? No matter how strong a spear is, it still depends on who you're facing. Tianyu stared intently at Ao Lai's figure, then turned to Kong Qian and said. Kong Qian rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "Stop talking nonsense. The competition hasn't been decided yet, what's the rush?" "Then let's wait and see," Tianyu said with a slight smile and a relaxed expression. Chapter 344. A fake act becomes real. The constant and intense clashes between Ao Guang and Ao Lai produced sparks and sounds that greatly invigorated the demon's heart. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Almost every time they made a move, the demons could only hear a deafening collision sound, and then they would see the two brothers rush forward again like lightning. Their movements were so fast that the demons didn't have time to see any other details. Ao Guang and Ao Lai's strength was truly terrifying to the extreme. Ao Guang's spear was domineering and fierce. Every time he thrust it out, it was accompanied by a layer of extremely sharp wind, making it incredibly powerful. The long sword in Ao Lai's hand was also imposing and powerful. He is extremely powerful, in no way inferior to Ao Guang. In this contest, the demons were no longer fixated on who would ultimately win or who would be defeated. The brothers' match, based solely on the exciting battle they've already witnessed, has been a feast for the eyes and has left them completely satisfied. "Brother, you cheated." Just then, Ao Lai's eyes widened as he glared angrily at Ao Guang. It turned out that Ao Guang had used the power of purple lightning without authorization. His spear was covered with a layer of mysterious and powerful purple lightning. When he thrust his spear with this lightning, the power was greatly increased, and Ao Lai almost couldn't defend himself. "Hey, I'm already level 30, so using my special ability isn't too much to ask, is it?" Ao Guang looked at Ao Lai with a sly smile on his face. "Not at all, not at all." Ao Lai shook his head helplessly. Then, a layer of dazzling golden light instantly ignited on the long sword in his hand. Then, Ao Lai took a firm step forward, gripped his long sword, and slashed at Ao Guang with overwhelming force. Golden light cascaded down like a waterfall, and terrifying sword intent spread unchecked at this moment. Ao Guang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was startled. He then quickly dodged away. Boom, the incredibly powerful strike missed its mark, leaving a deep gash on the ground. Ao Guang stepped back a short distance away and said loudly, "Alright, let's do it for real." "Humph, you started it first, bro." Ao Lai looked at Ao Guang, snorted coldly, and looked unconvinced. "Then let's go." Ao Guang gripped his spear tightly once more, his feet barely touching the ground as he swiftly charged forward. Purple lightning bolts pierced through the air like lightning, his momentum unstoppable. The terrifying flash of the gun was fleeting, moving as fast as the wind, making it difficult to catch. Upon seeing this, Ao Lai's pupils suddenly contracted, and he inwardly cried out in alarm. He hurriedly swung his longsword to defend himself with all his might. Boom, he swung his sword with all his might, and golden light burst forth instantly, directly blocking the fierce attack. The demons present were all utterly shocked and speechless at the sight. It turns out that the two brothers had never actually used their full abilities. Could it be that the previous competitions were just a warm-up for the two brothers? Something they could easily handle. Now, is this the real battle where we hold nothing back? This spectacular scene deeply shocked Tianyu and Kongqian, leaving them unable to calm down for a long time. Witnessing the immense hidden abilities of Ao Guang and Ao Lai for the first time left both demons utterly astonished and amazed. Upon witnessing this scene, Pei Qinhu trembled with fear, his heart pounding with terror. It turned out that only now did Ao Guang and Ao Lai unleash their true power. Previously, I had only naively assumed that their strength was limited to that level. Now, Pei Qinhu felt that the gap between himself and Ao Guang and Ao Lai was like an insurmountable chasm, growing ever larger. There is absolutely no way to compare with them, they are far beyond our reach. A tremendous sense of loss overwhelmed Pei Qinhu instantly. Why are they so powerful? Pei Qinhu muttered to himself in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Their strength was simply outrageous, and he was no match for the two demons at all. Lei Ming Tunlang looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai with excitement and elation on his face, his eyes not even blinking. This time, he has truly struck gold for the sect. Ao Guang and Ao Lai's strength is increasing day by day, becoming more and more powerful, which means that the sect's status in the eastern wilderness will become higher and higher in the future. In fact, there are also competitions between various sects in the eastern wilderness. That was a grand competition held to seize the precious origin of the heavenly Tao. For many years, the Tianyu sect had always suffered defeats in this competition, but this year the situation was completely different because of the addition of the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai. In this battle for the origin of the heavenly Tao, the two brothers will surely overpower all others and emerge victorious. On the stage, the fierce battle between Ao Guang and Ao Lai was still raging. Their strength was extraordinary, the purple and golden light of thunder intertwined and crisscrossed, completely penetrating the entire surface. It was absolutely terrifying. Even those demonic beasts who had been in the sect for 2 years were absolutely certain in their hearts that they would never be a match for Ao Guang and Ao Lai. The reason is that the strength they are currently displaying is far beyond imagination and terrifying. They had absolutely no chance of winning against Ao Guang and Ao Lai. If you ask yourself honestly, can you win against Ao Guang and Ao Lai? The answer is undoubtedly that they will suffer a crushing defeat. Ao Guang suddenly exerted his strength and thrust his spear forward, the terrifying purple lightning instantly exploding violently at the tip of the spear. Ao Lai did not back down. He raised his long sword high and blocked the fierce spear. Golden light flowed like water before him, and the thunderous power emanating from Ao Guang's spear dissipated to both sides. Immediately afterwards, Ao Lai decisively took a big step forward, raised his long sword, and once again swiftly attacked Ao Guang. He was convinced that his brother could not unleash such a powerful second shot again, so this was the perfect opportunity for him to win the match. Ao Lai leaped high into the air, raising his dazzling blade above his head, and with unstoppable momentum, slashed fiercely at Ao Guang. Ao Guang slowly raised his head and looked at him calmly. The next second, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly spread across Ao Guang's eyes. Immediately afterwards, Ao Guang gripped the spear tightly with both hands and swung the spearhead out horizontally at an extremely fast speed. Boom, the purple lightning, like a roaring dragon, instantly pierced through Ao Lai's body. Ao Lai was directly blasted away by this enormous force and crashed to the ground in a sorry state. Cough cough. Ao Lai couldn't help but cough a few times, and his entire dragon body fell uncontrollably off the stage. Seeing this, all the demons knew clearly that the outcome of this fierce competition was already decided. Ao Guang won. Chapter 345 Trial Mission C? This is the true power of the King of Weapons. Kong Qian's face was full of barely suppressed excitement as he looked at Tianyu and shouted, Okay. Tianyu rolled his eyes at Kong Qian helplessly. He hadn't expected Ao Lai to lose in this competition. Ultimately, the spear still has the advantage. On the ground, Ao Lai slowly stood up. His own level was as high as level 70, while the power contained in his brother's shot was only level 33, which was not enough to cause him any real damage. This was something Ao Lai never expected. His brother was actually able to unleash the power of this astonishing second shot. Hiss, brother, how did you do that? Ao Lai looked at Ao Guang with a face full of doubt and asked eagerly. It's very simple. Ao Guang smiled slightly and said with a relaxed expression, as long as you have a firm will and your mind hasn't reached its limit, you can do it. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai rolled his eyes at his brother in annoyance. Indeed, if he had been more focused and attentive during the fight, he might not have lost the match. Of course, if the two brothers keep fighting like this, who knows how long they'll keep at it. Now that the winner has been decided, this somewhat boring competition has finally come to an end. With the competition coming to a successful conclusion, the winner has been determined. The first place goes to Ao Guang, the second place went to AOLIE.AS for the third place winner. The two brothers didn't know him at all, and had never even heard of him. In this competition, almost all the dark horses and prodigies who encountered the brothers ended in a miserable defeat. Apart from Ao Guang and Ao Lai, who ranked first and second respectively, the rankings within the bottom three are basically meaningless. Congratulations to Ao Guang and Ao Lai for winning first and second place in this competition. Tianyu stepped forward with a smile and said slowly, after delivering a passionate speech. He handed the prepared rewards to the two brothers. However, this reward did not have a particularly significant effect on Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Their level is already around level 70, and what can really help them now is the strength and quality of their weapons. The prizes for first and second place this time are two powerful weapons. The weapons here are called blades, and the blades are divided into 10 levels, with level 1 being the weakest and level 10 being the most powerful. The higher the level, the more powerful the weapon. Powerful weapons can withstand greater impacts and possess unique special abilities. The weapons that Ao Guang and Ao Lai used before were only level 1, which is the worst level among all weapons. Of course, this doesn't mean that the Tianyu sect doesn't have higher level weapons. It's just that the weapons given to the two brothers for practice and familiarization were only level 1. The weapons that the first and second place winners should have received in this competition were level 3 weapons. However, because Ao Guang and Ao Lai displayed such amazing talent, after careful consideration, Tianyu gritted his teeth, took out his level 4 weapon, and generously gave it to the two brothers. This is the Tiger Soul Blade, a level 4 weapon. Inside the hilt, a tiger soul is sealed. This tiger soul can unleash an astonishing roar during intense battles, effectively disrupting the opponent. This is the unique ability of this weapon. Furthermore, this tiger soul blade is incredibly sharp and its hardness is also exceptionally strong, enough to easily cut through level 4 bone armor. Tianyu patiently and meticulously explained things to Ao Lai. And this spear is called the Earthly Fiend Spear. Next, it was Ao Guang's turn to give a detailed introduction. The interior of this Earthly Fiend Spear contains extremely powerful Earthly Fiend energy. The spearhead is initially silver, but after successfully gathering Earthly Fiend energy, it will magically turn pitch black. The power of the Earthly Fiends can be transformed into terrifying Earthly Fiend fire, carrying extremely astonishing power. Tianyu explained in detail. Both the Tiger Soul Blade and the Earthly Fiend Spear are level 4 weapons, but they have different abilities, though they are not significantly different overall. Tianyu said slowly, at present, the only weapons my Tianyu sect can offer you are these. As for more powerful weapons, there are none available. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai bowed to Tianyu with gratitude, saying, Sect Master, this is more than enough. Level 4 weapons were more than enough for Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Given the brothers' current level, it's not impossible for them to seek out even higher level weapons. You should focus on your cultivation for a while longer, then go out and experience some trials, Tianyu said calmly. Although Ao Guang and Ao Lai are indeed exceptionally talented geniuses, even geniuses cannot always grow up comfortably under the protection of their sect. True geniuses are forged through constant refinement and arduous trials. Only a piece of jade that has been carefully carved and polished can fetch a higher price. Yes, Sect Master. Ao Guang and Ao Lai both nodded solemnly. After the competition, Ao Guang and Ao Lai returned to their respective masters and continued to cultivate with undivided attention. Time flies like an arrow, and several months have passed in the blink of an eye. The brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai have both achieved remarkable success in their respective fields of expertise. The effectiveness of both guns and knives has been greatly improved. Compared to the previous 2 months, their martial arts skills have now reached a new level. On that very day, the two brothers faced their first truly important mission. Lei Ming devoured the wolf and found the two brothers. Ao Guang, Ao Lai, I have an important trial task for you too, Lei Ming Tunlang said to the two brothers with a serious expression. What trial? Ao Guang and Ao Lai asked in unison. Lei Ming Tunlang said to the two brothers, there is a level 39 demon beast running rampant down the mountain, causing havoc in the area. You need to take action to completely suppress it. You must be extremely careful with this mission and not take it lightly. This is the territory of Camel Peak, and the dangers there are unpredictable. Be especially careful of the monsters on Camel Peak. Finally, Lei Ming Tunlang, with a solemn expression, reminded the two brothers in a serious tone. According to the rules, elders are absolutely not allowed to accompany disciples on missions. Only for extremely important trials are elders permitted to go along. It should be noted that most of the monsters have a strong fighting spirit, and in battle, they do not need to rely on the help of other monsters. If other demonic beasts were to assist them, even the demonic beasts themselves would feel repulsed. Moreover, there is another extremely important point. In such challenging and dangerous battle situations, the strength of the monsters themselves can increase at an extremely rapid Right, that is why the Tianyu sect decided not to let the elders accompany them, but to let the disciples face and hone their skills on their own. Chapter 346 Trial down the mountain. After such a long period of time, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's strength has significantly improved, achieving a qualitative leap. Therefore, this arduous task has been entrusted to Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Furthermore, the Heavenly Fish Sect master was filled with anticipation and curiosity, wanting to see just how profound the strength of the two demons could reach. Good. Ao Guang nodded solemnly. In their view, no matter what task was assigned to the two demons, it wouldn't be too much trouble. As long as it's not an extremely difficult task like one at level 70 or above, there won't be any unsolvable problems, and so, Ao Guang and Ao Lai resolutely went down the mountain. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Tianyu watched the two demons' figures gradually disappear into the distance and couldn't help but say with concern that tiger hunting demon is at level 30. 18 stars. Though the two brothers are indeed powerful, could they truly be a match for the tiger-hunting heavenly demon? Kong Qian shook his head slightly and replied, "That's why I let them give it a try. It's true that the two brothers are powerful, but we really don't know their exact level of cultivation. This is a good opportunity to test their foundation. Furthermore, this tiger-hunting demon was injured before. In my opinion, the two brothers should be able to handle it. It shouldn't be too difficult." Hearing Kong Qian's words, Tianyu finally felt relieved and nodded. Oh well. This matter will be left to the two brothers. We can only sincerely hope that they don't encounter any monsters from Camel Peak on this journey. Camel Peak is a group composed of numerous bandits and monsters. Their actions were extremely heinous. They burned, killed, looted, and committed all sorts of evil deeds. The nearby monsters were filled with fear and dread towards them. Furthermore, the demonic beasts of Camel Peak are all incredibly powerful, so much so that nearby sects dare not easily provoke them. After all, the monsters of Camel Peak were all notorious villains, and the villages near Camel Peak lived in extreme fear. Asa powerful sect, the Heavenly Fish Sect naturally has no fear of the mountain Camel Peak. However, if the disciples encounter the monsters of Camel Peak there, the situation will not be so optimistic. In addition, the monsters of Camel Peak have been relentlessly pursuing the tiger hunting demon. The reason is simple: the tiger hunting demon knew a secret, and thus became a key target for the mountain Camel Peak's pursuit. Most of the monsters on Camel Peak do not rely on normal cultivation to improve their strength, but rather on devouring other monsters. After all, on the ancient extreme continent, the vast majority of demonic beasts rely on their own efforts to cultivate, but there are also a few, like the demonic beasts of Camel Peak, who rely on devouring other demonic beasts to increase their strength. Ao Guang and Ao Lai went down the mountain. Mountain Camel Peak is located on the outskirts of the Heavenly Fish Sect. Following the map route given to them by Lei Ming Tunlang, the two brothers headed towards the outer perimeter of the Tianyu sect. The map clearly marked the approximate location of the tiger hunting demon. If the two brothers followed the directions on the map, they would have a high chance of finding the tiger hunting demon. Don't encounter the monsters of Camel Peak. What, are they really that powerful? Ao Lai blinked his bright eyes and asked in confusion. That's for sure. To the monsters here, the monsters of Camel Peak are undoubtedly powerful and terrifying. Ao Guang nodded solemnly and continued, in short, it's best to be careful. Otherwise, if we accidentally kill the monster on that mountain camel hump, things will get complicated. Okay, bro. Ao Lai nodded obediently. The two brothers left the Tianyu sect and hurried towards the direction of the Camel Peak. Below the Tianyu sect, there are many villages throughout the entire ancient continent. There are countless villages like this. After the two brothers descended the mountain, they passed through several villages in succession. When the villagers learned that Ao Guang and Ao Lai were disciples of the Tianyu sect, they were extremely enthusiastic and brought out the best things from their homes to entertain the two brothers in every way they could. It turns out that the Tianyu sect has a very high reputation in this area because many of its disciples often go down the mountain to get rid of the evil monsters for the villagers. In addition, they bravely fought against the bandits and monsters of Camel Peak, so the Heavenly Fish Sect was deeply loved and supported by the monsters there. Hearing the villagers' stories, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were also deeply moved. The elders of the Tianyu sect truly care for their disciples. The reason why Ao Guang and Ao Lai were valued was not entirely due to their bloodline level. Even when dealing with other ordinary disciples, the elders treated them equally and gave them the same instruction. That tiger hunting demon beast came to our village before, but it ate two villagers on its way and then left in a hurry. an old demon beast recalled, answering with lingering fear. Yes, sir, we understand. Aoguang nodded solemnly. According to the map, the tiger-hunting demon did indeed come here, but it did not indicate whether it regained its strength after eating the villagers. However, for Aoguang and Aolai, whether their opponent regains his strength or not is actually not important. After all, the opponent was just a level 39 demon beast. The two brothers naturally didn't take the monsters on the mountain hump seriously either. Let's go, Aoguang said to Aolai. Walk. Aolai quickly got up and followed closely behind Aoguang. The two brothers continued their pursuit of the tiger-hunting demon. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Tianyu sect, two monsters, disguised in grass, were anxiously and intently searching for something. That tiger-hunting demon is injured, he can't have gone far. Let's hurry and chase after him. I want to see where he can run to today. Boss, I think the Heavenly Fish sect should have received the relevant news as well. Humph, what? Are you scared? No, I'm not afraid of the boss at all. After all, the Tianyu sect always sends some newly recruited disciples to train for these kinds of missions, and I think this time will be similar. That's for sure. If they dare to send in their new disciples, they're doomed this time. Of course, brother. With you here, how could those new disciples possibly be a match for us? Alright, that's enough. Let's hunt down Tiger Heavenly Demon first. His bloodline level is 18 stars. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes, boss. The other subordinate nodded quickly, and then the two monsters hurriedly chased after them into the depths of the jungle. As for the newly recruited disciples sent by the Tianyu sect, the two of them didn't take them seriously at all. In their view, the newly recruited disciples were completely lacking in combat power, whether in terms of combat experience or personal strength. They are absolutely no match for them. Chapter 347 Showing weakness. Not long after they left, Aoguang and Aolai caught up with the two monsters and found them at their original location. Brother, there were clearly other demonic beasts here just now, Aolai said, his sharp eyes fixed on Aoguang. It seems to be the monster from that Camel Peak, Aoguang said calmly. I wonder if they succeeded. They've gone in the southeast direction, Aolai said after careful observation. Let's head southeast as well. Aoguang nodded decisively, and then chased after it in the southeast direction without hesitation. The two brothers quickly disappeared into the dense jungle. Soon, a fierce chase ensued between the three parties, a tense scene of one chasing and the other fleeing. However, Aoguang and Aolai were not very fast. The two brothers naturally did not exert all their strength to travel at full speed. You should know that if they really put in their best effort, they would definitely be able to catch up. With the tiger-hunting demon in less than half a day, the two brothers were unwilling to expend too much of their energy, and also did not want other monsters to easily detect their actions, so they chose to pursue the enemy on foot. Just then, Aoguang and Aolai arrived at a small village. The village is small in size. Aoguang and Aolai stopped in their tracks. Brother, the aura of those demonic beasts disappeared right here, Aolai said, turning his gaze to Aoguang. Disappeared here? Upon hearing this, Aoguang glanced at Aolai, and then his dragon-like eyes began to carefully examine his surroundings. The small village doesn't cover a large area, and the monsters in the village didn't show any special reaction when they saw the arrival of the brothers Aoguang and Aolai. That's really strange. Aoguang's brows furrowed slightly, forming a small river character. The monsters here, by all accounts, shouldn't be showing such indifferent expressions to them. This means that the two demonic beasts from Camel Peak are very likely hiding in this place. Brother, have you noticed that the number of monsters here has obviously decreased? Aolai suddenly turned his gaze to Aoguang and said. It's gotten less? Aoguang was taken aback at first. If Aolai hadn't brought it up, he wouldn't have noticed the situation at all. But he turned around and observed again. Indeed, there were far fewer monsters here. Although the village is not large, it does not mean that only a few monsters live here. Moreover, each of the demonic beasts wore a different look of panic on its face, as if they were trying their best to suppress something. In this situation, Aoguang immediately realized the key point. At that very moment, a grizzly bear dressed in grass and gripping a long knife slowly approached from not too far away. You two are disciples of the Heavenly Fish sect? Grizzly Bear raised his head, turned his gaze to Aoguang and Aolai, and asked in an extremely indifferent tone. So what if it is? Aoguang nodded slightly in affirmation. The Heavenly Fish sect actually sent two slippery guys like you to hunt us down. The heavenly fish sect is really getting worse and worse. Grizzly Bear wore a disdainful smile, completely disregarding Ao Guang and Aolai in his eyes. Ao Guang and Aolai's strength was definitely not that high. Moreover, he told his elder brother to rest first, and then stepped forward, intending to deal with Ao Guang and Aolai by himself. He completely disregarded the brothers Ao Guang and Aolai, believing they were completely at his mercy. Brother, should you go first or should I go first? Seeing how confident Grizzly Bear was, Aolai looked at Ao Guang and asked. No rush. Ao Guang shook his head slightly. He raised his head and looked at the other party. Where is your companion? Why don't you call him out and we'll have a one-on-one duel? Heh, you don't deserve it. Grizzly glanced at Ao Guang with a contemptuous look, showing him no respect whatsoever. What are you saying? Ao Guang shook his head again. Do you really think you can be a match for the two of us? Otherwise what? Grizzly Bear chuckled coldly. My cultivation level is at level 38, 15 stars. New disciples like you are probably only at level 33 at the moment. He shouted at Ao Guang and Aolai as a demon beast from Camel Peak. Grizzly Bear had a very clear understanding of the strength of the new disciples of the Heavenly Fish sect who came to carry out missions every year. Therefore, this is also an important reason why he dared to face Ao Guang and Aolai alone. Seeing the other party's arrogance, Ao Guang couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Being too arrogant will lead to great losses. Besides, even if you want us to die, you can't let us die without knowing why. Before you die, could you let us see your companion? Ao Guang continued. His purpose in doing this was simply to meet the other party's elder brother. So eager to see my boss? Fine, then you just wait. I'll make sure you die knowing exactly what happened. Grizzly Bear complied with Ao Guang's request and walked a short distance to where his boss was. His leader was a fox demon, who was now eyeing the dozens of villagers who were tied up with hostility. Humph, you scum, just wait to become our food. The fox demon gave a cold snort, which terrified the monsters present, making them tremble all over. Boss. Just then, the Grizzly Bear walked over. What? You've already taken care of those two guys outside? The fox demon turned around and looked at the Grizzly Bear with a puzzled expression. No, not at all. Grizzly shook his head. They said they wanted to see you one last time before they died, boss. Ha-ho, what an interesting monster. The fox demon's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems they are well aware of their situation. Very well, I will grant their request. It's just seeing me once, no problem, no problem. The fox demon agreed without hesitation. Then, the fox demon turned around and followed the Grizzly Bear away from the place. The two demonic beasts quickly arrived in front of Ao Guang and Aolai. I heard from my little brother that it was you two who wanted to see me? The fox demon looked at Ao Guang and Aolai in front of him with indifferent eyes and said in a cold tone. His mouth was practically stretched to the sky in a wide grin. Especially when I see Ao Guang and Aolai's unremarkable appearance, I want to laugh. They're like two mudfish. These two guys can't possibly have very high bloodline levels, and their cultivation levels probably aren't much higher either. Chapter 348. One move is enough, you piece of trash. Have you seen my older brother? Seeing that he and the fox demon had come over, the two brothers didn't even have the slightest sense of propriety and didn't take the initiative. In response, Grizzly Bear shouted loudly at Ao Guang and Aolai. I saw it. Ao Guang nodded slowly. And then? Grizzly Bear continued. And then, well, you two are going to die. A faint smile appeared on Ao Guang's face. Die? Upon hearing this, the Grizzly Bear and the fox demon exchanged a glance, then burst into laughter at the same time. Ha 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 ha. What did I just hear? I actually heard the word death from the mouths of two good-for-nothings. Yes, brother, you heard right, they said they want both of us to die. Ha 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 ha. The Grizzly Bear and the fox demon both laughed so hard they were doubled over. Soon, the fox demon grinned, its eyes revealing a chilling killing intent. You two useless pieces of trash, do you even know who we are? Who? Ao Guang blinked and asked. A demon from Camel Peak, the fox demon exclaimed confidently, oh. But the only response he received was a nonchalant oh from Ao Guang. Do you know why I asked you to call him here? Ao Guang then turned his gaze to the Grizzly Bear. Why? Grizzly asked, narrowing his eyes. That's because you've taken the village's monsters as prisoners. Ao Guang remained calm and said indifferently, now that he has come here on his own, it means that he has no prisoners to threaten us with. Upon hearing this, the fox demon's eyes narrowed immediately. What, you think that this way you can kill us and then have no worries about the future? Good. Ao Guang nodded. His concern was that after demonstrating his strength, Grizzly would have the fox demon kill the villagers to threaten them. I see. The fox demon nodded immediately. But you're overthinking it. You two don't have that opportunity, and it's absolutely impossible for you to do it. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both shook their heads slightly. That's not necessarily true. Let me remind you, if you're too confident, you'll die a terrible death. Ao Guang looked at the other person, his gaze firm and composed. Oomph, you arrogant fools. I think none of your disciples from the Heavenly Fish sect take the demonic beasts of my mountain Camel Peak seriously. You are simply arrogant and domineering to the extreme. The grizzly bear glared angrily and roared loudly at Ao Guang. The fox demon narrowed its long, narrow eyes, having reached its limit of patience and could no longer tolerate Ao Guang and Ao Lai's actions. The disciples of the Heavenly Fish sect in front of us are behaving far too arrogantly. Yet he was determined to kill Ao Guang, and he wanted to personally skin Ao Guang alive. In the next instant, the fox demon picked up her weapon without hesitation and pounced on Ao Guang like a bolt of lightning. You bastard, today I'm going to skin you alive and let the Tianyu sect see you properly as punishment and a warning. The fox demon's voice was icy cold and filled with endless killing intent. He couldn't stand those pretentious monsters. He was determined to torment Ao Guang severely today, to make him truly understand the miserable consequences of offending the Camel Peak monster. Seeing that his elder brother had already made the first move, Grizzly Bear no longer hesitated and launched a fierce attack on Ao Lai in an instant. When they saw the grizzly bear and the fox demon attacking together, Ao Guang and Ao Lai remained calm and took a steady step forward in unison. Bro, how about we finish this fight in 3 seconds? One move is enough. Ao Guang's tone was as calm as still water. It's not impossible. Ao Lai nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the brothers' conversation, the fox demon and the grizzly bear couldn't help but smile. Do you think you can take them down in one move? Those two are truly ignorant and arrogant, daring to speak so shamelessly. Humph, I am the son of the 5th Peak Master of Camel Peak. With my talent and ability, I am in no way inferior to the geniuses of your Heavenly Fish sect. The fox demon said arrogantly and coldly. However, the moment he finished speaking, Ao Guang made his move without hesitation. A spear beam, as cold and piercing as ice, shot out like lightning, hurtling towards the fox demon's face at an astonishing speed. The fox demon's pupils contracted sharply in an instant. In just a very brief moment, he deeply felt an unprecedented and suffocating pressure. Boom, before the incredibly powerful shot had even truly arrived, the grass covering the fox demon's body had already exploded instantly, crushed by the immense force of the shot. The next second, the unstoppable shot arrived as expected. The sharp blade pierced the fox demon's body without any resistance, and thick, ink-like blood gushed out from its back like a spring. Ao Guang held the spear steadily with one hand, while the other end of the spear had already mercilessly pierced through half of the opponent's body. The fox demon stood there stunned, her eyes fixed on Ao Guang, her gaze filled with disbelief. The excruciating, piercing pain swept over his mind like a surging tide. He stared blankly at Ao Guang before him, his heart filled with utter shock and fear. Ugh! The fox demon let out a painful and desperate roar, and then Ao Guang twisted the gun with his wrist, and that terrifying power raged wildly once again. Boom, the next instant, half of the fox demon's body exploded. With a single, swift shot, he dispatched his opponent. Ao Guang then flung his hand, forcefully splattering the blood from his spear onto the ground. On the other side, Ao Lai raised his long sword, which gleamed with a cold light, high in the air. The white light of the sword swept across the blade like mercury. Before the blade even fell, the terrifying pressure that chilled the heart had already descended upon the grizzly bear's head like Mount Tai crashing down. Grizzly's expression changed drastically in an instant. He never expected that Ao Lai's strength was so terrifying, far exceeding his imagination. At that moment, he subconsciously turned around and was horrified to find that his boss had died on the spot. Boss! The grizzly bear shouted anxiously, but Ao Lai stared at him coldly, like a ruthless god of death. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? You're simply courting death. Chapter 349 Hunting the Tiger Demon. The next instant, the long sword in Aoli's hand crashed down on the turf on the grizzly bear was instantly shattered by the powerful force, and its entire body was tightly enveloped by a cold and ruthless killing intent, with every hair on its body standing on end. Then, Aoli's longsword struck the opponent's head without any resistance, as if it were cutting through a fragile leaf of cabbage. Boom, the next second, the grizzly bear's body exploded instantly. The two monsters from Camel Peak died instantly on the spot. Seeing this breathtaking scene, all the demons present were stunned into silence by the immense power displayed by Ao Guang and Aoli. The strength is just ridiculously powerful. In such a short, almost negligible amount of time, they were able to kill the grizzly bear and the fox demon so decisively and cleanly. You should know that the fox demon was the son of the 5th peak master of Camel Peak, and his strength should have been beyond doubt. However, in front of the brothers Ao Guang and Aoli, the fox demon and the grizzly bear couldn't even withstand a single move. Brother, that tiger hunting demon is secretly watching from not far away. Just then, Aoli's voice rang in Ao Guang's ears. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang immediately raised his head and quickly looked in that direction. In an instant, the 4 pairs of eyes met. Sure enough, in that deep forest, a pair of wary and fearful eyes were silently watching. Are you going to come out on your own, or are we going in and dragging you out? Ao Guang's voice was calm and indifferent. I'll come out myself. Upon hearing this, the eyes in the woods appeared extremely flustered. He hurriedly replied and then ran out on his own, trembling with fear. It was a lithe and agile demon tiger, but it was injured on its thigh, and blood was still dripping from the wound. Upon seeing the other party appear, Ao Guang remained indifferent and coldly asked, "Are you the tiger-hunting heavenly demon?" The tiger-hunting demon nodded hastily, his expression filled with fear, not daring to hesitate even for a moment. He had witnessed the breathtaking battle between Ao Guang and Aoli clearly and thoroughly. These two people are incredibly powerful. Even in front of them, I am utterly powerless. The tiger hunter demon was completely dumbfounded. When exactly did the heavenly fish sect produce such a monstrous disciple? Seeing the tiger-hunting demon nod in agreement, Ao Guang raised the spear in his hand, which exuded a chilling aura, and said expressionlessly, "That's good. You can die in peace now." Upon hearing this, the tiger-hunting demon was so frightened that he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, pleading with the two brothers with tears streaming down his face, "My lords, please have mercy and spare my life." "Why?" Ao Guang asked, his brows furrowed slightly. "Don't you want to know why the monsters of Camel Peak are relentlessly pursuing me, determined to kill me?" the tiger-hunting demon said anxiously. "Explain." Ao Guang gave him a cold look, clearly not wanting to waste any more time with him. "Yes, I accidentally discovered a place containing the origin of the heavenly Tao," the tiger-hunting demon hurriedly said, not daring to conceal anything. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Aoli's eyes lit up instantly. "Oh? You really know about that place?" "Of course, if it weren't for this, the monsters of Camel Peak would never have chased me so frantically." The tiger-hunting demon nodded repeatedly to increase the credibility of his words. "Where exactly is that place?" Ao Guang asked immediately afterward. "In the central region of the eastern wilderness, an ancient ruin is about to be revealed, and I happen to know how to enter that ruin in advance," the tiger-hunting demon hurriedly said. As he was speaking, a shadowy glint flashed almost imperceptibly in his eyes. Everything he said was, of course, a lie. His goal was to deceive Ao Guang and Aoli, and then find an opportunity to escape. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Aoli exchanged a glance, and then nodded as expected. "All right, if you can tell the truth, we will let you go." Yes. Upon hearing this, the tiger-hunting demon was even more excited and quickly explained to the two demons in detail how they could enter the ancient ruins ahead of time. After the tiger-hunting demon finished speaking, Ao Guang nodded slightly. "Very good. Then, can you two let me leave now?" The tiger-hunting demon looked at Ao Guang and Aoli with anticipation. "What do you think?" Ao Guang suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. What do you mean?" The tiger-hunting demon immediately sensed something was wrong, and his face instantly turned extremely ugly. "I've already told you everything, yet you still won't let me go. Do you think you deserve to live after saying all this?" Aoli rolled his eyes at him, his tone full of disdain. "Yeah, pretty much." Ao Guang nodded, a hint of mockery on his face. "There's another point, which is, everything you said is a lie." Upon hearing Ao Guang utter those words, the tiger-hunting demon's pupils instantly contracted sharply, as if they had been suddenly pulled together by an invisible force. His gaze, sharp as a sword, was fixed on Ao Guang, his heart churning with turbulent waves of shock. How did you know? He never expected that even the peak master of Camel Peak believed such a thing, yet Ao Guang in front of him was able to see through its falsehood. This was completely beyond his imagination. It was utterly unbelievable. Upon seeing the other party's reaction, Ao Guang suddenly realized, oh, so it really is fake. Grass. Ao Guang had no idea that it was fake. His initial thought was merely to try and deceive the other party, but who could have imagined that this guy would just self-destruct without any warning? This sudden turn of events left the tiger hunting demon completely stunned. It turns out that this guy in front of me was deliberately bluffing. Damn it! Enraged, the tiger hunting demon charged forward like a wild beast out of control, his mind solely focused on fighting Ao Guang to the death. But how could Ao Guang give him such an opportunity? Without hesitation, he thrust out his spear. The terrifying power was like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through the opponent's body. This fierce spear strike pinned the tiger hunting demon to the spot. As the life of the tiger hunting demon vanished, Ao Guang did not hesitate to pick up its corpse. Let's go back. Ao Guang turned to Ao Lai and said. Ao Lai nodded gently, and so, the two brothers returned to the Tianyu sect. Chapter 350 Division of Strength in the Eastern Wilderness. Just as the two brothers were setting off to return to the Heavenly Fish sect, at this time, at Camel Peak, Mount Camel Peak comprises 5 majestic peaks, each guarded by a revered peak master. On the 5th peak, a powerful demon beast clad in sturdy armor stared intently at the mysterious stone tablet before it, its eyes filled with anger and resentment. My son was murdered just like that. The peak master had 4 long tails growing from his back, each tail being a deep brown color, and his dense fur was also a rich brown. This powerful demonic beast is the 5th peak master, whose realm has reached the level of 60 and 19 stars. With his formidable strength, he firmly controlled the 5th peak of Camel Peak. Just recently, he received the devastating news of his son's tragic death. Damn the Heavenly Fish sect! My mountain Camel Peak will never let you get along with us. The 5th peak master clenched his powerful fist tightly, his anger burning like a raging fire. He wished he could lead everyone to attack the despicable Tianyu sect right now. Those two wretched, slippery monsters dare to bully others like this. Today, all the monsters on the 5th peak will come down the mountain and keep a close eye on those two. If they dare to come down the mountain, they must come and report to me immediately. This peak master must avenge my son. The 5th peak master's voice, filled with anger and determination, resounded like thunder throughout every corner of the 5th peak. Meanwhile, at the Flying Fish sect. Ao Guang and Ao Lai successfully completed the mission. Seeing the two demons complete this arduous task so quickly, Laming Tun Lang's face was filled with shock and disbelief. It's finished so quickly? You must know that the tiger hunting demon king possessed a powerful level of 39. Even though he was seriously injured, he shouldn't have been so easily defeated. Ao Guang and Ao Lai had long ago meticulously prepared a series of lies. They told Lei Ming that the demon beasts of the Camel Peak were the first to defeat the tiger hunting demon, and then they took advantage of the fact that the two sides were exhausted and weakened to make a decisive move and gain an advantage. Upon hearing this explanation, Lei Ming Tun Lang did not pursue the matter further or question them too much. After all, the two brothers had successfully completed their mission, so there was nothing more to say. You're back? Tianyu asked calmly as she looked at Ao Lai, who had returned. How well did the mission go? Just how strong is that tiger hunting demon? It's all right, Ao Lai replied, good. Tianyu nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Kong Chen was asking Ao Guang the same question. How strong was the tiger hunting demon? Ao Guang's answer was naturally quite strong, but he was lucky to have gotten a lucky break, so he didn't have to put in too much effort. Upon hearing this, Kong Chen did not pursue the matter further. The brothers' excellent completion of the mission can be considered as making a due contribution to the sect. For the time being, you just need to focus on your practice. Kong Chen slowly explained that a mysterious ruin was about to open, and disciples would need to be sent to explore it. In addition, when the ruins are opened, many demonic beasts from other sects in the vicinity will flock there, and they will then engage in fierce competition for ownership of the ruins. Therefore, Kong Chen specifically instructed Ao Guang to focus on his cultivation, hoping that he could demonstrate his strength at a crucial moment. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang silently went down to continue practicing his spear technique. The spear in Ao Guang's hand was like a nimble dragon. He first nimbly rotated the spear, and then suddenly exerted force with both arms to grip the spear tightly. Incredible power burst out like a flood. Bang! The thick tree in front of him was shattered to pieces by that sharp shot. Wood chips flew everywhere like snowflakes, scattering all over the place. Ao Guang quickly retracted his spear, then took a step forward without hesitation, thrusting the spear forward again at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Another dull yet shocking sound rang out, and the large tree in front of Ao Guang was shattered into pieces by his incredibly powerful spear thrust. My marksmanship is decent now. All that's left is to perfectly integrate my own abilities into this spear, Ao Guang muttered to himself. However, with this level 4 weapon, it's probably really difficult to withstand the powerful energy I release. Although this level 4 weapon is of good quality, it is still somewhat inferior to Ao Guang's current level of cultivation. After all, this level 4 weapon is simply not enough to enhance the full power he currently possesses. It is very likely that it will burst open instantly due to the pressure. Therefore, Ao Guang felt he should find a weapon of a higher grade. Another month has passed in a flash. Ao Guang found Kong Qian. Ao Guang, what brings you here? Kong Qian asked with a hint of doubt. For the past few months, Ao Guang has been cultivating alone in silence. Aside from the first few times he came to see me and asked me about things related to the power of the spear, he never came again. I would like to ask you which sects on this ancient continent can be considered top tier, and which are the most powerful forces in the eastern wilderness, Ao Guang asked earnestly. So that's what we came for. Kong Qian nodded slightly, and then began to explain to Ao Guang in detail. In the eastern wilderness, there are only 3 top sections. The levels of these 3 top sects are all around level 80. The ranking of sects is divided into top tier, second tier, and third tier. Our Tianyu sect can only be considered a third-rate sect. It is located on the edge of the eastern wilderness and has not yet been able to reach the core area. The forces of second-rate sects are led by powerful level 70 demonic beasts. The 3 top sects in the eastern wilderness are named the Divine Tree Alliance, the Ancient Heavenly Sect, and the Panlong Sect. These 3 top sects each occupy a large area of the eastern wilderness. As for the situation of forces outside the eastern wilderness, I'm not too clear about it. After all, the eastern wilderness is vast and boundless, and I've never had the opportunity to leave it. Kong Qian explained in detail that he himself only had a strength of around level 60 and had never left the vast land of the eastern wilderness. Moreover, the eastern wilderness is so vast that even a third-rate sect like the Heavenly Fish sect occupies a vast area of hundreds of miles. A second-rate sect, on the other hand, occupies a vast territory spanning thousands of miles, not to mention a top-tier sect, whose territory occupies an important part of the eastern wilderness. Chapter 351. Heading to the ruins. After listening to these introductions, Ao Guang nodded thoughtfully, which gave him a new understanding of the eastern wilderness. Those top sects are definitely not ones that Ao Guang can afford to offend, given his current strength. Second-rate sects, on the other hand, can barely cope at present. Alright, you've arrived just in time. Now it's time to tell you about the ruins in detail, since they'll be opening in less than 2 weeks. Kong Qian said calmly, this is a good opportunity to tell Ao Guang about the details of the ruins. Good. Ao Guang nodded solemnly. Regarding the ruins, each ruin contains a vast amount of the origin of the heavenly Tao. On the ancient continent, although demonic beasts cultivate on their own, their progress is far too slow. These relics are also part of the opportunity. There are such ruins near our Tianyu sect, and it's not far from another sect. That's why, when the time comes for this ruin to open, both sects will inevitably rush here with all their might to compete for it. Each time, in order to compete for control of the ruins, the disciples of each sect would engage in a fierce competition. The side that wins more times in the competition will be able to successfully enter the ruins to explore. Therefore, whenever the secret realm opens, a fierce competition will arrive as scheduled. Kong Qian explained the relevant details of the ruins to Ao Guang. Although the demonic beasts in those ruins were not of a high level, each one contained an extremely rich source of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, when this relic opens, our Tianyu sect must do everything in its power to compete for it. Of course, once the ruins are opened, the monsters of Camel Peak will inevitably participate as well. Upon hearing these words, Ao Guang nodded solemnly, okay. With you at Ao Lai here, the sect is more than enough this time, Kong Qian said with a smile. With the 2 of them, the Tianyu sect will surely be able to successfully seize control this time. Time flies like an arrow, and 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. And meanwhile, the Tianyu sect was also making intensive preparations regarding the specific personnel to be deployed after the opening of the ruins. There are 3 new disciples, Ao Guang, Ao Lai, and Pei Qinhu. There are also 3 experienced senior disciples. There are also 3 inner disciples. As for the elders who went this time, it was Kong Qian this time, along with an inner sect elder who was quite prestigious within the sect. With all the necessary personnel prepared, the demons were ready to set off. The ruins were located not too far from the Tianyu sect, in a neutral zone between several sections. After traversing several towering mountains and enduring arduous journeys, the demons finally arrived at the location of the ruins. The ruins are located in an ancient and secluded forest. The disciples of the Tianyu sect were the first to arrive here. Meanwhile, a group of monsters dressed in all sorts of costumes arrived one after another. Your heavenly fish sect arrived quite quickly, getting here so fast. The leading middle-aged demon beast turned his gaze to Kong Qian and the other demons and said loudly, "We're not early." Kong Qian shook his head slightly and replied, "Your jade butterfly sect's demonic beasts arrived quite quickly too. Hee, I really didn't expect that Elder Kong Qian would personally lead the team this time." The middle-aged demon beast was a huge bear with a thick and sturdy armor covering its massive body, and it held a heavy iron rod carefully forged from steel in its hand. He stared intently at Kong Qian, his bear-like eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a hint of scrutiny. "What, am I not allowed to bring a team here?" Kong Qian remained calm and turned his gaze to the other party as well. "Of course you can, why wouldn't you?" The grizzly bear shook his head and continued, "As for your heavenly fish sect's new disciple, in my opinion, it will be very difficult for him to win this time." Upon hearing this, Kong Qian said, "Oh," and asked with great interest, "What do you mean? Does this mean that your jade butterfly sect has produced another exceptionally talented disciple?" In short, this time your Tianyu sect should just stop trying to fight us for control and stay put on guarding the perimeter. They haven't even fought yet. How can you be so sure you'll win?" Kong Qian shook his head dismissively. With Ao Guang and Ao Lai in his Tianyu sect, he naturally had plenty of confidence. "Then let's wait and see," Grizzly said confidently. Ao Guang and Ao Lai stood steadily among the demon beasts of the Tianyu sect. He raised his head, his gaze slowly sweeping over the demonic beasts of the Jade Butterfly sect. Among the newly recruited disciples of the Jade Butterfly sect, the strongest among them had reached level 35. On the other hand, Pei Qinhu on his side was only at level 30-3. In terms of rank alone, they are 2 whole levels apart. The remaining 2 newly recruited disciples of the Jade Butterfly sect have both reached level 30-4. No wonder the other party was so confident. After all, it's rare to find a new disciple with such a good 3-head level. However, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were naturally not worried at all that they would lose the competition. Will they lose? No, that's absolutely impossible. Victory is assured before long. The monsters of Camel Peak also arrived in a grand procession. The one who came this time was the peak master of the 5th peak. The brown fox demon stared intently at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, its eyes filled with an intense, uncontrollable killing intent. He wished he could rush up right now and tear Ao Guang and Ao Lai to shreds instantly. The 2 men who murdered his son were now standing right in front of him. Upon seeing that the elder who had accompanied them was Kong Qian, the 5th peak master immediately abandoned his impulsive thoughts. Because he knew he was no match for Sora. Kong Qian's spear technique was fierce and domineering, with immense power. Even the 2nd peak master of Camel Peak was defeated in his contest with Kong Qian. How could his own strength possibly rival that of Kong Qian? The 5th peak master had to temporarily abandon this adventurous idea. He could only patiently wait for the right opportunity, and he secretly vowed that he would definitely kill Ao Guang and Ao Lai, those 2 despicable guys, with his own hands. He wanted to use the other man's blood to pay homage to his deceased son. "5th peak master, why have you made such a grand and elaborate fuss about coming this time?" Grizzly asked the 5th peak master with a puzzled look on his face. "What, do I need to explain my way of doing things to you?" The 5th peak master of Camel Peak looked at the other party with a cold expression and an unfriendly tone. Although Elder Grizzly of the Jade Butterfly sect was of the same rank as him, he naturally would not show him any leniency or indulgence. "Yes, I naturally have no right to interfere." Grizzly shook his head helplessly. But with such a grand display, it wouldn't be good if it accidentally startled Elder Kong Qian. Upon hearing Grizzly's words, Sora looked at him coldly. The Heavenly Fish sect has always had a tense relationship with the Jade Butterfly sect, and they are at odds with each other. Every time they fought for control of the ruins, a fierce dispute inevitably ensued, and this time, there will obviously be no exception. Chapter 352 First Encounter with the Jade Butterfly Sect. Brother, have you noticed that the way the mountain camel peak master is looking at us seems a little unusual? Ao Lai quietly moved closer to Ao Guang and whispered. A little. Ao Guang naturally noticed this as well. Since arriving here, the fifth peak master of Camel Peak has shown a very clear killing intent towards the two of them. It seems that the fox we killed earlier was his son. Ao Guang recalled the fox demon. Now it seems that the fox demon was indeed the son of the fifth peak master, but it doesn't matter, since even the fifth peak master of Camel Peak is no match for him. Alright, enough with the nonsense, let's get started. Kong Qian then spoke calmly. As always, will you withdraw from Camel Peak this time? Quit. The fifth peak master nodded without hesitation. Throughout the struggle for control of the ruins, Camel Peak has consistently chosen to withdraw. Kong Qian nodded slightly, then looked at Grizzly Bear. Tell me, how do we compete this time? Naturally, the rules remain the same as before, Grizzly said methodically. In the competition among newly recruited disciples, whichever side has 2 disciples who win means that the other side sect has greater potential, and control will naturally be handed over to the winning side. Upon hearing this, Kong Qian nodded in agreement and said, although this rule has been around for a long time, I personally quite like it. It's simple, convenient, and quick. Grizzly responded softly, but this time, I'm afraid you won't get your wish. I hope so. Kong Qian didn't pay much attention to what the other party said. He knew perfectly well that the other party must have come fully prepared to speak so confidently, but wasn't the Heavenly Fish sect also prepared for any eventuality? Ao Guang and Ao Lai's strength is undeniable. As long as the 2 brothers are present, there is no doubt that control of the ruins will firmly belong to the Tianyu sect. Which of you intends to make a move? Grizzly Bear slowly turned his gaze to the 3 disciples on his sect's side. I'll do it. One of the wolf demons strode out from the demon horde with agile movements, and arrived at the center of the arena with a proud and imposing air. All right. Grizzly nodded slightly, then turned his sharp gaze to Kong Qian and said, Elder Kong Qian, who on your side is going to make a move? Ao Guang, Ao Lai, which of you will come? Let me go first. At this moment, Pei Qinhu stepped forward and volunteered. Kong Qian glanced at Pei Qinhu, nodded slightly, and said, all right. Anyway, we need to win 2 matches. Even if Pei Qinhu loses this match, Ao Guang and Ao Lai can still win the other 2 matches without any problems. Moreover, Pei Qinhu was definitely one of the most outstanding prodigies in the Tianyu sect's recruitment of disciples this time. This is a good opportunity to let Pei Qinhu test the opponent's strength and methods. Pei Qinhu strode firmly to the center of the arena, his eyes meeting those of the wolf demon across the distance. This time, I'm determined to prove my strength no matter what. Pei Qinhu took a deep breath and made up his mind. The reason he stood up so resolutely was simply to prove that he had enough power. He knew perfectly well that he could not compare with Ao Guang and Ao Lai, but he still held firm to his belief and wanted to stand up and give it a try. Upon seeing Pei Qinhu, the wolf demon showed no emotion whatsoever and coldly asked, will you make the first move, or shall I? You go first, Pei Qinhu said without hesitation, looking firmly at the other person. Upon hearing this, the wolf demon nodded and replied, all right, as you wish. The wolf demon launched an attack the moment he finished speaking. Elder Kong Qian, I hope that through this competition, you will clearly see the enormous gap between your Tianyu sect and my Jade Butterfly sect. Grizzly Bear said with his arms crossed, a cold smile on his face, his tone full of provocation. I hope so, Kong Qian replied calmly, his expression indifferent. Both of them were intently focused on every move on the field. Bang, the 2 demons' bodies collided violently, and the resulting powerful force stirred up a violent hurricane. Pei Qinhu held a long saber, looking dashing and heroic, while his opponent held a long sword, looking imposing and awe-inspiring. As one of the most common weapons, the sword has always been the first choice for countless monsters in battle. At this moment, the opponent held a long sword, and sharp sword energy burst out from the blade like lightning, sweeping towards Pei Qinhu with overwhelming force. Pei Qinhu's swordsmanship was fierce and domineering, and its style was exactly the same as Ao Lai's. A layer of white light surrounded the blade in his hand. Then, he swiftly slashed down, the immense force sweeping across the ground, successfully blocking the incoming sword energy. Seeing this, Pei Qinhu's heart was instantly filled with unparalleled confidence. He thought to himself, if he could block the opponent's sword energy so easily, then the opponent probably wouldn't have any ability to fight back. Without hesitation, Pei Qinhu stepped forward and charged menacingly at his opponent with his long sword raised high. The moment the wolf demon saw Pei Chinhu charging towards it, it immediately drew its sword again without hesitation. He thrust forward with all his might, and a vast and boundless sword intent was suddenly released. The incomparably powerful sword energy rushed straight towards Pei Chinhu's face like a raging flood. Pei Chinhu immediately and fearlessly slashed down with his sword, successfully blocking the opponent's fierce attack, but the next second, the wolf demon moved like a ghost, arriving in front of Pei Chinhu at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he gripped his long sword and immediately slashed down without hesitation. Pei Chinhu's pupils contracted instantly, and he hurriedly raised his sword to try and defend himself. However, he was a bit too slow and failed to block the attack. He was blasted away by the opponent's sharp blade. Bang! Pei Chinhu's body slammed heavily into an ancient tree like a cannonball, his entire body trembling violently. Then, he quickly and bravely stood up from the ground, but at that moment, the wolf demon appeared before him like lightning. What? Pei Chinhu raised his head and saw a dazzling sword light rapidly enlarging before his eyes, but fortunately it did not harm him. It turns out that Kong Chen intervened just in time. You lost, the wolf demon said indifferently. In any competition, if an elder is involved, it means that the side that participated has lost the competition. Upon hearing this, Grizzly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Elder Kong Chen, you have lost this match quite thoroughly. Chapter 353. A small test. Despite the grizzly bear's mockery, Kong Chen's expression remained calm and composed, without revealing much displeasure. After all, the wolf demon's strength far surpassed Pei Chinhu's. Although he appeared outwardly calm, he was inwardly filled with surprise. If Tianyu sect hadn't had Ao Guang and Ao Lai, they would have surely suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. The Jade Butterfly sect has actually attracted such a powerful prodigy. Kong Qian stared intently at Grizzly Bear, thinking to himself, no wonder the other party is so confident. Pei Chinhu was quite a dark horse, but he couldn't even last 10 moves against the opponent's disciple. The gap between the two sides was now clearly visible. Pei Chinhu retreated with a somber expression, staring at the wolf demon in front of him with shock, his heart filled with turbulent waves. He never expected that his opponent would be so powerful. Despite being a prodigy of the Tianyu sect, he couldn't even last 10 moves against his opponent. This was a great humiliation for him, and this result once again deeply wounded Pei Chinhu's heart. The competition continues. The wolf demon retreated arrogantly. Ao Guang, Ao Lai, which of you will come? Kong Chen asked, turning his gaze to Ao Guang and Ao Lai. I'll do it, brother, Ao Lai said, looking firmly at Ao Guang. Ao Guang nodded slightly, not competing with his younger brother for the opportunity. Ao Lai strode to the center of the field. A loach? Looking at Ao Lai, the wolf demon raised his eyebrows high, and a mocking smile immediately appeared in his eyes. Does the Tianyu sect have no disciples left who can take action? They have to send such an insignificant demon beast to fight. Ha, Elder Kong Chen, why don't you let those more senior disciples give it a try? Grizzly looked at Sora with a smug expression and laughed loudly. Especially after seeing Ao Lai in this state, he became even more convinced that the Tianyu sect was doomed to lose this competition. You talk too much nonsense. Ao Lai shook his head impatiently, thinking to himself that the grizzly bear's mouth had never stopped moving from beginning to end since he arrived. The grizzly bear's mouth has been gushing out like a burst dam. Given the opportunity to humiliate your heavenly fish sect, I naturally had more to say. Grizzly looked at Ao Lai calmly. But you, speaking so disrespectfully to the elders, have absolutely no manners. Are all disciples of your heavenly fish sect so unruly? Grizzly Bear's words showed no respect for the heavenly fish sect, so Ao Guang had no reason to give them any face either. Then Ao Guang spoke up, you can't even manage your own disciples properly. You only know how to judge a monster by its appearance. In my opinion, you're no better than them. Upon hearing this, Grizzly glared angrily at Ao Guang and said through gritted teeth, you're really sharp-tongued. Ao Lai stood steadily in the center of the stage, shook his head helplessly, and said, you talk too much nonsense. If their personalities hadn't undergone such a dramatic change, Ao Lai would probably have already charged forward and torn the grizzly bear apart based on its provocative words. The wolf demon swaggered to the center and gave Ao Lai a disdainful look. I'll let you make the first move, the wolf demon said indifferently, his eyes showing no regard for Ao Lai. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai looked sharply at the other person and asked, really, nature? The wolf demon nodded without hesitation. All right, Ao Lai responded softly, then so be it. As soon as Aeoli finished speaking, he attacked without hesitation. Aeoli's body suddenly left his original position like a gust of wind, and an incomparably powerful blade aura instantly rushed towards the wolf demon's face. In just a brief moment, the immense power that Aeoli displayed when he made his move shocked the wolf demon. What? At this moment, deep in his heart, he felt as if he were facing a terrifying behemoth from an endless abyss. He didn't even have the heart to pick up his sword anymore. How could this be? The wolf demon's expression turned extremely ugly in an instant. His eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. He never expected that Aeoli, who seemed so ordinary and weak, could strike with such speed, as fast as lightning across the night sky, making him difficult to catch. Moreover, the immense power contained in that strike was astonishing. The power unleashed in that single instant filled him with fear, completely extinguishing his will to continue fighting. In the blink of an eye, the wolf demon swiftly took action. Escape. He fled frantically, disregarding everything, because he knew that if he didn't escape, he would surely die without a burial place if he faced Aeoli's blade. Boom. This incredibly powerful strike came crashing down with overwhelming force, giving the wolf demon no chance to catch its breath. The wolf demon's expression suddenly changed drastically. The scorching blade light seemed to devour his body, and the fur on his body seemed to be mercilessly torn apart by this terrifying blade light. The intense burning sensation instantly swept over his entire fist like a tidal wave. Ugh! The wolf demon let out a miserable howl, its face turning deathly pale in an instant, devoid of any color. Just then, the grizzly bear made its move at the critical moment, using all its strength to block Aeoli's powerful strike. Boom! The powerful blade light dissipated in midair, and Aeoli stood there quietly, looking calmly at the grizzly bear in front of him, like an unshakable war god. You have lost this match, Kong Qian said solemnly, his voice exceptionally clear. Grizzly's face instantly turned ashen, as if it could drip water. He never expected that Aeoli's strength was so terrifying. This strength completely exceeded all his previous expectations. Grizzly looked at Aeoli with a complicated expression, then swept his gaze across the disciples of his own sect and shouted, "Among you, who dares to make a move? I'll do it." At that moment, the demon beast with a sword at its waist slowly emerged from the dense horde of demons. This demonic beast was a dog demon, its fur as white as snow. Carrying a long sword that gleamed with a cold light, it walked out from the demon horde with firm steps. Upon seeing the other party, an extremely dangerous glint instantly appeared in Pei Qinhu's deep eyes. The oppressive feeling this demon brought him far exceeded that of the previous wolf demon. It was so powerful it was suffocating. Logically speaking, the bloodline level of this kind of demonic beast should not be so high, Pei Qinhu muttered to himself, his brows furrowed, but the extreme terror this demon gave him was so real and intense that he couldn't help but wonder to himself whether Aeoli would be a match for the other party. Chapter 354. You're welcome. At the same time, the fifth peak master's gaze was as sharp as a sword, fixed intently on Aeoli. Through this single move by the other party, she attempted to discern Aeoli's true strength. In her view, this demon was far from qualified to kill her son. Impossible. The scout was clearly focused on those two demonic beasts. The fifth peak master frowned deeply, his face filled with doubt and confusion. The strength that Aeoli displayed was completely beyond what one would expect from a level 39 cultivator. In other words, his swordsmanship is quite good, but his skill level is not as high as one might imagine. What exactly happened? The fifth peak master racked his brains but couldn't come up with any other reasonable explanation, so he could only stubbornly believe that Aeoli was the murderer of his son. Otherwise, there would be no way a second monster could have appeared. Otherwise, it would be Ao Guang, who hasn't made a move yet. Only those two demons could possibly have the ability to kill their own son. Wait a little longer. Once the ruins are opened, I will find a way to make them show themselves. The fifth peak master's eyes were filled with hatred as he stared intently at Ao Guang and Aeoli, as if he wanted to devour them alive. He brought a large number of demonic beasts with him from the fifth peak this time, including 4 powerful level 45 demonic beasts. If Ao Guang and Aeoli were to be caught off guard and take the bait, they would be doomed with no chance of survival. On the empty land ahead, Aeoli glanced at the dog demon in front of him with icy indifference and said in a flat tone, "It seems you are quite confident. Otherwise what?" The dog demon glanced at Aeoli indifferently, his words filled with disdain. "Your swordsmanship is strong, but the strength of a swordsman only goes so far. I have already seen the flaws in your swordsmanship. Defeating you is not a difficult task for me." Upon hearing this, Aeoli nodded slightly, a calm smile appearing on his face. "All right, since you are so confident, that's good. I was worried you didn't have that confidence, my friend. Bring it on." The dog demon gripped its longsword tightly, then took a firm and powerful step, its body moving like lightning as it swiftly attacked Aoli. His earth-shattering move startled all the demon beasts present, as if they had been struck in the heart by a heavy hammer. His speed was truly like a whirlwind. Even the experienced senior disciples of the Tanyu sect were deeply shocked by this sight. His move was so fast that even they couldn't see the trajectory of his movements. Is this monster really level 35? It feels like this monster's level has far exceeded level 35. Seeing the dog demon arrive in front of him at an extremely fast speed, Aoli remained calm and composed. The dog demon had already raised its longsword high. A dazzling sword light burst forth from the blade. The dog demon gripped the hilt tightly with both arms, ready to slash fiercely at Aoli. Looking at Aoli's calm and composed demeanor, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What, have you never seen such speed before? Fine, I'll give you a quick and painless death. With my extraordinary talent, can your Tianyu sect's Wuyo compare to me? As that arrogant voice in his heart subsided, the dog demon roared, "Dike boom!" Before the eyes of all the demonic beasts. His incredibly powerful sword suddenly fell. The terrifying sword energy tore through the air instantly, surging wildly to both sides. The demons present were immediately filled with extreme shock upon seeing this astonishing sword strike. This sword strike was truly terrifying, its power no less than the slash Aoli had just unleashed. Kong Qin frowned slightly, and a question arose in his mind: could it be that Aoli and Ao Guang had really encountered an insurmountable enemy? On the other side, upon seeing this scene, Grizzly Bear let out a sneer. See? Elder Kong Xian, this is the difference between your Heavenly Fish sect disciples and our sect disciples. Now, your Heavenly Fish sect is no longer worthy to be our opponent. As the Grizzly Bear's arrogant words fell, the dog demon's sword, carrying the force to destroy everything, crashed down. An immense power spread outwards, and the demons looked around anxiously, but they couldn't see Aoli anywhere. The dog demon stopped in his tracks. He stared wide-eyed, only to find that there was no blood splattering in front of him, and even Aoli's figure had vanished without a trace. He couldn't help but look up nervously, then frantically searched his surroundings. However, they still couldn't find any trace of Aoli. The monsters present were also full of doubts, whispering among themselves and discussing the matter. Where exactly did Aoli go? Kong Qian's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his face. Grizzly's expression changed drastically in an instant, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Behind you. As his terrified words fell, the dog demon instantly sensed a powerful aura surging from behind him. Then, he suddenly turned around, but the long sword in Ao Guang's hand, radiating a blazing light, had already fallen mercilessly. The blazing blade light descended with a devastating force, and the dog demon's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with despair and fear. At the same time, Aoli's mocking voice could be heard in my ears. What, do you really think you're invincible? There are demons beyond demons, and heavens beyond heavens. Today, I, Aoli, will give you the first lesson you will never forget. Of course, you're welcome. As Aoli's voice slowly faded, the incomparably powerful slash landed heavily on the opponent's body. Boom, the dog demon was blasted several meters away by the powerful force, and his body crashed heavily into an ancient and thick tree with a dull thud before finally coming to a stop. It is worth mentioning that Aoli used a broad back of the blade, rather than a sharp edge. Seeing this, the grizzly bear's face turned extremely ugly, as if it had swallowed an extremely bitter fruit, because he could clearly see that Aoli was using the hilt of the knife, not the extremely sharp blade. If it were a blade, this disciple of his sect would surely perish instantly, with no chance of survival. Did you see that? My disciples from the Heavenly Fish sect know that you, as an elder, don't have time to intervene and control the situation, so they chose to use the back of their blades to strike. At this moment, Kong Qian spoke calmly, his expression as still as water. Chapter 355 Control of the Ruins acquired. These words were undoubtedly an insult to Grizzly Bear, implying that he was too late to come to the rescue, which is why Aoli deliberately chose to use the back of his knife. On the other hand, it also shows just how astonishingly powerful the newly recruited disciple of the Heavenly Fish sect has become. You have lost in these two competitions, and now the control of this ruins belongs to my Tianyu sect. Kong Qian's tone was as calm as still water, as if he were stating a perfectly ordinary fact. Upon hearing this, the grizzly bear glared at the other party with wide eyes and gritted his teeth, saying, "Fine, take it." He has always been a man of his word, and even if he was unwilling to accept it, he could only accept the outcome. How boring. I was really looking forward to taking on 3 opponents at once. Aolai shook his head, a look of unsatisfaction on his face, as if the other party's performance had not satisfied him at all. Upon hearing this, Grizzly's face instantly turned as red as a pig's liver, a purplish-red color. These words were extremely harsh and unpleasant to hear. He actually dared to attempt to defeat 3 newly recruited disciples of his sect single-handedly. He was truly arrogant and presumptuous to the extreme, but he was helpless and could only sulk in silence. After all, the other party does indeed possess such formidable strength, so it's no wonder that the Tianyu sect is so arrogant and overbearing this time. At this moment, the 5th Peak Master stared intently at Aolai, his heart filled with utter shock. This guy, despite being only level 35, can unleash power close to that of level 40. The 5th Peak Master's brows furrowed tightly, forming a deep shape. It seems that this despicable fellow has been hiding his true strength. My son will surely die a tragic death at his hands. Upon realizing this, the 5th Peak Master's killing intent towards Aolai and Aoguang instantly surged to its peak. Aoguang and Aolai are doomed. Brother, why does that guy seem to be getting more and more intense and determined to kill us? Aolai said to Aoguang in a low voice. Ignore him. Oguang shook his head slightly, his expression calm and composed. If he dares to provoke us, just deal with him completely. Aolai nodded heavily. If the other party wanted to die, the 2 brothers didn't need to be merciful. They would just do it. Let's go. Having successfully gained control, Kong Qian no longer bothered with further words. He led the disciples of the Tianyu sect directly inside. Deep within the ruins lies a mysterious control console. This console possesses miraculous abilities, capable of spontaneously generating precious heavenly Tao essence and firmly guarding a deep, dark cave entrance to it. Is like a mechanism that can release powerful demonic beasts imprisoned inside the cave, containing a large amount of the origin of the heavenly Tao, according to specific rules. This is precisely why this place has become the site of fierce competition and scramble between the 2 major sections. Otherwise, who would be willing to expend energy to fight for this elusive control? Kong Qian and his disciples finally arrived here. Once this place is successfully opened, each of you demons will be free to travel to other places to explore. No matter how much heavenly Tao origin you ultimately obtain, it will all belong to you. Kong Qian remained calm and said in a steady voice, of course, you must remember not to go too far. Here, brutal battles are everywhere, and no demon will interfere or manage them. If you go too far and unfortunately get targeted by the monsters of Camel Peak or other sects, it will be absolutely not beneficial to you in the slightest. Furthermore, if the distance is too far, even this elder will not be able to intervene in time to save you. Upon hearing this, all the demons nodded in understanding. Brother, it's the origin of the heavenly Tao. Aolai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly looked at Aoguang, his expression exaggerated with excitement. Wait a moment, let's observe the exact quantity of the heavenly Tao origin here, Aoguang said calmly. Good. Aolai nodded. The 2 brothers then waited quietly there. Not long after, the mysterious cave entrance slowly opened with a low rumble, and a large number of powerful monsters surged out like a tide. Without hesitation, Aoguang and Aolai immediately and decisively took action, suppressing the aggressive monsters with swift and powerful methods. Countless monsters were swiftly subdued by the brothers' immense power, and then devoured by them in a frenzy. These demonic beasts entered the brothers' bellies, and the surging, turbulent origin of the heavenly Tao instantly spread out unrestrained. Brother, there's quite a lot. Aolai's face immediately lit up with an excited smile as he exclaimed, yes. Aoguang nodded slightly, a satisfied expression on his face. The heavenly Tao origin here doesn't significantly boost their level, but their bloodline level is about to break through to 24 stars. Just then, Kong Qian's voice came like a thunderclap. Your appetites are truly astonishing. After eating all this, go over there and digest it properly. Upon hearing this, Aoguang and Aolai exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with tacit understanding. Then Elder Kong Qian, let's go for a stroll around the neighborhood. Okay, whatever you do, don't go too far. Be careful of that grizzly bear. Kong Qian nodded solemnly and gave a heartfelt reminder to Ian his preconceived notion. Swallowing so many demonic beasts in one go and wanting to fully absorb their heavenly Tao essence would inevitably take a considerable amount of time. Given Aolai and Aoguang's situation, it would take them even longer to fully absorb it. After Aoguang and Aolai left, brother, we almost got exposed just now. Guang nodded slightly, his expression somewhat solemn. The two of them devoured the food so quickly that they completely forgot that Kong Qian was still beside them. If they continue to devour indiscriminately, it will inevitably arouse suspicion and vigilance from the other party. Let's try our luck elsewhere, Guang said after a moment's thought. Okay. Lai nodded vigorously. I'll listen to you, brother. Good. Guang took Lai to other places. The site is not small, but it is not large either. Guang and Lai could not devour everything they wanted in their original place, but once they left, no demon could restrain or control them. Whenever they encountered a monster, the two brothers would swallow it whole without the slightest hesitation. Unfortunately, this time, the heavenly Tao origin brought by these demonic beasts was far less than that provided by the previous demonic beast. Chapter 356. Who is the hunter? It seems that the demonic beasts inside the cave provided a great deal of heavenly Tao essence, Guang said thoughtfully. Forget it, bro, it's already pretty good to have something to eat, Lai said, a rare expression of contentment from him. That's true. Guang nodded, realizing that he had been somewhat greedy and had excessive desires. So the two brothers began to wander aimlessly through the ruins. Coincidentally, at that moment, a fierce fight broke out, instantly drawing the brothers' full attention. Looking up, one could see two agile demonic beasts engaged in a thrilling and desperate battle with a powerful demonic beast within the ruins in the dense forest ahead. Judging from this, it seems to be a monster from Camel Peak. Guang lowered his voice and murmured. They had seen the monsters of Camel Peak before, so it was not surprising that they could easily recognize them at a glance. It is undoubtedly a monster from Camel Peak. Lai nodded, his eyes fixed on the battle ahead. Brother, should we snatch them away? Lai looked at Guang, a greedy glint in his eyes. No need. Guang shook his head decisively. Not long after a hard-fought battle, the two demonic beasts finally managed to defeat the demonic beasts in front of them. Then, under the watchful eyes of Guang and Lai, the two demonic beasts unhesitatingly lifted up the corpse of the ancient demonic beast and hurriedly walked away into the distance. What are they doing? Guang and Lai exchanged a glance, both seeing undisguised surprise in each other's eyes. Ha, bro, this really came to me without any effort. The demonic beasts of Camel Peak, they're hoarding demonic beast corpses. Lai couldn't contain his joy and laughed heartily. It should be without a doubt. A smile of relief appeared on Guang's face. In that case, we should give a proper thank you to the monsters of Camel Peak, Guang said meaningfully. That's only right. At this moment, the numerous monsters of the Camel Peak were orderly occupying the central and outer areas. This place has been completely taken over and controlled by them. The demonic beasts from the Tianyu sect and another sect that occasionally appear are often frightened by their powerful aura and scatter in panic. After all the monsters from Camel Peak were mobilized this time, giving it their all. If it weren't for the presence of demonic beasts from two other sects here, Mount Camel Peak would probably have ruthlessly taken over all the demonic beasts from those two places long ago. However, obtaining these monsters from the middle and outer perimeters should be enough to satisfy their needs. After all, this ruin only opens once every 10 years, and they are determined to succeed this time, striving to gain more and richer rewards. At this moment, the fifth peak master sat leisurely on a huge rock, his gaze focused on the numerous monsters that emerged from the deep forest ahead, systematically piling up the corpses of ancient monsters in front of him. TSK, this efficiency is simply astonishing. Next time it opens, we must let the other peak masters come and experience it for themselves. The fifth peak master couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the demons, which far exceeded all his previous expectations. In a short period of time, the corpses of monsters in the ruins piled up like a towering small mountain. It's important to understand that on previous visits here, we never had such a bountiful harvest at Camel Peak. When I return in triumph, even the great peak master will surely praise me highly. The fifth peak master beamed with joy, his mood reaching its peak, as if he could already see the glorious scene of being praised by the great peak master. What a pity, those two bastards haven't made a move yet. The fifth peak master felt an uncontrollable surge of anger rising in his heart whenever he thought of Guang and Lai. Just then, a petite little demon hurriedly ran over from the group of demon beasts. Upon seeing the other person, the fifth peak master's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. So, any news about those two bastards? The fifth peak master asked impatiently, his voice filled with eagerness and anticipation. Reporting to the Peak Master, those two fellows are heading this way, the little demon said breathlessly, looking slightly nervous. Heh, they're not stupid after all. Seeing what my mountain camel peak has been doing here, they're just trying to reap the benefits without lifting a finger, the fifth Peak Master said coldly, a hint of disdain and mockery on his face. How could he not understand what Ao Guang and Ao Lai were thinking? Seeing their actions and behavior, the fifth Peak Master naturally knew exactly what they were planning. Without a doubt, the fifth Peak Master intentionally lured them here, then seized the opportunity to eliminate them in one fell swoop, using their blood to appease the departed soul of his son. Just as the two were talking, Ao Guang and Ao Lai had quietly approached the lush thicket. The two brothers carefully parted the dense bushes and immediately saw the piles of ruins and monster corpses on the open land in front of them. Upon witnessing this breathtaking scene, the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai were instantly filled with excited smiles. Brother, did you see that? Ao Lai was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, pointing ahead and shouting. Wow! Their efficiency is incredible, it's unbelievable. Ao Guang was also stunned by the scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It hasn't been long, and the other side has already obtained such a large number of monster corpses. Brother, should we wait a little longer? Ao Lai looked at Ao Guang, his eyes full of questioning. Let's wait a bit longer. Ao Guang clicked his tongue. Making a move now would be a disadvantage. Good. Ao Lai readily agreed. The two brothers lay quietly in the bushes, intently observing the fifth Peak Master's every move. The fifth Peak Master had actually known about Ao Guang and Ao Lai's arrival for a long time, but he deliberately remained inactive and did not take any action. These two guys must have been completely captivated by the spectacular sight before them. I imagine they're racking their brains right now, trying to figure out how to secretly steal some. Thinking of this, the fifth Peak Master couldn't help but sneer. Naive and childish. With him firmly in charge here, no matter how hard these two demonic beasts try, they will never be able to steal the precious remains of these demonic beasts. That's truly wishful thinking. A pipe dream. The fifth Peak Master sat there calmly and patiently, waiting with an air of composure. He wasn't in a hurry at all. His mind was as calm as still water. Similarly, Ao Guang and Ao Lai remained calm and composed, without any panic. Chapter 357 Initial display of strength. After an unknown amount of time, as the corpses of the monsters in the ruins piled up higher and higher, and the efficiency of the camel hump monsters gradually slowed down, Ao Guang and Ao Lai could no longer suppress their inner impulse. Their efficiency has clearly decreased, which means that there are not many monsters left in the middle and outer areas of the ruins. At this point, the two brothers felt that the best time to close the net had arrived. Without further ado, Ao Guang and Ao Lai walked out of the woods in a very open and confident manner. You've arrived? Upon seeing Ao Guang and Ao Lai, the fifth Peak Master showed no panic or surprise. His face remained calm and expressionless. It was as if the appearance of the two brothers was entirely within his expectations and control. Oh, so it seems you knew we were coming. Looking at his calm demeanor, Ao Guang's brow twitched slightly, and his piercing dragon eyes narrowed slightly. What, you know we're here? Are you planning to do something with my brother and me? That's for sure. The fifth Peak Master nodded without hesitation, his eyes filled with hatred and determination. Today, I will avenge my son and use your blood to comfort his poor soul in heaven. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang nodded calmly. It's not impossible. But do you really think you have the ability to defeat us? Upon hearing this, the fifth Peak Master laughed as if he had heard the biggest and most absurd joke in the world. He immediately burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha, do you want to listen to what you're saying? The fifth Peak Master stared fiercely at Ao Guang, then laughed wildly. You're telling me you don't think I have the strength? If it were Elder Kong Qin himself who came, I might not be a match for you. But you two are just nobodies at level 40. How could I not be able to deal with you? The fifth Peak Master narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a chilling killing intent in them. Even without my intervention, my subordinates alone are more than enough to easily kill both of you, the fifth Peak Master said confidently, as if he could already see Ao Guang and Ao Lai being killed. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai exchanged a glance, then shrugged. Alright then, there's really nothing we can do with you guys. In that case, let your men do it. I'd like to see if your men are stronger, or if my brother and I are stronger. Upon hearing this, the fifth Peak Master's eyes immediately flashed with a sharp and icy killing intent. Too arrogant and presumptuous. As soon as his voice fell, the mountain camel-shaped monsters with a strength of level 45 immediately swarmed around Ao Guang and Ao Lai like a tide. What, aren't you afraid Elder Kongqian will follow us? Ao Guang looked at him calmly and spoke again. Upon hearing this, the fifth peak master's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Yes, these two are outstanding disciples of the Tianyu sect. Given Kongqian's style of doing things, it's impossible that he wouldn't be secretly protecting them. Elder Kongqian, if you have come, please make your move, Ao Guang said in a loud voice. Upon hearing Ao Lai's shout, the fifth peak master instantly became even more tense. That he was filled with fear, afraid that Sora was really hiding nearby. Subconsciously, he also began to nervously look around, but no monster responded to Ao Guang. Elder Kongqian? Ao Guang raised his voice and shouted again. There was still no response from the monster. Seeing this, the fifth peak master was furious to the extreme. You bastard, how dare you deceive me? The fifth peak master stared intently at Ao Guang, roaring furiously, Damn you, you're courting death. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang helplessly shrugged, his expression appearing quite innocent. To be honest, I really am trying to save you. Upon hearing this, the fifth peak master immediately sneered, Save me? With your ignorance and arrogance? As soon as the fifth peak master finished speaking, an extremely terrifying and powerful aura swept over his body like a whirlwind. In an instant, the fifth peak master's face turned deathly pale, his gaze was fixed on Ao Guang and Ao Lai in front of him, and his pupils suddenly contracted. This aura is even stronger than mine. What's going on? The fifth peak master was filled with disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that the auras released by Ao Guang and Ao Lai were not only several times stronger than his own, but also far greater. What exactly is going on? The fifth peak master's voice trembled, filled with deep shock and bewilderment. The fifth peak master was completely stunned, his mind in complete disarray. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. It should be noted that Ao Guang and Ao Lai were originally only at the 30s level, but the aura they were emitting at this moment far surpassed his own. The gap was simply too huge. What exactly happened? At the same time, the other demonic beasts from Camel Peak present also had extremely gloomy expressions, so ugly that they were indescribable. How did they manage to exert such a powerful, suffocating force, making even normal breathing extremely difficult? To the demons, weren't Ao Guang and Ao Lai only around level 30? How could they be emanating a terrifying aura of level 65? The two demons slowly raised their heads, their gazes meeting as they looked at the fifth peak master. What, if I said Elder Kongqian was here, wouldn't that be the same as saving you? Ao Guang's tone was extremely calm, as if he were recounting something perfectly ordinary. I'm not wrong about what I said, am I? It should be noted that if Elder Kongqian were here, the fifth peak master might have been able to escape death by sheer luck, but the reality is that Elder Kongqian is not here, therefore, he was destined to die. Looking at the mountain of corpses of the monsters from the ruins ahead, Ao Lai unconsciously licked his lips, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Fool, do you really think that my brother and I have kept you here for so long because we're afraid of you? You two have actually been hiding your true cultivation levels all along, lurking within the Heavenly Fish sect. The fifth peak master's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, his voice filled with anger and resentment. At this moment, he finally understood why are Ao Guang and Ao Lai able to unleash such astonishing power in battle. It turns out that they had been hiding their true strength and deliberately concealing their cultivation level, so that other demonic beasts had not noticed them. That is why they possessed such terrifying power. Otherwise, how could they possibly accomplish something as seemingly impossible as killing enemies of higher ranks? Chapter 358. A rhinoceros monster appears, so what if it is? Ao Guang nodded slightly, his expression still calm as still water. This secret was known only to my brother and me, and now, you know it too. What do you think we should do? The fifth peak master's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, and his entire fox demon body trembled uncontrollably with extreme fear. Yes, he already knows the other person's secret, therefore, he was destined to perish here. Boom, Ao Guang made his move instantly, and his terrifying dragon might swept across everything with overwhelming force. All the demonic beasts present, under the suffocating pressure, involuntarily prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling, not daring to make the slightest movement. The dragon's might was terrifying beyond imagination, as if it were a suppression from the depths of the soul and the root of the bloodline, making every monster here feel an unprecedented and profound fear. The powerful pressure emanating from his bloodline made the fifth peak master's face turn incredibly pale and ugly. What exactly is going on? What mysterious and terrifying origins do these two guys have? the terrifying pressure emanating from it now is something even the first peak master has never possessed. This means that the true level of these two guys is definitely far higher than that of the first peak master. This is such an astonishing concept. Even the sect leader of the Heavenly Fish sect probably hasn't reached this level of attainment. The fifth peak master's face was now ashen. He had no idea that Ao Guang and Ao Lai had been hiding such astonishing strength all along, and now his fate is sealed. He is doomed to die, having discovered such a significant secret. These two must have come with a firm resolve to kill him. Therefore, the fifth peak master is destined to die today. Ao Guang opened his enormous maw, and bolts of violet lightning rapidly gathered within it. The terrifying power spread unchecked, and all the ancient trees in the area were sent flying by the force, their branches swaying violently as if groaning in pain. Upon witnessing this shocking scene, the fifth peak master's heart instantly felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar, chilled to the extreme. Of the next second, lightning flashed, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire area. The terrifying power instantly engulfed the fifth peak master's body. The violet lightning did not stop there, but struck directly at the small hills behind the fifth peak master. Boom, an incredibly powerful force erupted, causing everything around to tremble violently, as if the earth itself was shaking. Upon seeing this, Ao Lai's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately and without hesitation began to attack the nearby demonic beasts. He knew that his brother's earth-shattering actions had surely attracted the attention of Elder Kongqian and other demons, so the two demons had to finish the battle quickly. Brilliant golden rays rained down from the sky, striking the demonic beasts with unerring accuracy. Faced with this immense power, all the demonic beasts perished instantly, turning to ashes and vanishing without a trace. Seeing the scene before him, Ao Guang timely withdrew his raging thunder. Eat quickly. Ao Guang looked at Ao Lai with a firm gaze. The two brothers, as if by telepathy, exchanged a glance and immediately began to devour the pile of monster corpses in front of them. After all the monster corpses here were eaten, the two brothers quickly concealed their cultivation level and aura. Once their cultivation level returned to level 35, the area returned to its usual quiet. Just then, from the pile of boulders in front of the two demons, a deafening roar suddenly came. Roar. The roar was incredibly loud and clear, seemingly able to pierce the clouds, and it shattered the pile of rocks into pieces. Even the usually calm and collected Ao Guang and Ao Lai couldn't help but raise their eyebrows slightly, their eyes filled with vigilance as they looked in the direction from which the sound came. Brother, the sky, was it released by your lightning? Ao Lai looked at the other person with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The beast was pitch black, a huge rhinoceros covered in heavy iron chains, and in its hand it gripped a thick iron rod tightly. This rhinoceros was exceptionally large, standing over 6 meters tall. At that moment, it was struggling to break free of the iron chains covering its body with one hand, while taking heavy steps toward Ao Lai and Ao Guang. Level 65. Ao Guang stared intently at the other party and said with a serious expression, although this rhinoceros's cultivation level isn't particularly high, the two brothers can no longer easily use their strength. Because that earth-shattering thunderbolt must have already attracted Elder Kongqian's close attention. At that moment, deep within the ruins, a white figure flashed through the air like lightning, rushing towards this place at an astonishing speed. You beast! Just then, Ao Guang and Ao Lai clearly heard Kongqian's angry voice. They looked up and saw a huge white snake swooping down from midair, its hand tightly gripping a gleaming spear. It was a silver spear, which, when drawn, resembled a dragon emerging from the sea. The terrifying spear light instantly struck the massive body of the rhinoceros. Faced with such a powerful and fierce attack, the rhinoceros's massive body only took a few steps back. Seeing this scene before him, Kongqian frowned deeply, his expression becoming extremely solemn. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise, Ao Guang and Ao Lai would probably have been in extreme danger. The rhinoceros before me is at level 65 and has a bloodline of 20 stars. It was a star higher than other demonic beasts, and its cultivation level far surpassed his. No, Ao Guang and Ao Lai are still here. We must let them go first. Kongqian's mind raced, and he quickly came up with a solution. Ao Guang, Ao Lai, you two leave here as fast as you can. Get out of the ruins first. Kongqian looked at them, his eyes filled with determination. He knew very well that he was probably no match for the rhinoceros in front of him, but if such a situation were to occur, Ao Guang and Ao Lai would inevitably face certain death. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai felt a surge of warmth and emotion welling up inside them. They never expected that Kongqian would be willing to risk his life to save them at such a dangerous moment. Chapter 359. Sorasan fights the rhinoceros alone. They were just ordinary disciples of the Tianyu sect. Even if they were exceptionally talented and could be considered prodigies, it was really not right for an elder to be willing to sacrifice his own life to save them. Judging from Kong Qian's posture, it's clear at a glance that he's going to risk his life to save them, otherwise, he would never have said such a thing. Run! Seeing that Ao Guang and Ao Lai remained motionless, Kong Qian shouted angrily once again. Without hesitation, he picked up the spear and charged towards the rhinoceros in front of him like an arrow released from a bow. His skill was extraordinary. His masterful spear technique was so powerful that every thrust he made was earth-shattering and immense. However, when faced with the menacing rhinoceros before him, his exquisite marksmanship was hardly effective. The reason was simply because the rhinoceros in front of them had an outrageously high level of defense. Kong Qian thrust out with all his might, but the rhinoceros raised its arms without hesitation, and a dense black light instantly appeared around its body, easily blocking the fierce attack. Kong Qian then took another firm step forward and launched another fierce attack on his opponent. If one shot doesn't work, then 2 or 3 shots will do. Kong Qian relentlessly thrust his spear again and again, but unfortunately, each thrust had little effect on the rhinoceros, but the rhinoceros pressed on relentlessly, suddenly unleashing a powerful punch that seemed to compress the surrounding air, the surging force hurtling straight toward Kong Qian's chest. Upon witnessing this breathtaking scene, Kong Qian's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. He frantically tried to shield himself with the gun, but the rhinoceros's powerful punch only landed heavily on the gun. Because of this, due to the powerful inertial force, Kong Qian's body involuntarily and rapidly retreated backward. Not far away, Ao Guang and Ao Lai quietly hid in a lush thicket, intently watching Kong Qian, who was fiercely battling the rhinoceros. As long as the opponent shows signs of being unable to hold on, the two brothers will no longer hide their strength and will not hesitate to step in to rescue them. Since arriving in this world, Ao Guang and Ao Lai have never truly felt such sincere and profound emotions from any other demon beast. Even if it meant revealing their strength, the two brothers would never allow Kong Qian to die here. Sora is still engaged in a thrilling and intense battle with the rhinoceros, but he was clearly in a very weak position. He was no match for the rhinoceros. The rhinoceros before him was simply too powerful. Its robust physique was incredibly powerful, and its level was far higher than Kong Qian's, with a significant advantage in terms of bloodline star level. Aside from possessing an admirable and superb marksmanship, Kong Qian has absolutely no advantage whatsoever. Kong Qian unleashed a powerful spear strike, unleashing an incredibly terrifying spear aura. The dazzling silver-white light fell upon the rhinoceros, yet it only caused the rhinoceros to retreat slightly. Seeing this, Kong Qian once again retreated hastily and unwillingly. The difference between the two is not as simple as it seems. Kong Qian barely managed to avoid being instantly defeated by his opponent only because of his extraordinary speed. Otherwise, Sora would have already suffered a miserable defeat. What exactly is the rhinoceros's weakness? Kong Qian's gaze was fixed on the rhinoceros in front of him, racking his brains to try to find its weakness. However, the rhinoceros's defenses were almost perfect, and he couldn't find any weaknesses to exploit. Horn? Just then, Kong Qian suddenly noticed the rhinoceros's long horn, and his gaze instantly focused on the horn. Currently, this is the only possible location left. Kong Qian is a snake demon. Among all demons, snakes are usually not very strong. Their only advantage is their relatively fast speed. However, only the python, another branch of the snake clan, is relatively powerful. Kong Qian was able to become an elder of the Tianyu sect precisely because of the snake's agility and extremely keen perception. The rhinoceros launched another attack, its enormous feet stomping heavily on the ground, leaving deep, bottomless craters. The earth trembled incessantly, as if terrified of its immense power. Kong Qian's body flashed to the front of the rhinoceros in an instant. Like a ghost, the rhinoceros exhaled a white mist from its nostrils, then slammed its arms down on Kong Qian with the force of Mount Tai. If that incredibly powerful punch were to land, Kong Qian would undoubtedly die. If at that critical moment, Kong Qian's body emitted a soft white light, and then his body moved as nimbly as a phantom, narrowly dodging the fatal blow. The rhinoceros, however, was unable to raise its fist in time due to the immense momentum of the punch. On the contrary, it was in this fleeting moment that Sora had an excellent opportunity to make a move. Kong Qian gripped the spear tightly with both hands like iron clamps, and then a terrifying power gathered at the spearhead, its silvery white light dazzling and bright, as if it would illuminate the entire world. Then, with overwhelming force, he unleashed a powerful shot. Boom! His incredibly powerful shot went straight for the rhinoceros's horn without hesitation. With a single shot, the rhinoceros's horn, contrary to expectations, shattered instantly. It broke in two. Snap! With the rhinoceros's horn breaking off, the once majestic and imposing rhinoceros instantly lost its aura. Seeing this, Kong Qian finally showed a relieved smile, and he immediately attacked again without hesitation. With his swift and agile movements and unparalleled marksmanship, he instantly inflicted several shallow but still formidable wounds on the rhinoceros's body. Even though the wounds were still shallow, the rhinoceros in front of them had become sluggish and no longer possessed the terrifying defensive power that had previously inspired such fear. Once a rhinoceros's horn is broken, its defensive capabilities are greatly reduced. This gave Sora a glimmer of hope for victory. Kong Qian attacked again without mercy, thrusting his spear straight into the rhinoceros's chest. The rhinoceros became ferocious and suddenly stretched out its thick arm to grab at Kong Qian's spear. Snap! It gripped Kong Qian's spear tightly, ignoring the spearhead's heat and sharpness, and with a single grab, flung Kong Qian away violently into the distance. Seeing this heartbreaking scene, Ao Guang and Ao Lai couldn't help but feel deeply worried for Kong Qian. Kong Qian was also slightly taken aback, and quickly and decisively let go, but the powerful inertia still flung him away violently. Chapter 360. Returning to the sect the next second, the rhinoceros hurled its spear with tremendous force, which pierced heavily into a thick tree. Just then, the spear landed right next to Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Upon seeing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai quickly drew their spears and threw them to Kong Qian without hesitation. Elder, catch it! Ao Guang threw it out with all his might. Good! Kong Qian quickly steadied himself, his feet suddenly moving, and he shot out like lightning, before firmly gripping the spear with his spear in hand. Kong Qian once again charged fiercely at his opponent without hesitation. The rhinoceros was now at its last gasp, and its attacks were chaotic and disorganized. Seeing this scene before him, Kong Qian knew clearly that he had to win this battle. Kong Qian thrust out his spear again and again with fierce force, relentlessly striking the rhinoceros's body. The rhinoceros's massive body was covered with more and more wounds, a truly shocking sight. Blood flowed continuously, staining the rhinoceros's massive body red, and its originally blood-red eyes slowly returned to an inky black. The habitat of rhinoceroses is disappearing. Even so, Kong Qian would not stop there. Knowing that this guy was determined to kill him, Sora didn't consider himself a kind-hearted person, so he would never show mercy. Boom! Kong Qian thrust out with overwhelming force, the terrifying power instantly engulfing the rhinoceros in front of him. The rhinoceros's leg finally gave way and was severed by Kong Qian's incredibly powerful spear thrust. The huge rhinoceros leg flew out, and the rhinoceros instantly lost its balance, falling to the ground in a sorry state. Seeing this, Kong Qian suddenly sprang into action. He gripped his spear tightly with both hands, the spearhead pointing downwards, a silvery white spear light clinging to it, and a terrifying killing intent spread unrestrainedly at this moment. Boom! The next instant, Kong Qian's body fell like a meteor. In just a moment, the enormous rhinoceros head was pierced and blown apart by Kong Qian's spear. The rhinoceros's scent vanished instantly without a trace. Seeing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai breathed a long sigh of relief. In the end, Elder Kong Qian emerged victorious in this fierce battle. Brother, it seems our previous worries were unnecessary, Ao Lai said with a sigh of relief. It's all right, Ao Guang replied. Through this battle, it's clear that the elders of these sects are indeed quite powerful. Keep in mind that Kong Qian is challenging someone of a higher level. Although the rhinoceros in front of him was completely devoid of consciousness, Elder Kong Qian's strength was undoubtedly beyond question in successfully killing it. After successfully killing the rhinoceros, Sora seemed to have all her strength drained away, and collapsed heavily to the ground. He was panting heavily, his breathing rapid and labored, clearly exhausted from the exertion of the battle, and almost completely drained. After all, the difficulty of such a challenge, which is beyond one's imagination, is enormous. Moreover, it was precisely because the rhinoceros before him lacked any intelligence that he was able to win this battle. Otherwise, he would certainly not have been able to achieve victory. Seeing Ao Guang and Ao Lai slowly emerge from the bushes not far away, Kong Qian couldn't help but laugh and scold. You two, didn't I tell you to leave quickly? Hee, Elder Kong Qian, if we really leave, who will bring you your weapons? Ao Lai said with a mischievous smile. You too, sigh. Kong Qian sighed deeply and shook his head gently. It was truly thanks to Ao Guang and Ao Lai that I was able to retrieve my spear at this crucial moment and continue facing that powerful enemy. How did you all end up here? Didn't I warn you not to go beyond the designated area? Kong Qian said. His words clearly carried a hint of reproach. Forget it, I don't blame you. After all, there are very few monsters in this place that are worth your attention. Luckily I arrived in time and saved you. Looking back, she realized that since it was all in the past, there was no point in saying anything more, so she stopped dwelling on it. Elder Kong Qian, the demonic beast on that camel peak. Aolai said. Then, Ao Guang told the other party everything that had happened there, without missing a single detail. Of course, he wouldn't mention to the other party that he had dealt with the fifth peak master and then accidentally released the rhinoceros. Ultimately, this was Ao Guang's fault, otherwise, why would Kong Qian risk his life to come and save them? It's alright. Kong Qian shook his head slightly. The monsters on Camel Peak were all heinous criminals. They're dead, so they're dead. There's nothing to regret. As for you, you must be more careful next time. The elders can't be by your side to protect you every moment. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded solemnly. Alright, that's pretty much all that's done inside. Kong Qian slowly stood up. I'll take you back, good. Ao Guang and Ao Lai responded in unison and nodded. Before long, the demons ended their trip to the ruins and returned to their sects safely. Before leaving, the grizzly bear from that sect said to Kong Qian, Elder Kong Qian, I look forward to your outstanding performance in this competition. Upon hearing this, Kong Qianlian completely ignored the other party. Upon returning to the Tianyu sect, Kong Qian immediately went back to recuperate and recounted in detail to Tianyu what had happened during his trip to the ruins. Upon hearing this, Tianyu's face immediately turned serious. A rhinoceros and iron chains? How is this possible? He shook his head repeatedly, a secret that no one else knew instantly flashing through his mind. He never expected that Kong Qian and the other demons would encounter such a situation during this trip to the ruins. Fortunately, they successfully killed the rhinoceros and were able to return safely. It seems I'll have to be extra careful from now on. Meanwhile, back at their sect, Ao Guang and Ao Lai continued their arduous cultivation. The two brothers have reaped a great harvest this time, making a fortune. Although his own level did not increase, his bloodline level did increase by 2 stars, successfully reaching 25 stars. The heavenly Tao essence within the two brothers has now accumulated to an incredibly profound level. After successfully breaking through to the 25th star bloodline level, the brothers' strength was significantly enhanced once again, reaching a new level. Chapter 361 Unexpected Changes. Brother, there are so many good things in the ruins of this ancient continent. Ao Lai said to Ao Guang with excitement in his eyes. Ao Guang nodded in agreement. Yes, this place is far, far better than the Gobi Desert. It's likely that these two brothers will be able to climb all the way to level 80 on this ancient continent, and may even reach level 90. Moreover, it's unknown how amazing their bloodline star rating will be. Less than a month after the trip to the ruins ended, the sect assigned a new task to Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Ao Guang and Ao Lai quickly completed their mission and returned to their sects safely. This time, Sora also went out on a mission. Elder Kong Qian is also going down the mountain to carry out a mission? Both Ao Guang and Ao Lai were extremely surprised by this and were filled with doubt. Yes. Tianyu nodded seriously. This mission is extraordinary and the situation is special, so we can only entrust it to him. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both nodded thoughtfully. They were both curious about what kind of task it was that required Elder Kong Qian to complete personally. However, the two brothers did not worry too much. With Elder Kong Qian's intelligence, wisdom, and rich experience, they believed that Elder Kong Qian could handle the situation with ease, and there was no need for them to worry excessively. And so, time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Elder Kong Qian still has not returned. Not only were Ao Guang and Ao Lai anxious, but even Tianyu began to feel uneasy. This task shouldn't have taken so long. Just when the demons were waiting anxiously and were almost losing patience, on the second day 2 months later, Sora finally returned. However, he returned with a body covered in shockingly severe injuries. Kong Qian was covered in blood, looking like a blood snake from head to toe. His breath was extremely weak, and he lay dying in front of the sect's gate. It was discovered by chance by the gatekeeper disciple, who hurriedly summoned Tianyu. This sudden event shook the entire Tianyu sect. Kong Qian, the grand elder of the Tianyu sect, was actually seriously injured. Without hesitation, Tianyu used the sect's most precious treasures to do everything in his power to treat Kong Qian. Even so, Kong Qian still unfortunately suffered a drop in his cultivation level, falling from his original level to level 59. Seeing this heartbreaking scene, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's hearts were filled with rage, reaching the extreme of anger. At this moment, in a quiet room, Sora was lying weakly on the bed recovering from her injuries. Ao Guang, Ao Lai, and Tianyu all stood solemnly beside him. Kong Qian, what terrible thing happened? Tianyu asked with a furrowed brow and a worried expression. Ahem, it's Xiaojia Heavenly Sect. Kong Qian coughed a few times with difficulty and said slowly. As soon as these words were uttered, Tianyu's pupils suddenly contracted violently. Xiaojia Heavenly Sect? Oh, Guang and Ao Lai frowned slightly, their faces full of doubt. Isn't this a second-rate sect? A prodigy from the Xiaojia heavenly sect said he wanted my snakeskin. How could I possibly give it away so easily? Kong Qian didn't elaborate on the specific reasons, but just gave a faint bitter smile, so I had no choice but to run away for my life. And then, it turned into this miserable state it is now. Upon hearing this, Tianyu's expression grew increasingly grim, and he angrily exclaimed, "This little Jia Tian sect is truly arrogant, domineering, and utterly outrageous." But simply roaring in anger will not provide any truly effective solution. Our Tianyu sect shouldn't participate in this sect competition, Kong Qian said firmly, gripping Tianyu's hand tightly. Why? Tianyu looked at him with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with deep confusion. Listen to me, Kong Qian said, his gaze quickly sweeping over Ao Guang and Ao Lai, but only for a fleeting moment. But Tianyu still managed to capture this subtle moment with keen observation. Upon seeing this, Tianyu immediately understood the reason behind it. This is clearly a conspiracy targeting his Tianyu sect. Ao Guang and Ao Lai, however, spoke up without hesitation. Participate? Why not participate? Elder Kongqian, we brothers will definitely get revenge for you, Ao Guang said with a firm gaze and resolute tone. No. Upon hearing this, Sora shook his head vigorously, trying to stop them. The Xiaojia heavenly sect is extremely powerful, and this time, their target is clearly the two of you, Kong Qian said hurriedly, coughing heavily. He was determined to stop Ao Guang and Ao Lai from going to Xiaojia Tianzong to participate in this dangerous competition. Sora was seriously injured entirely because of this competition. It wasn't someone who leaked the news that Ao Guang and Ao Lai of the Tianyu sect were incredibly powerful and capable of winning this match. Therefore, the many demonic beasts of Xiaojia heavenly sect decisively took action and ambushed Kong Qian. Their purpose was very clear, to kill Kong Qian, but is it really as simple as it seems on the surface? Obviously not. If it were that simple, they would have directly threatened Kong Qian. There is no doubt that other forces are stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Ao Guang and Ao Lai looked at Kong Qian, who was lying on the bed and looked extremely weak, and felt extremely resentful. They were determined to avenge Kong Qian. After all, Ao Guang and Ao Lai possessed such strength. Seeing Kong Qian's miserable state, the two brothers knew that it was entirely their fault. So this time, they decided not to endure it any longer and to stop pretending. They decided to truly and without reservation demonstrate their formidable strength in the competition. We should also announce to the entire Tianyu sect that they have been secretly hiding two top-tier experts within their sect. These two powerful individuals are well equipped to solve this thorny problem for them. All right. Seeing Kong Qian's current state, Tianyu was not stupid and could naturally guess some key things. Then I won't go this time. Kong Qian nodded slightly in response. Only in this way can we achieve the best outcome. But if we don't go, do you think they'll let the heavenly fish sect go? Ao Guang asked, frowning at this. Tianyu and Kong Qian both looked at Ao Guang, then exchanged a glance. That does seem to make sense, even if Ao Guang and Ao Lai choose not to go. Since the Xiaojia Tian sect was able to kill Kong Qian, they certainly won't let the Tianyu sect off easily. Chapter 362 Xiaojia Heavenly Sect. You two can leave now. We need to discuss this matter further. Tianyu first asked the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai to step back temporarily. After Ao Guang and Ao Lai left, Tianyu turned her worried gaze to Kong Qian. Tianyu asked, "What is your true opinion on this matter?" "I think this must be the work of the Jade Butterfly sect's leader," Kong Qian said calmly. The Jade Butterfly sect's leader and the Little Armor Heaven sect's leader are classmates and close friends. Both of them graduated from Tianmu Academy, so they naturally have a close connection with each other. I suspect that the Jade Butterfly sect did not tell the Little Armor Heavenly sect the truth. They just colluded with each other to try to completely swallow up our Heavenly Fish sect. For them, annexing my Tianyu sect would be an extremely profitable and worthwhile deal. Of course, the most crucial thing is that they are targeting Ao Guang and Ao Lai. After all, the two brothers are too monstrous. Once they rise to power, our Tianyu sect will inevitably surpass them. They also do not want to be controlled by other forces in this place. Therefore, they are determined to eliminate Ao Guang and Ao Lai. After Kong Qian finished speaking, Tianyu looked at Kong Qian and said with a solemn expression, "So, what should we do?" "In my opinion, participating in this competition is absolutely impossible," Kong Qian said slowly, shaking his head firmly. "Even if Xiaojia Heavenly Sect isn't the only second-rate power, why would another second-rate power be willing to genuinely help us?" Upon hearing this, Tianyu remained silent. His Tianyu sect was built from scratch, overcoming countless hardships and obstacles, and its ability to become a third-rate sect already fully demonstrates Tianyu's extraordinary abilities. Tianyu has never had any powerful backers to rely on. Compared to the Jade Butterfly sect, the gap between the two is simply too vast this time. The Little Jia Heavenly sect and the Jade Butterfly sect joined forces against the Heavenly Fish sect, leaving the Heavenly Fish sect feeling helpless. Will Ao Guang and Ao Lai agree? Tianyu asked with a worried expression. Just now, he clearly saw Ao Guang and Ao Lai's feelings for Kong Qian. Given the personalities of these two boys, they would probably choose to go down the mountain without hesitation. What can we do if we don't agree? Going there will only lead to our death, Kong Qian said in a heavy tone. I just hope that this time, these second-rate sects won't unite and permanently disqualify Tianyu's sect from participating in the competition. Right now, this crucial issue is exactly what Tianyu is most worried about. What's the essential difference between what they're doing now and simply disqualifying them from the competition? Kong Qian couldn't help but sneer. If you want to enter a top-tier sect in the eastern wilderness for cultivation, you must participate in this significant competition. This is also the only precious opportunity for a third-rate sect to turn its fortunes around. But now, they are trying every means to prevent us from participating in the competition. Isn't this completely cutting off Ao Guang and Ao Lai's path forward? Kong Qian's heart was filled with anger and resentment. To become stronger, staying in a third-rate sect is simply not an option. Moreover, not a single person from a first-rate sect came to this competition, seemingly handing over all the power to second-rate sects to organize the event. That is why they were able to target the Tianyu sect so brazenly and directly, prohibiting the Tianyu sect's demonic beasts from participating in the grand competition. Meanwhile, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were waiting for news from Tianyu and Kong Qian. However, the two brothers could probably guess that Tianyu and Kong Qian would absolutely not allow them to participate in this dangerous competition. Brother, what should we do now? Ao Lai looked at Ao Guang with a worried expression and asked anxiously. Don't worry too much about it. Ao Guang shook his head. Let's find out where the competition is being held first, and then we can go there quietly. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai nodded vigorously. Okay. The two of us must not release our aura at the beginning. Let's focus on winning the match first, Ao Guang said with bright eyes. He had already carefully considered and devised a strategy to deal with the situation. That is, he and Ao Lai need to find a way to win the competition, and then carefully observe what Xiaojia Tianzong's attitude is. Then we can consider other things. That if the Xiaojia Heavenly Sect insists on not letting them go, then Ao Guang and Ao Lai will have no choice but to unleash a merciless massacre. How could a mere second-rate force possibly stop them, who are true dragons? With Ao Guang and Ao Lai's terrifying strength, killing these ordinary monsters would be a piece of cake. While the two brothers were discussing what to do, Tianyu and Kong Qian had also had an in-depth discussion. After the discussion, the two demons finally reached a decision to resolutely prevent Ao Guang and Ao Lai from participating in the competition. Firstly, it's to ensure their safety, and secondly, it's to make it easier for them to leave in the future. In the end, the Tianyu sect was nothing more than a cage that bound geniuses. All they could do was ensure that Ao Guang and Ao Lai could grow up in peace. Tianyu quickly found Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Tianyu told the two brothers that for their safety, it would be best for them to leave the Tianyu sect as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai exchanged bewildered glances, never expecting that the Heavenly Fish sect would go to such lengths for them to ensure their safety. Would you willingly let them leave alone? Sect Master, Ao Lai said, his eyes filled with reluctance as he looked at Tianyu, his voice trembling slightly. No need to say anything more. Tianyu shook his head decisively. Your future and place of belonging will ultimately not be here. The Heavenly Fish sect is unable to create more favorable conditions for you. Staying here will only waste your talents. Upon hearing this, both Ao Guang and Ao Lai remained silent. Take this. Suddenly, Tianyu solemnly placed a badge that shone with dazzling light in front of the two demons. This is. Ao Guang and Ao Lai both looked astonished. This item is a precious token of the Imperial Yanhuang Academy. Tianyu explained the origin of this object in detail. The Imperial Yanhuang Academy is the academy I graduated from. You too can take this item to a demon beast named Tianzuan. He is a Jialong and also my master. With this item, you will be able to smoothly enter the Imperial Yanhuang Academy for cultivation. Upon hearing this, both Ao Guang and Ao Lai were startled unexpectedly. When letting the two brothers leave, Tian Yu still considered so much for them, even finding a way out for them. To be honest, the two brothers were very moved. Chapter 363 Leaving the Heavenly Fish Sect Imperial Academy of Yanhuang. Tian Yu also gave the two demons a detailed account of its exact location. The Imperial Yanhuang Academy, located in the deepest part of the eastern wilderness, is undoubtedly one of the top powers. It is on par with Tianmu Academy, both being top-tier forces. The sect leaders of Jade Butterfly Sect and Little Armor Heaven Sect both graduated from here. The two demons have an extremely close and intimate relationship, which is why they can almost be considered the dominant force in this area. As for Tian Yu, he had no choice but to stay here because his talent was too low, and thus founded the Tian Yu sect. Upon hearing these words, Ao Guang and Ao Lai couldn't help but glance at Tian Yu a few more times. A level 65 talent is only considered low in this place. You have no idea just how powerful the experts at the Imperial Yanhuang Academy are. Tian Yu said slowly and deliberately, my master alone is a level 78, 23-star dragon. He was a highly renowned and powerful figure within the Imperial Yanhuang Academy. He gave me this item so that I could find talented monsters in the future and bring them to the Yanhuang Academy in the palace. Therefore, I now entrust it to the two of you. Tian Yu looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai with sincere eyes, as if they were saying a reluctant farewell. With your current strength, it will take you at least a year to successfully reach the depths of the eastern wilderness. Here are 30,000 spirit crystals. Head to Eastern City, where you will find cloud eagles that you can ride, Tian Yu continued. If you travel on the cloud eagle, it will take about 5 months for you to reach the depths of the eastern wilderness. Once you enter the depths of the eastern wilderness, this badge will generate a special response, which will summon my master to come and meet you. Tian Yu told the two brothers about all the things they needed to pay special attention to without reservation. On the path of cultivation, one must never be impatient or eager for quick success. On the way to the depths of the eastern wilderness, one must never easily offend other demonic beasts. On the ancient continent, all the demon beasts revere martial power and rely on their own efforts to cultivate. However, there are also some demon beasts that devour their own kind in order to advance and improve themselves. Upon hearing these words, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both nodded solemnly. They wrote down what Tian Yu said, but before they left, the two brothers had one more important thing to do, that was to get revenge for Elder Kong Qian. Sect Master, how long would it take for a level 70 flying demon beast to travel to the depths of the eastern wilderness? Ao Guang asked earnestly. About 4 months, Tian Yu replied. Level 70 monsters may be able to protect themselves, but you can't. Besides, you can't fly. Therefore, it is more appropriate to go by Cloud Eagle. The Cloud Eagle is a type of demonic beast specifically designed for travel. Its cultivation level is not high, and similarly, its bloodline star level is also not high. In this world, it belongs to the kind of monsters without intelligence, possessing only the instinct to fly. Once tamed by other orcs, the Cloud Eagle can become a mount for people to ride. Yunying's presence can be found in top-tier and even second-tier forces, the only difference is in their size. Good. Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded in unison. They never imagined that the situation would become so serious that they would have to leave the area. Going to the Imperial Yanhuang Academy is not out of the question, but Ao Guang and Ao Lai will not leave under any circumstances until this matter is resolved. After explaining everything, Tian Yu sent the two demons down the mountain. Before leaving, Ao Guang and Ao Lai inquired again about the location of the competition. These words immediately put Tian Yu on alert. Ao Guang and Ao Lai quickly explained that they had never participated in the competition before, so how could they be completely unaware of the location where the competition was held? Tian Yu told the two brothers in an annoyed tone that the location of the competition was not fixed, but was selected from 3 second-rate forces. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai turned around and went down the mountain. They dared not ask too many questions, for fear that Tian Yu would personally escort them to the eastern city. Watching Ao Guang and Ao Lai descend the mountain, Tian Yu sensed that something was amiss. Could these two guys really be going to participate in the competition? Tian Yu frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, decided to follow and take a look. After descending the mountain, Ao Guang and Ao Lai headed straight for the nearest city without hesitation. On the ancient continent, cities naturally existed. The reason the two brothers didn't ask too many questions about Tian Yu was so that they could find out for themselves after they went down the mountain. That's right, the monsters in these cities must be well aware of this competition alone. When Ao Guang and Ao Lai arrived in the city. They casually asked any of the demon beasts and easily learned the exact location of the competition. It happened to be inside the Xiaojia Heavenly Sect, where is Xiaojia Tianzong located. It's at the summit of Tuanlong Mountain. The two brothers had been here for quite some time, so they naturally knew the general situation in the vicinity. After all, they are not stupid people. Thanks, bro. After thanking them, Ao Guang and Ao Lai hurriedly left. Tianyu, who was following behind them, frowned deeply when he saw the two brothers arrive in the city. What exactly are these two up to? Seeing Ao Guang and Ao Lai leave, he quickly stepped forward and stopped the demon beast that they had questioned. I've come to ask you, what did those two demonic beasts ask you? Tianyu asked anxiously. It's just some stuff about the competition. The monster blinked, finished speaking, and then turned and left. Upon hearing this, Tianyu's pupils suddenly contracted. These two guys are really going to participate in the big competition. No, I have to stop them and personally escort them to Dongfang City. Tianyu made a decisive move and immediately chased after Ao Guang and Ao Lai, but after he left the city, he could no longer see Ao Guang and Ao Lai. How so? Tianyu was filled with shock. How could these two brats be so fast? He had no idea that after Ao Guang and Ao Lai left the city, they immediately concealed their presence and flew into the sky. With Ao Guang and Ao Lai's travel speed, Xiaojia Tianzong will arrive smoothly in no time. Chapter 364 Arrival at Xiaojia Heavenly Sect. At this moment, inside the Xiaojia Heavenly Sect. A mountain tiger sat steadily on the side, dressed in the sect's exclusive attire, with a sharp longsword at his waist. Junior brother, are those two demonic beasts really as terrifying as you say? A crimson bull demon in the main seat asked. He is none other than the sect leader of Xiaojia Heavenly Sect, Tianjia Bull King. That's right, senior brother. The elders in our sect would never be wrong. The Mountain Tiger King nodded solemnly. Those two demonic beasts were incredibly powerful. On their very first attack, they swiftly and decisively eliminated two of our sect's most talented and monstrous disciples. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Armor Bull King's expression changed drastically. He was very clear about the strength of the Mountain Tiger King's two newly recruited disciples. If those two disciples can grow up smoothly, they will definitely be no less capable than him and his junior brother. They are even more than capable of surpassing them. Such an outstanding genius was instantly killed by two newly recruited disciples of the Tianyu sect. That means, just how powerful are those two newly recruited disciples of the Heavenly Fish sect, senior brother? Therefore targeting the Tianyu sect is an inevitable choice for us, said the Mountain Tiger King. The sect leader of the Tianyu sect, Tianyu, is not well received by the Yanhuang Academy of the Imperial Court, and therefore has no strong backing to rely on. It was just a small warning to their elders. In short, as long as the disciples of the Heavenly Fish sect don't participate in the competition, everything can still be negotiated. The Mountain Tiger King's face was ashen, and his eyes revealed endless coldness. To put it bluntly, they simply did not want the Heavenly Fish sect to participate in the competition. This situation is quite unusual, as no top-tier forces have come to observe the battle. While this may slightly reduce the difficulty of the selection process, it does not mean that they can do whatever they want or act recklessly. After all, the disciples they are selecting are those who can enter first-class sects for further study, not just any disciple of any quality who can successfully enter a first-class sect. If they engage in any fraudulent activities, they will inevitably face retaliation from the three top powers. They absolutely cannot afford such serious consequences. I don't think the disciples of the Heavenly Fish sect will necessarily come, said the Heavenly Armor Bull King, his tone calm but his expression certain that he had already warned the Tianyu sect that if they dared to come, they should be fully prepared to die, since they are prodigies who have not yet truly grown up. Even if they unfortunately perish, that can only be their fate. At this moment, there is still quite some time before the grand competition begins. Ao Guang and Ao Lai showed no sign of urgency. They had already arrived near the Xiaojia Heavenly Sect and had begun to calmly cultivate. The competition is still about 10 days away, so there's no need for us to rush, Ao Guang said calmly. Ao Lai nodded slightly in agreement. 10 days may not seem like a short time to most people, but to them, it passed by in the blink of an eye. For the many monsters on the ancient continent, time is often just an abstract number. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ao Guang and Ao Lai slowly raised their heads, their gazes fixed firmly on the direction of Xiaojia Tianzong. At the entrance of Xiaojia Heavenly Sect, countless demonic beasts surged in like a tidal wave. The demonic beasts that came from the border of the eastern wilderness were all there for this grand competition. because all the demons and beasts deeply understood the profound significance of this grand competition. It means being able to receive higher level training from the sect and enjoy more favorable treatment. That's why so many monsters gather here. Everyone is here for this rare opportunity. Seeing that the competition had already begun, Ao Guang and Ao Lai quickly transformed back into their original forms, nimbly shrinking their bodies and swiftly entering the Xiaojia Heavenly Sect. The Xiaojia Heavenly Sect covers an extremely vast area, which is worlds apart from the Tianyu Sect. The difference between the two is so vast that they are completely incomparable. With just this initial observation, Ao Guang and Ao Lai clearly saw the insurmountable gap between second-rate and third-rate sections. The difference was truly astonishing. The Xiaojia Heavenly Sect presented a prosperous and flourishing scene, with meticulously constructed palaces everywhere, each one inlaid with precious jade. The whole thing looks incredibly grand and magnificent. Ao Guang and Ao Lai followed the surging horde of demons and slowly entered the area. The elders of Xiaojia Tianzong stood in neat rows, their gazes fixed solemnly on the arriving demon beasts. Before long, all the monsters present gathered in a wide square, like rivers flowing into the sea. Here, the demonic beasts of two third-rate sects are neatly arranged. In addition, there are newly emerged monsters from second-rate forces. The assessment of demon beasts who go to cultivate in top-level forces is clearly divided into two different levels. Firstly, there are competitions between newly recruited disciples from different sects, as well as contests of strength among disciples who have only been in a sect for a year. As for those disciples who have been in the sect for more than 3 years, they do not need to participate in this competition. According to the rules, they have lost the precious qualification to enter a first-class power for cultivation. TSK, why haven't I seen any disciples from the Heavenly Fish sect yet? Yes, according to common sense, the Tianyu sect should not be absent at such an important moment. Among the demons present, one couldn't help but speak up. After careful observation, he discovered that there were no elders from the Heavenly Fish sect here, and his face was full of doubt. The Heavenly Fish sect has given up on this competition. At this moment, a demonic beast spoke with certainty. The speaker was a disciple of the Jade Butterfly sect. Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of all the demons present changed drastically. What? The Heavenly Fish sect has actually abandoned this crucial competition? The demon beasts present all showed expressions of utter astonishment. They never expected that the Heavenly Fish sect would abandon this grand competition. Amidst the crowded horde of monsters, Ao Guang and Ao Lai remained silent. The two demons quietly mingled among the demons. A cold smile appeared on Grizzly Bear's face. The Heavenly Fish sect, the Heavenly Fish sect. He was naturally well aware of the specific reasons behind this. The Heavenly Fish sect did not want to come, they simply didn't have the courage. Well then, with the Tianyu sect not coming, the bright futures of those two disciples, who were considered prodigies, are basically ruined. Chapter 365. Who said my Heavenly Fish sect didn't come? Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. Just then, an elder from the Xiaojia Heavenly sect suddenly raised his voice and spoke. The previously noisy and chaotic atmosphere instantly fell silent, as if time had stood still. Due to certain special circumstances, the Tianyu sect is unable to attend this competition. Therefore, the Tianyu sect's qualification for participation is hereby revoked. The elder of Xiaojia Tianzong spoke up, preparing to solemnly announce that Tianyu sect had been disqualified from the competition. Just then, Ao Guang and Ao Lai strode out from the demon horde. Who said my Heavenly Fish sect didn't come? Ao Guang's tone was calm and even, yet carried an undeniable firmness as he said, aren't we right here? The moment Grizzly Bear saw Ao Guang and Ao Lai suddenly appear, his face turned extremely ugly, as if he had witnessed the most unbelievable sight. How did these two end up here? But just a second later, Grizzly's expression quickly returned to normal. Now that they've arrived, neither of them will be able to enter a top-tier sect for cultivation. It might have been better if they hadn't come. At least there would have been a sliver of hope for survival. Now that they've arrived, Xiaojia Heavenly Sect and Jade Butterfly Sect will definitely not let them off easily, otherwise, the Tianyu Sect wouldn't have chosen not to participate. Most importantly, this crucial competition was personally presided over by the sect leader of Xiaojia Tianzong. This is precisely why the three top powers did not send any powerful figures to supervise the operation this time due to certain special circumstances. Upon seeing Ao Guang and Ao Lai appear, the elder of Xiaojia Tianzong frowned slightly, a look of doubt on his face. Disciples of Tianyu sect, good. Ao Guang nodded without hesitation, his gaze firm. At the same time, amidst the dense horde of demons, Tianyu slowly raised her head, her gaze complex as she looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai. These two guys really came here. This gave Tianyu a terrible headache and filled her with worry. He should have expected that these two guys would come here, given their personalities. He had been trying to corner the two demons at the gate, but he never saw them. Unexpectedly, they actually showed up here, and now, they have stood up so resolutely once again. Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. The thing we need to do now is figure out how to get them out of here safely. Tianyu's face was extremely pale. This is the main base of the Xiaojia Heavenly Sect, and many powerful figures from second-rate forces have also gathered here. With his current level of cultivation and strength, it's simply a pipe dream for him to think he could lead the two demons away safely. On the stage, the elders of Xiaojia Tianzong had originally received accurate information that Tianyu's sect would not be attending. But at this moment, the disciples of the Tianyu sect unexpectedly appeared. Here, just then, a tall and imposing figure slowly arrived in the square. As soon as this demon descended, all the previously noisy beasts fell silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. The newcomer was none other than the sect leader of the Xiaojia Heavenly Sect, Tianjia Bull King. The Heavenly Armor Bull King looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai with a cold expression and no emotion in his eyes. Since you're here, then participate in the competition. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai merely glanced at him indifferently, without offering any verbal response. Your Heavenly Fish Sect, is it just the two of you who came? Heavenly Armor Bull King stared intently at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, asking with a hint of suspicion. Otherwise what? Ao Guang's attitude was tough, and he didn't give the other party a friendly look at all. As expected of a prodigy, he has such audacity in his speech. Seeing Ao Guang's tough attitude, Tianjia Niuwan laughed instead of getting angry, but a cold glint unconsciously appeared in his eyes. You two ignorant brats, didn't your mother teach you what it means to respect your teachers? An elder from the Xiaojia Heavenly Sect immediately darkened his face and sternly reprimanded them. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai simply shrugged indifferently. You're right, we don't have a mother. Upon hearing this, all the demons present were stunned. No mother. The numerous demonic beasts present were all dumbfounded, looking at each other before their gazes turned to Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Since you don't have a mother, how exactly were you born? Did you really spring out of a rock like in the legends? Even Tianyu, who was secretly hiding among the demons, couldn't help but be stunned, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This. Ao Guang and Ao Lai's answer was truly too sharp and unexpected. This answer left all the monsters present frozen in place, as if under a spell. What does it mean to have no mother? Even the usually composed Heavenly Armor Bull King, upon hearing Ao Guang and Ao Lai's answers, instantly displayed a look of doubt on his bull face, his brows furrowed and his eyes filled with confusion. How dare these two joke about their own parents? In fact, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were not making things up or joking of the two brothers can now be said to be born of nature, not born from wet eggs. Alright, since things have come to this, there's no need to say anything more. Since you have the courage to come and participate in the competition, the quota for Tianyu sect will not be cancelled for the time being. The Heavenly Armor Bull King spoke in a calm and unwavering tone. I also hope that you can stand out from the crowd of demonic beasts based on your own strength. Thank you so much. Ao Guang nodded calmly. Ao Guang's words surprised Tianjia Niuwang, who thought to himself that this guy was surprisingly polite. However, Tianjia Niuwang only thought about it briefly and did not take it to heart. Since the demonic beasts of the Heavenly Fish sect dare to come, they will surely not return alive. As for what happens after they win the competition, well, Tianjia Niuwang never thought they would win. The two brothers understood Tianjia Niuwang's intentions, but the two brothers were not intimidated by Tianjia Niuwang's tricks and schemes. For Ao Guang and Ao Lai, the outcome of this competition was no longer important. Their sole purpose in coming to Xiaojia Heavenly Sect was to avenge Elder Kongqian. At the same time, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were also searching around, hoping to spot Tianyu. And now, the leaders of the three major second-rate forces have all gathered here. These three second-rate forces, apart from Xiaojia Heavenly Sect, are respectively known as Fire-Breaking Heavenly Sect and Waterpath Heavenly Sect. The sect leaders of these three sects are all at or around level 70. Chapter 366. The competition begins. Besides the three second-rate forces, the leaders of the other two third-rate forces also undoubtedly came here. They are respectively the sect leader of Jade Butterfly Sect, Mountain Tiger King, and another sect leader called Cloud Mist Sect, Feather Soft Butterfly King. The Feathered Butterfly Queen is a female butterfly with a beautiful face and two gorgeous wings that spread out behind her. Her skin is also a mysterious purple color. The leaders of the major sects sat in their respective prestigious positions according to their status and position. The spot for the Heavenly Fish sect was the only one that remained empty. It was obvious that the sect leader of the Tianyu sect did not come along. only the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai came here to participate in the competition. Let's assign them to them, an elder from the lesser heavenly sect said sullenly. Soon, all the monsters present were assigned opponents. Since this allocation was clearly targeted at the Tianyu sect, the opponents assigned to the Tianyu sect were all extremely powerful beings. They are basically the strongest new disciples from the three major third-rate forces. The final outcome of this competition will be determined by your performance and ranking. There are two tracks, one is for newly joined disciples who have just joined the sect, and the other is for disciples who have been in the sect for a year. The key to determining who is qualified to go to the top forces for cultivation lies in your final ranking. The top 3 disciples in each track will be qualified to go to the top forces for cultivation. Of course, whether they can actually succeed in entering the top forces for cultivation depends on their individual abilities and fortune. All we've done is provide you with a rare opportunity to compete. As Elder Xiajiaxianzong's powerful words faded, the tense lottery drawing process began. Every monster participating in the competition will lose the qualification to continue if it fails in the competition. Only the winners can advance through this challenging path until the entire competition comes to a successful conclusion. The competition seemed difficult, but Ao Guang and Ao Lai naturally didn't take the whole process to heart from beginning to end. They drew lots randomly and quickly drew. Their opponents, the two demons' opponent turned out to be a prodigy from the Cloud Mist sect. The two prodigies from the Jade Butterfly sect were actually chosen. Oh my god, then you're probably going to lose this match. There's nothing I can do. The prodigy from the Jade Butterfly sect is just too powerful. I'm no match for him at all. Some of the monsters present looked dejected and disappointed, while others were excited and eager to try. They may not know much about their opponents, but they have all heard about them to some extent. I wonder what the true strength of those two disciples from the Tianyu sect really is. Those two guys who look like eels, I don't think they're that strong. Exactly, I hope I don't run into them in the competition. Because Ao Guang and Ao Lai looked ordinary, the other demons present looked down on them, but Ao Guang and Ao Lai didn't care at all about these outside opinions and evaluations. They were confident in their own strength and needed no gossip from other demonic beasts. On the stage, they would naturally prove their power with their actions. Alright, all participants in the draw, please take your seats and wait patiently for your names to be called. The elder of Xiaojia Heavenly Sect announced loudly. The monsters present all took their seats in order of precedence. Tianyu quietly approached the front of the audience seats, carefully concealing his identity so that he was not noticed by the other demons. Brother, what number did you draw? Number 5. Ao Guang gently shook the numbers in his hand. Great, I drew number 7, Ao Lai said with a smile. What essential difference does it make whether you appear early or late? Ao Guang shook his head dismissively. The first competition has officially begun. Both demons participating in the competition were independent cultivators with relatively weak strength, and they were even difficult to be noticed by the third-tier sects present. Most of the independent cultivators who came to participate in this competition had their sights set on second or third-tier sections because they knew very well that with their current strength they were not capable of entering top-tier sects. They wisely turned their attention to second and third-rate sections. Joining a sect to cultivate is far better than groping your way on the path of cultivation alone. The first match was uneventful and uninteresting. The two demons participating in the competition were not strong, and their cultivation levels were only in the 20s, which was not enough to meet the standards expected by a third-rate sect. The situation remained the same when the second match began. After all, there are a large number of rogue cultivators and demonic beasts participating in the competition here, and their strengths vary greatly, so how could they all be so powerful? Soon, the highly anticipated fifth match will begin. The fifth match is between the prodigy of the Heavenly Fish sect and the prodigy of the Cloud Mist sect. I wonder who is stronger between the two of them. In my opinion, the prodigy from the Cloud Mist sect has a greater chance of winning, a demonic beast said confidently. They were all unaware of the brothers' true strength. On the contrary, the prodigies of the Cloud Mist sect had always been in the public eye, so most of the demon beasts present subjectively believed that the Cloud Mist sect had a greater chance of winning. On the contrary, Grizzly Bear and Mountain Tiger King of the Jade Butterfly sect were well aware that the disciples of the Heavenly Fish sect would definitely win this competition. There was no other reason than that the reason they tried so hard to prevent the disciples of the Heavenly Fish sect from participating in the competition was precisely because their strength was so formidable. If they weren't strong, Why would they go to such lengths to prevent the Tianyu sect's demon beasts from participating in the competition? Guang walked calmly and steadily onto the competition platform. Opposite Guang was a massive rhinoceros monster. With your physique, you are neither as small and agile as a loach, nor as winding and nimble as a snake, nor as thick and powerful as a python. With your meager skills, how could you possibly be my opponent? The rhinoceros opened its mouth, its voice revealing a distinct youthful vigor. In his thick hands, he gripped a heavy iron rod tightly. His round, rhinoceros-like eyes were filled with disdain as he stared intently at Guang and spoke in an icy tone. Clearly, he didn't take Guang seriously at all, and didn't even consider Guang a worthy opponent. Chapter 367 Absolute instant kill. Faced with such blatant contempt, Guang remained quite calm and did not rush to argue. He simply shrugged slightly, then deftly drew his spear. Level 4 weapon? The moment they saw the spear in Guang's hand, all the demons present were startled. They never expected that the weapon in Guang's hand would be a level 4 weapon. Even the confident rhinoceros couldn't help but shrink back in surprise when it saw the weapon in Guang's hand. A level 4 weapon was clearly beyond his original imagination and expectations. It should be noted that the weapon he himself held was only a level 3 weapon, a whole level lower than the divine weapon in Guang's hands. What, are you scared already? Seeing that the other party fell into a brief silence, Guang immediately snorted coldly and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Useless trash, don't treat others with that condescending attitude next time." Upon hearing this, the rhinoceros was instantly enraged, its emotions becoming extremely agitated. "You bastard, what did you say? You insignificant little mudfish, how could I possibly be afraid of you? I'm worried I might accidentally kill you." The rhinoceros roared furiously. "Oh, I see." Guang nodded dismissively. "I thought you were scared and didn't dare to confront me directly." Upon hearing this, the rhinoceros flew into a rage. He stomped his foot on the ground with all his might, unleashing tremendous power that caused the entire arena to shake violently several times. Seeing this, the monsters present all knew clearly that the rhinoceros was about to unleash its true power. This rhinoceros comes from the Cloud Mist sect and is a newly promoted disciple of monstrous talent level. Its cultivation level has already reached the strength of level 37 and 19 stars. With such outstanding strength, even some disciples who have been studying for a year might find it difficult to become his match. Rhino's opponent this time is Guang, the pride of the Heavenly Fish sect. He's doomed to lose. The Mountain Tiger King stared intently at the rhinoceros and suddenly said with certainty, "Mountain Tiger King, isn't it a bit too early for you to draw such a conclusion?" The Feathered Butterfly King immediately retorted, her face full of displeasure. "What gives the Tiger King the right to declare that her sect's outstanding disciple will lose this competition? You don't understand him at all." The Mountain Tiger King simply said this. The person he was referring to as not understanding was naturally Guang. Even though the Mountain Tiger King had never seen Guang make a move, his newly recruited disciple was stronger than the rhinoceros before him. Even his own disciple was defeated by Guang, so the fate of the rhinoceros before him was self-evident. It was inevitable that they would lose. Snort. The Feathered Butterfly King snorted coldly, her face full of anger as she looked away from the Mountain Tiger King. "It's too early to draw conclusions about whether we've won or lost." "Don't jump to conclusions before we've seen it through to the very end," said the Feathered Butterfly King indignantly. The Mountain Tiger King, however, paid no attention to her anger and rebuttals, and did not respond at all. On the stage, the rhinoceros stomped its feet heavily on the ground with all its might, and its aura instantly changed dramatically, increasing significantly. This is the trampling of war. Upon seeing the rhinoceros unleash this unique skill, the monsters present immediately understood the ability the rhinoceros was using. War trampling can greatly enhance one's own strength and speed. Guang muttered to himself in a low voice, but his face showed no trace of worry or fear. What good would increasing strength and speed do? In his mind, the other party could never defeat him. Once the war stomp skill was completed, the rhinoceros immediately charged towards Guang at an extremely fast speed, its sharp horns pointed forward and its iron rod in hand. With a nimble step, Guang moved lightly, his entire body instantly leaving the spot like a ghost, and a powerful gale swept towards him like a tidal wave. The rhinoceros abruptly stopped its forward charge, its heart filled with astonishment. It never expected that Guang's speed would be so fast. and even the gale he generated as he moved was so powerful and imposing. The rhinoceros raised its head and looked ahead. Suddenly, Ao Guang's figure appeared before him without him noticing. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling silver-white spear light suddenly burst open before their eyes, and the rhinoceros's pupils contracted sharply. He never expected that Ao Guang's strength would be so formidable, far exceeding his imagination. As this incredibly powerful shot struck, the rhinoceros's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He was actually gripped by a deep sense of fear. He knew perfectly well that he was no match for this shot, and couldn't even block it. Meanwhile, the monsters present, who had been confident that the rhinoceros's speed and strength had been significantly enhanced, would not suffer any harm in this battle. But what happened the next second was far beyond anyone's imagination. Ao Guang thrust out his spear with unstoppable force, unleashing terrifying power without reservation. A shocking hole was blasted into the rhinoceros's strong body. Bang! Blood gushed out from in front of the rhinoceros's body like a fountain, and then its heavy body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Seeing this shocking scene, all the monsters present were stunned and speechless. They hadn't even recovered from the extreme shock, because this happened so quickly. From the moment the two demons officially began their fight, it didn't even last 30 seconds. In such a short time, Ao Guang not only defeated the rhinoceros, but even killed it instantly, leaving it no chance to catch its breath. Bang! As the rhinoceros's lifeless body crashed to the ground, the demons finally snapped out of their daze. The rhinoceros before them, a monstrous disciple of the Cloud Mist sect, was instantly killed by Ao Guang in such a swift and decisive manner. Moreover, he died on the spot. Upon seeing this, the Butterfly King's pupils suddenly contracted, and her face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? She stood up abruptly from her seat, her emotions running high, and she was trembling with anger. Her sex carefully nurtured prodigy was thus mercilessly killed on the competition stage. Chapter 368. It's Ao Lai's turn to appear, having killed the rhinoceros himself. Ao Guang quickly said, "I'm so sorry, I really didn't expect him to be so weak. So, elders, this should be in accordance with the rules of the competition, right?" Ao Guang then turned his gaze to the other demon beasts present. The demon beasts looked at each other, and after a brief silence, one of them nodded. Of course it fits. In every competition, one or two monsters would be killed, but never before had a scene as shocking as Ao Guang's. This powerful rhinoceros was instantly and decisively killed without any chance to catch its breath or put up a fight. All of this was far beyond the expectations and imagination of all the monsters. Even Tianyu, who had been watching the battle intently, had not expected that Ao Guang's strength had reached such an unfathomable level. This is absolutely incredible. That's terrifying. No wonder they were so determined to come here for the competition. It turns out that's why. But Tianyu knew very well that this alone was far from enough. After all, they were facing the powerful Xiaojia heavenly sect. Such a colossal being, without the assistance of a truly powerful individual, would inevitably find itself trapped in a deadly predicament, unable to escape. After killing the rhinoceros, Ao Guang walked off the stage without changing his expression. Ao Guang's strength completely intimidated all the demons present. None of the demon beasts expected that Ao Guang, whom they had always looked down upon and despised, would be able to unleash such terrifying power. This strength is simply unbelievable and terrifying. As a result, none of the many demonic beasts present dared to confront them head-on. After all, the strength that Ao Guang displayed was truly astonishing and terrifying to the extreme. With just one strike, he swiftly and decisively killed the prodigy from the Cloud Mist sect. Achieving his swift kill, the remaining demonic beast from the Cloud Mist sect was now trembling with fear. If he were to face these two guys later, he would probably meet a tragic end. And the other monsters, weren't they also harboring the same worries and thoughts as him? Compared to the two brothers, the gap in strength between the two sides is too great. Only by admitting defeat can there be a slight chance. But the brothers might not give them the chance at all. Otherwise, if the two brothers were to make a move, they would undoubtedly die. As Ao Guang calmly stepped off the stage, the competition continued in an orderly manner. The sixth match was noticeably less thrilling than the previous ones, appearing extremely bland and unremarkable. As the seventh match progressed, the monsters present became tense once again, their hearts pounding. They all knew perfectly well that Ao Guang and Ao Lai were brothers. It remains to be seen whether Ao Lai, who is about to appear, will possess the same formidable strength as his brother. At this moment, Ao Lai was facing an elite cultivator who stood out among the rogue cultivators. With his exceptional talent and tireless efforts, he has already reached level 38, and his bloodline level is as high as 19 stars. Such extraordinary talent and strength will inevitably attract the attention and favor of third-rate sections upon seeing the other party. The rogue demon beast sneered with disdain. "Humph, Although you and your brother are from the same lineage, I absolutely do not believe that you can be as brave and invincible as your brother." Upon hearing this, Aolai gently shook his head. "That's natural. Although my brother and I are from the same lineage, there are some differences between us." Upon hearing this, the rogue demon beast coldly said, "Since that's the case, then stop arguing and let's settle this with a duel." Etc. Aolai slowly extended his hand, signaling the other party to stop for the time being. "Are you sure you want me to take action, instead of you wisely jumping off the stage yourself?" Aolai looked at him calmly and even winked playfully at him. Upon hearing Aolai's words, the rogue cultivator demon beast was instantly dumbfounded, completely bewildered. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me?" The rogue cultivator was furious. What did Aolai mean by that? He clearly didn't take him seriously. The demons present also questioned Aolai's words that his brother at least proved himself, and his formidable strength was enough to make them submit, but Aolai, without even moving a hand, wanted to make the other party willingly admit defeat. If you want the other party to admit defeat, you must first demonstrate your strength before discussing anything else. "It's not that I look down on you, I just don't want to get my knife dirty because of you," Aolai said calmly, shaking his head helplessly. Upon hearing this, the rogue cultivator beast became even more enraged, turning into a raging rage, and pointed at Aolai, shouting, "You son of a bitch!" Seeing the other party's furious and frantic appearance, Aolai could only sigh helplessly and shake his head. "Since that's the case, then I'll reluctantly draw my treasured sword and exchange a few blows with you." Meanwhile, on the other side, seeing Aolai like this, the feathered butterfly king couldn't help but subconsciously ask the mountain tiger king, how much weaker is Aolai compared to his brother? "Not bad at all, not bad at all." Mountain Tiger King shook his head without hesitation and answered decisively. On the main seat, the heavily armored Bull King's face had already turned as cold as ice the moment he witnessed Ao Guang's attack. A determination to kill Ao Guang was born in his heart, because Ao Guang's extraordinary talent was so rare and exceptional that it was almost monstrous. It was almost unprecedented, and could even be compared to the exceptionally talented prodigies in the top powers. Such an extraordinary existence must absolutely not be allowed to fall into the hands of the Heavenly Fish sect, absolutely not. The heavenly armor Bull King's eyes revealed an undisguised, terrifying killing intent. He stared intently at Aolai, eager to see if Aolai possessed the same astonishingly powerful strength as his brother. On the stage, the rogue demon beast was already enraged by Aolai's extremely humiliating words. Losing all reason, he raised his sharp sword high and charged madly at Aolai without hesitation. Seeing the opponent make a move, Aolai remained calm and slowly raised the long sword in his hand that exuded a chilling aura. Then, he suddenly unleashed astonishing power and launched a fierce attack. Chapter 369. Admitting defeat isn't shameful. As Aolai's body vanished from its spot like a ghost, an extremely terrifying gale instantly howled and swept across the entire area. The rogue demon beast felt as if his face had been struck by a heavy hammer. The next second, he saw a figure as fast as lightning appear before him like a ghost. The figure was holding a long, gleaming sword steadily in its hand. A dazzling white blade of light crashed down from the sky like a galaxy falling from the heavens, unleashing its terrifying power without reservation. The demons present, in just a moment, keenly sensed an immense power, like a tidal wave. This chilling sense of crisis was far more terrifying and despairing than what Ao Guang brought. After all, the demonic beast's expressions changed drastically due to this terrifying power. Aolai's long sword, carrying a world-destroying aura, crashed down with a deafening roar. The white blade of light gave the opponent no chance to explain or escape, and slashed down instantly at extremely fast speed. Boom! The next instant, the body of the rogue demon beast exploded on the spot without any resistance, turning into two gruesome pieces. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all over the ground. The stench of blood filled the air. Aolai gently shook his long sword, and the blade emitted a crisp humming sound. The blood on it vanished without a trace. Aolai, on the other hand, simply sheathed his long sword without any expression. Upon witnessing this shocking scene, the monsters present were all stunned and speechless, their minds blank. To everyone's surprise, Aolai, just like his brother, possessed such astonishing strength. It was simply terrifying. With just a simple slash, he instantly killed the powerful monster in front of him. What kind of terrifying power is this? All the demonic beasts present were extremely shocked at this moment, their faces changed drastically, turning ashen white. Even the two sect leaders of the second-rate sects, Mountain Tiger King and Feathered Butterfly King, none of them had expected that the two prodigies of the Heavenly Fish sect would be so incredibly powerful, with such an overwhelming advantage. It's likely that no demon beast from any sect would be a match for them. At this moment, the grizzly bear gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a ferocious expression, never expecting that Ao Guang and Ao Lai's strength had increased so dramatically. Stronger, even stronger is better. The stronger you are, the more heartbroken the Tianyu sect will be after you die. Grizzly's eyes, filled with resentment, held a chilling coldness. The same thought was on the minds of the Mountain Tiger King and the Heavenly Armor Ox King. Ao Guang and Ao Lai of the Tianyu sect had long been on their kill list. The day this competition ends will be the day Ao Guang and Ao Lai meet their demise. Meanwhile, Tianyu was mingling among the demons. When you witnessed this scene, he was so shocked that he stood there dumbfounded. He never expected that Ao Guang and Ao Lai's strength would actually improve so much. It should be noted that neither of them had ever displayed such terrifying strength before. Could it be that the two brothers had truly been hiding their true abilities all along? But what should we do now to get them away safely? Now, Tianyu is completely in deep trouble and looks worried. With both brothers displaying such terrifying and awe-inspiring strength, the Jade Butterfly sect and the Little Armor Heavenly sect will certainly not let them off easily. Therefore, today is a hopeless situation where certain death is inevitable. But after Ao Lai finished doing all this, he acted as if nothing had happened, and walked off the stage with a relaxed expression. Seeing how confident and calm the two brothers were, Tianyu had a feeling that there must be some unknown secret behind this matter. The two of them didn't seem like foolish or reckless people to Tianyu. On the contrary, they were incredibly shrewd and wise. Since arriving at the Tianyu sect, they have never revealed their origins to anyone, only casually mentioning that they came from the Gobi continent. They didn't say a single word about any other related matters, and now, Tianyu has a vague feeling that the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai must have an extremely amazing background. Otherwise, they would never have risked their lives to come to Xiaojia Heavenly Sect just to get revenge for Kong Qian. Absolutely not. With that in mind, Tianyu's gaze fell on the two brothers once again. Tianyu didn't know how things would ultimately develop given the current situation. The only way he can help Ao Guang and Ao Lai is to do everything within his power. No matter what difficulties and obstacles they encounter, he will stand by Ao Guang and Ao Lai's side. Of course, all these thoughts and ideas were merely his own internal reflections. As for whether Ao Guang and Ao Lai will be able to get support and assistance from other demon beasts in the end, that depends on their own luck and destiny. Tianyu remains silent, his gaze fixed intently on Ao Guang and Ao Lai on the stage, tinged with worry. As the competition proceeded smoothly, all the monsters that encountered Ao Guang and Ao Lai chose to withdraw on their own initiative. There was really no other way. No monster had the courage to face the two brothers. They were easily killed, so who would dare to take the risk? If their strength were comparable to theirs, they might be able to put up a fight. Even if they ultimately lost, they probably wouldn't be in too much of a miserable state. However, those demonic beasts whose cultivation levels were clearly lower than Ao Guang and Ao Lai had a different idea. They knew perfectly well that if they faced Ao Guang and Ao Lai, it would undoubtedly be a dead end. Therefore, the vast majority of monsters did not hesitate to choose not to fight and simply and decisively admitted defeat. Many demonic beasts, admitting defeat would be an extremely humiliating and shameful thing. When faced with Ao Guang and Ao Lai in reality, most of the demons present chose to retreat without hesitation. After all, no one is a fool. Therefore, choosing to withdraw from this competition is not shameful. As soon as they encountered the two brothers, these demonic beasts would surrender without a fight, a situation that left Ao Guang and Ao Lai feeling quite bored and helpless. But upon closer reflection, it makes sense. After all, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were already at level 70. Only the Heavenly Armor Bull King and the sect leaders of the other two major forces could possibly be evenly matched opponents for Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Without the intervention of the three of them, it would be almost impossible for Ao Guang and Ao Lai to encounter a monster more powerful than themselves. Chapter 370 Retreat. I wonder if the top powers are more interesting and challenging than this place, Ao Guang said with a hint of anticipation. I should be able to. After all, most of the monsters from top-tier forces are around level 80, Ao Lai replied. The monsters of top-tier forces are definitely much stronger than those of second or third-tier forces, there is no doubt about this, and there is absolutely no need to question it. Then, the two brothers stood there idly, watching the matches with calm eyes. On the stage, Tian Zhenyuang, the sect leader of Xiaojia Tianzong, had already included the two brothers in his kill list. The strength displayed by the two brothers was so terrifying and shocking. It was astonishing. With such terrifying strength, no matter who comes to deal with them, they would have absolutely no chance of winning and would be no match for them at all. Where did these two come from, and what kind of powerful force could have given birth to such astonishing geniuses? At this moment, the heavenly armor bull king was filled with curiosity and doubt. He really couldn't understand what kind of power Ao Guang and Ao Lai came from, that they could possess such amazing talent. This talent is truly terrifying and unparalleled. Even compared with the prodigies of top-tier forces, it is in no way inferior. Fortunately, the powerful figure from the top forces who came to supervise the competition was delayed by some matters, so the qualification for selecting demon beasts in this grand competition was given to his Xiaojia Tianzong. If the representative of that top-tier power were here, Ao Guang and Ao Lai would surely be able to smoothly enter the top-tier power for cultivation, but now, well, those two are doomed. They have no chance of escaping death. Their extraordinary talent remains unknown to the top powers. Once they die, everything will be completely over. You choose not to take the path to heaven, but you insist on forcing your way into the gates of hell. Tianjian Wang absolutely refused to believe that the sect leader of Tianyu sect had not given the two brothers any warnings or reminders, but for some unknown reason, the two brothers still resolutely came here. He's truly courting death. There's no hope for him. At this moment, as the competition proceeded in a tense but orderly manner, 3 spots were quickly decided among the newly recruited disciples. Ao Guang and Ao Lai unsurprisingly secured 2 of the spots. The remaining spot was won by a prodigy from the Jade Butterfly sect with exceptional talent. He was really lucky. He never encountered Ao Guang or Ao Lai from beginning to end, which is how he managed to escape this calamity. Other monsters were not so lucky. Anyone who encountered Ao Guang and Ao Lai head-on was mercilessly taught a lesson by the two brothers, and then walked off the stage looking dejected and humiliated. Meanwhile, the disciples who had been in the sect for about a year had also determined their final rankings. After fierce competition, all 3 spots were claimed by monsters from second-rate forces. As for why no second-rate monsters were selected among the new disciples, the reason is quite simple and clear. They were all eliminated by Ao Guang and Ao Lai. No demon beast was willing to face the 2 of them, not even with a sliver of hope. No one dared to do so, because losing a bet means certain death. Who the hell would dare to gamble? Alright, all the spots have been decided, everything is confirmed. The heavenly armor bull king's gaze swept over the many demonic beasts present, and he slowly spoke. Please have these disciples who are qualified to enter the top forces remain in Xiaojia heavenly sect for the time being. After 3 days, we will set off together to the depths of the eastern wilderness and enter the 3 top powers, said the heavenly armor bull king in a serious tone. This is an established rule that must be followed after each major competition. This time, however, there were no top-tier demon beasts to escort these 6 disciples to the top-tier forces, so the Xiaojia heavenly sect had to take full responsibility for this matter. Upon hearing this, the numerous demonic beasts present gradually dispersed. Ao Guang and Ao Lai were naturally happy to stay here. Just then, a demonic beast slowly straightened up and said, Lord Heavenly Armor Bull King, may I leave with Ao Guang and Ao Lai? Upon hearing this, all the demonic beasts present turned their gazes to the one who had spoken. Tianyu slowly removed his hat, revealing his true appearance. Upon seeing that it was Tianyu, all the demon beasts present were stunned. To everyone's surprise, the sect leader of the Tianyu sect actually came in person. The Mountain Tiger King looked at the sect leader of the Heavenly Fish sect with a disdainful sneer and said, So you've come. I thought you wouldn't dare to show your face. The beautiful eyes of the feathered butterfly queen also looked at Tianyu with a hint of surprise. Seeing Tianyu step forward, Tianjian Yuan looked at him calmly and said, Since you're here, why didn't you show yourself before? These words immediately stumped Tianyu, putting him in an awkward and difficult situation. I arrived a little late, so I didn't show up. Tianyu quickly realized what was happening and gave this answer. Upon hearing this, the heavenly armor bull king glanced at him coldly and said, What, you're taking the 2 of them away? Does that mean your heavenly fish sect is voluntarily forfeiting the competition this time? Yes. Tianyu nodded without hesitation. What does your heavenly fish sect regard my lesser heavenly armor sect, or rather, what do you consider this competition to be? Upon hearing this, Tianjian Yuan immediately sneered, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. You want to withdraw after winning the competition? Why didn't you speak up when your Tianyu sect qualification was revoked? Now we've won, but we've wasted 2 spots. How am I supposed to explain this to the top powers? Tianyu looked at the other person, realizing that she hadn't thought of this before. Although this was Tianjian Wang's method and strategy to keep them, his words were quite reasonable. After all, what the other party said was indeed true. You may leave on your own, but your disciple must stay, the heavily armored Bull King said coldly. Tianyu naturally understood that Tianjianyuan was determined to keep Ao Guang and Ao Lai here. How about this, Sect Master Tianjia Bull King? My Tianyu sect is willing to offer some of our precious resources to allow the demon beasts present to compete again, and then determine the spots for the top forces. On behalf of my Tianyu sect, I apologize to you, Tianyu said, his tone sincere and even slightly urgent. He lowered his own posture to an extremely low level, almost to the lowest possible level. That humble attitude was like a blade of grass bending low in a strong wind. Chapter 371 Childish, there is a glimmer of hope in this matter. If Ao Guang and Ao Lai are willing to withdraw, we can easily find one or two more extraordinary talents to fill their positions. Judging from the way Tianjianyuan is acting, he is clearly determined to eat Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Therefore, he would never easily let Ao Guang and Ao Lai leave. All the demonic beasts present stared intently at the sect leader of the Heavenly Fish sect. They were filled with doubt, unable to understand why the disciples of the Heavenly Fish sect, having won the competition, would resolutely choose to withdraw. This was extremely puzzling to them. After all, this competition is of great significance. Being able to enter a top-tier power means being able to embark on a higher path of cultivation and enter that coveted and lofty hall. However, the sect leader of the Tianyu sect wanted to withdraw on behalf of the sect. This is so illogical, it's completely beyond their comprehension. Could it be that the sect leader of the Tianyu sect is unwilling to let Ao Guang and Ao Lai leave? What unknown secret is hidden behind this? Tianjianyuan had already got Ao Guang and Ao Lai under his control, so naturally he wouldn't agree to Tianyu's request. His sharp gaze swept over the remaining demonic beasts, and he immediately shouted, "Why aren't you leaving yet? What are you dawdling around for?" Upon hearing this, the monsters who were still curious and wanted to continue watching the spectacle scattered and fled like startled birds. Sect Master Tianjianyuan, farewell. Yu Dai Wang bowed slightly to the other party, her movements elegant yet polite, before turning and hurriedly leaving. The leaders of the other two second-rate powers were also well aware that what was about to happen was not something they should know or be involved in, so they quickly left the place using a seemingly reasonable excuse. "You lot, come with me and leave here." The elder of Xiaojia Heavenly Sect gave the selected prodigies a stern look and said in an unquestionable tone. Afterwards, the elders of Xiaojia Tianzong led them away from that tense place. At this moment, only the Mountain Tiger King, the Heavenly Armor Bull King, Ao Guang, and Ao Lai, and the Heavenly Fish remained on the scene. "Brother, are they about to make a move?" Ao Lai asked Ao Guang in a low voice, his eyes filled with vigilance. "It should be." Ao Guang nodded slightly, his expression solemn. "Tianyu, there are only a few of us demon beasts left here. If you have something to say, feel free to say it directly." The Heavenly Armor Bull King looked at him coldly, his eyes seeming to see right through him. "You should know what this sect leader is going to do. Now, I'm giving you two choices. The first choice is for you to leave on your own, the second choice is for you to stay here. Either they die, or you all die together." These are the two choices that Tianjianyuan gave Tianyu, each of which is full of threats. Upon hearing this, Tianyu felt a sinking feeling in his heart, as if a huge boulder had been placed on his chest. Indeed, no matter what choice we make, it seems there is no way out. He knew very well that even if he stepped forward and was willing to give his own life to save Ao Guang and Ao Lai, it would be a waste of his own. That is an absolutely impossible dream. The Heavenly Armor Bull King was only after Ao Guang and Ao Lai, so how could he possibly let them go so easily? Mountain Tiger King stood aside, a cold smile on his face, and said coldly, Tianyu, you brought all this on yourself." At this moment, Ao Guang and Ao Lai looked calmly at the Heavenly Armor Bull King and said indifferently, "What, is there really no room for negotiation on this matter?" Upon seeing Ao Guang speak, the Heavenly Armor Bull King shook his head without hesitation. "Junior, to allow you to speak to this sect master like this is already giving you a great deal of face. You two demonic beasts are too talented and pose a huge threat to us, so you must die." Tianjianyuan's words were blunt and cruel, without the slightest tact. In other words, it was because of us two brothers that Elder Kong Qian of our sect suffered such serious injuries. Ao Guang's gaze darkened, like a deep, cold pool, and he asked with suppressed anger in his voice, "Of course." Tianjianyuan nodded without hesitation. "If I hadn't just wanted to give you a little warning, your useless elder would not have had the chance to go back alive." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang slowly nodded, his dragon eyes gradually burning with anger, revealing a clear rage. "If you want to play, my brother and I will play with you. Now, let our sect leader leave first, Ao Guang suddenly said loudly, his tone resolute. Impossible. Now that he's here, he shouldn't be leaving either. Tianjian Yuan shook his head, leaving no room for negotiation. Why? Ao Guang stared intently at the other person and asked. Why? How dare you defy the sect master and commit insubordination? How could this sect master let him off so easily? Tianjian Yuan smiled coldly, his smile filled with disdain and arrogance. It is because you two do not know how to restrain your sharp edges that you have led to this uncontrollable situation today. And Tian Yu was also killed by your recklessness. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai could no longer contain his anger and was about to rush forward to attack when he roared, "Go to hell!" But Ao Guang stopped him with lightning speed. You still want to attack me? The heavily armored Bull King narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous aura, completely unconcerned about Ao Lai's impulsive actions. After all, in his eyes, it's perfectly normal for a prodigy to have a bit of spirit. I'll ask you one last time, is there any possibility of negotiation on this matter? Ao Guang suddenly changed his previous calm attitude, his voice becoming deep and powerful as he asked seriously. Upon hearing this, the Mountain Tiger King and the heavily armored Bull King exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Then, the two demonic beasts burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha! Look at what you're saying. What, do you think you're so great? The Mountain Tiger King looked at Ao Guang with a mocking expression, and was immediately amused by the other's words. It's like a weak child saying to a powerful adult monster, "If you don't talk to me properly, I'm going to attack." To adult monsters, this was such a childish and laughable threat. How could an adult demon beast be afraid of a demon beast that is just a child? That's ridiculous. Tianjian Yuan was amused by Ao Guang's words. He looked at Ao Guang and asked with a smile, "All right, tell me, how should we discuss this?" Go to my Heavenly Fish sect and kowtow to Elder Kong Qian to apologize, Ao Guang said without hesitation, his eyes resolute. Upon hearing this, Tianjian Yuan laughed so hard that tears almost came to his eyes, finding it utterly hilarious. The Mountain Tiger King was also grinning from ear to ear, shaking his head repeatedly. Chapter 372. No more pretending. The truth comes out, you idiot. I was just kidding you, and you actually believe me? The heavily armored Bull King looked at Ao Guang with a mocking expression. All right, if you can defeat me, I will do as you say. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang nodded without hesitation, his eyes shining with determination. Meanwhile, Tian Yu frowned, feeling a bit of a headache. Why did Ao Guang suddenly seem so childish? It was at this moment that Tian Yu suddenly noticed that Ao Guang was staring straight at him. Ao Guang, Tian Yu couldn't help but speak up. Sect Master, it was my and Ao Lai's fault for keeping this from you for so long. Ao Guang suddenly became extremely serious. He looked at Tian Yu in front of him with deep guilt in his eyes. Thank you for your careful cultivation and care over the past few months, Sect Master. Ao Lai and I will never forget your kindness. Today, my brother and I will make our final contribution to the Heavenly Fish sect. Upon hearing this, both the Mountain Tiger King and the Heavily Armored Ox King looked at Ao Guang with slight doubt. Something feels off. Tian Yu also vaguely sensed that something seemed amiss. The next second, an extremely terrifying aura, like a surging wave, swept out of the arena. Boom! The moment this powerful, suffocating aura was released, the faces of all the demonic beasts present turned extremely ugly. This aura was truly terrifying. The powerful pressure swept over everything, and even the heavily armored Bull King felt difficulty breathing, as if a mountain was pressing down on his heart. He stared ahead in utter shock. That chilling aura was actually emanating from Ao Guang. What? Ao Guang's body began to undergo astonishing changes. Mysterious purple scales spread out from his body at a visible speed. His originally bald tail was now quickly covered with hard scales, and at the end of the tail, several huge scales were tightly connected. Then look at his level: level 40, level 45, level 50, level 55, level 60. Upon realizing that Ao Guang's level far surpassed his own, Tian Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart filled with disbelief. How could this be? Ao Guang's cultivation level. Tian Yu was utterly shocked. His gaze was fixed on Ao Guang in front of him. He had never expected that Ao Guang's realm would be so terrifying that he had imagined that today, powerful figures behind Ao Guang and Ao Lai might come to their aid. I also imagined that the three of them would die here, but no one expected that the key to breaking this deadlock lay with Ao Guang. At this very moment, Ao Guang's aura continued to rise, level 65, level 70. It wasn't until after reaching level 70 that Ao Guang's breathing finally stopped. Boom, Ao Guang no longer concealed his aura, he unleashed his full power, and the terrifying pressure of a level 70, 25-star expert descended upon the world in an instant. The true dragon roared, and its oppressive aura surged forth, instantly causing even the heavenly armor Bull King to feel immense pressure. This is impossible. Faced with this sudden turn of events, both Tian Zhenyo Wang and Shan Huang were completely dumbfounded. Why is Ao Guang a level 70 monster? Level 70, that's on par with the sect leader of a second-rate power. Moreover, Ao Guang's bloodline level was extremely terrifying, completely suppressing the heavenly armor Bull King. This is the oppressive power of a true dragon, which is difficult for all things in heaven and earth to resist. At this moment, Ao Guang was surrounded by purple lightning. Holding his silver spear, his dragon eyes surveying the surroundings with disdain, and two dragon horns growing on his head. He raised his head and looked at the heavenly armor Bull King. Do you think I'm joking with you? That's a joke. Ao Guang could kill this demon with ease. He was originally a true dragon, the most powerful demon beast in the world. Even a dragon of the same realm is not worth mentioning in his eyes, not to mention this heavily armored Bull King, not to mention, Ao Lai has not yet shown his true strength. A terrifying aura spread wildly throughout the area, leaving all the monsters stunned and speechless. The entire Xiaojia heavenly sect was in an uproar, and the earth trembled incessantly. The appearance of a level 70 demonic beast, unleashing its full power and pressure, threw the entire Xiaojia heavenly sect into turmoil. Countless demonic beasts and numerous elders rushed here from all corners of the sect. Upon seeing Ao Guang's aura, the elders were all stunned. This Ao Guang's aura, how come it's the same as the sect leaders? My god, what a powerful aura! I can hardly breathe. Upon arriving at this place, they felt as if they were in a space with dozens of times the pressure. Some of the weaker demon beast elders even exploded and died. The other demon beast elders were all prostrate on the ground, unable to even lift their heads. Even the mountain tiger king was in this state at this moment. Ao Guang appeared as if a true god had descended, looking down upon the world. He held a long spear in one hand, and surging purple lightning swept around his fist. He raised his head and looked at the heavenly armor Bull King. Useless trash, I'm giving you one last chance. Now come with me to the Heavenly Fish Sect, apologize to Elder Kong Qian, and kowtow to admit your mistake. Upon hearing this, the heavenly armor Bull King snorted coldly and stomped his big foot on the ground, sending a powerful force soaring into the sky. Then, despite the terrifying pressure, the heavenly armor Bull King made a fierce attack. He drew the long sword from behind him, its blade engulfed in flames, and then slashed down fiercely. Die, you sect master. Even after seeing the heavenly armor Bull King make his move, Ao Guang's eyes remained completely calm. He raised his spear and thrust it out fiercely. Boom, purple lightning crackled around the level 4 weapon in his hand, causing the entire spear to tremble incessantly, seemingly unable to withstand the power of the lightning. Really? Ao Guang had anticipated this, and his expression remained unchanged. Then, he thrust out his spear with explosive force. Boom, the moment he drew his spear, it exploded violently, but the purple lightning transformed into a true dragon, lunging towards the heavenly armor Bull King. Boom, the terrifying power crushed everything in front of them at that moment. The once intact square began to collapse and turn into dust as Ao Guang thrust out his spear. Seeing this, Tianyu was extremely shocked. He never imagined that Ao Guang's strength would be so terrifying. It turns out the other party had been hiding their strength all along, no wonder they were so powerful. I, the sect leader, used to regard him as a monster. Recalling what had happened before, Tianyu couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head helplessly. Boom, as the lightning approached, the heavenly armor Bull King suddenly swung his blade. However, the power of this strike was simply insufficient to withstand Ao Guang's lightning. The lightning struck him, and the heavenly armor Bull King was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily into the rocks of the sect. Chapter 373. After beating the young one, the old one came. Boom, the mountain rocks shattered instantly, and countless falling rocks crashed down on the heavenly armor Bull King. Ao Guang took a step forward, lightning surging beneath his feet. He opened his mouth wide, and terrifying power gathered within. Then, Ao Guang unleashed a dragon's breath, and purple lightning instantly struck the heavenly armor Bull King. In an instant, the world changed drastically, and terrifying forces ran rampant, as if the end of the world had arrived. Ao Guang's strength was terrifying, especially after they broke through to level 70 and their bloodline level was also improved. Boom, before the heavenly armor Bull King could react, he was struck by lightning. Countless bolts of lightning swept over him, causing the heavenly armor Bull King unbearable pain, his expression changing repeatedly. Ugh! The heavenly armor Bull King was nearly driven mad. He was utterly unable to withstand the terrifying thunder. He couldn't believe that Ao Guang's strength far surpassed his own. The suppression of bloodline is far more terrifying than the suppression of level. Just as the heavenly armor Bull King was about to give up, a voice came from deep within the little armor heavenly sect. Who dares to run wild in my Xiaojia heavenly sect? Upon hearing this sound, the heavenly armor Bull King's expression immediately improved. Ancestor? Tianjia No Wang immediately looked up. He almost forgot that the ancestor was still alive. If the ancestor made a move, Ao Guang would surely die. It was at this moment that Ao Lai came out. Old fool, it seems you've forgotten that there's a level 70 demon beast here, Ao Lai said calmly. Upon hearing this, the heavenly armor Bull King's expression suddenly changed drastically. He forgot that Ao Guang's brother, Ao Lai, was also present. Even Tianyu seemed to have forgotten about Ao Lai unless Ao Lai brought it up himself. After all, Ao Guang's displayed strength was so astonishing that everyone overlooked Ao Lai and focused all their attention on Ao Guang. The two brothers, Ao Guang and Ao Lai, are at level 70. Ao Lai's strength is probably not too bad either. Even if he hasn't reached level 70, he must be at least level 60 or above. Just as the demons were speculating about Ao Lai's strength, Ao Lai decisively made his move. Boom. With his cultivation level of 70 no longer suppressed, Ao Lai's scales turned golden, and he grew 2 horns on his head. The biggest difference between him and Ao Guang was their colors. Similarly, both brothers possessed an extreme aura of ruthlessness. Ao Lai wields the power of the golden spear, and his strength is terrifyingly unparalleled. He unleashed his level 4 weapon, and golden light instantly filled the entire blade. The blade trembled, just like his brother's spear, unable to withstand the force. Boom, Ao Lai swung his sword. The extremely violent sword energy roamed freely between heaven and earth, like a surging tide, rushing violently towards the old sect master of Xiaojiation sect with overwhelming force. This blade energy was terrifying beyond measure. Wherever it passed, all life was annihilated, leaving nothing but barren land. The buildings that had stood there instantly exploded, and the incredibly powerful shockwave swept through everything in its path like a wild horse. The old sect master of Xiaojiation sect gripped a large, dark-colored sword tightly. The surging sword energy on the sword was like a raging sea, and the powerful pressure of his level 70, level 20 strength spread outwards like a storm. You scoundrel, how dare you so boldly invade my Xiaojia heavenly sect? You are simply courting death. The old sect leader of Xiaojia Tianzong was an elderly giant lizard. At this moment, he swung his greatsword with tremendous force. In an instant, it blocked Ao Lai's lightning-fast slash. Immediately afterwards, the old sect leader of Xiaojia Tianzong brandished his long sword and charged fiercely at Ao Lai with lightning speed. But Ao Lai would not be so easily put to death. Ao Lai's level was comparable to his opponent's, but his star rating far exceeded that of his opponent. His bloodline alone was enough to suppress his opponent completely. At that moment, when Tianyu saw the old sect master of Xiaojia Tianzong make a sudden move, his eyes narrowed sharply, and he felt uneasy, completely unsure whether Ao Lai was a match for the old sect master of Xiaojia Tianzong. The former sect leader of Xiaojia Tianzong possessed unparalleled, masterful swordsmanship. Even Tianyu himself felt that, at the same level, he would definitely not be a match for him. At present, Ao Lai has just entered the field of swordsmanship and has not yet reached the level of proficiency. Moreover, the dark black broadsword in the opponent's hand is a rare level 6 weapon. Given Ao Lai's current condition and strength, defeating his opponent would be an impossible task. However, in his nervousness, Tianyu overlooked a crucial factor. Ao Lai's bloodline level is far higher than the other parties. In terms of the sheer power of bloodlines alone, Ao Lai is many times stronger than his opponent. Seeing his opponent charging towards him with a chilling killing intent, Ao Lai raised his head and let out a low, angry roar. His scales shone with a dazzling, brilliant golden light, and a lifelike phantom of a real dragon suddenly appeared behind him, instantly stunning the opponent's mind. The old sect master of Xiaojiation sect's body instantly stiffened and became dazed. He never expected that Ao Lai's bloodline level would reach such a terrifying level. In that brief moment, the old sect master of Xiaojiation sect was frozen in place as if he had been struck by a spell, unable to unleash any offensive means. Upon witnessing this astonishing scene, the eyes of the heavenly armor Bull King were instantly filled with shock. He truly couldn't guess which race Ao Guang and Ao Lai before him came from, given their astonishingly high bloodline levels. Boom, Ao Lai. unleashed a powerful slash, but the level 4 weapon in his hand could no longer withstand the earth-shattering force contained within his long sword, and it shattered and exploded. Fragments of the blade flew everywhere like meteors, shooting rapidly in all directions, but Aolai's unstoppable slash was delivered without hesitation or wavering. The incredibly powerful sword energy swept across the land, heading straight for the old sect master of Xiaojia Heavenly Sect with overwhelming force. Even though his bloodline suppressed the old sect leader of Xiaojia Tianzong, the other party was, after all, a top expert who was already famous in the martial arts world. He immediately broke free from the pressure of the bloodline with his tenacious will and attacked without hesitation. His dark-colored broadsword crashed down with the force of splitting the heavens and earth, successfully blocking Aolai's incredibly powerful strike. Aolai showed no surprise at the sight. The former sect leader of Xiaojian sect before us is indeed exceptionally powerful and should not be underestimated. If the opponent's strength were truly inferior to his own, Aolai would have killed him without lifting a finger. At this moment, the old sect master of Xiaojia Tianzong stared at Aolai with icy eyes and said in a gloomy tone, "What race do you come from?" Chapter 374 Encounter. The former sect leader of Xiaojia Heavenly Sect had traveled and ventured into the eastern wilderness in his early years, and naturally knew that there were some powerful and profound demon races in the eastern wilderness. Those offspring of the demon race possess an astonishingly powerful bloodline from the moment of their birth. The Aolai before them was clearly one of those powerful demon clans. "What, are you afraid to make a move after you know my background?" Aolai looked at him with a determined gaze and said with a hint of provocation in his tone, "Of course not." The old sect master of Xiaojia Heavenly Sect shook his head decisively. "You descendants from powerful demon races will never come to seek revenge unless your clansmen know for certain that you died here. Besides, this is the risk you will face when you come out to train. If you die, it only means that you are not strong enough." Hearing this, Aolai shook his head slightly. "So, according to your logic, you think you can successfully kill me and my brother?" The old sect leader of Xiaojian sect remained silent and did not answer, because he wasn't entirely confident. After all, his disciple, Tianjia Niuwang, was still lying on the ground, being suppressed by Ao Guang, and had no power to fight back. If the two brothers join forces, he will certainly be no match for them. "Take care of this first, then we'll talk." The old sect master of Xiaojian sect narrowed his eyes, a resolute look flashing across them. He immediately attacked again, swiftly striking at Aolai. The long sword in his hand exuded a terrifying aura that chilled people to the bone. The powerful sword energy swept across the sky and crashed down on Aolai like a surging tide. Now that Aolai was without a weapon, he could only rely on his original powerful strength. He suddenly threw a punch, and the dazzling golden light instantly condensed into a huge and solid golden iron fist in front of him, which slammed into the face of the old sect master of Xiaojia Tianzong with the force of thunder. Without hesitation, the old sect leader of Xiaojia Tianzong unleashed a powerful slash, successfully neutralizing the devastating attack, but Aolai immediately launched another attack, throwing another punch. The golden, majestic power swept towards him like a storm. The old sect leader of Xiaojia Tianzong's eyes narrowed suddenly, and then he decisively slashed out with his sword again. The two fought so fiercely that neither could completely defeat the other for a time. If it weren't for the fact that the old sect master of Xiaojian sect possessed a level 6 weapon, he would probably have already suffered a crushing defeat. He was only able to barely hold on in the battle against Aolai by relying on his own combat awareness and his astonishingly terrifying swordsmanship. Otherwise, he would have been defeated and utterly humiliated. Long Agoai in the distance, the Mountain Tiger King watched this breathtaking scene intently, his heart churning with shock. He never expected that Ao Guang and Aolai would have such an identity, actually coming from the powerful demon race. This was far beyond his imagination and completely outside his original expectations. No wonder Ao Guang and Aolai are so powerful that they inspire fear and despair. This is terrifying strength at level 70, on the same level as the sect leader of a second-rate power. Most importantly, the bloodline levels of these two guys are also so powerful, which is truly beyond the reach of others. Just as Aolai and the old sect master of Xiaojian sect were locked in a fierce and evenly matched struggle, the former suddenly inadvertently revealed a slight flaw. This fleeting flaw was instantly and accurately seized upon by the experienced and shrewd old sect master of Xiaojian sect. He was extremely skilled, and such a rare detail would not be easily overlooked by him. A slash, driven by an unwavering determination to kill, hurtled towards Aolai's face with lightning speed, its powerful blade energy carrying a sharp gale. Aolai's pupils suddenly contracted, and then he clenched his fists tightly. A terrifying golden light instantly covered his entire body like armor, attempting to block the opponent's fatal blow. Bang! However, Aoli's golden light shattered instantly, and his entire dragon body was struck by a tremendous force, causing him to retreat rapidly backward. Seeing this, the Mountain Tiger King felt as if he had seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness, and shouted excitedly, "Yes, fight like that." "Aoli, how are you?" Aoguang looked at Aoli with concern and asked anxiously, "Fine." Aoli shook his head firmly. This blow was not a serious matter for him. He was a true dragon. Even though the opponent's swordsmanship was superior to his own, however, the huge gap in other aspects is something that the other party can never overcome or make up for. Moreover, Aoli had not yet used his full strength. If he goes all out, the old sect master of Xiaojia Heavenly Sect in front of him will definitely not be his match. The successful strike boosted the confidence of the former sect leader of Xiaojia Tianzong. Haha, I thought you were some kind of peerless expert. You were struck by my blade so easily. The old sect master of Xiaojia Heavenly Sect looked at Aoli and said with a cold, mocking smile. Seeing the other party's arrogant appearance, Aoli couldn't help but shake his head slightly and said calmly, "You really don't need to be so arrogant. You were just lucky enough to hit me with one strike, and you're already so excited and unable to control yourself. It seems your talent is nothing more than average." "Yes, that's true. If you were truly exceptional and outstanding, why would you be willing to cower here and act as a lackey guarding the sect?" Hearing Aoli's merciless words, the old sect master of Xiaojia Tianzong, who had experienced countless storms and seen the world, snorted coldly and said with a gloomy face, "It's just an attempt to provoke me. How could I not see through such a little trick? When it comes to strategy and tactics, even 10 of you and your brother combined wouldn't be a match for me." Upon hearing this, Aoli remained calm and did not say anything more. "Alright, if that's the case, then I won't waste any more time arguing with you like this. Brother, you should join in too." Aoli turned his head and looked at Aoguang with a firm gaze. Aoguang nodded slightly, his expression calm and composed. "I'll give you a little shock." After speaking, Aoguang raised his head and looked at the heavily armored Bull King in front of him. At this moment, the heavily armored Bull King was struggling to stand up from the ground with difficulty and slowness. His body was covered in blood, and his entire body looked as if it had been completely soaked in blood, making him look extremely disheveled. He stared intently at Aoguang, his eyes filled with fear and vigilance, and a sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in his heart. He dared not even imagine what other deadly moves the other party might be hiding waiting for him. Chapter 375 Manifestation of True Form. Aoguang and Aoli had already reached a tacit understanding. After their hearts were in sync, the two brothers no longer held back or showed any mercy. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a dazzling bolt of lightning and a brilliant golden light instantly spread out from the two brothers. In an instant, the brothers' bodies underwent a tremendous transformation. The golden dragon's body was hundreds of feet long, and its 5 sharp, blade-like claws gleamed with a cold light. Its majestic dragon crown and graceful, flowing tail added to its boundless majesty. Its golden body reflected the light of the heavens, making it dazzling and radiant. Its terrifying aura spread outwards like a surging tide. All the demonic beasts present instantly felt an intense pressure originating from the depths of their souls and bones. This was by no means just the ordinary suppression brought about by the bloodline of the two brothers. Aoguang and Aoli displayed their original majestic forms without reservation. Seeing the brothers' astonishing appearance, the old sect master of Xiaojia Heavenly Sect, the heavenly armor Bull King, and even the other demon beasts were all dumbfounded and speechless. Even Tianyu was filled with immense doubt and shock. Judging from their appearance and imposing presence alone, they far surpass ordinary dragons. However, in this world, the most powerful and terrifying demonic bloodlines have always been considered to belong to the Dragon Clan and the Demonic Eagle Clan. With their innate ability to fly, they have always been regarded as the most terrifying and powerful beings of their bloodline. But Aoguang and Aoli before them were completely different from the other two. The oppressive aura emanating from them was in no way inferior to that of the dragon and the demonic eagle. It could even be said that it is even more so. Aoguang and Aoli slowly opened their majestic dragon eyes. Then, an overwhelming dragon's might descended like a mountain crashing down. In an instant, all the demonic beasts present were enveloped by this irresistible and terrifying pressure, and their bodies seemed to involuntarily kneel on the ground to show their awe. Even Tianyu was incredibly shocked, his heart filled with turmoil. At this moment, after Aoguang and Aoli unleashed their true power without reservation, the heavens and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds surged. Roar! Aoli opened his enormous mouth, and golden light surged out from it like a torrent. The golden light was incredibly intense, dazzling like the sun's rays, and seemed about to burst forth from his mouth at any moment. Illuminating the entire world. Seeing this breathtaking scene, the old sect master of Xiaojia Tianzong did not hesitate for a moment and immediately swung his dark black broadsword layer upon layer of sharp sword energy, carrying a powerful, dark aura, rapidly transformed into layers of sword-shaped rings in front of his body. He attempted to use this to block Ao Lai's terrifying dragon breath that was about to erupt. On the other side, the world instantly turned as dark as ink. Ao Guang opened his bottomless maw, and purple lightning gathered wildly in his mouth like a dense spider web. The terrifying power caused even the void to tremble violently, seemingly unable to withstand this earth-shattering and terrifying might. The heavenly armor bull king's face instantly turned ashen, devoid of any color. He knew perfectly well that he had absolutely no chance of resisting. I've said it before, since your little Jia heavenly sect is determined not to back down, then you only have one path left, death. After saying this, Ao Guang's mouth suddenly erupted with surging purple thunder without warning. Boom, the purple lightning was terrifying to the extreme, its power so strong it instilled despair. It crushed everything in its path with overwhelming force, and the body of the heavenly armor bull king was instantly and mercilessly devoured by the violent lightning. Ancestor, save me! The heavenly armor bull king desperately resisted the terrifying lightning that threatened to destroy him, but his skin was being destroyed inch by this terrifying power. The extremely strong stimulation kept him awake, allowing him to clearly feel the pain of impending death. Hearing the shrill, chilling scream, the old sect leader of Xiaojia Tianzong wanted to save him, but the next second, Ao Guang's fatal attack descended upon him like a storm. Boom, the golden rays of light erupted like a volcanic eruption, hurtling fiercely towards the face of the old sect master of Xiaojiation sect with overwhelming force. The terrifying golden light was unlike anything he had ever seen before, and the intensely hot sensation constantly stung the blade's light before his eyes, as if it would burn everything to ashes. The blade of light before him was swallowed up inch by this terrifying power, and shattered mercilessly by the golden glow. The old sect master of Xiaojiation sect was forced to retreat continuously under the impact of this powerful force, and was completely unable to resist Ao Lai's unstoppable golden light. Ao Lai shifted his body slightly and increased his power output once again. A purer and more powerful golden light surged from his mouth like a torrent, crashing against the shaky blade with overwhelming force. The next instant, the blade light before him shattered completely, and golden rays of light crashed down on the body of the old sect master of Xiaojiation sect like Mount Taya. Bang! The body of the former sect master of Xiaojiation sect was sent flying backward like a cannonball. On the other side, Tianjia Nyuan was not so lucky. The opponent was mercilessly engulfed by Ao Guang's surging lightning and died instantly on the spot. No! Upon witnessing this horrific scene, the old sect master of Xiaojiation sect stared wide-eyed, his eyes almost bursting open. Don't worry, you'll be with him soon. Ao Lai's cold and ruthless voice came through before the other party could hesitate or react. The violet lightning struck them again like a ferocious beast. Lightning and golden light intertwined and converged into an unprecedentedly powerful force. The space itself trembled violently under the impact of this force, and the entire Xiaojia heavenly sect was on the verge of collapse and shattering. The former sect leader of Xiaojia Tianzong could not withstand even a second of this almost invincible power and was mercilessly devoured by the lightning and golden light. Boom! The old sect master of Xiaojiation sect was completely engulfed by this terrifying power and died on the spot. Only his rare level 6 weapon fell to the ground. The next moment, Ao Lai reverted to his previous orc form and quickly reached out to pick up the weapon. At this moment, with the deaths of the heavenly armor bull king and the old sect master of the little armor heavenly sect, all the demon beasts of the little armor heavenly sect felt as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had caved in. Their sect leader actually died just like that, especially the mountain tiger king, who was undoubtedly the most panicked and fearful one present, because he was the one who instigated all these disputes. Fortunately, the old sect leader of Xiaojia Tianzong and Tianjia Nyuan are both dead, but Ao Guang and Ao Lai are still unaware of the situation. Chapter 376. Deep in the eastern wilderness, and this guy too. Just as the mountain tiger king was secretly relieved that his brothers hadn't noticed him, the next second, Ao Guang's icy gaze fell upon him like a sharp sword. In an instant, the mountain tiger king felt a deep-seated fear, as if he were being watched by something extremely terrifying. Ao Guang made a merciless move, and a bolt of lightning struck the opponent's body like lightning, piercing through it. The mountain tiger king's eyes widened in disbelief and despair. He never imagined that he would die so hastily, and suddenly, Tianyu was still in a state of extreme shock as he watched the breathtaking scenes unfold before him, unable to calm down for a long time. I never expected that Ao Guang and Ao Lai would be so terrifyingly powerful, so strong that it was chilling. Even the two top-tier level 70 demonic beasts from the Xiaojia heavenly sect were no match for them. With the deaths of the sect leader at Xiaojia Tianzong and Tenjia Nowang, Ao Guang, and Ao Lai also instinctively withdrew their awe-inspiring powerful aura. At this moment, the two brothers looked at Tianyu simultaneously. Metropolitan. Ao Guang and Ao Lai called out to Tianyu in unison. Can I still be called your sect leader? Tianyu looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, a bitter look on his face, and said, why not? Ao Guang smiled and said, in the hearts of us brothers, the Tianyu sect is our sect, and the Tianyu sect master will always be our sect master. Otherwise, Ao Guang and Ao Lai wouldn't have needed to take such a huge risk to come and avenge Elder Kong Chen. Upon hearing this, Tianyu nodded, a relieved smile gradually appearing on his face. Well, Tianyu never imagined that Ao Guang and Ao Lai possessed such powerful abilities. He had considered many other possibilities, but he really hadn't thought of this one. Not after all, if the two brothers were truly level 70 experts, why would they stay in the Heavenly Fish sect? Isn't this making things unfair to them? I have another question. Tianyu looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Sect Master, please speak, Ao Guang said. Why do you two want to stay at the Heavenly Fish sect? Heavenly Fish asked. This was a question that had always lingered in his mind. Based on the strength that Ao Guang and Ao Lai have demonstrated, they shouldn't be staying here. Sect Master, let's stick to what we said before. Ao Guang said, we want to stay in the Tianyu sect to learn swordsmanship and spearmanship. Upon hearing this, Tianyu suddenly understood, and now it can truly be proven that Ao Guang and Ao Lai are indeed from the Gobi continent. As for which demon clan it came from, he had no idea. However, their bloodline alone is enough to show that their origins are by no means simple. If you two want to continue hiding, you can go to the Yanhuang Palace Academy. That's your best choice, Tianyu said. The Yanhuang Palace Academy is, after all, one of the top powers in the Eastern Wilderness. Once Ao Guang and Ao Lai arrive there, they will undoubtedly learn even more. Therefore, he hoped that the two of them could go there. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded. Sect Master, we brothers have now resolved the problem for the Tianyu sect. If they have a powerful backer coming to us, they can come to us, Ao Guang said. Okay. Tianyu nodded. I've been staying in this small area without any major trouble, but you two have been worrying me a lot. Ha ha ha. Ao Guang and Ao Lai burst into laughter. Indeed, the fact that Sect Master Tianyu came here already indicates that he was facing immense danger, yet he was still willing to stand up for Ao Guang and Ao Lai, which made Ao Guang and Ao Lai extremely grateful. Sect Master, you may take all the resources here. Ao Lai and I can help you move them, Ao Guang said. Before Tianyu could refuse, the two brothers immediately began looting the place. They swallowed the corpses of demonic beasts and those containing the essence of the heavenly Tao, but did not refine them immediately. Tianyu followed them and left, returning to the Tianyu sect. Upon arriving at the Tianyu sect, Ao Guang and Ao Lai did not appear. Instead, they simply threw the items on the ground. Before leaving, won't you take one last look? Tianyu asked, looking at the two brothers. No. Ao Guang shook his head. Sect Master, all good things must come to an end, Ao Lai said. Of course, as the saying goes, we'll meet again anywhere in life. Sect Master, goodbye. Ao Guang and Ao Lai took one last look at Tianyu before getting up and leaving. The two brothers took to the air, soaring through the clouds and flying towards the depths of the Eastern Wilderness. Watching the two brothers leave, Tianyu was filled with mixed emotions, but in the end, all the emotions turned into hearty laughter. These previous scenes truly shocked and amused the monster. Ao Guang and Ao Lai left the Tianyu sect and headed towards the depths of the Eastern Wilderness. The two brothers were extremely fast. It might take other monsters several months to reach the depths of the Eastern Wilderness, but the two brothers can arrive in about 3 months. Along the way, the scenery of the Eastern Wilderness was breathtaking. This is enough to show how vast the Eastern Wilderness region is. The distance between second-rate and first-rate forces is simply too vast. It's really too far away. Within the Eastern Wilderness, there are rolling mountains everywhere, and countless ancient forests stand tall within them. No wonder Sect Master Tianyu said that some demonic beasts may not be able to travel the entire ancient extreme continent even if they spend their entire lives. Ao Guang had now deeply understood what Sect Master Tianyu had said. A level 60 monster really can't leave the entire ancient extreme continent. Even the Eastern Wilderness before them was so vast and boundless, far exceeding the imagination of the monsters. Even though the two brothers traveled in such a hurry, 3 months had already passed before they finally arrived at the depths of the Eastern Wilderness. And this place is still quite far from the Yanhuang Palace Academy. After all, there was no trace of any city in front of the two brothers. Just then, Ao Guang suddenly sensed unusual noises coming from the mountains not far away beside him. "Brother, shall we go take a look?" Ao Lai asked, looking at Ao Guang. "Walk." Ao Guang nodded and immediately flew towards that direction. The mountain range was extremely vast. Ao Guang and Ao Lai descended from the sky, transformed into beastmen, and walked into the deep mountains. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, several factions were gathering there. They were all standing guard in front of a basin, quietly waiting for something. Chapter 377 Jade Spirit City, Young City Lord, another monster? At this moment, a demon beast noticed Ao Guang and Ao Lai and couldn't help but speak up. "I wonder which sex demon beast it is. As long as it's not a monster from a top-tier power, it'll be fine. It's probably a monster from a nearby city." The other demonic beasts glanced at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, then fell silent. After all, the two brothers were not particularly noticeable and did not wear any armor. Such attire clearly indicates their status as someone who is not powerful. "Brother, should we ask them?" Ao Lai asked softly, looking at the demonic beasts. "No need," Ao Guang shook his head. "This makes it seem like they really know nothing and are just there to join in the fun. I'm afraid they'll be targeted directly then. This is deep in the eastern wilderness, and the level of the demonic beasts here is beyond what the two of them can easily handle. Therefore, the saying caution is the key to long-term success is absolutely true." "Good." Ao Lai nodded and said nothing more. Ao Guang and Ao Lai found a place free of demonic beasts and sat down. At this moment, Ao Guang noticed that the golden token in his arms was slowly emitting light, just as Sect Master Tianyu said. Once the two of them entered the depths of the eastern wilderness, the elder in the Yanhuang Palace Academy would receive the news and come looking for them. "It seems we don't need to go looking for it ourselves," Ao Guang said, looking at Ao Lai. "That would save a lot of trouble." Ao Lai also felt relaxed and at ease. After all, the eastern wilderness was too vast, and he didn't know where to find the Yanhuang Palace Academy. The two brothers waited there, and before long, another group of monsters arrived. Ao Guang and Ao Lai huddled tightly in the corner, sitting there quietly, completely absorbed in meditation and rest. With the brothers dressed like this, there was absolutely no way they could attract the attention of any other monsters. After all, they were not wearing any armor that could demonstrate their defensive capabilities, and Ao Guang was not even equipped with a single weapon. Only Ao Lai, holding a large, dark-colored sword in his arms, still managed to attract some attention. It was precisely because of these two key factors that the two brothers were so ordinary and unremarkable that none of the many demon beasts present paid any attention to them. "Brother, do you think some amazing treasure is about to descend upon this place?" Ao Lai asked Ao Guang cautiously in a low voice. "It should be." Ao Guang nodded slightly, his expression solemn. Otherwise, how could such a large number of demonic beasts gather here? Moreover, they were all completely focused on guarding that mysterious basin. Ao Guang slowly got up and walked to the front of the basin. The basin doesn't appear deep. One can roughly see the basic situation below at a glance. However, the basin was shrouded in thick layers of mist, clearly intended to prevent the monsters from easily discovering what was hidden below. This situation made Ao Guang even more convinced that some rare treasure was about to be born here. Otherwise, the existence of this strange and mysterious mist would be hard to explain. Ao Guang turned around thoughtfully and returned to Ao Lai's side. Just then, a sudden burst of noise came from somewhere. "Hiss, look, who's coming? Are these the subordinates of the Jade Spirit City Lord? The one leading the way is the young city lord of Jade Spirit City." Bang! Bang! A series of crisp, powerful hoofbeats rang out, instantly drawing the attention of Ao Guang and Ao Lai. A line of dashing and spirited demonic beasts, riding tall and mighty steeds, were galloping menacingly toward them. The leader of these demonic beasts is actually at level 60. Ao Guang glanced sharply at the demon beast. The beast was young, but it was wearing a set of shimmering silver-white armor and carrying a sharp silver spear on its back. This monster is around level 60. Most of the other monsters present were between level 55 and 60. As for the demon beast that everyone calls the young city lord of Jade Spirit City, most of the demon beasts in the team he brought were around level 50. Clearly, there were no powerful, extraordinary monsters present. Not a single level 70 monster has shown up. Of course, this excludes the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai. The scenes before their eyes made Ao Guang and Ao Lai deeply aware of the strength and level of the monsters deep in the eastern wilderness. In this area, most of the demonic beasts were around level 50. only a few levels lower than the sect leaders of the third-rate sects on the outskirts. The difference isn't that huge. Ao Guang and Ao Lai closed their eyes simultaneously, calmly and quietly awaiting the arrival of the treasure. There are quite a few monsters here. The young city lord of Jade Spirit City can be considered one of the more powerful demonic beasts present. He spoke arrogantly, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over the many demonic beasts present, carrying an undisguised mockery. As the son of the Jade Spirit City lord, whose father was at level 70, he naturally looked down on these helpless wandering demons present. Indeed, none of these demonic beasts belonged to any formal sect, they were all solitary, wandering demons, deep within the eastern wilderness. There are only 3 renowned and powerful sects, the Yanhuang Palace Academy, the Liujia Academy, and the Wanjiang Heavenly Demon Sect. Below these 3 sects are their respective affiliated forces. Among them, Jade Spirit City is an annex of the 6th Jia Academy. Even though it was just a minor vassal, its status was far higher than that of the ordinary monsters present. This is precisely why the young city lord of Jade Spirit City dares to be so arrogant and disdainful of others, even though there were other powerful monsters present. As the young city lord of Jade Spirit City, he had a strong backing, so why should he fear these weak monsters? You two, get out of there right now. The young city lord of Jade Spirit City turned his sharp eyes around, looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai arrogantly, and shouted loudly, "Oh!" Without the slightest hesitation, Ao Guang and Ao Lai immediately got up and obediently left the place. They're quite obedient. The young city lord of Jade Spirit City glanced disdainfully at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, then snorted coldly and walked over arrogantly. Chapter 378. A treasure is about to appear. The reason why Ao Guang and Ao Lai were so obedient was that in this unfamiliar place, they tried their best not to offend anyone if they could avoid offending others. Just do whatever the other party says obediently. Only after thoroughly understanding the other party's background and situation should we consider other follow-up actions. Seeing how obedient and compliant Ao Guang and Ao Lai were, the other demon beasts deduced that these 2 guys did not have any powerful background or amazing origins. That makes sense. Those 2 guys didn't even have all the basic equipment. How could they be so powerful as to be frightening? Ao Guang and Ao Lai left their original positions and slowly approached a demon beast that looked extremely old. It was a fox demon with a weathered and aged face, and 3 long tails behind it. Among the fox demon clan, the number of tails is used to determine the strength and talent of a person. Senior, just who is that guy? Ao Lai asked in a low voice as soon as he arrived. Him? He's the young lord of Jade Spirit City, the old fox demon replied unhurriedly. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai nodded thoughtfully. And what is the origin of this Jade Spirit City? With so many demonic beasts gathered here, how dare he act so arrogantly and recklessly? Isn't he afraid of being attacked and targeted by the demons as a group? Hearing Ao Lai's words, the old fox demon smiled faintly. He is the young city lord of Jade Spirit City. Who would dare to target him so easily? That's true. Ao Lai nodded in agreement. This Jade Spirit City is a vassal state of the 6th Jia Academy. Although it is quite far from the 6th Jia Academy, it still operates under the name of the 6th Jia Academy, the old fox demon explained patiently. Rokuko Academy? Is it one of the 3 top-tier powers? Ao Guang looked over with a curious gaze. That's right. The old fox demon nodded affirmatively. In the depths of this eastern wilderness, although there are only 3 renowned sects, the reason they are able to occupy such a vast territory is because each of them has numerous vassal forces. These vassal forces are required to regularly offer resources to the 3 top sections. In return for their offerings, they also receive the protection and support of the 3 top sections. Although the depths of the eastern wilderness are vast and untouched, the monsters on the outskirts yearn to come here to seek better development and opportunities, and the monsters deep in the eastern wilderness also long to venture out to the outskirts. There are many monsters in the depths of the eastern wilderness, most of which are lone monsters who can only rely on their own efforts to fight and struggle. Some of the demon beasts also chose to follow the vassals of these 3 top powers. That's why this vassal power is so arrogant and presumptuous. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai finally understood and had a sudden realization. The young city lord of Jade Spirit City only has the confidence to be so arrogant because he relies on the powerful background of the 6th Jia Academy. Of course, this is just common sense, and common sense in the world, after all, having a strong backer and not having one are 2 completely different situations. The young lord of Jade Spirit City is enjoying great success and glory here. The numerous demonic beasts within the city all vie to surround him. The young city lord of Jade Spirit City was surrounded by a large number of demonic beasts, as if he were the center of attention. Those lone, wandering demons all avoided him like the plague, fearing that they might accidentally anger this arrogant young lord of Jade Spirit City. Senior, what is the purpose of your gathering here? Ao Guang asked respectfully. Ha? You two came here and don't even know why? The old fox demon glanced at Ao Guang and Ao Lai with slight surprise, clearly feeling somewhat taken aback. Yes, please enlighten me, senior. Ao Guang and Ao Lai both nodded sincerely, seeing that the two brothers truly knew nothing. The old fox demon explained the reason to them. A level 6 weapon will soon be born here. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai quickly exchanged a glance. Sure enough, a priceless treasure is about to be born here, otherwise, how could such a large number of monsters gather here? Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded and thanked the old fox demon, saying, "Thank you, senior. I wonder what kind of weapon this level 6 weapon will be." "It's a spear," the old fox demon said slowly. "A spear?" Upon hearing that it was a long spear, Ao Guang's eyes lit up instantly, and he became fully alert. Unexpectedly, the treasure about to be born here will be a spear. Not bad. The old fox demon nodded, then explained, "This spear is said to be quite powerful. After all, it is a level 6 weapon. In this ancient continent, the classification of weapons is actually based on their own level. The differences between weapons are not particularly significant, rather, the quality of the weapon itself and its ability to withstand the force exerted by the user are more crucial. Take Ao Guang and Ao Lai, for example. Both brothers are at the powerful level of 70. Once the power of their weapons is unleashed, it will be extremely terrifying. Although level 4 weapons can exert a certain amount of power, they can only be used once at a time. Once used once, the weapon will shatter and break. As for level 5 weapons, they would also find it extremely difficult to withstand the immense power of both of them. Level 6 weapons can withstand the damage, and their power and durability are gradually increasing, just like the dark black broadsword used by the old sect leader of Xiajiation sect. It was a level 6 weapon. Now the dark black broadsword is in Ao Lai's hands. Of course, the power that a level 7 weapon can unleash is even more astonishing. After all, it can be used perfectly and freely by a level 70 monster. As for level 8, level 9, and even level 10 weapons, Ao Guang and Ao Lai have not seen them yet. Upon hearing that the treasure here was a level 6 weapon, a long spear, an intensely burning light immediately appeared in Ao Guang's eyes. He was determined to get his hands on that level 6 spear. It seems that this level 6 weapon will likely end up in the hands of the young city lord of Jade Spirit City, the old fox demon said, shaking his head with a sigh. That's hard to say, Ao Guang said with a confident smile and a light laugh. That's true, but you two shouldn't be so naive and childish. The old fox demon shook his head, still thinking that the two brothers were referring to the level 60 demon beasts in the area, and that those rogue demons dared to snatch this precious treasure from the young city lord of Jade Spirit City. Chapter 379 The Birth of a Treasure. This is the young city lord of Jade Spirit City. No other demon beast would dare to offend him easily. The old fox demon remained calm and said indifferently, "The reason why the demons here haven't left yet is because they sense that there might be something else beneath the treasure. If it's some worthless little item, the young city lord of Jade Spirit City won't even look at it and will just leave." Upon hearing the old fox demon's words, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's expressions changed slightly. So, everything here now has to be done according to that guy's orders? Even if it's the remaining trash, if he doesn't want it, it's just a matter of him saying the word, and the other demon beasts wouldn't dare to fight over it? Yes. The old fox demon nodded, giving an affirmative answer. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both smiled coldly. It seems that he has encountered a tough opponent this time. The two of you? The old fox demon looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai with deep suspicion in his eyes. What a joke. This is the young city lord of Jade Spirit City. Within Jade Spirit City, there have long been rumors that Jade Spirit Deer's older brother has successfully become an inner disciple of the Six Armor Academy, possessing extremely powerful strength and extraordinary talent. As a result, Jade Spirit City rose in status and became famous, which gave the Jade Spirit Deer the confidence to be so arrogant and domineering. As for Ao Guang and Ao Lai in front of him, the old fox demon really couldn't see what kind of amazing abilities they had. Senior, just wait and see. Ao Guang smiled slightly, his expression calm and composed, and said nothing more. As time passed, 10 days went by in the blink of an eye. On the 11th day, the mysterious fog that had shrouded the basin began to slowly dissipate. When the fog cleared, a long spear gleaming with silver light was seen stuck straight into the ground at the bottom of the deep basin, with only half of the shaft and barrel protruding. The spear has a silvery white color, as if it were carefully crafted from extremely pure silver. It is intricately and exquisitely engraved with patterns, making it extremely extraordinary. The moment they saw the spear, all the demons present had their eyes light up, yet not a single demon beast dared to make a move. Just then, Yulinglu, the young city lord of Yuling City, woke up. He slowly got up from the ground, stretched comfortably, and said with satisfaction, "Comfortable." After waking up, he walked slowly and steadily to the front of the basin. This place seemed to be entirely his private territory, and the other demonic beasts were all frozen in place, not daring to move. Seeing this, Yulinglu was extremely pleased with himself. He also knew very well that these scattered demons would not dare to disobey him in the slightest. "Alright, since you've been so obedient, after I take this spear, whatever else is left is yours." Jade Spirit Deer spoke loudly, as if to appear extremely generous. The monsters present were filled with anger and dissatisfaction, but they dared not speak out. This is the young city lord of Jade Spirit City. Who would dare to be so reckless as to compete with him for this precious treasure? After all, everyone is worried that they might have the life to fight for it, but not the life to use it. Looking at Yulinglu's arrogant figure and listening to his self-righteous words, Ao Guang and Ao Lai felt a sense of absurdity and laughter. "Ha, this guy is really quite interesting." Ao Guang and Ao Lai couldn't help but shake their heads. "Brother, does this guy really think he can control everything in this place? Don't worry about it too much. It's just a matter of offending the 6 Armor Academy," Ao Guang said calmly. They were about to become disciples of the Yanhuang Palace Academy, so naturally they had no fear of the Liujia Academy. Moreover, this is just a small vassal force. The 6 Jia Academy will not easily offend the two of them for the sake of a small Jade Spirit City. After speaking, Ao Guang and Ao Lai slowly stood up. Seeing that the two of them were about to make a move, the old fox demon quickly spoke up to stop them. "You two, are you really going to be the ones who dare to stick their necks out and get yourself killed? That won't do." Hearing the old fox demon's anxious words, Ao Guang shook his head firmly. "Senior, there's no need to worry about us. There are demons beyond demons, and heavens beyond heavens. Some self-righteous beings cannot be controlled and do whatever they want by a single demon." Upon hearing this, the old fox demon fell silent and said nothing more. He looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai with complicated emotions, and then said nothing more. The demonic beasts surrounding the young city lord quickly noticed Ao Guang and Ao Lai getting up. "What are you doing?" One of the guards strode out menacingly, its powerful aura of level 58 instantly unleashed, pressing directly towards Ao Guang and Ao Lai. However, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were not afraid at all, and calmly walked towards the Jade Spirit Deer. Turning around, Yulinglu glared at Ao Guang and Ao Lai with hostility. What are you trying to do?" "I'm not doing anything, I just want to see this level 6 weapon," Ao Guang said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yulinglu glanced at them coldly and said in an unfriendly tone, "Do you like to be the first to stick your neck out?" Upon hearing this, Ao Guang shook his head. No, this item is currently unclaimed." "Are we not even allowed to take a look?" "Of course you can do that," Yulinglu nodded. "But you need my permission first." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang sneered, "Do I need your permission? Such an overbearing approach, does this mean you own this mountain range?" Upon hearing this, all the demons present quickly and intently turned their gazes toward Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Upon seeing these two, the demon beasts present couldn't help but start chattering amongst themselves. "Those two arrogant fools, please don't let them get us into trouble. Yes, these two guys are so reckless in sticking their necks out, I'm afraid the young city lord will take his anger out on us later. Those two guys are absolutely despicable." The demons present felt a surge of anger at the reckless actions of the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai. After all, what's the fundamental difference between their reckless actions and directly harming everyone? Looking at Ao Guang and Ao Lai before him, the young city lord of Yuling City couldn't help but reveal a mocking sneer. Chapter 380 Teaching a Lesson. You two are courting death. Take a good look at these demonic beasts here. Which one dares to speak to me so recklessly? Aren't you too afraid at all that your reckless and overbearing behavior will bring unbearable disaster to the other demon beasts? Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai shook their heads without hesitation and with unusual firmness. Don't worry, you have no chance at all. Upon hearing this, the young city lord of Jade Spirit City was immediately enraged and became agitated. Enough with the nonsense, just kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic beasts beside the young city lord of Jade Spirit City immediately launched an attack without hesitation. The 5 demonic beasts were all at a level between 58 and 60. The 5 demonic beasts immediately attacked Ao Guang and Aolie. Ao Guang stood firmly in place, and the powerful pressure of his bloodline instantly pressed down like a tidal wave. Boom. The 5 demonic beasts were instantly frozen in place as if under a spell, completely unable to move. Due to the suppression of Ao Guang's bloodline, upon seeing this, the young city lord of Jade Spirit City's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise that was barely perceptible. The other monsters were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and their mouths were agape for a long time. I never expected that the bloodline level of these 2 demonic beasts before me would be so high, so terrifying, and so horrifying, even though they were some distance apart. They could all feel the powerful bloodline energy emanating from this demon. The next second, Ao Guang made his move without hesitation. He suddenly swung his claw, and a dazzling purple lightning bolt was instantly grasped tightly in his hand. Then, the lightning bolt, like a cannonball, blasted towards the 5 demonic beasts with incredible speed and force. The purple lightning exploded instantly, bursting forth with dazzling light. Boom! With a deafening, earth-shattering explosion, the 5 demonic beasts staggered backward, looking utterly disheveled. Ao Guang did not use his full strength, but only used about level 60 power. However, his attack immediately caused varying degrees of damage to the 5 demonic beasts in front of him. Of course, the injuries he caused were not fully acknowledged or accepted by the demons, since he only relied on his powerful bloodline to suppress these demons and beasts, rendering them unable to move for a moment. Kill him! The young city lord of Jade Spirit City roared in fury, his voice filled with anger and killing intent. The surrounding demonic beasts immediately attacked Ao Guang and Aolie frantically. Aolie no longer concealed his aura, and golden rays of light burst forth from his body like dazzling fireworks. The phantom of the true dragon descended instantly, opening its enormous and majestic maw. An extremely terrifying aura spread out, and the powerful bloodline force instantly pressed down on the demons like Mount Tide. Immediately afterwards, Ao Guang made another move. Boom! The purple lightning was extremely terrifying. Each strike that landed on the bodies of these demonic beasts caused shocking cracks to appear on their armor. Aolie took a firm step forward, and the golden, majestic light instantly poured down on the bodies of these demonic beasts like a torrential downpour. The golden rays of the sunset, like the blazing fire of the sun, burned their bodies with unbearable heat, bringing them excruciating pain. Ugh! In an instant, all 5 demonic beasts let out heart-wrenching, utterly miserable screams that echoed through the air, sending chills down one's spine. Upon seeing this scene, the demons present were stunned and speechless, as if they were frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. I never expected that Ao Guang and Aolie would be so powerful and so shocking in combat. The 2 level 60 demonic beasts were completely overwhelmed by the well-trained guards of Jade Spirit City, the old fox. Demon was also stunned, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. It's certainly good that these 2 brothers are powerful, but they have offended the entire Jade Spirit City, which is no joke. Seeing this, the young city lord of Jade Spirit City could no longer sit still. With lightning speed, he drew the long spear that gleamed with a cold light from behind him, then took a swift step forward and charged fiercely towards Ao Guang and Aolie without regard for anything else. He unleashed a powerful spear thrust, the intense spear intent instantly sweeping towards Ao Guang and Aolie like a raging storm. Ao Guang quickly reached out and suddenly grabbed at the void. Boom! The purple lightning exploded in front of the young city lord of Jade Spirit City in an instant, successfully blocking his fierce attack. Then, Aolie took a step forward, gripping the dark black broadsword tightly in his hand. The fierce and domineering sword energy descended like a tidal wave, forcing the young city lord of Jade Spirit City to retreat a few steps. He then hurriedly raised his spear to block in front of him. Bang! The powerful impact forced him back. Ao Guang continued his attack, giving his opponent no chance to catch his breath or adjust. With the 2 brothers working together seamlessly, the young city lord of Jade Spirit City had absolutely no chance to resist them. It should be noted that even the sect leader of a level 70 second-rate power was easily defeated by Ao Guang, let alone the young city lord of Jade Spirit City, whose strength is far inferior to Ao Guang's. The opponent's realm was far inferior to the former's, and their strength was worlds apart. Even if they were at the same level, he would never be a match for Ao Guang. Boom! A bolt of incredibly powerful lightning shot out, instantly blasting the young city lord of Jade Spirit City away. Puff! The young city lord of Jade Spirit City spat out a mouthful of blood, his body crashing heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string, raising a cloud of dust upon. Witnessing this scene, the demons present were utterly shocked, their minds going completely blank. These two guys actually managed to beat the young city lord of Jade Spirit City into this wretched state. You two bastards, you forced me to this. The young city lord of Jade Spirit City glared angrily, let out a cold snort, and his eyes were filled with a dazzling and intense killing intent. Then, without hesitation, he crushed the token in his hand. Upon seeing this scene, the monsters present were immediately disheartened, as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. It's all over, we've completely angered the young city lord of Jade Spirit City. We're doomed, we're all doomed. What should we do? What should we do? The token that the young city lord of Jade Spirit City crushed was used to urgently summon his father for support. Chapter 381. People from the Yanhuang Imperial Academy Ao Guang and Ao Lai watched this scene with little fear in their eyes. Instead, they appeared calm and composed. Ao Lai held a large, dark-colored sword, its blade held firmly in front of the young city lord of Jade Spirit City, deterring the remaining demonic beasts from making any rash moves. Ao Guang took a step forward and nimbly leaped into the basin, pulling out the remarkable long spear. That's a really good gun. Ao Guang carefully and attentively examined the spear in his hand, his eyes filled with satisfaction, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. Holding this gun in my hand, I felt extremely powerful, as if it were one with me. Just then, a deep and majestic voice suddenly came from the horizon. You brat, I'd like to see who dares to harm the demons of my 6 Armor Academy. Accompanied by this chilling shout, the terrifying aura of a level 70, 20 star power descended upon the scene like a dark cloud. The faces of the demons present instantly turned extremely ugly, filled with fear and unease. Uncle Kue. Upon seeing the approaching demon, the Jade Spirit Deer's face was filled with immense joy and excitement, as if it had found a lifeline. Ao Lai raised his head slightly to look in that direction, his eyes showing no sign of retreat or fear. A middle-aged figure sped across the sky like lightning, arriving in front of Ao Lai in an instant. You brat, let him go. It was a lithe old deer, its gaze fixed fiercely on Ao Lai, its eyes filled with a murderous intent so intense it was almost tangible. What if I don't let go? Ao Lai looked at him with a firm expression, showing no fear whatsoever. You won't let me go? Upon hearing Ao Lai's words, the old deer, known as Uncle Kue, slowly raised his head, his gaze as cold as ice as he looked at Ao Lai. What a fool! A mere level 60 demon beast dares to speak to a level 70 demon beast like me with such an attitude. The old deer stared intently at Ao Lai, his tone filled with indifference and disdain. Tell me, which sex demon beast are you from, daring to be so presumptuous and arrogant? The old deer frowned and questioned him seriously. Me? Ao Lai shook his head slightly. I don't belong to any sect yet. I was with the Tianyu sect before. Upon hearing this, old deer was taken aback for a moment, and then began to rack his brains to recall what kind of sect the Heavenly Fish sect was. Uncle Kue, the Heavenly Fish sect is a third-rate force, located very far from here, and can't amount to anything. The young city lord of Jade Spirit City suddenly recalled the relevant information and hurriedly spoke up. Upon hearing this, old deer's face instantly turned extremely gloomy and ugly, and he roared angrily, Damn it, are you fucking playing me? Upon hearing this, Ao Lai quickly waved his hands and shook his head, eagerly explaining, I really didn't mean to tease you. You were the one who asked me where my sect is. Since he's a piece of trash from a third-rate sect, he's practically courting death. Enraged, the old deer attacked without hesitation, launching a swift assault on Ao Lai. He gripped a sharp longsword tightly in his hand, its light flashing wildly. A powerful sword aura instantly rose from the ground, reaching several meters high, its dazzling light chilling to the bone. This sword strike was incredibly powerful, seemingly capable of tearing through the void. All the demonic beasts present knew that they had absolutely no ability to withstand this astonishingly powerful attack. The moment the old deer made his move, all the demon beasts present had the same thought flash through their minds, Ao Lai was doomed this time. As Ao Lai watched the sharp sword light hurtling towards him, just as he was about to unleash his full power, a majestic, cold snort, like a thunderclap, resounded from the distance. Who gave you the audacity to touch a disciple of my Yanhuang Palace Academy? As the angry shout fell, an extremely sharp blade of light instantly tore through the heavens and earth, carrying a world-destroying momentum, and crashed heavily onto the menacing sword energy. Immediately afterwards, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor, carrying an overwhelming and suffocating pressure. This demon was a majestic tiger demon, its jet-black fur fluttering in the wind, and it held a large sword that emitted a dazzling silver-white light firmly in its hand. His aura was incredibly powerful, and his cultivation level was actually at level 71, 22 stars. The sudden arrival of such an unfathomable figure surprised both Ao Guang and Ao Lai. The aura emanating from this demon was the most powerful monster the two brothers had ever seen before. As soon as the demon descended, the old deer's face turned deathly pale, and its eyes were filled with panic. You are Elder Dylan's second disciple? Seeing the menacing tiger demon, the old deer's voice trembled, and he panicked instantly. After a brief moment of astonishment, the demons present recognized the other party and clearly understood the astonishing origin of this demon. This tiger demon came from the renowned Yanhuang Imperial Academy and was the second disciple of Elder Dilong. It can be said that this demon holds an extremely high status. Even if the city lord of Jade Spirit City were to come in person, he probably wouldn't dare to make the slightest move in front of him. After all, the other party represents the entire Yanhuang Palace Academy. Upon seeing him make his move, the demons present were all dumbfounded, their hearts filled with utter shock. Recalling the other party's domineering words, they were all deeply horrified, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. No wonder these two dared to act so boldly. They were actually Elder Dylan's disciples. The young city lord of Jade Spirit City's face instantly turned ashen, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. He never expected that these two guys would have such a powerful background, so powerful that it filled him with despair. Listen to me, it's all a misunderstanding. Old Deer, pale and sweating profusely, hurriedly began to explain. Although he was an outer elder of the Six Jia Academy, how could his status be compared to that of the inner disciple of the Yanhuang Palace Academy? Upon hearing this, Pahu coldly glanced at the other party, completely ignoring his weak and feeble explanation. Take them with you and get out of here right now. Upon hearing this, Old Deer dared not hesitate for a moment. He quickly pulled up the young city lord of Jade Spirit City, ignoring the guards who were stunned with fear, and ran outside as if he had gone mad. When he gets back, he'll definitely teach this guy a lesson. Who has the nerve to offend a disciple of the Yanhuang Palace Academy? Chapter 382 Arrival at the Imperial Yanhuang Academy. After the young city lord of Jade Spirit City and his entourage left in a sorry state, the demon beasts present were still in a daze for a long time. Even they hadn't expected that Ao Guang and Ao Lai before them would have such a powerful background, one that shocked and amazed them. The old fox demon, in particular, was so shocked that he stared in disbelief, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word for a long time. You two are the demonic beasts who possess the tokens of my Imperial Yanhuang Academy? Pahu turned his head and looked intently at Ao Guang and Ao Lie. Ao Guang nodded quickly and then took the token out of his pocket. That's really the case. Pahu glanced at the token, secretly relieved that he had arrived at the right time. He had rushed here following the token's aura, and his arrival was indeed perfectly timed. That old deer almost harmed one of the most promising prodigies from his Imperial Yanhuang Academy. You two are truly gifted. Pahu looked Ao Guang and Ao Lai up and down with great interest, his eyes full of admiration. It is truly rare to reach the level of 60 at such a young age. Senior brother, may I ask how you should address me? Ao Guang asked respectfully. My name is Pahu. Just call me Senior Brother Pa. Since you have Junior Brother Tian Yu's token, you are naturally disciples of my Yanhuang Palace Academy. Come back to the academy with me. With your strength, you don't need to stay in the outer sect. After you've met your master, you can directly enter the inner sect. Upon hearing this, both Ao Guang and Ao Lai showed joy and nodded excitedly. Then, the three demons set off. Pahu was a powerful level 70 demon beast, capable of flying freely. He carried Ao Guang and Ao Lai through the air, speeding towards the Yanhuang Palace Academy like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days have passed. The three demons finally arrived at the Yanhuang Palace Academy. What came into view was a magnificent city, so huge it was unimaginable. This city was extremely prosperous and bustling, several times more prosperous than any other city on the Gobi Desert, and dozens of times larger in area. Pahu led the two brothers directly towards the deepest part of the city. Within the city, all sorts of demonic beasts can be seen everywhere, and their cultivation levels are all above level 40. This was the first time that Ao Guang and Ao Lai truly witnessed how powerful and formidable the monsters here were. Even a level 60 demon beast would probably not be considered an absolute powerhouse here. Before long, the three demons finally arrived at the Yanhuang Palace Academy. What comes into view is an extremely ancient and mysterious complex of palaces, with the marks of time clearly visible on these buildings, exuding a strong sense of history. The palace complex is not only extremely large in scale, but its appearance is also magnificent and extraordinary. At the deepest part of the palace complex lies the inner gate of the Yanhuang Palace Academy, a place that everyone yearns for. Upon arriving at the Yanhuang Palace Academy, Pahu led the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai to slowly descend to the ground. Of the three demons walked steadily into the Yanhuang Palace Academy. In the academy, only those at the level of inner sect elders are allowed to fly. Pahu said with a serious expression, even the most talented disciples under the various elders are not qualified to fly within the Yanhuang Palace Academy. Apart from the inner sect elders, any demonic beast flying within the academy is an unforgivable taboo, unless there is an extremely urgent matter requiring urgent notification. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai focused intently, firmly remembering this point. After entering the Yanhuang Palace Academy, the elders of the outer sect will record your situation in detail, Pahu said patiently as he led Ao Guang and Ao Lai slowly into the academy. At that time, you will only need to show your token. Alright, thank you for informing me, senior brother Pa. Ao Guang nodded solemnly with gratitude on his face. Soon, Pahu brought Ao Guang and Ao Lai to an outer sect elder and told him about the brothers in detail. After inquiring about the brothers' cultivation levels and origins, the outer sect elder instructed Pahu to take them to the inner sect. After all, Ao Guang and Ao Lai came with Elder Delong's token, so their identities naturally needed to be verified and confirmed by Elder Delong himself. Pahu led Ao Guang and Ao Lai steadily toward the inner sect. Along the way, the various monsters they encountered all possessed high levels of talent and skill, and were all exceptionally gifted. This scene also fully demonstrates the formidable strength of the entire Yanhuang Palace Academy. As expected of a top-tier sect, even a randomly selected disciple could easily defeat disciples from second or third-rate forces, just like Pei Qinhu, who was previously in a third-rate power. If he came here, he probably wouldn't even be able to step into the academy. This also made Ao Guang and Ao Lai realize once again that in this vast and boundless world, there is never a shortage of monstrous beings with extraordinary talents. Just like the soul tiger in front of us, its level has already reached the height of 71 levels and 22 stars. With such outstanding talent, one would undoubtedly be a top-tier expert no matter where they are. One has to sincerely marvel at how large the Yanhuang Palace Academy is. It's simply beyond imagination. The three demons walked for most of the day, passing through one wide road and tall archway after another, before finally arriving at the inner gate of the Yanhuang Palace Academy. The inner gate here is worlds apart from the outer gate, whether in terms of the scale and structure of the building, or other facilities and conditions, it far surpasses the outer gate. The entire inner gate of the Yanhuang Palace Academy is built on a mountain peak that reaches into the clouds. Pahu looked up at the magnificent palaces standing high on the mountaintops and said to Ao Guang and Ao Lai again, the palaces here are allocated and arranged strictly according to the ranking order. The higher the palace is located, the higher its status within the inner gate is clearly indicated. Pahu patiently explained it to them. Is that so? Ao Guang and Ao Lai both turned their gazes toward the palaces, their eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. I'll take you to pay your respects to our master first, and then I'll arrange proper accommodations for you, Pahu continued. Brother Pa, how exactly was this ranking determined? Ao Guang asked with a puzzled look. Rankings? You're talking about the situation here. Pahu glanced at the palaces, then explained in detail, if you want to get a higher ranking and position, just go and challenge them directly. Pahu continued, this ranking is finalized each time an inner sect competition is held. Chapter 383 Recognizing the identity. Because the palaces have already been allocated, even if you successfully win first place in the rankings, you will not be allocated a brand new palace. Of course, if you can win the inner sect competition, it will fully prove that you have enough strength to live in these palaces. After hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded, indicating that they understood the rules. Pahu led Ao Guang and Ao Lai straight up the mountain, climbing the steep steps until they finally arrived at the gate of the third palace. At this moment, Ao Guang keenly noticed that the two palaces above his head and the palace in front of him were significantly different from the other palaces in terms of layout and arrangement. This is the Elders' Hall, and according to the rules, challenges are not allowed. Pahu noticed Ao Guang's confusion at a glance and couldn't help but remind him. Oh, I see. Ao Guang suddenly realized, and his doubts vanished instantly. Our master is the third elder, so he resides in this third palace, Patu said earnestly. Ao Guang and Ao Lai followed him into the palace. Inside the palace, a dragon-like beastman sat solemnly on a futon. At this moment, he sensed that a demon beast had entered. The dragon beastman slowly opened its deep eyes and turned to look at Ao Guang and the other two demons. "You're back?" A slightly aged voice slowly rang out, and Patu hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "You're back, master. They're right here. His level of skill is not weak." Elder Delong spoke slowly and calmly, and upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both raised their eyebrows slightly. "You can go out first, Ahu. I want to talk to them alone." "Yes, master." Patu respectfully responded, then turned and walked out, gently closing the door behind him. In an instant, only the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai, along with Elder Delong, remained in the room. Elder Delong slowly stood up, his gaze sharp as he looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, and said, "You two have deliberately concealed your true strength, and even your bloodlines are so powerful and special. Even I, an old man, can't help but admit my inferiority." Upon hearing these words, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's expressions changed slightly in an instant. Really? A flash of shock crossed Ao Guang's eyes just now. When the elder let Patu go out, Ao Guang had already anticipated it. Sure enough, powerful monsters of level 80 or above can be easily seen through at a glance, revealing their strength and the special nature of their bloodline. There's no need to be so nervous. Elder Delong seemed to notice the wariness in Ao Guang and Ao Lai's eyes, so he waved his hand slightly and said, "This is the Yanhuang Palace Academy, not a place full of trouble and danger. The higher your rank and the stronger your bloodline, the more beneficial it will be to the academy. Our eastern wilderness has always been the weakest region in the ancient extreme continent. Some key interests can only be obtained by relying on the efforts of exceptionally talented geniuses like you." After hearing these words, Ao Guang and Ao Lai exchanged a glance. "Although I am not quite sure how you got to know Tianyu, or how you obtained this token." Elder Dylan casually toyed with the token in his hand as he slowly said, "But I choose to trust you, and there won't be any problems." "Elder, my brother and I didn't intentionally hide our strength," Ao Guang said sincerely. "Tianyu is our sect leader." Upon hearing this, Elder Dylan smiled faintly with satisfaction and said, "I believe in you. Tianyu has hidden this item very well. Even if you try your best to find it, it will be difficult to find it. Moreover, I only gave this item to Tianyu, a demon. Other demons and beasts outside have no idea that this item exists." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's expressions changed noticeably. "Elder Delong, do you really value Sect Master Tianyu so much?" "Very well, there are some things you are not yet aware of, and I will not elaborate further," Elder Dylan said calmly. "Since you have chosen to conceal your strength and come here, they must have their own plans and intentions. Therefore, within this inner sect, you can continue to choose to conceal your strength or reveal your true strength according to your own ideas. Of course, neither of these options will pose a serious problem for you. This is the Yanhuang Palace Academy. Even if your level far surpasses that of this elder, no demon beast will dare to make any comments or gossip about it." Elder Dylan said in a calm tone, "The Yanhuang Palace Academy does not have many complicated rules and restrictions. Both of you have reached level 70, so you have plenty of room to maneuver and opportunities to develop here." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded solemnly and said in unison, "Thank you, Elder Delong. Go on, I have nothing more to teach you. I will let Patu explain the inner sect's techniques, weapons, and other matters in detail." Elder Delong waved his hand casually, and just then, as if he suddenly remembered something important, he tossed a silver token to Ao Guang and Ao Lai respectively. "This is," Ao Guang looked at the silver token in his hand, a look of surprise on his face. The words Delong were prominently engraved on the silver token. "Only by wearing this token can you truly prove that you are my personal disciples, Elder Delong said calmly. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both nodded respectfully and then slowly walked out of the palace. Outside, Patu was still patiently waiting. "All right, I'll take you to your lodgings now," Patu said with a smile. "Thank you, Senior Brother Pa." Ao Guang and Ao Lai bowed to Patu in thanks. "No need to thank me, it's what I should do." Patu shook his head repeatedly and said, "There are not only the disciples of the three elders in this inner sect, but also many other disciples. Among the inner sect, the strongest are the disciples of the three elders, followed by various other demonic beasts. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded in unison. It turns out that the inner gates have such a distribution. Chapter 384 Trouble comes knocking. The three elders are Yulong, Tianlong, and our elder Dilong. Pahu continued, these three elders are almost identical in terms of rank and bloodline, but the difference in combat power mainly lies in the different weapons and techniques they wield. As for the disciples under the three elders, their overall strength levels are roughly the same. After all, they all follow the elders to cultivate diligently, and the elders are personally responsible for their teaching. The rest of their development depends entirely on their own talent. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded in unison once again. Within the inner sect, you can exchange for any martial arts techniques, weapons, and armor you desire. However, you need to complete the relevant tasks of the inner sect and successfully obtain enough points before you can exchange for these items. Of course, betting is allowed in competitions between disciples, but the maximum bet cannot exceed 30 points. I see. Ao Guang and Ao Lai finally understood some of the key points. Every year, a grand competition is held at the Yanhuang Palace Academy. Disciples who rank high in the competition will receive generous rewards of points. Pahu said seriously, there are quite a few ways to earn points. It all depends on how you arrange things reasonably. The rules of the inner sect are actually not that many. Okay, senior brother Pa. Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded in agreement. After talking for quite a while, the two brothers were finally taken by Pahu to the accommodations prepared for them. The environment wasn't perfect, but it wasn't terrible either. It was still acceptable. The two brothers then settled down contentedly and without any qualms. By the way, the quest is accepted at the Heavenly Pavilion, while the Treasure Pavilion is specifically for exchanging weapons and cultivation techniques, said Soul Tiger. Senior brother, you've been talking to us for so long, but we still don't know where you live, Ao Guang asked curiously. I live in the last palace, Pahu replied. Oh, and there's something else important I need to tell you. Currently, among the inner sect members, our team's strength is relatively the weakest. The arrival of the two of you is a timely help for us. We must be highly vigilant against the disciples of Elder Tianlong and Elder Yulong, as they all possess the same identity tokens as you. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai couldn't help but turn their gazes to Pahu and asked in unison, Senior brother Pa, what exactly do you mean by that? Within the inner sect, the surface appears calm, peaceful, and orderly, but in reality, there are undercurrents and hidden mysteries. Pahu said with a solemn expression, I cannot explain the specifics of many things to you in too much detail. You will need to observe and pay attention for yourselves. Remember, you must be very wary of Elder Tianlong and Elder Yulong's disciples, but even if a conflict occurs, never kill them, Pahu solemnly reminded them again. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded repeatedly and replied, Okay, senior brother Pa. Okay, I'm leaving now. I've already told you in detail where to accept the mission and where to redeem the rewards. If there are any other instructions, Master will send someone to inform you. Pahu nodded, then turned and left. Hiss, brother, it seems the situation inside the Yanhuang Palace Academy is not simple either. Ao Lai turned his gaze to Ao Guang and said, Yes. Ao Guang nodded slightly. Now we have become disciples of the Yanhuang Palace Academy. Let's take it one step at a time. Ao Lai nodded in agreement. The Yanhuang Palace Academy is, after all, a top-tier power in the eastern wilderness region, and the amount of various resources it controls is no less than abundant. The two brothers came here for two reasons. First, to further improve their strength and realm, and second, to acquire better weapons and more profound martial arts techniques. They had previously witnessed the incredible power of the Soul Tiger's strike, which was truly terrifying. Even Ao Guang and Ao Lai, when fighting the Soul Tiger one-on-one, could only rely on their powerful bloodlines to suppress it. Ao Guang and Ao Lai left their residence and began to wander around the inner gate. Since it was their first time here, everything was completely unfamiliar to them. Along the way, the inner disciples looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai with somewhat strange eyes. After all, they were two completely unfamiliar faces. Well, when they saw the badges on Ao Guang and Ao Lai's waists, everything suddenly became clear. It turns out he was Elder T-Lung's disciple. Just then, a robust rhinoceros menacingly blocked Ao Guang and Ao Lai's path. What? Ao Guang raised his head and looked sharply at the rhinoceros in front of him. The rhinoceros was wearing heavy black armor and carried a long staff on its back. the bronze token at his waist was particularly eye-catching. So you are Elder Tianlong's disciple. Ao Guang immediately understood the reason. He never expected that as soon as he entered the sect, other demonic beasts would come looking for trouble. No wonder senior brother Pa, who repeatedly warned them to be careful of Elder Tianlong and Elder Yolong's disciples. Judging from your appearance, you must be new here. The rhinoceros opened its mouth wide and said in a gruff voice, I am your senior brother, and my name is Tian Mangniu. Your strength is not bad. I happen to have 300 points here. Do you dare to have a match with me? Upon hearing this, all the inner disciples present focused their attention on this side. Are you going to wager 300 points as a bet in the competition? The disciples of these three elders are truly bold and extraordinary. Keep in mind that a typical task only earns 50 points, and this disciple of Elder Tianlong actually took out 300 points as a bargaining chip for the competition? This isn't quite in accordance with the rules, Ao Lai said in a low voice. He is Elder Tianlong's disciple. In his eyes, what rules are there to speak of? Ao Guang rolled his eyes at his younger brother, then turned his gaze to the heavenly Mangniu and asked, in that case, may I ask what realm you are in now, senior brother? Level 65. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang nodded and said, Senior brother, aren't you deliberately bullying me? I'm only level 60. Upon hearing this, Tian Mangnia shook his head repeatedly and said, Of course I won't bully you. Senior brother will suppress his cultivation level and compete with you. Alright, we'll do as you say, senior brother. Ao Guang responded. Chapter 385 Competition. Brother, I don't think he'll do that, Ao Lai couldn't help but remind him. It's alright. Ao Guang shook his head, thinking to himself that he had been hiding his strength, but his opponent hadn't. Even if the other party doesn't give way to you, so what? Ao Guang was not afraid of his opponent at all. As soon the two sides arrived on the arena. The arena was not located in the inner sect's courtyard, but on a secluded hilltop, where many inner sect disciples were engaged in fierce competition. Most monsters have fiery tempers. When they have nothing to do, many monsters will compete to see who is better, and at the same time, they can hone their skills. At this moment, with the arrival of Tian Mangniu and Ao Guang and Ao Lai, all the monsters present stopped their competitions and turned their attention to them. Is it another competition between elders and disciples? Hiss, these two monsters are quite unfamiliar. He looks like a new disciple. This is going to be interesting. I wonder who is stronger and who is weaker. All the demons present focused their attention on the three demons. Ao Guang stepped onto the arena, and Tian Mangniu followed closely behind. Junior brother, I will suppress my own cultivation level to fight you later. As long as you can defeat me, these points are yours, Tian Mangnia said confidently. Okay, you said it yourself, senior brother, so you can't go back on your word. Ao Guang nodded. Seeing Ao Guang nod in agreement, Tian Mangniu couldn't help but sneer inwardly, thinking to himself, what a fool. Just because I said I'd hide my strength, does that mean I'll actually hide it? He had already made up his mind that when he felt powerless, he would definitely turn around and suppress Ao Guang, and he had even prepared his response in advance. On the stage, Tian Mangnia stood imposingly, holding an iron rod. His towering, over 3-meter tall body proudly raised its head, its piercing gaze fixed on Ao Guang, who was only a little over 2 meters tall. Junior brother, you must be extremely careful later. After all, your senior brother entered this academy earlier than you, and the techniques and martial arts he has mastered are definitely more profound and exquisite than yours. Tian Mangnia spoke with a hint of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang nodded calmly. Alright, senior brother, then please bring it on. Tian Mangnia suddenly pulled out the heavy long stick in his hand, and then swung it around a few times with a graceful and unrestrained posture. The iron stick in his hand weighed several thousand kilograms, but in his powerful hands, it was as flexible as a light and ordinary wooden stick. Immediately afterward, Tian Mangnia gripped his long staff without hesitation and charged swiftly towards Ao Guang. He gripped the staff tightly with both hands, unleashing all his strength as he slammed it down hard on Ao Guang. The immense power surged outwards, and the powerful gale generated by the strike alone hurtled straight toward Ao Guang's face like a howling storm. Ao Guang reacted extremely quickly, nimbly dodging to the side. Boom! The mighty cudgel of the heavenly bull crashed down with a deafening roar. The entire arena trembled violently, as if it could not withstand the enormous force. Ao Guang looked at the heavenly Mang bull with a solemn and wary gaze. The power contained in this strike was truly immense, which made Ao Guang more vigilant and serious. Sure enough, none of the disciples from such a top academy were mediocre. The heavenly wild bull before them possessed astonishing strength. Although its cultivation level was 65, the power it unleashed at this moment was in no way inferior to that of a powerful demon beast at level 67. Ao Guang narrowly dodged the opponent's powerful and fierce blow, and then swiftly drew the long spear that shone with a silvery white light from behind him. Ao Guang named his imposing spear Jingja, Awakening of Insects, because he wielded the power of thunder. With its boundless force and devastating force, he bestowed upon the spear the imposing name Awakening of Insects. Without hesitation, Ao Guang thrust his spear forward. Purple lightning, like agile and powerful snakes, tightly wrapped around the entire spear. As he moved rapidly, the purple lightning instantly clung to the spear, shooting towards the heavenly wild bull with unstoppable momentum. With this shot, Ao Guang's speed was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Tian Mangnil like a meteor. The heavenly bull roared fearlessly, stomping its massive foot on the ground as if to crack the earth. Go! Bang! The arena trembled violently, and mysterious black rays of light shone brightly around the heavenly wild bull, which then quickly transformed into sturdy energy shields, successfully blocking Ao Guang's extraordinary spear strike. With his shot blocked, Ao Guang made a quick decision, retreating rapidly to create a safe distance between himself and his opponent. In terms of combat awareness, Ao Guang is far superior to the Tian Mangnil in front of him. His journey from the Thunder Continent to this ancient extreme continent was not solely due to his incredibly powerful bloodline, and then there's his exceptional combat awareness. As soon as he stepped back, the bull's long staff crashed down on the spot where he had been standing with overwhelming force. Bang! A huge, muffled sound resounded on the arena. The demons present were shocked and amazed to see that Ao Guang was so agile and swift. Elder Dylan's newly accepted disciple has such a strong fighting spirit that it is truly remarkable. Tian Mangniu also realized that Ao Guang's combat awareness was so outstanding that it far exceeded his expectations. This truly surprised him. Well done, junior brother. I didn't expect you to be so unassuming and have such extraordinary strength. Tian Mang gave a forced, insincere laugh, his face lacking genuine warmth, and his eyes carrying a barely perceptible chill. Before Ao Guang could respond, the heavenly wild bull attacked again with ruthless ferocity. Junior brother, be careful. His voice was booming, and he gripped an iron rod, swinging one hand out with a sudden, swift motion. A layer of blazing black flames instantly swept across the iron rod, which was one of the unique abilities of the heavenly wild bull. Ao Guang showed no fear whatsoever. He thrust out his spear with the force of thunder, the purple lightning roaring like an angry dragon, emitting a chilling buzzing sound. Boom! The two attacks collided violently with overwhelming force, producing a deafening roar. The immense power was unleashed, causing the faces of the demonic beasts present to change and reveal expressions of astonishment. I never expected that Ao Guang's strength would be so terrifying and shocking. After their attacks collided and landed, both of them staggered back several steps before barely managing to regain their footing. Chapter 386. A treacherous guy. Junior brother, this time, I'm going to go all out and get serious. Seeing that Ao Guang was able to fight him to such an intense degree, Tian Mangnil had a general idea of the opponent's strength. Therefore, he held nothing back and directly unleashed his most powerful martial arts techniques. Berserk Staff Technique. As Tian Mangnil's horse shot subsided, his seemingly large and somewhat clumsy body unexpectedly became agile, his arms swinging the iron rod in his hands like a whirlwind. A powerful gale howled, and the heavenly wild bull swung its iron rod relentlessly, launching a furious attack on Ao Guang with the force of a storm. Ao Guang nimbly dodged the fierce blow, only to be met with another blow carrying destructive power. The speed at which Tian Mangnil struck with his staff was as fast as lightning, giving Ao Guang almost no time to react. But Ao Guang, who had already sensed something was amiss, certainly had a strategy to deal with it. He constantly shifted and dodged, like a ghost, avoiding the opponent's fierce barrage of iron rod attacks. With such a tall and imposing physique, the opponent would certainly not be able to use such a power-consuming martial art for an extended period of time. As expected, just as Ao Guang had predicted, seeing that his attack could not hit Ao Guang, Tian Mangnil quickly stopped what he was doing. Even though he has reached level 65, he is currently suppressing his level and is completely unable to unleash his true peak strength. He never expected that Ao Guang's strength would be so great. We must humiliate him and make him lose face today, no matter what. A sinister and ruthless glint flashed in Tian Mangnil's eyes. He had secretly made up his mind that with his next strike, he would no longer conceal his true strength. Take this. The heavenly bull leaped high into the air, as if it were about to break through the clouds, its arms holding iron rods above its head, its imposing presence terrifying. Then, the heavenly Mang Bull suddenly fell like a meteorite, so fast that Ao Guang didn't even have time to react and dodge. Left with no other choice, Ao Guang could only raise the Jingja sword in his hand. Preparing to take the incredibly powerful blow head-on, he gripped the gun tightly with both arms, raised it above his head, and prepared to receive Tian Mangnia's attack. The next instant, a terrifying force swept over, as the heavenly wild bull's long staff slammed down fiercely. Bang! Ao Guang's body retreated rapidly downwards, his feet scraping against the ground, creating dazzling sparks and leaving deep marks. The powerful force continued to exert its force, as if it were about to completely defeat Ao Guang, elder brother. Upon witnessing this breathtaking scene, Ao Lai immediately realized that the situation was dire. The heavenly wild bull before them was using the full power of level 65 with the strike die. In other words, he is not suppressing his power now and is attacking with all his might. In contrast, Ao Guang was suppressing his cultivation level and did not unleash his full strength. At this moment, Ao Guang also clearly realized this, therefore, he no longer chose to endure or hold back. Roll! Ao Guang angrily shouted in his heart, then raised his gun and his arms suddenly burst out with terrifying power, instantly sending the other person flying far away. What? Tianmong Niu stared in shock at this unbelievable scene, never expecting that Ao Guang would unleash strength no less than his OWN. In other words, could it be that Ao Guang's cultivation level is actually also at level 65? Thinking of this, Tian Mangnia was completely stunned and could not believe his eyes. The next second, Ao Guang's spear, imbued with a killing intent, suddenly thrust forward. Purple lightning swept across the gun like a raging dragon, unleashing its immense power at this moment, instantly turning Tian Mangnia's face deathly pale. Unexpectedly, the power unleashed by Ao Guang's spear was so great that he could hardly withstand it and felt an unprecedented crisis. Seeing the long spear, carrying the aura of death, getting closer and closer, Tian Mangnia hurriedly spoke up, "Junior brother, it is senior brother who is lost." Upon hearing this, the lightning on the spear vanished instantly, and at that very moment, a sinister and cunning glint appeared in Tian Mangnia's eyes. "Junior brother, you were too careless." Without uttering a single unnecessary word, Tian Mangnia moved with lightning speed, instantly rushing out, raising his iron rod high, and fiercely attacking Ao Guang. His powerful strike came crashing down, aimed directly at Ao Guang's head, leaving no room for maneuver whatsoever, and leaving himself no way out or backup plan. However, as if he had anticipated this scene, Ao Guang's face showed no sign of panic or confusion. He calmly flipped his palm, and purple lightning instantly shot out from his palm like dazzling fireworks. The next instant, Ao Guang unleashed a powerful palm strike without hesitation, and the purple lightning instantly erupted with astonishing power, exploding violently in front of the opponent's body. Boom! Tian Mangnia clearly had no idea that Ao Guang had such a powerful killing move hidden. His body was instantly sent flying like a leaf swept up by a gale, his massive bull-like form crashing heavily off the stage. Upon witnessing this shocking scene, the demons present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Senior brother Tianmong Niu actually lost? His senior brother Tianmong Niu's cultivation level is as high as level 65, and just now, some demon beasts couldn't help but want to say a few more words, but after being glared at fiercely by their fellow disciples, they swallowed back the words that were on the tip of their tongues. Elder Dylan's new disciple is truly terrifyingly strong. Ao Guang defeated Tianmong Niu with ease, and did not expend much effort throughout the entire process. Not even the slightest unusual expression appeared on Ao Guang's face. This is his true strength. His formidable power is plain to see. However, Tian Mangnia's situation was completely different from his. Tian Mangnia was no match for Ao Guang at all. Seeing the heavenly bull defeated, Ao Lai couldn't help but smile with delight. "That was great, brother." Ao Lai clenched his fist and said excitedly to Ao Guang, "Fine." Ao Guang simply smiled faintly, appearing nonchalant. Tian Mangnia stood up from the ground in a disheveled state, glanced at Ao Guang with an extremely cold expression, his heart filled with endless anger, and at the same time, he finally understood that the guy in front of me, Elder Dylan's newly accepted disciple, must have deliberately concealed his strength. His true level of skill should be comparable to mine. He had initially hoped to use this competition as an opportunity to thoroughly humiliate his opponent. Chapter 387 Accepting the mission. Senior brother, I ultimately prevailed by a slight margin, Ao Guang said, neither humble nor arrogant. "Humph, the points are yours." With a gloomy expression, Tian Mangnia waved his hand, and a spirit bag full of points flew towards Ao Guang. "Junior brother's strength has truly surprised me greatly. In future trials between the sect and other wilderness areas, we will have to rely more on junior brother's performance. Having said this, Tai and Magnia didn't want to stay there any longer and turned to leave. Ao Guang watched the other person's figure gradually disappear into the distance, and then opened the spirit bag in his hand. The so-called points are actually crystal clear 7-colored stones. The stones are not large in size, but the spirit bag contains a full 300 of them. With these points in hand, Ao Guang and Ao Lai left without hesitation within the inner sect. After this day, Ao Guang and Ao Lai had gained a certain degree of fame. Having just arrived at the sect, he engaged in a fierce competition with Elder Tianlong's disciple and ultimately emerged victorious. As soon as the news spread, Ao Guang and Ao Lai instantly came into the spotlight of all the disciples. This moment, the two brothers arrived at the treasure pavilion together. The treasure pavilion was very spacious and huge. After Ao Guang and Ao Lai stepped into this place, inside the treasure pavilion, an elderly demon beast was in charge of guarding it. Seeing Ao Guang and Ao Lai walk in, the old demon beast didn't say much, only simply saying, "Take a look, and if you need anything, just tell me. Remember to bring enough points. All items here are clearly priced. If you have any questions, just ask around." "Yes, senior." Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded in response. The old monster then fell silent. The two brothers then began to wander around the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion is filled with a dazzling array of items, ranging from level 5 to level 8 weapons, as well as various levels of martial arts techniques and skills. Thunderous empty spear technique. Ao Guang's gaze was instantly drawn to a cultivation manual. The introduction to this martial art is very concise and clear. It uses the power of thunder to shatter the darkness. However, it costs as much as 1,000 points. This should be considered the most expensive one. Ao Guang believed that the place he was in was the most expensive area in the entire treasure pavilion. Above this martial arts manual, there were also several powerful weapons. The weapons all radiated a dazzling golden light, and the highest grade weapons hanging on the wall emitted a terrifying red glow. Heavenly Treasure Sword, a 7th grade weapon, priced at 5,000 points. Dragon Spear, a 7th grade weapon, priced at 5,001 points. Extinction Blade, grade 8 weapon, priced at 10,000 points. Thunder Annihilation, the price difference between 7th grade and 8th grade weapons is more than double. However, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were well aware that the difference in power was immense. The level 6 weapons they possessed did not have such dazzling light. Only in the pitch black night could one see that their weapons emitted a faint glow. This is vastly different from level 7 and level 8 weapons. Too expensive. Ao Lai couldn't help but shake his head, a helpless expression on his face. "There's a reason why it's expensive," Ao Guang said calmly. He stared intently at the thunderous sky spear technique manual in his hand, secretly resolving to first earn points and successfully purchase it. Ao Lai also selected the sword technique he wanted to buy, which was relatively cheap, costing only 500 points. Ao Guang gave him his 300 points without hesitation. After all, the sword technique that Ao Lai wanted required 500 points, and he was still 200 points short of that. After taking a quick look around the treasure pavilion, Ao Guang and Ao Lai left and headed to the place where they would receive their mission section. The tasks here are of all sizes and types, and are clearly categorized by star rating. 1 star represents 10 levels. A 5-star mission means a mission difficulty level of 50. A 6-star mission means a mission difficulty level of 60. The 7-star quest signifies a quest difficulty level of 70. As for 8-star missions, they are also available here. There are no more challenging tasks here. Ao Guang and Ao Lai scanned the area roughly. The points rewards for accepting and successfully completing tasks vary. A 5-star mission rewards you with 30 points upon completion. 6-star mission, reward 50 points. 7-star mission, reward 80 points. An 8-star mission, on the other hand, rewards a full 100 points. In this light, Ao Guang and Ao Lai finally understood why the inner disciples present were so shocked when Mangnio took out 300 points that day. Even with the formidable strength of the heavenly wild bull, it would take 5 successful completions of 6-star or higher missions to earn those 300 points. No wonder. Ao Guang nodded thoughtfully. After carefully scanning the missions, the two brothers finally fixed their gaze on the 7-star mission area. Although they have concealed their true strength, it does not mean that they cannot take on missions of 7-star difficulty. 7-star mission, head to Sangyao City and assist the city lord in defeating the demonic beasts corrupted by darkness. 7-star mission, proceed to the ancient trial grounds and obtain the enlightenment flower. 7-star mission, head to the outer sect and lead the outer sect disciples to participate in a competition. There aren't many 7-star missions, only a dozen or so. Ao Guang and Ao Lai were not too worried about whether any unexpected situations would arise after the mission was completed. I think this mission in Sangyao City is feasible. Ao Guang immediately accepted the mission from Sanyao City. Hiss, I wonder how close this ancient trial ground is to Sanyao City. Ao Lai then chose a different task. As the two brothers watched the mission, the elder of the mission office casually glanced at them. When his gaze fell on the unique tokens on their waists, he did not ask them any questions about their origins. You two are really lucky. The Sanyao City and the ancient trial grounds are quite close to each other. The elder spoke slowly, his tone unhurried. Moreover, the enlightenment flower will bloom in 10 days, so it won't be too late to go then. However, the disciples sent out by Sanyao City have not yet returned, and it is still unclear what level the deteriorating demonic beasts there are at. So you two will need to wait patiently for a while. Chapter 388. Azure Sky Wolf. After hearing the elder's words, Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded in agreement, marveling at the unexpected coincidence. Well, you can go back and wait there, the elder said calmly. Ao Guang and Ao Lai then turned and walked towards their residence. At this moment, news of the two brothers' contest with the heavenly wild bull spread like wildfire within the inner sect. Upon hearing that Ao Guang had actually defeated the heavenly Magnia, many inner disciples were extremely surprised. Before this, they had never heard of the names Ao Guang and Ao Lai. After some inquiries, it was learned that these were Elder D. Long's two newly accepted disciples, who were said to be at around level 60. As for their bloodline level, it goes without saying that it will certainly not be lower than 20 stars. After learning of the brothers' formidable strength, many inner disciples were astonished. Another crucial point is that the relationship between Elder D Long and Elders Tian Long and Yu Long has never been harmonious. As a result, Ao Guang and Ao Lai will inevitably be targeted by the disciples of both elders. At this moment, inside a magnificent palace, Tianmong Niu stood respectfully in the hall, looking at the wolf demon sitting at the head of the table with reverence. Senior brother, you must avenge me this time. Tianmong Niu's voice was tinged with tears, and his eyes were almost red. Those were the 300 points I had painstakingly accumulated. He originally thought Ao Guang and Ao Lai looked easy to bully, which is why he was so bold as to directly take out 300 points to compete. It's important to know that it takes him a long time to complete a task. Although it's called a 6-star mission, it's actually quite difficult for him to complete it alone. Each task requires him to invest a lot of time and energy. At this point, having exhausted all other options, he could only turn to his senior brother for help, hoping that his senior brother could step in and help him get those points back. The wolf demon at the head of the group was wearing blue armor, and a long, emerald green sword was placed steadily in front of him. His aura was so powerful it was terrifying, far surpassing that of the heavenly wild bull, and he was undoubtedly a powerful demon beast with a strength of level 70. Moreover, he came from a renowned demon clan in the eastern wilderness. It is the renowned Azure Sky Wolf clan. That's a top-tier demon race, with even super strong individuals at level 80 or above within its ranks. The senior brother in front of them is the core successor of the current generation of Azure Sky Wolf. Just for something so trivial? Azure Wolf slightly raised his head, looking coldly at Sky Bull. The fault for this matter originally lies with you. In the past, even if you were extremely unwilling, you could only grit your teeth and swallow it down. However, given the current tense relationship between the elders, since those two newcomers dare to be so arrogant, I, as their senior brother, must teach them a lesson and make them remember it. Bai Shui Tianlang said calmly, his tone filled with unwavering determination, go back now. Your senior brother will help you get your points back. Upon hearing this, Tianmong Niu's face immediately lit up with an ecstatic smile. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you for your great kindness. Azure Sky Wolf casually waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Tianmong Niu dared not delay for the slightest and immediately took his leave. As the figure of the Sky Bull gradually disappeared, the Azure Sky Wolf's icy blue eyes remained calm and undisturbed. How dare these two arrogant fools bully the disciples of my heavenly dragon lineage like this? They're practically courting death. Azure Sky Wolf slowly stood up, his posture upright, exuding an invisible pressure, and then left the palace without hesitation. Meanwhile, in Elder Dylan's palace, Pahu stood there solemnly. Master, you wanted to see me? Pahu asked respectfully, looking at the dignified-looking D Long in front of him. Those two little ones performed exceptionally well this time, Dylan said slowly, his voice carrying a hint of appreciation. Upon hearing this, Pahu was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized what the other party was referring to. Who would have thought their strength would be so formidable? Pahu said, a look of surprise on his face. Alright, I called you here precisely for those two. Go and help them stop the Azure Sky Wolf, Dylan said firmly, his eyes revealing concern upon hearing this. Pahu nodded without hesitation. Yes, Master, I will certainly not fail in my mission. After this incident, Tian Mangnia would certainly not be willing to let his 300 points fall into Ao Guang's pocket for no reason. He will definitely try every means to find Bisui Tianlang and try to get those points back. At this moment, Pahu finally understood the true purpose of his master's summons. Without the slightest hesitation, Pahu turned and left the palace. Ao Guang and Ao Lai are still in their residence at this moment. The residence was not small, but compared to the magnificent palace, it was naturally inferior in scale, with mountains and water, and a quiet backyard. The overall environment here is quite pleasant. Ao Guang and Ao Lai's cultivation levels are now stable at around level 70. Half a year has passed since they arrived here, and their cultivation levels have begun to show signs of weakening. We should be able to break through to level 71 today. Ao Guang murmured softly, his expression resolute. The realm one attains through self-cultivation is indeed far stronger than the strength gained through illegitimate means such as devouring one's own kind. This is also a significant difference in how the monsters on the ancient extreme continent and those on the Thunder continent and the Gobi continent increase their strength. If it weren't for Ao Guang and Ao Lai's bloodline and fighting spirit, they might have really run into obstacles and encountered many difficulties here. Fortunately, they had previously trained diligently in spear and sword techniques with the Tianyu sect. Time flies like an arrow, and Ao Guang and Ao Lai have officially begun the crucial process of advancing. In the blink of an eye, a whole night had passed. The energy within Ao Guang and Ao Lai's bodies had accumulated to an extremely abundant level, allowing them to directly advance to level 71. After level 70, the speed of advancement really becomes incredibly slow. Ao Guang muttered to himself, a hint of emotion on his face. This kind of breakthrough speed is indeed much slower than directly devouring one's own kind to gain power. However, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were not anxious or worried because of this. Since their bloodline level had not yet been raised, they knew that once their bloodline level was improved, their speed of breaking through realms would naturally increase significantly. After all, they are genuine dragons. Chapter 389 Threat. There are 9 days left. Ao Guang said, calculating in his mind that this journey would take 5 days, and it was time to make preparations in advance. Just then, a slight sound came from outside the door. Who? Ao Lai raised his head alertly and looked towards the door. Junior brothers, my name is Bisui Tianlang. I have come to see you too because I have some important matters to discuss. A rather calm voice came from outside the door. Ao Guang and Ao Lai exchanged a glance, both with a hint of doubt in their eyes. They did not know who the demon outside the door was. After all, they had only been in the inner sect for a short time and were not yet familiar with the many demonic beasts here. They're here. Ao Lai got up, walked quickly to the door, and opened it. Outside stood a wolf demon whose fur was a mysterious blue. Bisui Tianlang looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, a faint smile slowly appearing on his face. Junior brothers, I am a disciple of Elder Tianlong. I have come here to seek justice for my good-for-nothing junior brother. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai immediately understood the other party's true purpose in coming here. Senior brother Pahu had mentioned before that the disciples of Elder Tianlong and Elder Yulong had a strained relationship with them. Now that the other party was being so polite and tactful, their purpose was naturally to get those 300 points, but Ao Guang's level of skill was in no way inferior to his opponents, so how could he possibly agree so easily? Even in such a situation, they would absolutely not agree. Senior brother, just say what you have to say, Ao Guang said calmly. Seeing that Ao Guang clearly understood his purpose, Bisui Tianlang chuckled softly. My two junior brothers, my good-for-nothing junior brother has had an extremely difficult time accumulating points. These 300 points are practically all he has left. Blue Water Wolf said earnestly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and pleading. He acted impulsively and rashly, and may have said some wrong things. Bisui Tianlang continued speaking, a hint of apology in his eyes. I hope my two junior brothers will be magnanimous and not hold it against him. After all, we are all fellow disciples and will see each other frequently in this academy in the future. Blue Water Wolf said politely, but there was a hint of threat in his last sentence. What does it mean to see each other all the time? If Ao Guang and Ao Lai still couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind such threatening words, then they would have truly lived in vain. Senior brother, according to your logic, your junior brother lost the match with me, so these points shouldn't belong to me. Instead, you, as his senior brother, should step forward and forcibly take them back for him? Ao Guang said with a firm gaze and no hesitation. Bisui Tianlang narrowed his eyes slightly, and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This guy is truly incredibly foolish and utterly stupid. He had already expressed his meaning quite subtly and implicitly, but the other party insisted on being so blunt. Some things, once spoken out clearly, will not benefit anyone. The Ao Guang before me was clearly the kind of guy who didn't know how to conduct himself in society and didn't know his place. If that's what you think, then I really can't help you. This Wei Tianlang shook his head slightly, a helpless expression on his face. After all, we'll be meeting every day in this academy, and it's inevitable that some minor frictions and conflicts will arise unintentionally. Bai Shui Tianlang continued, trying to persuade Ao Guang. If junior brother is willing to give me the points, I will definitely discipline him severely when I get back and make him personally visit you to sincerely apologize. This Wei Tianlang solemnly promised to do so. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang calmly replied, "All right, then senior brother, go back. I'll wait patiently for him here. As long as he can say something pleasant and comforting, I'll consider returning the points to him." Ao Guang's tone was nonchalant. Upon hearing Ao Guang's words, Bai Shui Tianlang was stunned and completely frozen in place. Then, an uncontrollable, nameless rage surged within him. But he never expected that even after he had humbled himself so much to give Ao Guang a way out, the other party would not only refuse to accept it, but would instead continue to climb higher and take advantage of him. This infuriated Bai Shui Tianlang, and his face instantly turned gloomy and ugly. The Ao Guang and Ao Lai before me are nothing more than guys with a little talent and potential. Compared to him, it's like comparing heaven and Earth, a world of difference. His Azure Sky Wolf clan is quite renowned in the eastern wilderness, only slightly inferior to those top-tier forces. If these two arrogant fools dare to offend him, the sect will certainly not make an enemy of the Azure Sky Wolf clan for their sake, and will absolutely not protect them. Even at this point, these two guys still don't know who he is? This made Blue Sky Wolf feel both angry and incredulous. Ao Guan looked at him, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery and ridicule. He wasn't stupid. How could he not see through Bui Tianlong's intentions? He wanted to make the other party feel humiliated and extremely embarrassed. What, does Ao Guang really think he's afraid of him? Ao Guang would never return the points. After all, these points were earned fairly and openly through a fair competition. Furthermore, if Ao Guang loses, does he expect his senior brother to support him and go to Tianmongniu to get his points back? By then, who knows how arrogant and overconfident they'll become. Therefore, Ao Guang would absolutely not tolerate or indulge the Azure Sky Wolf before him. Okay, junior brother. Enraged, Bisui Tianlang laughed in a fit of rage, uttering two goodness in succession, his words filled with anger and dissatisfaction. May I ask you two junior brothers, do you really know nothing about my background or origins? At this moment, Bisui Tianlang still had some doubts in his heart. Did these two guys really know nothing about him? Isn't senior brother Elder Tianlong's disciple? Ao Guang blinked, looking completely innocent. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui Tianlang quickly realized that these two guys were indeed completely unaware of his true identity. I am a demon beast from the Azure Water Sky Wolf clan, the Azure Water Sky Wolf said proudly, simply stating its race. He stared intently at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, hoping to see expressions of shock and fear on their faces, but he was sorely mistaken. He didn't see any of the expression he expected. Even Ao Guang and Ao Lai looked puzzled, seemingly having no concept of this so-called Azure Sky Wolf clan. Chapter 390 Soul Tiger Reminder. Brother, have you ever heard of the Azure Sky Wolf clan? I've never heard of it before, but now I've finally heard of it. The brother's calm and composed demeanor infuriated Bai Shui Tianlang. Those two guys, just as Bui Tianlang was about to say something more, a cold and authoritative voice suddenly came from outside. I say, what matter requires you, young master, to cause trouble for my two junior brothers? The voice suddenly rang out, and Ao Guang and Ao Lai immediately knew who had arrived. The two brothers quickly looked up and saw their senior brother, Pahu, walking slowly towards them from not far away. Upon seeing Pahu arrive, Bai Shui Tianlang knew in his heart that he would never be able to get those points back. He might be able to bully Ao Guang and Ao Lai, but he's far from being able to fight Pahu head-on. His status and position were roughly the same as Pahu's, but his cultivation level was a whole grade lower. It's nothing, Bai Shui Tianlang said with a gloomy face and a cold tone. In that case, then, junior brothers, we'll meet again another day. After threatening Ao Guang and Ao Lai again, Bai Shui Tianlang dared not linger and turned to leave. Wait a minute. But before Bisui Tianlang had gone far, Pahu blocked his path without hesitation. What are you doing? Azure Skywolf frowned, glancing at Soul Tiger with displeasure. Did I let you leave? Pahu stared at the other person with icy eyes, his tone filled with anger and accusation. Such blatant threats against my two junior brothers, do you really not take me seriously? A cold smile appeared on Pahu's face, his eyes flashing with anger. Pahu laughed. It might have been fine if he hadn't been there, but he was right there now. This Azure Wolf dared to threaten them right in front of him. Wasn't he just courting death and asking for trouble? Seeing their senior brother Pahu stand up for them, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were overjoyed. This is what it feels like to have a powerful backer. It feels so good to be protected. What do you want? Azure Skywolf asked, looking at Soul Tiger. The reason he threatened them in front of Pahu was simply because he was really angry, but in his moment of impulsiveness, he forgot about Pahu's temper, which was extremely irritable and easily angered role. Pahu glared at him fiercely, his eyes wide with anger, and shouted loudly. If I ever run into you bullying my junior brother like this again, it won't be as simple as just telling him to get lost. Your junior brother tried to provoke and bully my junior brother, and now you, as his senior brother, have to shamelessly come and ask for the points back. You've really lost face. Pahu said mercilessly, his words full of sarcasm and accusation. These words made Bisui Tianlang so ashamed that he wished he could disappear into the ground. Bisui Tianlang dared not say anything more and quickly slunk away. Seeing their opponent leave in a sorry state, Ao Guang and Ao Lai then turned their attention to Pahu. Thank you, senior brother Pa. The two spoke in unison, their voices filled with gratitude. He didn't do anything to either of you, did he? Pahu asked with concern, his eyes full of worry. No, they just told us to be careful, Ao Guang and Ao Lai replied. Upon hearing this, Pahu nodded, his expression relaxing slightly. Don't worry about that. This Azure Sky Wolf may seem arrogant, but he's just a coward. With your senior brother here to support you today, there's no need to be afraid of him. Thank you, senior brother Pa. Ao Guang said sincerely again, his face full of gratitude. You really surprised and delighted your senior brother. When I picked you up yesterday, your cultivation level was only level 60. Pahu looked at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile, his eyes full of admiration and satisfaction. Alright, after this competition, you've both become famous in the inner sect. But this is a good thing for you both, as it's a good opportunity for you to learn more about the inner sect. That's definitely a good thing. After all, I won 300 points in one go, Ao Guang said with a smile, appearing to be in a very good mood. Haha, that bull has always been this kind of domineering and unreasonable person, but he suffered such a big loss at the hands of the two of you, so he certainly won't let it go easily. Pahu said with a smile, but his face showed a hint of seriousness and worry. The Azure Sky Wolf dares not attack you, but the Sky Wild Bull's background is not to be underestimated. There are powerful level 80 demon beasts in their clan. When you are out and about, you must be careful and vigilant against his mischief. When you go on missions, I will get you amulets from Master to ensure your safety. Okay, we understand. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded in unison, their expressions very solemn. If it weren't for senior brother Pahu's timely reminder, Ao Guang and Ao Lai would still be in the dark, completely unaware that such a complex relationship existed among the inner disciples. The relationships here are incredibly complex, with one link leading to another. That's why Master specifically instructed you to be careful and cautious, and to keep an eye on them. Pahu remained calm and spoke in a steady tone. Therefore, when you go on a mission, you must be extremely careful and never let your guard down. After all, no one can guarantee that you won't be targeted by the heavenly wild bull and fall into trouble. Upon hearing these words, Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded solemnly once again with serious expressions. Yes, senior brother Pa, we've got it. Pahu didn't say anything more, only gave the two brothers a few instructions, and then turned and left, heading towards Elder D. Long's location to ask for a protective talisman for them. Each of their disciples is equipped with a protective amulet to deal with any sudden dangers that may arise, in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. It should be noted that in the vast depths of the eastern wilderness, not only are the three top forces the most powerful, but there are also many scattered demons, and even more demons corrupted by dark power, whose terror far exceeds imagination. Ao Guang and Ao Lai deeply engraved every word Pahu said in their hearts, daring not to forget it in the slightest. The journey to Tsangyao City is about to begin, Ao Guang murmured softly. Brother, it seems we can't be as reckless and arrogant in this place as we used to be, Ao Lai said earnestly, turning his gaze to Ao Guang. So what? Ao Guang shook his head slightly, his expression firm. The most important thing is to find ways to improve our own strength and enhance our abilities. Chapter 391 Departure Mission. Ao Guang's tone remained as calm as still water. While devouring demonic beasts can certainly make us stronger in a short time, this kind of diligent self-cultivation, although it may not be as fast as devouring demonic beasts, will result in a more solid and profound strength in the long run. But our bloodline talents are right here, an innate advantage that needs no further explanation. So, bro, you mean? Ao Lai stared intently at Ao Guang, his eyes gleaming with contemplation, as if he had already grasped the deeper meaning behind the other's words. Yes, once this mission is successfully completed, you and I will choose to go into seclusion for 10 years before venturing out again. Ao Guang said with a firm gaze and without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai froze on the spot, his face filled with astonishment. What does it mean to go into seclusion for 10 years and then emerge from seclusion? When that time comes, you and I will surely reach the realm of being invincible, and naturally we will no longer need to fear those all kinds of demons. Ao Guang's expression remained unchanged, his tone calm yet full of confidence. That's true. You've thought things through very well, brother. What you said makes sense. Ao Lai snapped out of his daze, gave Ao Guang a thumbs up, and looked at him with admiration. Stop being cheeky. We didn't get our points back that day, so he definitely won't let us off easily. Ao Guang's expression remained calm. However, we have accepted a 7-star mission. It will not be easy for him to interfere with us. Moreover, he was unaware that we were hiding our true strength, and only believed that our cultivation levels were around level 65. If he insists on targeting us, he will probably find monsters below level 70 to cause trouble. Ao Guang analyzed clearly. In my opinion, even the heavenly Mangox absolutely does not have the ability to ask that powerful level 80 monster to help it. If that's really the case, if any demon beast in the sect accidentally offends him, does he have to rely on bringing out the strong members of his clan to back him up every time? Upon hearing this, Ao Lai couldn't help but turn his gaze to his brother again and give him a thumbs up without hesitation. Damn, bro, that analysis makes perfect sense. That's natural. Ao Guang said calmly, given their abilities and methods, plus the fact that we are Elder D Long's disciples. Even if he tries every means to get rid of us, he should think twice and ask our master first. If something really happens to us, who will Elder Dylan hold accountable first? Ao Guang looked sharply at Ao Lai. Naturally, it is the heavenly wild ox. Ao Lai blurted it out without even thinking. When they first arrived at the Yanhuang Palace Academy, their first conflict was with the Tianmong Niu. If anything bad were to happen, Elder Dylan would definitely seek out Tianmangnia first to inquire about the situation. Therefore, the heavenly wild ox would never dare to openly and recklessly target you and me. Ao Guang continued, his expression calm and composed. At most, they'll just resort to some underhanded tricks and sabotage us behind the scenes. Unless it's something extremely malicious or serious, Tianmangnia would never easily ask a powerful member of the clan to target Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Therefore, Ao Guang was not too worried about how much strong targeting and suppression the Tianmong Niu could exert on them. Time flies like an arrow. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, Pahu came looking for them and handed the amulet to Ao Guang and Ao Lai. This talisman can play a crucial role in saving your life when you face life or death danger. It is very simple to use, just crush it. At that time, the image of Master will appear. The strength of this phantom is probably around level 80. Moreover, as soon as the phantom of Master appears, even the elders or disciples of other races or the 2 top forces will give Master some face. Pahu patiently explained it to the 2 brothers in detail. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded in unison and said, "Thank you, senior brother Pa. No need to be so polite. You've been here for 4 days now. You need to familiarize yourselves with the intersect situation as soon as possible, and then quickly take on missions," Pahu said, his expression serious and earnest. It wasn't that he was urging Ao Guang and Ao Lai to hurry up and accept the mission. Only through practical experience can one truly and effectively improve their strength. Within the fiercely competitive Yanhuang Palace Academy, no demon beast dares to slack off or relax its self-discipline. Even Ao Guang and Ao Lai were the Same, senior brother, we have already accepted the mission, Guang said frankly upon hearing this. Pahu nodded, a relieved smile appearing on his face. You've already accepted the mission. Alright, then I won't bother you any longer as you prepare. Pahu didn't ask them about the star rating of the mission they accepted, because in his mind, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's strength was only level 65. Therefore, he naturally assumed that the mission they were assigned would also be a 6-star mission. Alright, take care, senior brother. Ao Guang and Ao Lai respectfully escorted the Soul Tiger away. Brother, shall we go? Ao Lai turned to look at Ao Guang, his eyes full of anticipation. Well, it's about time to set off. It's just a matter of arriving a day earlier or a day later. Ao Guang nodded, his tone firm. Afterwards, the two brothers each took their weapons and resolutely left the inner sect. No sooner had the two brothers left than a figure appeared in front of their residence. They went on a mission? Tian Magnia stared intently at Ao Guang and Ao Lai's departing figures, his eyes revealing a hint of icy coldness. Humph, how dare they take my points for themselves, they are two ignorant and arrogant bastards. Tian Magnia had already learned from Bishuishanlang that Ao Guang and Ao Lai would not only refuse to return the points, but also act extremely arrogantly. This ignited a fierce rage within Tian Magnia, driving him to the brink of madness. Over the past few days, he has spent a lot of time investigating the strength of Ao Guang and Ao Lai. But when he learned that Ao Guang and Ao Lai came from outside the eastern wilderness and had no powerful background to rely on, Tian Magnia couldn't hold back any longer and prepared to take action. He would never let Ao Guang and Ao Lai go, no matter what these two guys, who have no connections or backing, dared to steal his points and refused to return them. Tian Magnia could not swallow this insult no matter what. Chapter 392 Azure Demon City. Seeing Ao Guang and Ao Lai leave the intersect, Tian Magnia keenly realized that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Immediately notify the clan's strongest members and ask a level 70 senior to lend a hand. Tian Magnia stared intently at Ao Guang and Ao Lai's departing figures, gritting his teeth as he said, I'll follow them first. Anyway, they only accepted a 6-star mission. Tian Magnia took a step forward and silently followed behind Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Ao Guang and Ao Lai did not use their flying abilities to travel, firstly to effectively conceal their true strength, and secondly to avoid attracting too much attention from others. Therefore, their journey to Sangyao City was not fast. It could even be said that it is quite slow. Even at this slow pace, 5 days would be enough for them to reach Sangyao City safely. At the same time, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were completely unaware that Tian Magnia was secretly following behind them. Ao Guang and Ao Lai continued walking towards Sangyao City. This eastern wilderness is truly vast and boundless. Throughout the journey, Ao Lai's eyes were filled with amazement, and he kept exclaiming in admiration. The two brothers enjoyed the scenery along the way, the rolling mountains that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see, and the vast, seemingly boundless plains. The entire eastern wilderness region is like a vast ocean, boundless and limitless. After a long and arduous journey, Ao Guang and Ao Lai finally arrived at the gates of Sangyao City on the 9th day. The scale of Sangyao City was beyond imagination, so huge it was awe-inspiring. There were at least hundreds of millions of demonic beasts living in the city. This magnificent city sits firmly on this vast plain, covering an area of over 1,000 miles. The tall and majestic city wall is like an insurmountable barrier, giving people a sense of indestructibility. Ao Guang and Ao Lai entered the city without any hindrance, and no demon beast dared to stop them. The reason is very simple. They are not only inner disciples of the Yanhuan Palace Academy, but also personal disciples of Elder Dilong. The tokens they wore on their waists were the most powerful proof of their identity. Ao Guang and Ao Lai swaggered into the city. As soon as they entered the city, the news was immediately known to the city's guards. Not far from the city, a feathered eagle spread its broad wings and charged toward the city gate entrance at an extremely fast speed. Before long, the feathered eagle landed steadily beside Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Greetings, Your Excellencies. The eagle was extremely respectful, quickly approaching Ao Guang and Ao Lai and bowing deeply in greeting. Seeing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai naturally understood that it was all due to the effects of their identities as brothers. My lords, please follow me. Ewing dared not be negligent in the slightest and immediately led Ao Guang and Ao Lai, walking quickly into the depths of the city. Along the way, every demon beast that saw Ao Guang and Ao Lai was extremely respectful and dared not have the slightest thought of offending them. After all, they were inner disciples from the Yanhuan Palace Academy. Even setting aside their status as disciples of Elder De Long, their very background was enough to command respect. Following in Yu Ying's footsteps, Ao Guang and Ao Lai soon arrived at the heart of Songyao City, which was the Songyao City Lord's Mansion. The Songyao City Lord's Mansion covers a vast area and boasts extremely high-end and grand architectural specifications. After all, this place is adjacent to the powerful Yanhuan Palace Academy, so the resources it has are naturally much richer than those in other places. Upon seeing Ao Guang and Ao Lai arrive, the city lord of Songyao City dared not delay for a moment and hurriedly stepped forward to warmly welcome them. "We've been waiting for you all to come. The lord of Songyao City is a fierce beast. In his beastman form, he is over 2 meters tall, but compared to his true form, this form does not appear particularly large." City Lord. Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded to each other in unison to show their respect. "Let me tell you in detail about this demonic beast corrupted by darkness." The city lord of Songyao City spoke solemnly, without wasting any words. "Good." Ao Guang nodded solemnly. Just as the city lord of Songyao City was about to speak, he suddenly realized that Ao Guang and Ao Lai were from the Yanhuang Palace Academy. Logically, they should be aware of the monsters corrupted by darkness, but when he glanced at the tokens on the two demons again, he was absolutely certain and unwavering in his belief that these two were Elder De Long's disciples. "But it's really unbelievable that a demonic beast could be corrupted by darkness. Please speak freely, City Lord." Ao Guang said calmly, "We are Elder De Long's newly accepted disciples, so we don't know much about many things. Please forgive us, City Lord." Upon hearing this, the City Lord of Songyao City nodded and said, "All right, then I will explain it to you in detail. The so-called monsters corrupted by darkness are those that have accidentally come into contact with mysterious and unknown substances. Such a monster has completely lost its original rationality and has become a wild beast that is out of control and extremely crazy. Their symptoms are very clear: they either become extremely violent and ferocious, or they have no ability to act independently at all, and just attack any monster they see." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded seriously, making sure to remember this information. "I see. These kinds of monsters are usually very powerful, and for some reason, their strength increases at an astonishing rate." The city lord of Songyao City continued, "On this front line, there is the border. Our current position is equivalent to being on the edge of the Yanhuan Palace Academy. This is also some of the edge areas deep in the eastern wilderness. And Songyao City bears an important mission, which is to guard this place and block the invasion of demonic beasts from there." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang looked puzzled and asked, "The border is a place specifically used to guard against demonic beasts?" "That's right." The city lord of Songyao City nodded affirmatively. At this moment, he also realized that Ao Guang and Ao Lai were not local demon beasts, but he did not care. He continued, "Since they are all demon beasts, it is inevitable that there will be rebellions. Those wicked demons, their representatives, have been constantly building armies in an attempt to fight against Songyao City, and even trying to rival the powerful Yanhuan Palace Academy." Although the Yanhuan Palace Academy was initially reluctant to pay much attention to this situation, as time went on, the strength of these rebellious demon beast armies grew and their scale increased. Among the rebel monsters, there are also powerful monsters of level 80 or above. However, they dare not make a move rashly. After all, there are even stronger experts from the Yanhuan Palace Academy watching them at all times. Chapter 393. Heading to Hut Mountain. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai exchanged a glance and then nodded, indicating that they understood. "I see. This time, your main objective is to target that monster corrupted by darkness." The city lord of Songyao City solemnly stated, "According to the intelligence we currently possess, the demon beast corrupted by darkness is currently in the small mountain outside the border. Those rebellious demonic beasts are trying to guide it to launch an attack on Songyao City." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai understood the purpose of their visit. "By the way, may I ask the city lord, where is the ancient trial ground located?" Ao Lai asked at this moment. "The ancient trial grounds?" The city lord of Songyao City blinked, thought for a moment, and said, "The ancient trial grounds are also near Xiaowo Mountain." Upon hearing this, the city lord of Songyao City's expression suddenly changed drastically. "No way, could it be that these rebellious demonic beasts are after the Enlightenment Flower?" Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai once again showed expressions of confusion and bewilderment. How did this end up being connected to the Enlightenment Flower? Gentlemen, you are unaware of this, the city lord of Sanyao City patiently explained again. The so-called Enlightenment Flower is a magical treasure that can rapidly enhance one's cultivation level in a short period of time. It can help us achieve a rapid advancement in our cultivation in a very short period of time. Therefore, the value of an Enlightenment Flower is extremely high. However, compared to the points you have, the Enlightenment Flower is obviously not that valuable. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both nodded thoughtfully. The two of them really knew nothing about these things, just like villagers who had never left the countryside. Lord City Lord, if that's the case, then this ancient trial ground is very likely a place that those rebellious demonic beasts want to occupy. Ao Guang narrowed his eyes and asked thoughtfully. Yes, that's very likely. The city lord of Sanyao City nodded. These rebellious monsters naturally lacked cultivation resources. Their resources were mostly obtained by forcibly seizing them from the disciples of Sanyao City and even the Yanhuang Palace Academy. At this moment, when he heard Ao Lai state that he had come for the ancient trial grounds, the city lord of Sanyao City instantly understood the key point. The target of these rebellious monsters must be this Enlightenment Flower, otherwise, why would they have ended up in this place? Zaya Wushan, having determined the exact location, Ao Guang and Ao Lai did not linger or delay there any longer. We immediately made preparations to head to Hut Mountain. After all, the Enlightenment Flower will be in full bloom tomorrow, and if we don't set off now, it may be too late. Gentlemen, let's set off now. The city lord of Sanyao City turned his gaze to Ao Guang and Ao Lai and said firmly, Lord of the city, are you also going along? Ao Guang and Ao Lai exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a hint of surprise. They had never expected that the other would also plan to go along. That's natural. The city lord of Sanyao City nodded without hesitation. After saying that, he flashed into the air and flew up, moving freely through the air. The level of the city lord of Sanyao City is naturally around level 70. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fly so gracefully through the air. Seeing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded, and then they no longer tried to hide their powerful aura. The awe-inspiring power of level 71 was instantly and unreservedly released. Then, the three demons sped off towards the direction of Hut Mountain and elsewhere. At this time, the heavenly wild bull was still lingering at the entrance of the Azure Demon City. That's not right. Ao Guang and Ao Lai are only level 65, so why would they risk taking on this difficult level 70 quest? At this moment, Tianmania keenly sensed that something was wrong. He had witnessed this mission firsthand. That's a 7-star mission. Unexpectedly, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were so ignorant of their own limitations that they dared to accept such an extremely difficult task. Upon hearing this astonishing news, Tianmania couldn't help but laugh. He then swaggered into the city. Meanwhile, Ao Guang and Ao Lai had already flown into the sky, speeding towards Xiaowu Mountain at breakneck speed. Xiaowu Mountain is not far from Sanyao Mountain. After about a day, the three demons successfully arrived at their destination. Lord City, are the three of us enough to handle these rebellious monsters? Ao Guang frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes, and asked the other party in a low voice. Don't worry, you two, these rebellious monsters won't come out in full force. With a calm smile on his face, the city lord of Sanyao City patiently explained, if the Enlightenment Flower truly appears here, then the demonic beasts that come to compete for it will not only be these rebellious demonic beasts. Oh? Upon hearing this, Ao Lai immediately became very interested. This area is not the main battlefield, the real main battlefield is in the west, the city lord of Sanyao City said slowly. In the depths of this eastern wilderness, there are naturally some scattered demons. Most of these scattered demons are around level 70. Although their cultivation techniques and martial arts are not particularly powerful, they should not be underestimated or neglected in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both nodded solemnly, indicating that they understood. At this moment, they have successfully entered the Cabin Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, piles of rubble were stacked haphazardly. In the very center of the pile of rocks stood a ferocious-looking monster. This monstrous beast emanated a sinister black luster, and its body was tightly bound by heavy, pitch-black iron chains. This monster was a ferocious-looking crocodile, its scales shimmering with dark, eerie light. Upon seeing this crocodile-like demon beast, Ao Guang and the other two demons immediately realized that this was clearly the demon beast corrupted by dark power. Around the pile of rocks, several demonic beasts were pacing back and forth anxiously. However, most of these demonic beasts were around level 60, with only one beast barely reaching level 70. It seems they are waiting for the right opportunity. The city lord of Sanyao City looked solemnly at the dark, corrupting demonic beast firmly imprisoned below and muttered to himself in a low voice. Couldn't such a being be easily freed from its restraints? Ao Guang asked, full of doubt. Of course not. The city lord of Sanyao City shook his head decisively. As of now, no one has a clear understanding of the origin and source of these mysterious monsters. All we know is that they are extremely dangerous and almost completely out of control. These rebellious monsters have been waiting for an opportunity, and they are constantly looking for ways to completely control them. Chapter 394 Ancient Trial Grounds. Upon hearing the words of the city lord of Sanyao City, Ao Guang and Ao Lai exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with doubt. They seemed to have seen this strange, monstrous beast, corrupted by darkness, somewhere before. It's the same demonic beast that Elder Kongqian once fought against. Ao Guang quickly recalled it. Indeed, the powerful demonic beast that Elder Kongqian faced back then was just such an existence. This monster has no self-awareness whatsoever, it only attacks relentlessly and frantically, and its strength is extremely formidable. Have you met before? Upon hearing this, the city lord of Sanyao City immediately looked at the two brothers with surprise. That's right. Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded without hesitation. City lord, judging from your reaction, does this kind of monster only appear in the depths of the eastern wilderness? That's naturally the case. The city lord of Sanyao City nodded solemnly. These peculiar demonic beasts, for some mysterious reason, have been trapped deep in the eastern wilderness. If you see them elsewhere outside, it means that some powerful restriction has been broken. Upon hearing this, both Ao Guang and Ao Lai's eyes instantly filled with disbelief. Let's not talk about this anymore. Once you return to the Yanhuang Palace Academy, you should have a more comprehensive and detailed understanding of the situation than I do, said the city lord of Sanyao City. The ancient trial grounds are located deep within Hut Mountain. At this moment, there are probably more than just us here. As the city lord of Sanyao City spoke, his gaze unconsciously swept cautiously over the other mountain peaks. However, no obvious monsters were seen. Clearly, many of the monsters were cleverly concealing themselves. Lord of the city, what exactly is the ancient trial grounds? Ao Lai asked with great curiosity. I said. The city lord of Sanyao City showed a hint of helplessness on his face. These two brothers really didn't know anything. Left with no other choice, the city lord of Sanyao City had to explain in detail again. This ancient trial ground is actually a trial ground. Of course, you can also understand it as the existence of a secret realm. It is a secret realm left behind by a powerful monster that was once a giant. Inside are all sorts of incomparably precious treasures, as well as many of that giant's loyal former subordinates who are still guarding inside. It can be said that a secret realm is a unique relic formed by the decline and disappearance of a top power. Upon hearing this, both Ao Guang and Ao Lai were deeply shocked. Alright, once you truly enter the ancient trial grounds, you will have a deeper understanding and experience, said the city lord of Sanyao City. The Enlightenment Flower is located deep within the ancient trial grounds, within a vast and magnificent river. The city lord of Sanyao City told Ao Lai the crucial information. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai nodded solemnly. Okay. When the ancient trial grounds open, a radiant glow will appear, and a huge gap will be forcibly torn open between heaven and earth. At that time, we will seize the opportunity to enter the ancient trial grounds. I don't know which of you two has accepted the mission for the ancient trial grounds. But I hope that you two will still focus on completing the mission. The city lord of Sanyao City said earnestly. At this moment, he also realized what Ao Guang and Ao Lai were thinking. He was very worried that the two brothers would forget about the dangerous, dark, and corrupting beast for various reasons. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang smiled faintly. The city lord need not worry about this matter. My brother and I know what we're doing. Now I can rest assured. When he saw Ao Guang nod in acknowledgement, the city lord of Sanyao City also nodded slightly, and his worries were somewhat relieved. What he feared most was that the two brothers would be blinded by the secret realm and abandon the demonic beast corrupted by darkness. As soon as the lord of Sanyao City finished speaking, Ao Guang suddenly released his powerful aura. Upon witnessing this sudden turn of events, the city lord of Sanyao City's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Damn it, what did you do? Before he could finish speaking, he saw Ao Guang wield his incredibly sharp spear and charge swiftly towards the group of rebellious demonic beasts at the foot of the mountain. Since things have come to this, I might as well just make a move. Anyway, my target is right in front of me. As Ao Guang's aura was suddenly released, the birds and beasts that were originally resting quietly in the surrounding mountains and forests were instantly startled and became frightened. A large flock of birds and beasts flew out in panic, plunging the entire forest into chaos. At that moment, the rebellious monsters below also keenly sensed the unusual monster aura. They looked up sharply and saw a dazzling silver-white streak of light, like a shooting star, crashing down to the ground. That immense power instantly filled the hearts of the demonic beasts present with shock, as if an invincible king had descended from the sky. Boom, an extremely terrifying gun intent instantly spread throughout the area like a storm, and the surging, powerful force instantly sent the demonic beasts present flying like falling leaves. The level 70 demonic beast reacted extremely quickly, and without hesitation, it fiercely pounced on Ao Guang. "You bastard, how dare you, a mere nobody, dare to invade our territory?" The level 70 monster was a majestic lion, its fur shimmering with dazzling golden light. It roared angrily, and the deafening roar of the lion resounded through the heavens and the earth. The surrounding trees were shaken up and fell to the sides by the terrifying sound waves. Undeterred by the danger, Ao Guang used his sturdy spear to steadily defend himself before flashing forward and launching a swift attack on his opponent. With a sharp thrust, the immense power of the spear instantly filled the scene like a tidal wave. The golden lion immediately raised its heavy longsword and did its best to block Ao Guang's lightning-fast spear. Ao Guang was pushed back a step by the reaction force, then gripped the spear tightly with both hands, and a violent surge of lightning violently surged on the spear. The next instant, Ao Guang thrust out with his spear. That terrifying power erupted like a wild horse, its immense might relentlessly annihilating everything in the area. The golden lion stared intently at Ao Guang, its heart filled with disbelief. It never expected that this level 70 demon beast would be so terrifyingly powerful. The lightning bolt, like a ferocious serpent, hurtled towards him with an aura of annihilation. Without the slightest hesitation, Jin Shi immediately swung his sharp longsword, the blade slicing along the ground, and a powerful blade aura instantly blasted towards the thunderbolt. Chapter 395 Taking Action. Boom, the terrifying forces collided, and their immense power spread out like a storm. Upon seeing this, the demonic beasts were terrified. They never imagined that Ao Guang's strength would be so formidable. This strong? The city lord of Sangyao City was already stunned when he saw Ao Guang charging down like that. Now, seeing the strength that the other party was displaying, he suddenly realized that what was even more shocking was yet to come. Elder Dylan's disciples are all truly powerful. Just as Ao Guang was engaged in a fierce life-or-death battle with his opponent, Ao Lai, who had been standing beside the city lord of Sangyao City, also jumped down without fear. "Hey, count me in." Upon seeing this, the expression on the face of the Sangyao City lord changed drastically once again. No, my only goal is to kill this monster corrupted by darkness. As for the ancient trial grounds, they have nothing to do with me. The city lord of Sangyao City quickly figured out the key point. He specially invited a powerful expert to completely eliminate the monster in front of him that had been corrupted by dark power. As for the ancient trial grounds, they have nothing to do with him. At this moment, Ao Lai joined the battlefield. The already tense and fierce situation instantly turned into a one-sided affair. Ao Lai is very strong, and his combat power is terrifying. The dark black broadsword in Ao Lai's hand was even more powerful. At this moment, as Ao Lai joined the battle, the golden lion's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Another one? Jin Shi was completely stunned. Only then did he notice the unique tokens on Ao Guang and Ao Lai's waists. "You are all disciples of Elder Dylan?" Golden Lion was not stupid or ignorant, so he was able to recognize the two demons' identity tokens at a glance. The silver token naturally represents their identities. Ao Guang and Ao Lai didn't want to waste words with the other side. The two brothers took a step forward and charged directly at the Golden Lion with fierce momentum. Seeing Ao Guang and Ao Lai charging towards him with murderous intent, Jin Shi instantly realized that he was no match for the two demons on his OWN. In an instant, the Golden Lion's hair slashed out, unleashing a powerful blade aura that spread wildly in all directions. Jin Shi's fierce slash was not aimed at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, but at the dark, corrupting monster that was tightly bound by iron chains. Upon seeing the other party's actions, Ao Guang and Ao Lai instantly understood the other party's sinister intentions. "Ao Lai, he's in your hands now." Ao Guang looked at Ao Lai and said decisively no problem. Ao Lai then quickly turned his head and looked at the golden lion in front of him. Now, your opponent is me. Jinshi snorted coldly and immediately charged towards Ao Lai. Meanwhile, the crocodile that had been bound broke free of its shackles. As the golden lion unleashed its powerful slash, the black iron chains binding its body snapped instantly. As the black iron lock snapped, the crocodile monster instantly unleashed a terrifyingly powerful force, the terrifying aura of a level 71. 23-star cultivator pressed down on Ao Guang like Mount Tai. Such a powerful level and bloodline caused all the demon beasts present to involuntarily change their expressions, especially the city lord of Sanyao City. Yet he never expected that the demonic beasts corrupted by darkness that the rebel demonic beasts had brought this time would be so powerful. Even from this distance, one can clearly feel the powerful pressure emanating from the other party. On the contrary, Ao Guang, looking at the crocodile monster in front of him, did not feel much emotion. After all, his own realm and bloodline far surpassed that of his opponent. Without the slightest hesitation, Ao Guang unleashed the full power of his spear, sending a raging torrent of lightning energy hurtling towards his opponent like a cannonball. Purple lightning exploded instantly, and that terrifying power slammed heavily onto the crocodile's hard body. Its jet black scales, like an indestructible armor, directly blocked this incredibly powerful attack. Seeing that the crocodile was completely unharmed after his attack, Ao Guang's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. It's really hard. Ao Guang murmured to himself, then flashed forward and charged at his opponent once more. He thrust out his spear with fierce power, and an immensely powerful force instantly emanated from it. Behind him, a lifelike phantom of a real dragon clearly appeared. Roar, the roar from the Lord of all demons, the true dragon, instantly stunned the crocodile in front of it. The demon beasts present also changed their expressions drastically at this moment, especially when they realized that this power was incredibly strong. Even from a great distance, they felt lingering fear. All the demon beasts were stunned speechless by Ao Guang's terrifying bloodline power. What kind of monster is this? The power of bloodline is terrifying. I have never seen such a powerful demon race before. The rebellious monsters were so shocked by what they saw that their minds went blank. At this moment, Golden Lion finally understood why there was such a huge gap between him and them. It turns out that the other party's bloodline level is so terrifying, even the crocodile in front of them was no match for the other party. The other party suppressed them completely with just their own imposing aura. This is an insurmountable gap. Where did Elder Dylan find these two terrifyingly powerful individuals? The performance of Ao Guang and Ao Lai completely astonished the city lord of Sanyao City. The strength displayed by Ao Guang and Ao Lai was so great that it was unbelievable, as if it had transcended the limitations of common sense. The strength of the two demons far exceeded the original imagination of the Sanyao City lord, reaching a level he had never anticipated. One bravely confronts a powerful being at level 70 among the rebellious monsters, while the other fearlessly faces a terrifying monster corrupted by dark power. Ao Guang unleashed a powerful spear strike, and the surging purple lightning instantly blasted away the surrounding rocks like a raging beast. Countless fragments of rock flew wildly in all directions, turning the entire scene into chaos, as if the end of the world had arrived. However, the black scales on the crocodile monster's body were indestructible. Despite such a ferocious attack, it remained completely unharmed, without even the slightest trace of damage. Upon seeing this, Ao Guang's dragon eyes instantly fixed on the other's body. The black scales of the crocodile beast were faintly emitting a black light, almost imperceptible, but Ao Guang's keen eyes still managed to capture it clearly. Chapter 396 Dark Power. The reason why this crocodile monster's defense is so terrifying is undoubtedly due to the mysterious black light on its body. This layer of black light is very likely the external manifestation of dark power. Ao Guang's eyes held a hint of doubt, his brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. Immediately afterwards, he swung his spear again, this time unleashing an attack carrying the overwhelming pressure of a true dragon. A phantom image of a real dragon appeared behind him, and the spear in his hand looked as if it were coiled around a real dragon. The dragon opened its enormous maw, powerful enough to devour heaven and earth, and a torrent of violent lightning burst forth, carrying an aura of annihilation, as it fiercely bit at the crocodile beast. Boom, the attack landed with a bang, and the black light surrounding the crocodile monster instantly emitted an extremely dazzling light, like a blazing sun in the darkness, illuminating the entire battlefield. Upon seeing this, Ao Guang's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. He never expected that he could cause such an amazing scene by only using a small part of the true dragon's power. What? His attack actually triggered the hidden dark power within the crocodile monster. Upon witnessing this scene, the city lord of Sanyao City felt a chill run down his spine and was filled with horror. He never even considered what kind of powerful force could create such a scene. Only demonic beasts with extremely terrifying bloodlines can unleash the dark power within an opponent, just like Dylan, Tianlong, and Yulong. They all came from the Jelong clan. Their bloodline power is terrifying, capable of unleashing the dark power hidden within their opponents during battle, but even they had never presented a scene as awe-inspiring and soul-stirring as Ao Guang's before them. The purpose of activating the dark power within a monster corrupted by darkness is to obtain a large amount of extremely pure essence after successfully slaying it. Now, Ao Guang in front of me has accomplished this with ease. Only now did the Lord of Sanyao City truly and deeply realize just how terrifying and powerful the bloodline ability that Ao Guang possessed was. How terrifying must it be to achieve such an effect so easily? The city lord of Sanyao City dared not imagine any further. Elder Dylan, where did you find these two prodigies? The city lord of Sanyao City was shocked, as if he had been petrified, standing there blankly. Then, the city lord of Sanyao City fixed his gaze on the crocodile monster. The crocodile monster, having its dark power fully unleashed, signifies that its strength has reached its peak, the highest level it could achieve in its lifetime. It should be noted that these monsters corrupted by dark forces are actually lifeless creatures without any vital signs. It's just those dark forces maintaining their last vestige of life. At this moment, the crocodile monster's full potential power was completely unleashed by Ao Guang's earth-shattering spear thrust. Roar. The crocodile monster roared and then pounced on Ao Guang. With a sudden swipe of its enormous and powerful claws, even the void seemed to be unable to bear the weight, and a faint explosion could be heard. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Ao Guang dared not take it head-on and dodged as quickly as possible. In the instant he dodged, another phantom of a true dragon appeared behind Ao Guang. Roar. The true dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The entire world seemed to tremble violently at the sound of the roar. The terror of this roar from the true dragon was unprecedented. The next instant, Ao Guang thrust out with his spear, the terrifying power of lightning surging wildly at the spearhead, and purple lightning burst forth like fireworks in the pitch-black night. Boom! The powerful force struck the crocodile monster in front of them, causing its massive body to stagger backward several steps uncontrollably. However, the mysterious black light remained dazzling and undiminished. Seeing this, Ao Guang did not stop and thrust out his spear again with great speed. His movements were as fast as lightning, thrusting out continuously, sometimes with a sharp thrust of the spearhead, sometimes with a sweeping motion of the spear. He used every move he could muster against the ferocious crocodile beast before him without reservation. A series of deafening explosions rang out on the battlefield, and the crocodile monster in front of them was forced to retreat under the onslaught. Gradually, the mysterious black light on its body began to weaken. On the other side of the battlefield, the level 70 Golden Lion witnessed this breathtaking scene and felt utterly shocked. This demon can not only fully unleash the opponent's dark power, but also suppress it with such ease. What is the origin of this monstrous beast before us, possessing such terrifying bloodline power? Why did he choose to stay in the Yanhuang Palace Academy as an ordinary disciple? Before the level 70 Golden Lion could recover from the shock, he had to concentrate fully on facing the equally powerful Ao Lai. The strength that Ao Lai was displaying far exceeded his original expectations. Ao Lai's strength is simply too great. The blade in Ao Lai's hand seemed to transform into deadly lightning, relentlessly striking down one blade after another, leaving Jin Shi completely defenseless. Moreover, Ao Lai in front of him had not yet fully used his strength. He and Ao Guang must be from the same lineage. Ao Guang had the phantom of that terrifying thing behind him, but Ao Lai in front of him did not show such a sight. Clearly, Ao Lai hadn't given it his all yet. The two fought each other continuously, their powerful forces colliding and radiating dazzling light. The level 70 Golden Lion, the once hailed as a king, gradually showed signs of defeat when faced with Ao Lai's relentless attacks. Bang! Ao Lai swung his sword again, and the terrifying blade light instantly tore through the last layer of defense of the Golden Lion as easily as tearing a thin sheet of paper. Boom! With a muffled thud, under the shocked gaze of the Golden Lion, his body uncontrollably staggered backward. The next second, the dark black blade in Ao Lai's hand pierced through the night and came straight at him. The blade was enveloped in an unparalleled golden glow. The night was instantly illuminated by this dazzling light, and then, without any mercy, the blade crashed heavily onto the Golden Lion's chest. Ao Lai's blade pierced straight through the Golden Lion's chest. Hot blood gushed down the cold blade. A cold smile appeared on Ao Lai's face, and he said, "Goodbye." Then, Ao Lai pressed down hard at the dark-colored broadsword was like a merciless scythe of death, ripping the opponent open and creating a scene that was extremely bloody and shocking. Chapter 397 Slaying. Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, the rebellious monsters present were terrified and so shocked that they almost lost the ability to think. They instantly transformed into birds and beasts and scattered in all directions as if they had gone mad. What a joke! The captain has already died a horrible death at the hands of the enemy. If they were to foolishly stay here, wouldn't they be courting death and waiting to be mercilessly slaughtered by the enemy? Seeing the demonic beasts scatter like startled birds, Aoli did not choose to pursue them. Instead, he turned his attention to his brother, who was fiercely fighting with the crocodile demonic beast. At this moment, Ao Guang was still fighting the crocodile monster. The crocodile monster was indeed very powerful, but at this moment, the mysterious and powerful black light on its body was constantly weakening, which undoubtedly indicated that the seemingly invincible crocodile monster was about to face defeat. Once the black light on its entire body completely dissipates, this crocodile monster will surely die. How is this possible? His attack was able to effectively obliterate the dark power within the opponent. The Lord of Sangyao City is well informed and has encountered powerful beings similar to those corrupted by dark forces before, but seeing the scenes before me, I was still deeply shocked and filled with disbelief. Eradicating the power of darkness is not something that a powerful demon beast can do alone. The city lord of Sangyao City was actually unaware of the specific reasons behind this. The scene before us was simply too absurd and bizarre. Generally speaking, those demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines are often unwilling to face demonic beasts corrupted by dark forces alone. After all, once the dark power hidden within the other party is activated, their strength will increase rapidly and significantly, far exceeding the range of their original abilities. At least one capable assistant is needed to handle the situation. However, Ao Guang, standing before him, was able to continuously and relentlessly erode the dark power within his opponents solely through his own strength. It was as if his very existence was a mission to slay these terrifying monsters corrupted by dark forces. This shocking scene truly stunned the Lord of Sangyao City. This scene was simply too breathtaking. The spear in Ao Guang's hand was like a sharp sword, relentlessly and fiercely striking the body of the crocodile monster. He seemed tireless, firing shot after shot at his opponent's body. Boom! Just then, Ao Guang unleashed another powerful spear strike, and a deafening explosion resounded from the hard black scales on the crocodile beast's chest. Boom! A surge of purple, violet lightning swept across the opponent's chest like a tidal wave, instantly sending the large, sturdy scales flying out. Seeing this, Ao Guang no longer hesitated and held back, and immediately decided to unleash a final, lethal blow in order to completely kill the powerful monster in front of him. Die! Ao Guang gripped Jingja tightly with both hands, and a dense purpline lightning swept rapidly across the spear shaft at an astonishing speed, as if an incomparably majestic true dragon were clinging tightly to the spear. The next second, he swept his spear out horizontally, and the terrifying power of lightning instantly devoured his opponent. Roar! The true dragon seemed to transform into surging, boundless thunderous power, or a vast, boundless ocean of lightning, which swallowed the crocodile monster in front of it in the blink of an eye. A vast sea of lightning swept over the crocodile monster with overwhelming force, and bolts of lightning transformed into incredibly strong chains of confinement, firmly restricting its movements. Thunderbolts relentlessly struck its severely injured parts, causing the crocodile beast's originally powerful aura to weaken more and more. Only after the enormous monster's body crashed to the ground and its life force completely dissipated did the surging sea of lightning slowly disappear. With the death of the crocodile monster, a pure energy essence was completely absorbed into Ao Guang's body. In an instant, Ao Guang's previously weak and depleted body was instantly replenished. Moreover, the power within his body increased several times in an instant. This is just one step away from successfully reaching level 72? Ao Guang's face was full of shock. After truly feeling his own aura become stronger, an extremely excited smile immediately appeared on his face. I never expected that successfully killing this crocodile monster would have such an unexpected effect. Brother, what you're doing? Aoli also showed a surprised expression. He swallowed the level 70 golden lion in one gulp, and his own aura soared several times over like a rocket. Even his bloodline level instantly increased by one level, directly from 25 stars to 26 stars. Upon seeing this scene, the city lord of Sangyao City was completely stunned. How could it suddenly start devouring the corpses of demonic beasts? That's a huge taboo. Fortunately, there were no other monsters nearby, and they were not discovered by others. If discovered, it would certainly embarrass Elder Dylan and might even bring considerable trouble. Alright, the mission is now successfully completed. Ao Guang swiftly and cleanly severed the crocodile monster's head with his blade, using it as strong proof that the mission was accomplished. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai nodded repeatedly in agreement. Just then, the city lord of Sangyao City leaped down. "You two brothers are really amazing." The city lord of Sangyao City made no attempt to hide his admiration, praising them generously. "If you had arrived earlier, these rebellious demonic beasts would have had no chance of survival. Lord of the city, why is there such pure essence returning to me after I killed that crocodile monster?" Ao Guang asked with a slight frown, full of doubt. Subsequently, the city lord of Sangyao City informed Ao Guang in detail about the various aspects of the dark forces. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang suddenly realized what was happening, and his doubts instantly vanished. "I see. Doesn't this mean that as long as I successfully kill this demonic beast corrupted by dark power, I can become even stronger?" Ao Guang looked at the city lord of Sangyao City and said with a hint of excitement in his voice. "Yes." The city lord of Sangyao City nodded. "It is indeed faster and more efficient to improve one's strength in this way than through conventional cultivation, but not every demon beast can successfully stimulate the dark power within its body, and not everyone has enough strength to calmly deal with a powerful demon beast that has unleashed its dark power." The city lord of Sangyao City, with a solemn expression, earnestly explained the situation to the two brothers. Chapter 398 Azure Wild Bull. That's true. Ao Guang nodded in agreement. What the other party said was indeed reasonable. The monster whose dark power had been fully unleashed was terrifyingly powerful. If Ao Guang hadn't sensed something during the battle and believed he could restrain his opponent, he probably wouldn't have been a match for him. This is the difference in strength. Alright, let's not talk about that for now. The ancient trial grounds are about to open, so we need to hurry up and make full preparations, the city lord of Sangyao City said seriously. There is more than one enlightenment flower in this ancient trial ground. If you're lucky enough to find 3 or 4, it will definitely greatly enhance your strength. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's eyes filled with anticipation, and they became eager to try. This is incredibly appealing. At this moment, the demonic beasts that had been secretly observing from the shadows were too frightened to make any rash moves, especially after witnessing firsthand the terrifying strength of Ao Guang and Ao Lai. They secretly warned themselves that once they entered the ancient trial grounds, they must avoid them as far away as possible. Just then, two imposing figures suddenly flew in from afar. It was a rhinoceros with mysterious blue fur all over its body, standing over 6 meters tall, and emanating an aura of around level 70. As soon as he arrived, the city lord of Sangyao City immediately fixed his gaze on him. "They're from the Heavenly Bull clan?" The city lord of Sangyao City not only recognized the visitor, but also knew his identity. His name is Tianqing Mangniu, and he is the 6th elder of the Tian Mangnia clan. The Heavenly Mangnia standing next to the other party was a disciple of Elder Tianlong, Ao Guang, Ao Lai. Upon seeing Ao Guang and Ao Lai, the Heavenly Mang Bull's eyes immediately filled with a chilling coldness. "You two, how dare you challenge someone of a higher level?" Tianmong Niu immediately shouted angrily, "Do you know that such a risky approach could very well cost you your lives? Taking a challenge beyond your level is a small matter, your deaths are the least of your worries. Don't ruin the mission and waste the Academy's resources. Do you even understand?" As soon as Tian Mangniu arrived, he launched into a stern and harsh scolding of Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Hearing these words, Ao Guang was truly surprised to see them here. He shrugged helplessly, spread his hands, and said, "There's nothing we can do. We're the ones who killed him." As Ao Guang spoke, he casually kicked the crocodile carcass beneath him. Seeing this, Tian Mangniu naturally wouldn't easily believe that the powerful crocodile monster in front of him was killed by Ao Guang and Ao Lai. "Lord Sangyao City, you are supposed to be experienced, and at your age, you are still helping 2 juniors kill such a powerful demon beast." Upon hearing this, the city lord of Sangyao City felt extremely wronged and helpless. That day, the Azure Ox did not pay much attention to Ao Guang and Ao Lai, but instead focused its gaze intently on the sky. Just then, a huge gap suddenly appeared in the sky. "The ancient trial grounds have opened," the Azure Bull slowly announced. The reason he appeared here was for this ancient trial ground. "Tian Mangniu, we'll deal with their matter later." "Yes, Elder." Tianmong Niu nodded respectfully, then glared coldly at Ao Guang and Ao Lai. "You two must be very careful in this ancient trial ground." Hearing such blatant threats, how could Ao Guang and Ao Lai not understand their meaning? The fact that the other party has already appeared here means that he is ready to take action against Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Since the other party had such intentions to take action, how could Ao Guang and Ao Lai simply tolerate and indulge him? If they meet in this secret realm, Ao Guang and Ao Lai will show no mercy whatsoever. They will definitely launch a full-scale attack, determined to kill the enemy. In this ancient trial ground, even if a demon beast were to perish, it wouldn't be considered a world-shaking event after all. Who can explain the reasons behind all the events that have occurred within this secret realm? The ancient trial grounds have opened, let's go in. The city lord of Sangyao City said, turning to Ao Guang and Ao Lai with a hint of urgency and anticipation in his eyes. Walk. Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded, and then the three demons flew into it together. The ancient trial grounds were a small, relatively undeveloped secret realm here. The mountains rise and fall, the streams flow gently, and the earth is a deep brown, its charred appearance suggesting that it has been ravaged by an extremely fierce fire. After they entered the ancient trial grounds, Ao Guang and Ao Lai quickly separated. Does this ruin actually separate the monsters that enter? It was only then that Ao Guang belatedly noticed this peculiar phenomenon. He didn't know where Ao Lai was at the moment, but he wasn't too worried that Ao Lai would encounter any fatal danger. After all, Ao Lai possessed the strength of level 71, while the strength of that Azure Wild Bull only hovered around level 70. That if the two were to actually meet, it would be truly difficult to predict who would emerge victorious. Heavenly Bull, you'd better pray that I never run into you in this secret realm. While muttering to himself, Ao Guang began to wander around the secret realm within this ancient trial ground. There are numerous demonic beasts of all kinds. Ao Guang had only taken a short walk around when he discovered more than a dozen demonic beasts of various shapes and sizes. However, none of the dozen or so demonic beasts showed any intention or sign of attacking him. Presumably, it was because the powerful aura emanating from Ao Guang made them wary and dare not make a move rashly. After all, the monsters here were once subordinates of the master of this ancient trial ground. Wherever they frequently appear, there are treasures guarding that place. Before long, Ao Guang arrived at a seemingly inconspicuous little river. The river wasn't very large, and the surrounding area was shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see the specific scenery ahead. However, Ao Guang could vaguely sense that there were three powerful demonic beasts with a strength of level 68 guarding the river above. It seems that this place is most likely where the Enlightenment Flower is located. Ao Guang murmured to himself. His purpose in coming here was naturally for the Enlightenment Flower. If Ao Lai fails to obtain it, but he manages to gain something here, it can be considered as completing Ao Lai's mission. With this thought in mind, Ao Guang slowly approached that place. Chapter 399 Enlightenment Flower. At this moment, within the thick fog, several figures, appearing and disappearing indistinctly, were intently watching Ao Guang as he gradually approached the river. A monster is approaching. We need to be cautious and observe his true strength first. If he's not particularly powerful, we can join forces to take care of the three guarding beasts first, and then kill him as well. Alright, we'll do it your way. The few demonic beasts hidden in the shadows whispered among themselves, clearly indicating that they were in cahoots. Ao Guang also keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere, but he didn't take it to heart and chose to ignore it. These few demonic beasts that were secretly watching Ao Guang were all around level 67, which was not particularly strong. Ao Guang was well aware of their ulterior motives. But how could Ao Guang feel fear? He walked calmly to the riverbank, carrying the long spear that exuded a chilling aura. Stop. The three guardian beasts, clad in sturdy and heavy armor and wielding incredibly sharp weapons, strode out of the mist with menacing aura, blocking Ao Guang's path. Leave here immediately. One of the demonic beasts said sternly, his face cold. However, what responded to him was the long spear in Ao Guang's hand. Ao Guang swept his spear out horizontally, and the powerful force swept out like a surging wave, instantly dispersing the thick fog that was there. Seeing that Ao Guang made a move, the other two demonic beasts also immediately attacked him. The three demons attacked Ao Guang together, but Ao Guang appeared calm and composed, handling the situation with ease. However, for the time being, no winner could be determined. Meanwhile, the three demonic beasts that were secretly observing Ao Guang showed no sign of making a move. Ao Guang was well aware of their ulterior motives. Immediately, Ao Guang deliberately acted as if he were no match for his opponent, pretending to retreat hastily while fighting. I thought some powerful figure had arrived, but it turns out he's nothing special, so easily defeated. One of the demon beasts said with a hint of contempt, looking at Ao Guang's somewhat disheveled figure. Don't let your guard down. Let's help him deal with the three guarding monsters first. He's already exhausted from fighting those three monsters, so he'll definitely be no match for us later. We can wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Okay, let's do it this way. Upon hearing this, the other two demonic beasts decisively took action. "Brother, we're here to help you." Guang, who was engaged in fierce battle, heard the shouts of a demon beast and immediately looked up in the direction from which the sound came. Three figures approached him menacingly, and Guang's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. "Okay." As the three malevolent beasts approached, Guang reacted swiftly, turning his spear around and attacking them without hesitation. A terrifying surge of lightning power spread wildly across the tip of the spear, and then he unleashed a sweeping horizontal strike. An incredibly powerful force instantly descended upon the three-headed monster, seemingly sensing an unprecedented and immense crisis. The three-headed demon beast's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. "Brother, what are you doing?" One of the demonic beasts, his face full of shock and confusion, questioned him agitatedly. "What are you doing?" "I was just pretending to be weak to lure out a bunch of scheming bastards like you." Guang directly revealed the truth of the matter. "You really think I'm no match for those three guardian beasts?" "Sorry, I just wanted to lure you bunch of scheming guys out." Upon hearing this, the three brothers' faces turned deathly pale, filled with fear and despair. Upon seeing the familiar yet terrifying lightning, they immediately recognized the identity of the person before them. "Yes, it's you." They had seen Guang from afar earlier, fiercely battling the powerful demon beast corrupted by darkness. They had been careless and hadn't thought much about it, but now that they saw the iconic lightning bolt, they immediately realized what was happening. Boom, a violent purple lightning bolt swept over them, sending them flying like kites with broken strings. Facing this group of three-headed demons who harbored ill intentions towards him from the very beginning, Guang no longer held back. He turned around quickly and decisively turned the gun around. With a horizontal thrust of the spear, terrifying power instantly converged upon it like a flood. In an instant, the purple lightning transformed into a vast sea of thunder, piercing through the surrounding mist. The next instant, Guang fired a shot. The terrifying power was unleashed without reservation at this moment, and the terrifying lightning instantly engulfed all the monsters present. Boom, with a deafening roar of thunder, the true dragons let out majestic roars. 6 true dragons appeared at the same time, transforming into thunder dragons, and suddenly bit into the bodies of the 6 demonic beasts. Boom, with a single strike, the corpses of the 6 demonic beasts were instantly annihilated, leaving not a trace behind. After doing all this, Guang's face was slightly pale, and his expression revealed a hint of fatigue. That attack was truly terrifying. Guang murmured something under his breath. That last shot was a flash of inspiration he had during the battle, and its power was terrifying. The only downside is that it consumes too much of his energy. However, on the other hand, such a powerful attack was enough to wipe out all these monsters, so it was worth it. After dealing with these treacherous and cunning monsters, Guang arrived at the riverbank. As soon as you get close, the thick fog that was there disappears without a trace, and what comes into clear view is a vast expanse of water. On this shimmering body of water, a lotus flower, radiating a captivating glow, grows quietly. The lotus flower emitted a dazzling 7-colored glow. Guang took a step forward and landed steadily on the river. Then he walked forward and carefully picked the lotus flower. The flower of enlightenment. Holding the enlightenment flower, Guang was instantly captivated by the powerful energy it emitted. However, Guang quickly restrained his impulse and carefully put it away. After all, it was an essential item for this mission, and Guang could not impulsively eat it. After successfully obtaining the enlightenment flower, the most urgent task is to find Aolie.as for the Lord of Sanyao City. Guang was not worried at all, because he knew very well that the other party was definitely not a first-timer here, and their familiarity with the place must far exceed his own, so they should be able to handle all kinds of situations with ease. Chapter 400. A chance encounter. Having obtained the enlightenment flower, Guang set off to search for Aolai's whereabouts. After leaving that place, the fog outside dissipated immediately. Suddenly, a series of rolling mountains came into view. This magnificent scene is enough to deduce just how vast an area the ancient trial grounds once belonged to, in order to create such an astonishing sight. Truly breathtaking. Guang couldn't help but feel a heartfelt emotion. Such a vast area was merely what was left behind after the demise of a single power. This means that there are far more powerful forces of this scale than the one we see here. In the past, such an existence held an extremely glorious position, but what changes ultimately led to the downfall of such a top-tier and powerful force? Guang gently shook his head, no longer allowing himself to get caught up in these complicated thoughts. He left this place and went to find Aolai. However, Guang was unaware that all the demon beasts that entered the ancient trial grounds actually carried a special spiritual object. With this spiritual object, they could communicate with each other and sense each other's thoughts, thus easily finding each other. Tian Mangniu had already gathered with its elder, Tianqing Mangniu. Sixth Elder. The heavenly wild ox approached the azure wild ox with utmost respect. The most urgent task is to find the enlightenment flower as soon as possible. The azure ox remained calm and spoke in a nonchalant tone. The enlightenment flower is of utmost importance. The grand competition is about to begin, so do your best to improve your cultivation level as much as you can. Upon hearing this, Tian Mangniu nodded repeatedly and replied, "Yes, Sixth Elder." In addition, the bloodline level of those two demonic beasts is quite extraordinary. After you successfully kill them, you should quickly devour them. Once we leave here, I will explain everything to you. The Azure Bull spoke methodically. Upon hearing this, Tian Mangniu's face immediately lit up with an ecstatic smile, and he excitedly asked, "Sixth Elder, really?" The Azure Bull nodded slightly and said solemnly, "The current situation has far exceeded your original imagination and has become extremely complicated and severe. The rules that have been in place on the ancient continent for 10,000 years will probably be completely broken in the near future. Sixth Elder, according to what you're saying, is the ancient extreme continent about to fall into chaos?" Tian Mangniu looked at Tianqing Mangniu with worry and asked anxiously. "Soon." The Azure Bull nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "But not at this very moment. You must secure a chance to travel to the central wilderness in the upcoming competition," the Azure Bull said solemnly. "Why, Sixth Elder?" Tian Mangniu asked, full of doubt. "This matter is of utmost importance. This rare opportunity represents whether our family can gain a deeper understanding of the hidden secrets of the ancient extreme continent. Only in this way can we better deal with the troubles that are about to come." The Azure Wild Ox spoke to the Azure Wild Ox, word by word. "Our Tianmong Niu clan is inferior to the Wanpa Tianhu clan and the powerful Bishui Tianlang clan. It is no exaggeration to say that the Tianmong Niu clan is nothing in the depths of this eastern wilderness. If we want to gain a foothold in the coming chaos, we must find out as much as possible what those unknown secrets are." The Azure Bull spoke slowly, its expression serious and solemn. Upon hearing this, Tian Mangniu nodded heavily and said resolutely, "I will definitely try my best." The Azure Ox nodded slightly and said nothing more. In fact, he told the other party so much in order to put pressure on them and stimulate their fighting spirit and potential, but at that moment, the solid ground beneath the two demons suddenly cracked open without warning. Bang! This sudden turn of events left both demons stunned, but Tianqing Mangniu was experienced after all. He quickly grabbed Tian Mangniu's arm and threw him up forcefully. "Elder!" The heavenly bull cried out in terror. "Don't worry about me, I'll be fine." The Azure Bull responded loudly, and then plummeted straight down. The heavenly Mangniu could only watch helplessly as this unfolded, powerless to do anything about it. The cracked earth quickly closed up in the next instant. Meanwhile, underground, a monstrous beast wielding a dark black broadsword was walking through this vast canyon. "What the hell is this place? This demon is none other than Aolie. Aole shook his head helplessly, complaining as he arrived at this ancient trial grounds. He had been inexplicably teleported here as soon as he came. This situation truly made him feel incredibly unlucky. While racking his brains for a way out, Aolie continued walking slowly forward. Just then, a sharp and rapid whistling sound suddenly came from above. Aolie suddenly looked up and saw a rhinoceros with a blue body charging towards him. "What the hell? Is it an air raid?" Aolie couldn't help but exclaim loudly, while nimbly dodging to the side. Boom! With a loud bang, a cloud of dust rose instantly as the Azure Bull landed heavily, its massive feet shattering the ground. Then, he looked at Aolie with icy eyes and said coldly, "I didn't expect to run into one of you brothers in this place." Upon hearing this, Aolie instantly understood what the other person meant. "Who do we have here?" "It's you." Aolie quickly recalled that the guy in front of him was the elder who followed Tian Mangniu. "What, judging by your menacing appearance, did you come here specifically to find me?" Aolie asked loudly, showing no fear. "Otherwise what?" The Azure Bull looked at the other party with disdain. "You're just a nobody at level 65. You're unlucky to have run into me today. Will you obediently end your own life, or will I personally break your bones and drag you out?" Upon hearing these threatening words, Aolai blinked, a smirk playing on his lips, and said contemptuously, "Old man, you really have the guts to talk such big. It's just the two of us here. Do you think I still need to hide my strength?" Chapter 401 Battle against the Azure Wild Bull. Upon hearing Aolai's words, the Azure Bull's eyebrows immediately furrowed. "Humph, what nonsense are you spouting here? Do you have some kind of protective charm that Dylan gave you?" Such a thought flashed through the mind of the Azure Bull. "Of course I have it." Aolai nodded slowly. "However, if I want to kill you, I don't need to rely on that thing." Upon hearing this, the Azure Bull's eyes widened in fury. It glared fiercely at Aolai and shouted, "You brat, you are utterly arrogant. Do you not know my strength?" Having said that, the Azure Bull could no longer contain itself and released its powerful aura of level 70 without reservation. An immense pressure, like a tidal wave, instantly swept towards Aolai. However, faced with the overwhelming pressure from the other party, Aolai's eyes did not reveal even the slightest panic. The next instant, the powerful pressure originating from the true dragon surged forth from Aolai's body like a volcanic eruption. The terrifying pressure instantly and easily overwhelmed the pressure released by the Azure Wild Bull, completely suppressing its originally arrogant aura. Upon seeing this, the Azure Bull's expression changed drastically. What? He never expected that the pressure emanating from Aolai was far more terrifying than his own. Feeling the intense fear and palpitations deep within his heart, the Azure Bull's face instantly turned extremely ugly, so gloomy it seemed as if water could drip from it. Level 71, 26 stars. The Aolai before him was not only far superior in level, but also in bloodline level. In that instant, the Azure Bull was completely stunned. He never expected that the monster in front of him, which the heavenly Magneto had described as only level 65, would become so powerful and terrifying in the blink of an eye. "Sorry, I forgot to tell you earlier. My brother and I deliberately concealed our strength to get into the Yanhuan Palace Academy." Aolai grinned and chuckled. "It's perfectly normal for your Tianmon Neo to lose to us. If he hadn't used those underhanded and cunning methods, he wouldn't be in such a mess with us now. So, the root of your death today is all his doing." The Azure Bull remained silent, its gaze fixed intently on Aolai. He truly hadn't expected that Aolai, standing before him, had been hiding his true strength all along. Prior to this, he had not personally witnessed Aolai and Aoguan killing the crocodile monster corrupted by darkness. That's why he had absolutely no idea what level Aolai's strength was at, but now he understood. He truly experienced Aolai's formidable strength. The terrifying aura surged towards him like a tidal wave. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the true dragon caused a dramatic change in the Azure Bull's expression. Wow, what a powerful pressure! The Azure Bull stared intently at Aolai, its heart filled with disbelief. It never imagined that Aolai's bloodline level would be so terrifying. Even he himself found it difficult to cope with such pressure. This terrifying bloodline power is even stronger than that of the Soul Tiger and the Azure Sky Wolf. Such a powerful bloodline made the Azure Bull wonder which terrifying race Aolai came from. Just as Tianqing Magneto was speculating, Aolai made his move. His body suddenly erupted with a chilling power, and an incomparably sharp blade of light instantly slashed towards the Azure Bull. Tianqing Magneto was no fool or slow-witted person. He reacted quickly and immediately drew his weapon without hesitation, preparing to fight the opponent with all his might. The weapon used by the Azure Bull was an iron whip meticulously forged from meteorite iron. The entire whip was hard and its surface emitted a dark luster. Clearly, the powerful weapon in the hands of the Azure Bull had reached the level of level 6. It remains to be seen who will emerge victorious. As Tianqing Magneto spoke loudly, he swiftly swung his whip, which lashed out at Aolai like a ferocious dragon. The enormous iron whip, under his wielding, emitted deafening crackling sounds, as if it were tearing the surrounding air apart. Immediately afterwards, this incredibly swift whip, carrying overwhelming force, suddenly struck Aolai. Aolai reacted swiftly, his body moving like lightning, and quickly dodged to the side, successfully avoiding the fierce whip. However, the rocks behind him suffered the consequences. Under the impact of this powerful force, they exploded, turning into countless fragments of stone and gravel that flew in all directions. Aolai took a sudden step forward, followed by a powerful strike with his sword. The powerful blade light erupted instantly, like a dazzling meteor, sweeping menacingly towards the Azure Bull. Seeing this, the Azure Bull quickly raised its whip, attempting to block Aolai's extremely fierce strike. Aolai launched another attack, and the two fought back and forth. In a fierce battle, they were using the most primitive fighting style, without utilizing their own abilities. Blacklight Sky Beetle Technique. Just then, the Azure Bull suddenly let out a low, hoarse roar. With that roar, his aura suddenly surged dramatically, and a huge and majestic phantom of a rhinoceros appeared behind him. Roar. The rhinoceros let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The sound was so loud that Aeolai felt dizzy and his vision blurred, but he quickly rallied his spirits and regained his senses. In that very instant, the Azure Bull had already appeared before him like a ghost. Bang! The opponent lashed out with a whip, but Aeolai hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. At this moment, Aeolai held nothing back. A pure golden light emanated from his palm like a tide, then quickly clung to the dark black broadsword. Then, without hesitation, Aeolai unleashed a slash, and the golden light instantly expanded to a size of hundreds of feet. Wherever the light touched, everything turned into fine silver dust that exploded in the air. Boom, boom, the continuous crashing sounds echoed throughout the canyon. This golden blade of light was not only incredibly powerful, but also carried an incomparably powerful and scorching flame, like a raging fire dragon, sweeping wildly towards the Azure Bull. The Azure Bull moved nimbly, frantically waving its iron whip in an attempt to block Aeolai's unstoppable and powerful attack, but to his horror, he discovered that he was completely unable to stop this fierce attack. Aeolai's offensive was simply too powerful and ferocious. Chapter 402. I'm not playing with you anymore. Upon seeing this, Tianqing Magnia's brows furrowed tightly, forming a deep, river shape. How could this guy be so powerful? Even though there is only one level difference between the two, the huge gap in strength is like an insurmountable chasm. But he knew in his heart that he might very well lose his life here. Aeolai launched another fierce attack. The golden blade light was dazzling and eye-catching, standing out brightly in the dark and gloomy canyon, like a blazing sun in the darkness. The Azure Bull swiftly dodged to the side, while simultaneously wielding its iron whip at a tricky angle, aiming fiercely at Aeolai's chest. Seeing the whip hurtling towards him with a sharp whistling sound, Aeolai showed no fear, choosing not to dodge or flinch, but instead to resist with a strong stance. Just as the iron whip was about to fall heavily, Aeolai's body instantly emitted a dazzling golden light. This light quickly condensed into an extremely sturdy armor, successfully blocking the powerful whip for him. Bang! Despite the powerful inertia, Aeolai was still forced to retreat several steps uncontrollably. His sharp blade nearly grazed the edge of the Azure Bull's body. Boom! The mountain behind the opponent trembled violently under the impact of this powerful force, and countless boulders tumbled down, raising clouds of dust. The fierce attack between the two demons is enough to fully demonstrate how powerful and terrifying their strength is. The Azure Bull was no ordinary person either. He gritted his teeth again and used all his strength to swing the whip in his hand, attacking Aeolai fiercely. But Aeolai was already tired of the battle and didn't want to continue fighting with his opponent. I'm not playing with you anymore. I thought you were so strong, but it seems you're nothing special. I'm really disappointed in you, Aeolai said with disdain, and then swung his dark black broadsword at his opponent with unparalleled power. The powerful slash fell like lightning, instantly knocking the Azure Bull back. It was forced back by the immense power of the strike. Seeing this, Aeolai launched another attack. Behind him, a lifelike phantom of a dragon appeared, and a terrifying pressure descended upon the Azure Bull's body like Mount Tai pressing down. This powerful sense of oppression caused the Azure Bull's movements to slow down by half a beat instantly, but it was this slight delay that allowed Aeolai to almost win the match. Boom! Aeolai unleashed another slash, and a terrifying golden light burst forth, dazzlingly bright. The phantom of the true dragon behind him also followed suit, swinging its blade down in perfect unison, displaying astonishing power. Such a powerful and shocking strike instantly shattered the sturdy armor on the Azure Bull, turning it into countless fragments that flew everywhere. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the phantom of the true dragon behind Aeolai let out another deafening roar. Tianqing Magnia felt a sudden dizziness before his eyes, and his mind went blank. What kind of bloodline does this monster have? The Azure Bull was filled with shock and confusion. The phantom looked like a dragon, but it was also quite different. Deep in his heart, the pressure emanating from this phantom was even more terrifying and suffocating than the pressure from the Dragon Clan. This was a mysterious race he had never seen before, whose strength and bloodline were terrifying. He had absolutely no ability to resist and was no match for Aeolai. Boom! Aeolai's slashes pressed down relentlessly like a storm, while the phantom of the true dragon behind him continuously spewed out golden rays of light, so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. At this moment, the Azure Bull could no longer hold on, for its strength had been exhausted. Boom! The next instant, golden light, like a raging flood, completely engulfed his body. Ugh! With a heart-wrenching scream from the azure wild bull, its body was instantly obliterated and vanished without a trace. Upon seeing this, the illusory image of the true dragon behind Aolai dissipated. He walked to the lifeless corpse of the azure bull, bent down, and picked up the iron whip that emitted a dim luster. A level 6 weapon should fetch a pretty good price, Aolai muttered to himself. The azure bull's strength is nothing special. Aolai had previously thought it would be an incredibly powerful being. The golden light he released was several times hotter than flames. With the opponent's meager strength, it was simply a pipe dream to successfully withstand it. It was through this battle that Aolai gained a clearer understanding of the true level of his strength. Even when facing an opponent 2 levels above him, he still possesses the formidable strength to contend with them. After all, his terrifyingly high bloodline level granted him extraordinary power. Aolai sheathed his dark black broadsword. After successfully dealing with the azure bull, he began racking his brains to figure out how to leave this hellish place. Meanwhile, outside, the Tianmong ox stared intently at the token in its hand, which was gradually becoming dim and lifeless, completely stunned. No way. Tianmong Nio stared wide-eyed in disbelief, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. The elder had actually died down there. It's important to understand that once the token becomes dim, it means that his connection with the azure bull has been completely severed. However, how much time has passed? His connection with the 6th elder was thus completely severed. This means that the 6th elder has either unfortunately died or encountered an extremely dangerous predicament, to the point that he had to abandon even the token. What kind of terrifying thing exists down there? The heavenly wild bull was deeply shocked. This ancient trial ground stipulated that only monsters of level 73 or higher were allowed to enter. However, in this region, level 70 monsters can already be considered top-tier powerhouses. After all, those extremely powerful demonic beasts in this ancient trial ground were wiped out long ago by the combined efforts of the experts from the 3 academies. But now that their own elder has died here, Tianmangnia finds it hard to accept this reality. No, the elders are all dead. I must leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Tianmangnia was filled with fear and could no longer care about anything else, so he hurriedly fled the place. Meanwhile, Ao Guang was still running around the area, anxiously searching for Aolai's figure. Chapter 403 Delivery Mission. After searching for an unknown amount of time, Aolai finally found a way out. It was a deep and mysterious cave that stretched upwards in a winding path. Aolai followed this path to the top of the cave. Fortunately, no dangerous situations were encountered along the way. At the same time, relying on his intuition and following the faint traces, Ao Guang finally found Aolai. Aolai, how is the situation? Ao Guang looked at Aolai and asked with concern. It's nothing serious, we just ran into the azure wild bull, Aolai replied casually, and then told the other party everything that had happened below. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang nodded slightly and said, alright, since he is already dead, there is no need to go looking for trouble with that wild bull anymore. If he dares to harbor hatred and come to us for revenge, we have nothing to fear. Aolai nodded vigorously in agreement. By the way, brother, have you seen that enlightenment flower? Aolai asked expectantly. Here you are. Ao Guang smiled slightly, slowly opened his palm, and the enlightenment flower appeared in his palm. It really is an enlightenment flower. A flicker of surprise and delight flashed in Aolai's eyes. Let's go, let's find a few more flowers, it will greatly benefit our strength, Ao Guang said. Good. With the strength of those 2 brothers, they could easily do whatever they wanted in this place. Ao Guang and Aolai strolled leisurely through the ancient trial grounds. Every demon beast they encountered treated them with great awe and avoided them at all costs, not daring to provoke them in the slightest. What a joke! Ao Guang and Aolai have displayed terrifying strength. Who would dare to be so reckless as to invite trouble? Provoking them is tantamount to courting death. The ancient trial grounds are only open for 3 days, and during these 3 days, Ao Guang and Aolai only managed to find 6 enlightenment flowers. 1 enlightenment flower was enough to successfully complete the task. In the end, Ao Guang received 3 flowers and Aolai received 2. Interestingly, the 2 brothers wandered around this ancient trial grounds for a whole time, but still couldn't find the sky wild ox. Brother, do you think the heavenly bull ran away a long time ago? Aolai asked doubtfully. Probably, Ao Guang said after a moment's thought. It was during this time that Ao Guang and Aolai encountered the Lord of Songyao City. The other party told Ao Guang and Aolai that the monsters that enter this area have special ways of contacting each other. As long as they step into this area, they will feel a connection in their hearts and can follow the connection to find the other party's location. Leaving this place is quite simple. one only needs to release one's own energy, and one can sense it and leave anytime, anywhere. Alternatively, they can patiently wait 3 days, and according to the rules of this ancient trial ground, they will be automatically teleported out. In cases like Ao Guang and Ao Lai, the choice was to have the ancient trial grounds send them out. A dazzling stream of light descended upon Ao Guang and Ao Lai. The two of them were finally sent out of the ancient trial grounds and returned to their original positions. As soon as you step out, the place is filled with the noisy sounds of numerous monsters. I never expected so many demonic beasts to gather here, Ao Guang said calmly. Even in the ancient trial grounds, we never saw so many demonic beasts. Upon emerging, Ao Guang was astonished to find such a large number of demonic beasts gathered there. It turns out that so many demonic beasts were secretly watching the battle from the sidelines. This is a secret realm. For demonic beasts, a secret realm is of paramount importance. The city lord of Sanyao City chuckled and explained, especially for these lone wandering demons, most of their strength improvement depends heavily on the precious resources hidden within the secret realm. Is this the significant difference between free-roaming demons and those demonic beasts belonging to sects? Ao Guang said thoughtfully, that's natural. Take the 6th elder of the Tianqing Mangnio clan, for example. I'm afraid his true strength is far inferior to your senior brother, Pahu, said the city lord of Sanyao City. My senior brother is actually this powerful? Ao Guang blinked in surprise. That's for sure. He comes from the renowned Heavenly Tiger clan, and with his incredibly powerful bloodline and the meticulous cultivation he received from the Yanhuang Palace Academy, his strength is naturally quite formidable. And the strength of the two of you is enough to prove everything, isn't it? That's true. Ao Guang and Ao Lai can actually be considered as independent cultivators who practiced alone and had never experienced a proper and systematic cultivation method, but after all, they were true dragons with noble bloodlines, and even at their initial starting point, they far surpassed most of the demon beasts present. Therefore, Ao Guang and Ao Lai did not have much worry about themselves. Let's go back. This mission has come to a successful conclusion. I believe we will definitely have the opportunity to meet again in the future, the Lord of Sanyao City said with a smile. That's natural. Ao Guang laughed heartily in response. Goodbye, City Lord. Ao Guang and Ao Lai immediately turned around and left, returning to the Yanhuang Palace Academy. Please take care, gentlemen. The City Lord of Sanyao City stood still, watching the two brothers leave. 5 days passed quickly, and Ao Guang and Ao Lai returned to the academy safely. After submitting the completed task, I successfully earned the corresponding points. I'm still short by more than 400 points. Ao Lai carefully counted on his fingers. The completion speed of one mission is not slow. Next, we need to take on more missions about demonic beasts corrupted by darkness, Ao Guang said. Ever since he learned that killing this special monster would greatly benefit their own growth, Ao Guang had only thought about taking on similar missions. Who wouldn't want to complete a task and gain energy to improve themselves at the same time? Ao Guang and Ao Lai returned to the academy safely. The demonic beasts within the inner sect were all talking about the two brothers at this very moment. After all, Ao Guang and Ao Lai had displayed considerable strength. Shortly after they arrived, the two brothers cleanly and decisively defeated Elder Tianlong's disciple, Tian Mang Niu. Immediately afterwards, Bisui Tianlang arrived aggressively to demand points, but ultimately failed. This series of events, coupled with the brothers' mysterious origins, aroused great curiosity among the inner disciples about where they came from. Chapter 404 Inner Sect Competition. What earth-shattering things could two insignificant little demons possibly do? Just as a group of demonic beasts were having a heated discussion, a cold and disdainful voice rang out indifferently. Upon seeing the beast that spoke, the other beasts present instantly fell silent, not daring to even breathe loudly, let alone respond rashly. This demon was a disciple highly regarded by Elder Yulanji. It is a uniquely shaped fox demon with 7 lively tails on its back and a mysterious and noble purple color all over its body. A dim lightning flickered and danced on his 7 swaying tails, like lively sprites. It comes from the renowned Purple Thunder Celestial Fox clan and is named Qingsha. Qingsha glanced coldly at the inner disciples present, then said in a flat tone, that day, Mang Niu was foolish and clumsy, possessing great strength but lacking any strategy. If Ao Guang and Ao Lai were facing me, they would be powerless to fight back and would have no choice but to surrender. Xingsha's cultivation level remained steadily at level 65, the same level as that of the heavenly wild bull. However, since the defeat of Tian Mangniu, no accurate information has been released regarding the exact cultivation levels of Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Therefore, Xingsha subjectively believed that the brothers' cultivation level was roughly around level 65. Therefore, he never took Ao Guang and Ao Lai seriously, believing that they were not a threat. After all, the disciples of Elders Yulong and Tianlong have always held a contemptuous and disdainful attitude towards Dilong's disciples. Why has this situation arisen? That's because among Dylan's many disciples, there was one who was considered useless by everyone, that is the heavenly fish. This is undoubtedly a great disgrace to Elder Dylan, and he is the only disciple to date whose cultivation level remains stagnant at level 60 and who has shown no signs of breaking through to it. Should be noted that these disciples who were fortunate enough to follow the three elders in their dedicated cultivation were all at a level far exceeding 60 and possessed extremely terrifying bloodline levels. Only Tianyu, whose own strength is mediocre and whose bloodline level is not satisfactory, however, he was still able to be accepted as a disciple by Elder Dylan, which was an exception. This is a behavior that is hard for most people to understand. Just you wait and see, the competition is about to begin. When it does, I will make sure that Ao Guang and Ao Lai lose completely on the competition stage, and they will be convinced of their defeat. Xingsha spoke in a calm yet confident tone, completely disregarding Ao Guang and Ao Lai, regarding them as worthless trash. Deep down, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were nothing more than ordinary demon beasts from a small place. After all, the other party only had the opportunity to come because of the Imperial Edict, and in everyone's impression, the only demon beast that possesses an Imperial Edict is Tianyu. Without Tianyu's introduction, how could these two demon beasts from the remote border of the Eastern Wilderness have had the opportunity to enter the Yanhuang Palace Academy for cultivation? At this moment, Ao Guang and Ao Lai were unaware that a competition was about to begin. They remained immersed in their room, completely absorbed in their practice. Since they hadn't encountered a suitable task, they didn't rush to accept it. In addition, they are using the precious enlightenment flowers in their possession for cultivation and absorption, which is improving their own realmness. Enlightenment flower is truly miraculous. After swallowing it, Ao Guang and Ao Lai immediately felt that the speed at which they absorbed the energy of heaven and earth had undergone a tremendous change, becoming extremely rapid. It probably won't be long before the brothers' levels increase again, especially Ao Guang. After successfully killing the crocodile monster corrupted by dark power, his cultivation level was showing signs of breaking through to level 70-2. As the brothers continued to break through their cultivation levels, their inner state and personality traits also underwent subtle changes without them realizing it. He gradually became somewhat arrogant and proud, having initially been calm and reserved. At that time, Ao Guang had such a feeling. He even had a momentary illusion that he was invincible and unbeatable. Fortunately, this dangerous and arrogant feeling did not last long and soon disappeared without a trace. Time flies like an arrow, and 2 months have passed. In the blink of an eye, Ao Guang and Ao Lai also successfully broke through. Ao Guang's level reached level 73, and Ao Lai's level also successfully increased to level 72. In terms of bloodline star level, both brothers are at 26 stars. On that very day, but who came to their door? Senior brother Pa. Ao Guang and Ao Lai waved enthusiastically to welcome Pahu's arrival. Sit down. There's no need for such formalities between us. Don't be so reserved. With a smile, Pahu said kindly, I have come here today to tell you something important. An important competition is about to begin. A contest? Upon hearing this news, Ao Guang and Ao Lai's expressions changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. That's right. Pahu nodded solemnly. According to my estimate, the intersect competition will officially begin in about half a month. The main reason I'm here is to tell you about the things you need to pay attention to during the competition. Alright, senior brother Pa, please speak. Ao Guang and Ao Lai both looked at Pahu. At this moment, Pahu slowly spoke up and said, the first thing you must pay special attention to is that, under no circumstances should you easily accept any invitations from the disciples of Elder Tianlong and Elder Yulong. Good. Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded without hesitation, indicating that they had kept it in mind. During the competition, there are not many complicated or tedious things. Based on your performance in the competition, we will analyze your strength and then the sect will choose the most suitable cultivation path and development direction for you based on these assessments. Pahu patiently explained, so, this competition is quite fair overall. As for whether you want to continue your cultivation with the sect after the competition, that depends on your own decision. 6 months after this competition, the grand competition will be held. The requirements for the grand competition are quite strict. It is a contest between major forces throughout the entire eastern wilderness. At that time, outstanding disciples from the 3 top forces, as well as excellent members of other powerful demon races, will participate. Their goal is to compete for the right to enter the central courtyard. Chapter 405 Undercurrents. After introducing the 2 brothers, Pahu continued, "It seems a bit premature to talk about this with you now. During the competition, you must always remember not to harm the lives of other disciples. Stop when you've made a point, and never kill them. The sect leader will personally attend this competition. No matter how deep the grudges and conflicts are between the 3 elders, there will be no major conflict. Therefore, you must remember this well. No matter how the disciples of Elder Tianlong and Elder Yulong try to target you in the competition, you must not let anger cloud your judgment and cause you to lose your rationality. Otherwise, the sect leader would never easily forgive and pardon your impulsive behavior." After hearing this, Ao Guang and Ao Lai both nodded solemnly and said in unison, "Okay. Well, that's about all I need to tell you," Pahu said calmly. "As long as you act within your capabilities and successfully win a match, you will also receive corresponding points rewards." "That's so nice." Upon hearing this news, Ao Guang's eyes lit up instantly, revealing a look of excitement. "Winning a game will also give you points. That's great." "Yes, points may seem difficult to obtain, but in reality, they are determined based on your own level and performance in the competition," Pahu nodded and continued to explain. "By the way, I wanted to ask if you've taken on any other missions during these 2 months?" Pahu asked with concern. "No, not really." O Guang shook his head and said helplessly, "We haven't encountered any particularly suitable missions, so we simply haven't accepted any." "That would be best. Don't put too much energy and thought into these things. The most important thing right now is the competition and the big competition that follows," Pahu said earnestly. "We understand, thank you for telling us, Senior Brother Pa." Ao Guang and Ao Lai both nodded solemnly, indicating that they understood his meaning. Having said all he needed to say, Pahu didn't say anything more and got up to leave. Actually, there was one crucial point he didn't explicitly state, that is, the elders actually take the final ranking results of each competition very seriously. After all, there had always been open and covert struggles among the 3 elders, and their respective disciples, to some extent, represented their respective reputations and honors. Nobody wants to be at the bottom of the rankings and lose face. However, Elder Dylan valued the talent and potential shown by Ao Guang and Ao Lai, so he did not want to put too much pressure on them, for fear of affecting their normal performance in the competition. At this moment, inside the respective palaces of Tianlong and Yulong, Tianlong and Yulong each gathered together their carefully trained disciples. Each elder has 5 to 6 outstanding disciples under their command. These disciples were all exceptionally talented geniuses. Although their numbers were few, they would undoubtedly be among the best in the world, even if placed anywhere on the ancient extreme continent. Each and every one of them is a truly outstanding individual. Even the most senior disciples of the 3 elders, who were among the first batch of disciples, had already reached level 80. Furthermore, these senior disciples all possess immense potential to reach level 85, but they are all already quite old. These first batch of senior disciples are all considered elders of the Yanhuang Palace Academy. Therefore, they will not participate in this competition. As for the second disciples, their cultivation levels were all in the 70s and they were not young either, so they would not participate in this competition. Only those disciples with relatively lower seniority and less experience participated in this competition. Moreover, only disciples below level 70 are qualified to participate in this fierce competition. Tianlong, Yulong, and even Dilong, they all originated from the lineage of the dragon. The reason they couldn't stand each other was because they came from different backgrounds and wanted to find out who had the stronger bloodline. Therefore, they absolutely do not want to see their disciples lose to the other side's disciples in any aspect. Gradually, however, Dylan chose to withdraw from their fierce and endless battle, no longer willing to compete with them for victory. However, Tianlong and Yulong are different. The competition between the two was so fierce that it was almost irreconcilable, and they fought so hard that they even ended up bleeding each other out. Then, it was inevitable that Dylan's side would also be affected. The 2 new disciples from Dylan's side were brought in by his abandoned disciple using a written order. Before this, they had already sparred with Tianlong's disciple, Tianmengniu. The strength they displayed was quite formidable. Although there has been no news of them making any moves since then, the talent of the heavenly wild bull itself should not be underestimated. Therefore, if you want to defeat Ao Guang and Ao Lai in this competition, it depends on the results of your training over the next 15 days. Yulong spoke calmly yet solemnly, his gaze falling upon the three disciples. Master, they are just two insignificant loaches. I will handle them when the time comes. Qing Sha was the first to step forward and accept the order. The seven tails behind him swayed gracefully, each movement showcasing his immense power. I in the nine-tailed fox clan, the number of tails is used to determine the level of each other's strength. The fact that Qing Sha has 7 tails undoubtedly indicates that its bloodline is extremely powerful and terrifying. Yulong nodded slightly in approval, expressing his unwavering confidence in Qing Sha's strength. After all, Qing Sha came from the powerful nine-tailed fox clan, and the existence of 7 tails was enough to prove the strength of his bloodline. As for Soul Tiger and Azure Sky Wolf, there's nothing to worry about too much. Nether Hound, your strength is basically the same as theirs. Yulong then turned his gaze to the dog demon sitting in the center, whose entire body exuded a dark aura. This is a very unique dog. Its whole body shimmers with a deep, dark luster, and a sense of the underworld constantly emanates from it. This is a hound of the underworld. Master, please rest assured, I will definitely defeat Soul Tiger and Azure Sky Wolf in this competition. The Nether Hound said resolutely, his voice as cold as frost, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Good. Upon hearing this, Yulong immediately smiled with satisfaction. The competition after 15 days will depend entirely on your performance. Here you are. The several demonic beasts solemnly accepted the order. Chapter 406. The three elders gather. Meanwhile, a similar scene was unfolding on the other side. In Tianlong, before each competition, they would analyze the strength of each elder's disciple, trying their best to find any possible weaknesses in order to devise a strategy to defeat their opponents and thus regain their so-called dignity. However, this did not happen on Dylan's side. As mentioned many times before, Elder Dylan withdrew from this conflict a long time ago, unwilling to get involved anymore and argue with them about these meaningless things. Compared to so-called face and vanity, constantly strengthening one's own capabilities is the most crucial and important thing. Inside the palace, Dylan was enveloped in the glow of the sun and moon, his inner power surging to its fullest extent. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, and then slowly opened his eyes. Outside the palace, a slightly aged voice came. Dilong, at times like this, you shouldn't always make this old man come to call you personally. Hearing that familiar voice, Dylan quickly concealed his presence and walked out. Tianlong, I have already explained it to you clearly and plainly. Dylan remained calm and composed as he spoke. If you are willing to fight, then go ahead and fight, but please do not involve me. Upon hearing this, Tianlong chuckled. All right, stop babbling on about these useless things. Over the years, every time I've come to call you, you've said almost the exact same things, but what's the point? Tianlong glanced at Dilong and said, every year, around this time, the three of us get together and have a good chat. Having left our families for so many years, what is our purpose in coming to this remote eastern wilderness? Let's go, Dylan. Dylan remained silent, simply following behind the other man. Soon, the two demons arrived at Yulong's palace. Upon arrival, a variety of food and wine were laid out before them. There's no need to go to such lengths every time, Dylan said with a slightly helpless tone as soon as he sat down. The reason I have come here is to tell you too that since you are determined to fight for it, then so be it. I just hope that if something like this happens again, they won't call me again. After saying that, Dylan stood up and was about to turn and leave, but at that moment, a powerful aura enveloped Dylan like an invisible net. Dylan, who was about to take a step, suddenly stopped. He couldn't help but turn around and look sharply at Yulong. Dylan, Yulong slowly raised his head and looked at him. Since it's all in the past, let it go. He's just an ordinary disciple. How could such a minor figure possibly ruin the bond between us brothers? Hearing Yulong's seemingly casual words, Dilong's face showed a faint bitter smile. Just a disciple? In your eyes, your disciple may be nothing more than a tool to be used for amusement and manipulated at will. You were like this when you were in the tribe, and now that you are here, your personalities have not changed in the slightest. Dylan shook his head in disappointment. But deep down, I know my disciples are my disciples. They are not tools for my amusement. Hearing Dylan's righteous words, both Tianlong and Yulong revealed contemptuous smiles. Don't say such naive and childish nonsense. Do you think Tianlong and I, don't know what you're really thinking? He's just a useless disciple, why would we need you to do this to him? Hearing this, Dylan felt even more pain in his heart. It wasn't until the day Tianyu's talent was completely destroyed that he truly realized how much he cared about this disciple. Not only him, but he cared deeply about Pahu and the others. His disciples were those he nurtured and cared for with all his heart, not tools to be used for his own amusement or to be manipulated at will. In the eyes of these people who pride themselves on their noble dragon bloodline, all other demonic beasts are nothing but trash. How could a mixed-blood demon beast possibly stand a chance against those beings who possess a trace of true dragon blood? Every dragon that appears in the world believes it deserves the highest respect and reverence. This idea has taken deep root in their souls, but Dylan was completely different from them. He knew very well that with their current level of attainment and strength, they were far from being able to be respected by other demonic beasts no matter where they were. That's a wrong and absurd idea. Today, Dylan has fundamentally changed and is no longer like them. However, it was precisely because of Lung's change that the relationship between the three brothers gradually became distant and cold. Even by the end, Dylan had already foreseen that the worst possible outcome might occur between them. Dylan fell into a deep silence, uttering no more words. Tianlong and Yulong both turned their gazes to him and said in a calm tone, "Dilong, you don't need to put on such airs. It won't be long before a peerless genius descends upon our clan." As soon as he said this, Dylan's gaze instantly fell on the two demons. "Are there any more monsters coming from within the clan?" Dylan looked at the two of them with suspicion and asked anxiously. "And not bad." Tianlong nodded slightly and said solemnly, "This background is quite impressive. It comes from the Thunder Dragon lineage. It is said that this demon is invincible within the clan, and its strength is terrifying. Even the prodigies of the Demon Eagle branch are no match for it. According to rumors circulating within the clan, this demon possesses a small amount of true dragon blood, more than any other dragon in the clan. Furthermore, and most importantly, the dark erosion it can unleash is far more powerful than that of an ordinary dragon." Upon hearing this, Dylan's expression changed for the first time. "That's a true monster." Dylan, his expression slightly grave, said calmly, "But what does that have to do with us? Could it be that he intends to come to this Yanhuan Palace Academy? That remains to be seen." Tianlong gently shook his head, a hint of confusion on his face as well. "Anyway, he's about to descend the mountain," Yulong said coldly. "When we meet him then, the three of us old folks will have no choice but to address this demon as our master." Dylan remained silent and did not respond. Chapter 407. The Academy competition begins. Within his dragon lineage, strength has always been paramount, and the most valued aspect is the power of one's own bloodline. The stronger one's bloodline, the more firmly one can establish oneself within the dragon lineage. Having heard that the other party was able to unleash the power of dark corruption to such a powerful degree, Dylan was well aware of just how extraordinary the other party's bloodline was. Even the three of them could only unleash a very limited amount of dark power from the bodies of those demonic beasts corrupted by darkness, and it is far from being able to use it to benefit itself. This is why their strength has remained stagnant, and they face extremely difficult challenges in making even the smallest progress. Yes, they do indeed face bottlenecks that are difficult to overcome. If you want to improve your strength, you must find a way to absorb those demonic beasts that possess the power of the heavenly Tao. However, implementing such a method is extremely difficult and almost an impossible task. Even if they spent their entire lives and all their energy, they probably would still find it difficult to reach level 90. Moreover, demonic beasts possessing the power of the heavenly Tao are extremely rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The only feasible way is to maximize the release of the dark power within the corrupted monster, completely annihilate it, and then use it to nourish oneself. Sadly, they are not yet able to reach that level. This is why their progress in improving their cultivation level is exceptionally slow. Seeing that Dylan remains silent, Tianlong gently pushed the wineglass in front of him towards him and said earnestly, "We are brothers after all, and we have been through thick and thin together. Let bygones be bygones." Dylan simply smiled faintly, still not uttering a single word. Seeing Dylan's appearance, Yulong's face instantly turned extremely ugly, so gloomy it seemed as if water could drip from it. "Dylan, I heard that your new disciple is quite outstanding. Are you particularly confident this time?" Yulong stared intently at Dilong, his gaze filled with scrutiny. However, Dylan remained silent and did not give any answer. "Farewell." Dylan slowly stood up and decided without hesitation not to linger there any longer. Roll. Enraged, Yulong slammed his hand hard on the table, the force of which instantly turned everything on it into fine powder, vanishing without a trace. Tianlong remained silent, while Dilong had already left without looking back. Big brother. Tianlong turned to look at Yulong, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Get him out of here, you piece of trash. Yulong was furious. Well. Tianlong sighed deeply, his heart filled with helplessness and regret. Dilong still held a grudge about that incident from back then. He's just a disciple, we can recruit others if he's gone. Why waste the deep bond between brothers over such a trivial matter? Meanwhile, Ao Guang and Ao Lai had not left the inner sect during this period. During their time in the inner sect, they gradually learned about the complicated grudges and entanglements between the three elders, and the specific names of the disciples under Elder Tianlong and Elder Yulong. The two brothers also gained a basic understanding of the general situation and power distribution in the depths of the Eastern Wilderness. Aside from the three top powers and their affiliated forces, the rest are the several well-known demon clans in the Eastern Wilderness. These are the powerful Azure Sky Wolf clan, the renowned Heavenly Soul Tiger clan, the mysterious and unpredictable Netherworld Hound clan, and the awe-inspiring Nine-Tailed Fox clan. These groups are all powerful demon races that are relatively close to the Yanhuang Palace Academy. In addition, there are the Tianmong Niu clan, the Tian Duolu clan, and the Chishui Tianyu clan. The patriarchs of these major demon clans are all roughly at level 82 or 83 in strength. This is the composition of the main demon forces in the Eastern Wilderness region. Within the three top academies, each has 4 to 5 top experts who have reached level 85. Within the Yanhuang Palace Academy, the most powerful figure is undoubtedly the lofty sect leader, whose strength has reached an astonishing level of 86 and 24 stars. Below the sect leader are the three inner sect elders, as well as numerous elders responsible for outer sect affairs. This is the powerful force integrated by the entire Yanhuang Palace Academy. Based on this statistical analysis, its overall strength completely surpasses that of the so-called second and third-rate forces in the Eastern Wilderness. Of course, there are also some exceptionally powerful rogue demons, but Ao Guang and Ao Lai are not entirely clear about their specific situations. For the entire month, the inner sect was preparing for the upcoming competition. After all, this competition is about who among them will get the chance to go to the central courtyard, which is a matter of their future prospects. Ao Guang and Ao Lai learned about the mysterious central courtyard from conversations among some of their disciples. The so-called central court is the core central region of the ancient continent. Only those selected through a competition are qualified to represent the sect and go to the central courtyard. The central courtyard is a place that any demon beast longs for. The overall strength of the entire central courtyard far surpasses the average strength of the monsters in the 4 desolate regions of the East, West, South, and North. Zhongting, as the core area of the entire continent, has an extremely large number of abundant resources and precious magical treasures. After learning about this situation, Ao Guang and Ao Lai did not show any particularly strong feelings. After all, going to the central courtyard doesn't mean staying there, it means going somewhere in the central courtyard to participate in another competition. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. Soon, the day of that highly anticipated competition will arrive. The day of the competition is fast approaching. However, Elder Tianlong's disciple, Tianmong Niu, suddenly became much more honest and obedient. Even when facing inner disciples, he no longer arbitrarily humiliates them as he used to. This sudden change surprised and puzzled many inner disciples. Senior brother Tianmong Niu, what exactly happened? However, the other disciples of Tianlong and Yulong remained arrogant and domineering, displaying an extremely arrogant attitude. Since certain events that year, Elder Dylan's disciples have all become more or less depressed. Even though he was Pahu's senior brother, he had not stepped out of his secluded cultivation place for many years. They either carry out missions after leaving the seclusion, or they devote themselves entirely to cultivation. My daily life is almost entirely the same routine, going back and forth between 2 points, which is very monotonous. Chapter 408. Azure Fiend Brother, who is our second senior brother? Ao Lai asked curiously. Lei Sha. Ao Guang replied, senior brother Lei Sha is an eagle with a terrifying bloodline. As for his strength, it is probably around level 78. I've never met my second senior brother before, Ao Lai said thoughtfully. That's for sure. Second senior brother lives a very routine life, so seeing him is indeed quite difficult. Ao Guang replied calmly, don't worry about it too much. After this competition, we'll go out and carry out our mission. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai nodded without hesitation and said, no problem. The two brothers are currently at level 73 and level 72, respectively. Such a level of skill clearly indicates that he has reached the same level as senior brother Pa, who dealing with the competition in front of them is a piece of cake and will not pose any problem at all. With the competition fast approaching, there are only 2 days left. At this moment, the faces of the many inner disciples were filled with anticipation, but they were also secretly wondering which elder's disciple would stand out in this competition and win the first place. In the past, Elder Tilong always had only 3 disciples by his side each time, only Pa who participated in the competition alone. Moreover, whether the final result is a win or a loss, it seems to be irrelevant and has not attracted much attention or importance. However, this time the situation was very different from the past. Elder Dylan had gained 2 more disciples, expanding from a mere 3 disciples to 5. Ao Guang and Ao Lai will undoubtedly participate in this competition. However, no one can be sure whether the 2 of them can restore Elder Dylan's lost face and dignity. After all, in the competitions over the years, Elders Tianlong and Yulong had always humiliated Dilong's disciples mercilessly, leaving them utterly disgraced in front of everyone. On the contrary, senior brother Pa, who has always performed quite well. He only participates in 1 competition each time, and he always has a nonchalant attitude towards the final result of winning or losing. Soon, the day of the competition arrived. The intersex competition venue was set up on a hilltop of the area. On that hilltop was extremely spacious and open. A ring, meticulously crafted from massive, sturdy blue-green stones, stood there steadily, giving off a solemn and dignified feeling. Around the arena, rows of seats were neatly arranged, and not far in front, there was a magnificent palace. The main gate of the palace was open, and several seats were arranged in a staggered manner inside. On this morning, before it was fully light, Pa who hurriedly came to find Ao Guang and Ao Lai. "Junior brothers, it's time to go." Pa who raised his hand, knocked hard on the brothers' door, and said loudly, "Walk." Ao Guang nodded, then followed behind Pa who with Ao Lai. You don't need to pay attention to the various rumors circulating outside, and you don't need to have any worries or concerns about Master. On the way to the competition venue, Pa who said to them seriously, "Master doesn't really care about your rankings. His biggest hope is that you will give it your all and treat this competition as a rare opportunity to hone your skills." After hearing Pa who's words, Ao Guang and Ao Lai nodded repeatedly in agreement. I had long heard that Elder Tianlong and Elder Yulong would set extremely strict requirements for their disciples during the competition, demanding that they perform exceptionally well and do their utmost to win. Elder Dylan, on the other hand, was remarkably casual and indifferent in his attitude toward the competition. Ao Guang and Ao Lai didn't dwell on or care too much about this matter. In their minds, winning the competition and successfully obtaining points was the most important thing. This was the most important thing. Ao Guang even secretly made up his mind that even if he didn't use the points to exchange for martial arts techniques, he would do everything he could to get that level 7 weapon, because in their view, continuously improving their own strength is always the top priority. The 3 demons hurried along and soon arrived at the arena for the competition. At this moment, all the inner disciples present had arrived. Elder Dylan walked slowly under everyone's watchful eyes. He was dressed in a simple cloth robe, and from a distance, he looked like an old beast that had experienced many vicissitudes. It was difficult for anyone to notice anything special about him at first glance. The images of Elder Tianlong and Elder Yulong stand in stark contrast to those of Elder Dilong. Both of them were dressed in a magnificent suit of armor, which shimmered with a dazzling red light. Just one glance was enough to tell that its grade was extremely high, and it was by no means an ordinary item. The disciples of the 2 elders were all present and arrived on time. Ao Guang's gaze swept quickly across the entire scene, revealing a large number of inner disciples, making for a rather spectacular sight. At this moment, on one side of the field, a fox demon with 7 tails was sitting there leisurely, arrogantly crossing its legs. "If you ask me, let's start this competition right away. I can't wait to give Ao Guang a good beating." This demon was none other than Elder Yulong's prized disciple, named Qingsha. Qingsha's strength is on the same level as Tian Mangnil, so his opponent this time is very likely to be Ao Guang or Ao Lai. I wonder who will win this time. Is there even a question? Who else could it be but Senior Brother Mingquan, Senior Brother Pohu, or Senior Brother Bishuishanlang? I think so too, but I don't know if Ao Guang and Ao Lai can achieve good results this time. I think it should be about the same. After all, Ao Guang's strength is quite formidable. Even Senior Brother Tianmong Niu was defeated by him. The inner sect demons present were discussing it animatedly, each of them chiming in with their own words. Although they were of noble status, they were nothing more than ordinary demonic beasts in the inner sect, where experts were numerous. Ao Guang and Ao Lai chose to ignore the discussions among the demons, paying them no heed whatsoever. Not long after, a figure appeared, leaping through the air like lightning. This demon was tall and imposing, with its fur a vibrant red. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly a majestic lion. Chapter 409 Flame Read. As the demon descended with a roar, all the disciples present rose to their feet in respect. Even the elders, as well as the three elders Tianlong, Yulong, and Dilong, stood up without prior arrangement. Ao Guang and Ao Lai were well aware that this demon was none other than the sect leader whom everyone revered. No, to be precise, he is the dean of the Yinhuang Palace Academy. This aura is truly terrifying to the extreme. Ao Guang raised his head, his gaze fixed on the lion before him. This was the first time he had ever truly felt such a powerful pressure emanating from a demon beast. This crimson lion is the dean of the Yinhuang Palace Academy, and his name is Yan Qi. After arriving, Yan Qi quickly glanced at the many demonic beasts present, then slowly sat down and said, "Please sit down, everyone. No need for further pleasantries, let's get straight to the competition." As his powerful words fell, the highly anticipated competition officially began. An inner sect elder slowly stepped forward and said in a loud voice, "This competition will proceed as usual. The loser will be directly eliminated and will not be qualified to participate in the second competition. The winner can stay on the stage and continue to compete until they are defeated. Ultimately, your final ranking will be determined based on your number of wins. The higher your ranking, the more points you will receive. The base score reward is 30 points for winning a match. As for the 5 demon beasts that ultimately emerge victorious, they will be qualified to represent the sect and travel to the central courtyard to bring glory to the sect. During the competition, both sides should be careful to stop when they have made a move. If one side voluntarily concedes defeat, it will also be considered a loss. The opponents for this competition will be determined by drawing lots. However, if the difference in level is too great, there is no need to draw lots. They can go directly to the stage to compete. These words, even though the monsters present were already well aware of these rules, still made them feel excited and thrilled. Ao Guang and Ao Lai, on the other hand, remained quite calm, showing no particularly obvious emotional fluctuations. After the elder finished explaining the rules in detail, the competition officially began. In the first round of the competition, 2 ordinary disciples from the inner sect took the stage first, while the disciples of the 3 elders had not yet appeared. The first match was nothing particularly noteworthy, unless it's the top geniuses here competing on stage. Other ordinary competitions are not considered particularly outstanding or exciting in the eyes of Ao Guang and Ao Lai. The competition officially began, and the 2 demonic beasts engaged in an extremely fierce battle. As soon as they stepped onto the arena, powerful energy surged forth, and both wielded different weapons. The weapons clashed violently, producing a deafening roar, and the powerful force spread and impacted wildly throughout the arena. Both of them were at level 58, but the strength they displayed was even greater than that of ordinary level 60 demonic beasts. This is the formidable strength possessed by the prodigies of the Yinhuang Palace Academy. Boom, in a deafening roar, the battle between the 2 demons was quickly decided. A dazzling ray of light was released in an instant, and the wolf demon was directly defeated under the impact of this powerful force. Out of the game. An inner sect elder, seeing this scene, spoke calmly and expressionlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the wolf demon looked dejected and returned to its original position. Continue. The inner sect elder didn't even glance at the other party again, his eyes fixed on the arena. As soon as he finished speaking, the second match began without any pause. The competitions proceeded one after another, but there were absolutely no exciting or noteworthy moments to be found. The many inner disciples present were all looking forward to a thrilling and intense duel between the 3 elder disciples, rather than their own rather mundane competition. While the points rewards are indeed tempting, ultimately one must possess the corresponding strength to have a chance to claim them. Right before long, it was finally the turn of the 3 elders' disciples to take the stage. The first to step onto the arena was Qingsha, the 5th disciple of Elder Yulanji. It is a being of roughly the same strength as the heavenly wild bull. As soon as Qingsha stepped onto the arena, he glanced at the inner disciple opposite him with a cold look in his eyes. "Hurry up, I don't have time to waste on you. Are you going to get down here on your own, or do I have to take you down myself?" Qingsha's tone was unusually cold, as if in his eyes the other party was not worth mentioning at all. "Senior brother, I have always longed for the opportunity to spar with you. I hope you will grant my request, the inner disciple said, mustering his courage. Upon hearing this, Qingsha's eyes narrowed immediately, revealing an obvious hint of impatience. Want to fight me? Before Qingsha could finish speaking, he immediately launched an attack on his opponent without hesitation. He took a sudden step forward, giving the other party no chance to speak, and two short swords gleaming with a cold light instantly appeared in his hand. As a fox demon with 7 tails, Qingsha's path was assassination due to his relatively small size. Qingsha's speed was as fast as lightning because the cultivation method he practiced focused on movement techniques the disciple had made full preparations to fight before stepping onto the stage. But before he could even see Qingsha's figure clearly, he was shocked to find that the other party had left the spot like a phantom. What? The disciple was instantly stunned. He never expected that Qingsha's speed would be so fast and unpredictable. Senior brother Qingsha, that's really fast. Such astonishing speed, even a powerful level 68 demon beast would probably find it difficult to react in an instant. Senior brother Qingsha mainly cultivates movement techniques, so it is only natural that he can move so fast. The inner disciples all watched Qingsha's every move intently. Brother, he's pretty fast. Aolai looked at Ao Guang beside him, his face also slightly surprised by Qingsha's astonishing speed. Its speed is only used for escaping at crucial moments. Guang shook his head slightly and said calmly, this demon has absolutely no chance of getting close to us. That's true. Aolai nodded in agreement. Chapter 410 Provocation. Aolai and Ao Guang both possess powerful metal and lightning powers. The resulting area can be called a domain. This powerful move was never used by Aolai or Ao Guang in front of others. If the two brothers were to unleash their full power without reservation, the Azure Fiend before them would certainly be unable to get close to their bodies. At this moment, on the stage, Qingsha appeared silently behind that disciple like a ghost, the short blade in his hand emitted an extremely faint, dim light. It was easy to tell at a glance that it was a weapon of level 6 quality. The two short blades were stained with some strangely colored liquid, which was clearly venom. As a ruthless assassin, Qingsha always carries deadly poison on his twin short blades. He suddenly thrust out, aiming straight for the opponent's abdomen. Just then, the disciple suddenly realized what was happening. In this critical moment, he hurriedly dodged, but because he was a little slow, he was still slashed on the back by Qingsha's extremely sharp short blade. Puff. As a thin trickle of blood appeared instantly, the disciple involuntarily staggered backward. It's over. The short blade in senior brother Qingsha's hand is poisoned with a highly potent toxin. No way, this is a competition between fellow disciples. Senior brother Qingsha shouldn't easily activate the poison, right? An inner disciple couldn't help but say, his expression slightly surprised. Hearing the demon's discussion, Yulong spoke indifferently, don't worry, Qingsha always knows how to act. He won't rashly use the deadly poison when dealing with fellow disciples. Moreover, the terrifying poison is only activated when the twin short blades in his hands gleam with a unique light. Upon hearing this, the inner disciples present suddenly realized what was going on, and their worries were immediately relieved. I see. Even so, the disciple who fought against Qingsha still felt a pang of fear in his heart. Qingsha's speed was so fast that he couldn't make any effective reaction. At that moment, Qingsha made his move once again. His entire fox-like form instantly transformed into a blurry afterimage that was almost impossible to catch, heading towards the disciple. Upon seeing this, the disciple's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. He hadn't even noticed Qingsha's location, but he knew very well that senior brother Qingsha would definitely stab him in the back. Immediately, the disciple swung his weapon with all his might, recklessly slashing wildly behind him. Boom! He swung his sword with all his might, but there was nothing behind him. There was no sign of Qingsha at all. Beside him came a chilling voice, my speed is so fast that you can't react at all. I was just showing you my true speed. Otherwise, you would have been killed on the spot by that attack. Upon hearing this, the disciple's face instantly turned deathly pale. What? The next second, a short blade gleaming with cold light suddenly stabbed towards his arm. The disciple tried to react, but it was too late. In fact, he didn't have time to react at all. His arm was mercilessly pierced by the short blade. As blood splattered everywhere, the disciple's hand gripping the long sword suddenly loosened due to intense pain, and the sword fell directly to the ground. Bang! The long sword landed with a dull thud, and the disciple was mercilessly kicked off the stage by Qingsha. The disciple fell heavily onto the stage, clutching his still bleeding arm tightly with one hand. If it weren't for our shared sect, you would have been dead long ago. Xingsha said coldly, without the slightest emotional fluctuation in his tone. Next time you meet me, remember to just admit defeat obediently and don't waste my time. Upon hearing this, the disciple nodded hurriedly, his expression extremely unpleasant, as if he had suffered a huge blow. The inner disciples present were also shocked by how quickly Xingsha dealt with his opponent. They could imagine that senior brother Xingsha hadn't even used his full strength. His power was simply too great. They were so powerful that many of them were intimidated by them. The reason Xingsha attacked so relentlessly was to demonstrate his formidable strength to the disciples. Present, the purpose is to minimize the number of times I need to act in the future. In his eyes, these weaklings were not worth his personal attention. Once off the stage, Xingsha's provocative gaze was fixed on Ao Guang and Ao Lai. Soon, it will be your turn. Xingsha smiled faintly at Ao Guang and Ao Lai, his eyes filled with a clear and unrestrained provocation. Neither Ao Guang nor Ao Lai paid any attention to his arrogant provocation. It seems that the disciples of the elders are not on good terms with each other. Ao Guang shook his head helplessly, a faint look of resignation on his face. Why do these guys always like to stir up trouble and deliberately cause problems? Brother, should we go easy on him later? Ao Lai looked at Ao Guang, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. Try to go easy on him, just don't kill him, Ao Guang said calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. Good. Ao Lai nodded. We'll definitely encounter this Xingsha soon. Then we'll see how Ao Lai beats him to death. This little episode involving Xingsha passed just like that, and the competition continued in a tense and intense manner. Sect Master Qi Yan chose to turn a blind eye to Xingsha's somewhat excessive act of injuring a fellow disciple, and did not pursue the matter further. He was well aware that the three elders had been secretly vying for power, and his personal visit to watch the competition was to provide some degree of checks and balances between them. As long as they don't do anything too outrageous or seriously break the rules in front of me, I'll just let them be for now. After all, they were dragons, and Yan Qi knew their competitive nature very well. Interethnic conflicts are truly difficult to eradicate completely. Yan Qi murmured to himself, a worried expression appearing on his face. At this moment, he was filled with curiosity. Why would Elder Dylan, who had never taken on a disciple in the past 100 years, suddenly take on a disciple at this time? He was eager to see how someone who had just entered the inner sect had defeated the heavenly wild bull demon beast. What exactly is the background of this? Chapter 411. Ao Guang takes the stage. The competition began very quickly. Ao Guang, come up on stage. The inner sect elder's sharp gaze quickly fell on Ao Guang. Ao Guang was slightly taken aback, never expecting that he would be the first to go on stage in this competition, but it doesn't really matter. In any case, the purpose of participating in the competition is to obtain points. Ao Guang, your strength has already reached level 65, so the opponent arranged for you will also be at level 65, the inner sect elder said solemnly. In the 2 months since they arrived at the inner sect, the inner sect elders had already learned of Ao Guang and Ao Lai's names. Therefore, it was not surprising that he called out Ao Lai's name. Furthermore, they also learned about Ao Guang and Ao Lai's origins and strength. Originally, they thought the two brothers were only around level 60, but they never expected that they had deliberately hidden their level 5 strength. Just then, when Xingsha saw Ao Guang step onto the arena, his disdainful gaze also fell on Ao Guang. So this is the guy who defeated the heavenly wild bull? I think he's all talk and no action. Xingsha gave a cold snort of utter contempt in his eyes. Ao Guang was not very strong. How could such a frail-looking body possibly withstand his deadly poisonous attack? Ao Guang stepped onto the arena, where he faced a powerful demon beast that was also at level 65. The monster opposite them was a large, robust bear. Its thick fur was a deep black, and its overall appearance was quite honest and simple. Junior brother, please. This black bear's senior brother was extremely polite and courteous. He carried a heavy iron rod on his back and then bowed slightly to Ao Guang. Senior brother, please. Since the other party was so polite, Ao Guang naturally reciprocated with the same courtesy and respect. After exchanging pleasantries, they began to work together. Seeing this, Xingsha became even more convinced that Ao Guang's strength was far inferior to his OW and in his mind. Powerful people have no need to treat other relatively weaker monsters fairly. In terms of attitude towards opponents alone, Ao Guang is completely incomparable to himself, but Xingsha never understood that the truly powerful a person is, the more low-key and humble they tend to be when facing others. Ao Guang and his black bear senior brother engaged in battle. The two demons began to clash, but it did not cause any earth-shattering upheaval. Ao Guang's strength seemed unremarkable. His powerful thrust with his spear had little power. And the black bear's senior brother behaved in the same way. He swung his heavy staff swiftly at Ao Guang, but it didn't cause any particularly noticeable commotion. The first encounter between the two demons was far too mundane and unremarkable, failing to showcase any exciting or surprising aspects. Seeing this, Xing Sha became even more convinced that Ao Guang's strength was very weak. With such negligible strength, how exactly did he defeat the heavenly wild bull? Xing Sha was filled with doubt and shook his head in confusion. Based solely on the strength that Ao Guang has demonstrated so far, he is far inferior to the mighty and powerful Tianmong Niu. The inner disciples present were initially puzzled by Ao Guang's strength. At the same time, they highly recognized and appreciated the character shown by Ao Guang. Unlike Xing Sha, he was not arrogant and disdainful of his fellow disciples. On the contrary, Ao Guang appeared very approachable and had no airs whatsoever. Suddenly, Ao Guang thrust out his spear with incredible speed and force, the powerful thrust striking the black bear like lightning. This was the power of level 65, and the black bear reacted quickly, swinging its heavy iron rod to successfully block Ao Guang's extremely fierce spear. The two demons' calm and collected fighting style left Tianlong and Yulong feeling somewhat helpless and disappointed. Elder Dilong, is this your newly accepted disciple? Tianlong turned his gaze to Dilong, speaking in a cold tone, even with a hint of sarcasm. Dylan nodded calmly, glancing casually at the other person. Is there a problem? This is a huge problem. Tianlong shook his head, his face full of disdain. You are someone who possesses noble dragon blood, yet you have taken in such a seemingly useless disciple. Judging solely from his current performance on stage, he does not meet the standards and requirements of being your disciple in the slightest. Upon hearing these derogatory and questioning remarks, Dylan did not respond verbally. Ao Lai was also confused, completely unable to understand why his brother was suddenly behaving so modestly on stage. Pavu, Bai Shui, Tianlang, Ming Quan, and Tianmeng Niu all stared intently at Ao Guang on the stage. TSK, with such mediocre strength, how did they manage to defeat the heavenly wild bull? This Wei Tianlang stared intently at Ao Guang on the stage, clicking his tongue repeatedly, his face full of doubt and confusion. He racked his brains but still couldn't figure it out. How exactly did Ao Guang manage to defeat the heavenly wild bull? Based on the strength he is currently displaying on stage, there is absolutely no way he can win against the heavenly wild bull. Pahu, however, kept his eyes fixed on Ao Guang, his lips tightly pressed together, and did not utter a single word. He stared intently at Ao Guang, who had just made his move, and was somewhat surprised. My junior brother, but at this moment, only the black bear, who was fighting Ao Guang on the stage, truly felt Ao Guang's unfathomable and terrifying strength. On the surface, their contest on stage seemed effortless and easy for both demons, but only Black Bear himself knew best that from beginning to end, he had been unilaterally and ruthlessly crushed by Ao Guang. Every time the two demons clashed, he was completely suppressed by Ao Guang. This feeling of being suppressed might not seem so strong or obvious to other inner disciples, but only he himself knew that every time he tried to attack, Ao Guang was able to easily deflect the attack and steadily suppress him. This undoubtedly shows that Ao Guang's true strength far surpasses his of the Black Bear could keenly sense that Ao Guang had already defeated him the moment he made his first attack. It's just that Ao Guang had good intentions, or was deliberately hiding his true abilities, not wanting to lose too badly or embarrassingly. Which is why he kept holding back. Junior brother, I want to see for myself just how powerful you really are, Black Bear said to Ao Guang, deliberately lowering his voice. His voice was so faint that only the two demons could hear it clearly. Chapter 412 Powerful Instant Killed Senior Brother, aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself in front of everyone and losing face? Ao Guang asked the Black Bear with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Of course I'm not afraid. Black Bear shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. Junior brother, please go all out. I really want to see for myself just how powerful you truly are. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang nodded slightly and said solemnly, in that case, senior brother, I will use about 50% of my power later, so you must be fully prepared for defense. Good. The Black Bear nodded vigorously. He then put away the heavy iron rod in his hand and slammed his two thick, powerful bare paws down hard on the ground. Bang! The earth trembled violently in an instant, and countless mysterious black lights surged from his body, transforming into layers of incredibly sturdy armor that completely enveloped the Black Bear's massive body. Upon witnessing this scene, the numerous demonic beasts present were momentarily bewildered, completely unable to comprehend the true intentions behind the Black Bear's actions. At just then, an extremely violent and surging force of thunder swept across the stage without warning. Boom! In an instant, all the demon beast's attention was drawn to Ao Guang's astonishing actions. Ao Guang held the spear firmly in both hands, and a surging, earth-shattering power of thunder was constantly gathering wildly on the spear. The immense strength he displayed far exceeded the level and scope he had just demonstrated. Seeing this shocking scene, Xing Shan narrowed his eyes slightly. So his specialty is lightning. This move does have some power. If it were to disappoint me too much, it would be really boring. On the stage, Ao Guang made his move without the slightest hesitation. A dazzling bolt of purple lightning shot out from the spear in his hand at an astonishing speed. The terrifying power of the lightning swept out like a raging storm, and slammed hard into the body of the Black Bear's senior brother. Thunder erupted instantly, and the seemingly indestructible defenses around the Black Bear cracked layer by layer, revealing shocking fissures. However, it still managed to withstand Ao Guang's incredibly powerful attack. Upon seeing this, the monsters present couldn't help but gape in astonishment. They actually blocked it? Senior brother Black Bear's defensive capabilities are indeed incredibly strong. Isn't that obvious? Senior brother Black Bear has always been known for his invincible defense. How could he not be able to block it? On the stage, the Black Bear, who had successfully blocked Ao Guang's attack, nodded slightly to Ao Guang, his face showing admiration. I concede defeat in this battle. As the Black Bear's deep voice slowly faded, all the monsters present were instantly stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. The battle hasn't even clearly ended yet, so why did senior brother Black Bear take the initiative to admit defeat? All the demons present believed that senior brother Black Bear could not possibly fail. After all, Ao Guang never displayed any amazing strength from beginning to end, and in the eyes of the demons, Ao Guang was not worthy of defeating his senior brother Black Bear in this duel. Not only that, brother Black Bear also successfully blocked Ao Guang's fierce attack. Based on this alone, senior brother Black Bear far surpassed Ao Guang. This Ao Guang just got incredibly lucky. Xing Sha said coldly, his tone full of disdain, and he didn't take Ao Guang seriously at all. Is this all the meager skill you have? Bai Shui Tianlang shook his head repeatedly. This was the first time he had witnessed his junior brother make a move, but he never expected that the opponent's strength would be so weak and pathetic. The hound remained silent throughout, not uttering a single word. From the very beginning, he had not taken Ao Guang seriously at all. After all, in his view, someone as weak as Ao Guang was not even worthy of his attention. Tian Mangnio, who knew Ao Guang's true strength, chose to remain silent. He knew perfectly well that this was definitely not Ao Guang's full strength. The other party is undoubtedly deliberately concealing their strength. The scene of his battle that day, the terrifying thunder that sent chills down his spine, is still vividly imprinted in his mind. If it weren't for the unfortunate passing of the sixth elder, Tian Mangnio would probably still be unaware of what exactly happened in the ancient trial grounds. You flatter me, senior brother, Ao Guang said, bowing respectfully to the other party. It's all right. Senior brother Black Bear slowly shook his head. The other demon beasts present had no idea of Ao Guang's true strength, but only after you actually engage in a fierce battle with the other party will you truly and deeply feel that profound sense of powerlessness. Every fierce attack he launched was effortlessly neutralized by Ao Guang. Moreover, whenever Ao Guang launched an attack, senior brother Black Bear had absolutely no ability to defend himself or fight back. It's simply that Ao Guang was intentionally showing mercy, based on his true strength. He was no match for senior brother Ao Guang, therefore, he willingly chose to admit defeat. In his view, admitting defeat is not shameful. Ao Guang won a competition. The competition then continued in an orderly manner. Before long, it was finally Ao Lai's turn to step onto the arena. As soon as Ao Lai stepped onto the stage, he displayed his formidable strength. As soon as he made his move, he swiftly defeated his opponent with overwhelming force and unstoppable momentum. The inner disciple didn't even have time to react before he was instantly killed by Ao Lai. The scene truly shocked the many monsters present. The difference in strength between the brothers Ao Guang and Ao Lai is surprisingly large. The strength that Ao Guang displayed was significantly inferior to that of his younger brother. Seeing this, Tianlong couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. No wonder he was able to defeat the heavenly wild bull. With such formidable strength, it's no wonder that Tianmon Nio lost the match. When he saw Ao Guang make his move, he thought that with the strength that Ao Guang had shown, he was simply no match for the heavenly wild bull. Therefore, he naturally mistook the disciple who defeated the heavenly bull for Ao Lai. They do have some skill. Yulong nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of approval, acknowledging the formidable strength displayed by Ao Lai. Such decisiveness and ruthlessness, acting without hesitation, are quite characteristic of these dragons. Chapter 413 Continuing to conceal one's talents. Good heavens, the older brother is so incompetent, yet his younger brother is so powerful. Aolai's formidable strength successfully attracted Qingsha's attention. Seeing Aolai's formidable fighting prowess, Qingsha felt extremely excited and happy that if he were to defeat Aolai, Elder Di Long would lose even more face. On the other side, Yue Tianlang saw this scene and thought that Aolai was far superior to his brother. That's more like it. It's starting to look more like it. The hound glanced coldly at Aolai before quickly looking away. If he and Aolai were at the same level, the two demons might engage in a long and protracted battle. If that's the case, it would be enough to make Aolai incredibly proud. Pavu observed the starkly different fighting styles of Aolai and Aoguang, but remained silent. Only he knew the truth. Aoguang's true strength was not much weaker than his younger brother's. The only explanation is that Aoguang was definitely hiding his strength. Otherwise, none of this can be reasonably explained. It simply doesn't make sense. At this moment, both Aoguang and Aolai successfully won a match. Brother, why did you seem to be evenly matched with the opponent just now? As soon as he stepped off the stage, Aolai looked at Aoguang and asked with great curiosity. Don't you even understand the concept of concealing your strength? Aoguang rolled his eyes at Aolai, then explained. I see. Aolai suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly. He thought to himself, with his brother's immense strength, how could he possibly appear so weak? It turns out they were deliberately hiding their strength. Just watch, Aoguang said, then looked up at the stage, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. In a moment, I'll show the Qingsha what real strength is. Ha ha. Aolai immediately understood his brother's thoughts and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother, what if he met me first? Aolai asked thoughtfully. Then I'll take care of it for you, Aoguang said without hesitation. Isn't that simple? I've been hiding my strength for so long, I can't let you steal my thunder. Hey. Aolai chuckled, his face full of mischievousness. The competition continued, and soon all the disciples present had participated in a contest. The three disciples, Pavu, by Shui Tianlang, and Ningquan, all easily won their respective matches thanks to their powerful strength. Then, the second round of the competition began. This round is the ultimate showdown between the winners. The first to take the stage was naturally the formidable Qingsha. Qingsha was facing an inner disciple who had stood out in the first competition. Qingsha killed his opponent instantly with a single move. This sudden turn of events left the inner disciples present utterly shocked and bewildered. Qingsha did this simply to let the disciples present witness his strength firsthand. This is the power of Qingsha, the seven-tailed fox demon. Elder Yolong's face was beaming with immense pride and smugness. Tianlong's expression, however, was rather gloomy and unpleasant. Compared to Qingsha, their own Tian Mangnio was far inferior. Throughout the entire process, Tian Mangnio never displayed the kind of strength that could easily crush its opponents. On the other hand, Qingsha crushed his opponents with absolute superiority time and time again. This made him feel extremely unbalanced. Meanwhile, Dylan, standing beside him, once again appeared extremely indifferent, seemingly unconcerned whether his disciples performed well or poorly. Yan Qi was focused on watching the disciples' competition, and his deep eyes couldn't help but fall on Aoguang. He had already noticed it just now. Aoguang, this is clearly him deliberately letting the other party win. Interesting. Yan Qi nodded slightly, a hint of curiosity on his face, showing a strong interest in Aoguang. He was filled with curiosity. What could possibly be the reason that made Aoguang choose to deliberately conceal his strength? The competition continued. Soon it was Aoguang's turn to appear. Aoguang was quite lucky. He didn't encounter Aolai. As soon as the two stepped onto the arena, the inner disciple smiled slightly at Aoguang. Junior brother, you don't need to hold back against me. If you don't use your true skills, I believe you won't be able to defeat me. Upon hearing this, Aoguang nodded and said calmly, Okay, senior brother. Make your move. That inner disciple also used a long spear as a weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body shot towards Aoguang like an arrow released from a bow, moving with lightning speed. Seeing this, Aoguang also charged towards his opponent without fear. Their attacks rained down like a storm, and for a moment they were evenly matched, neither losing in terms of momentum. Seeing this scene again, everyone had a general understanding of Aoguang's strength. Originally, some of the demons actually suspected that Aoguang might be deliberately hiding his true abilities. However, judging from the specific situation presented before him, Aoguang seemed to have no intention of hiding his true abilities. Aoguang's strength was nothing special. There was nothing particularly impressive or outstanding about him. Given the circumstances of this match, it will be extremely difficult for him to win. TSK, I really hope Ao Guang can be defeated soon and stop wasting everyone's time here. Xingsha said with a look of disgust, not thinking highly of Ao Guang at all. As for Ao Lai, he was really looking forward to competing against him on stage. At this moment, on the stage, Ao Guang suddenly exerted his strength and thrust out with a swift spear. This seemingly ordinary and unadorned spear actually contained a powerful force that should not be underestimated. The opponent reacted extremely quickly, sweeping his spear horizontally and successfully blocking Ao Guang's fierce attack, but at the same time, Ao Guang's powerful force struck, causing his arm to go numb in waves, almost to the point of losing sensation. The next second, Ao Guang raised his spear again and attacked. Seeing Ao Guang attack him again, this inner disciple didn't even have time to catch his breath before he gritted his teeth and fought back with all his might. The two then clashed again. They went back and forth, neither giving an inch, and the battle was extremely intense. Every time the opponent thrust forward with fierce momentum, Ao Guang easily dodged it. Then he thrust out his own spear, aiming straight for the opponent's vital points.